How are you guys? Hope you enjoy. Like this video for more crazy parts. Chapter 1. Early Stage. Refining the body, opening meridians, spirit platform, primordial spirit, questioning the heart, heavenly man, cave heaven, law, venerable, Tongtian, mighty, free and easy, sage, Dao realm, Ming Dao, emperor, Rong Dao, emperor, Pom Dao, emperor of heaven. Before the Dao realm, each major realm is divided into 9 small realms in the 9 heavens. Dao realm is a general term for multiple great realms, which are divided into Ming Dao, Rong Dao, and Zhang Dao, which correspond to the titles of Great Emperor, Supreme Emperor, and Heavenly Emperor respectively. Finally, the 3 realms of Ming Dao, Rong Dao, and Zhang Dao are subdivided into 4 small realms, early, middle, late, and peak, which is different from the previous 11 major realms. Jijija. Dear Peng Yuan/Lu Yifei, I would like to borrow your brains for a while. Xuanchen Continent, East Xian Territory. Dao Ji Sect, Dao Yang lineage. Behind the Dao Yang peak, the sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. A handsome young man was lazily lying on a bamboo lounge chair. Next to him was a small table with some spiritual fruits and a few cups of spiritual juice on it. Qin Tianyang took a big bite of the spiritual fruit and drank a big gulp of the spiritual juice. The sun was shining on his body, making him feel warm and comfortable. He was an orphan that the previous head of the Dao Yang lineage, Qin Shanhe, brought back to the sect on a cold winter day when he was traveling. At that time, Qin Shanhe discovered Qin Tianyang, who made a living by begging. He found out that he had extraordinary talents and felt attracted to his talent. So Qin Tianyang, who was 8 years old at the time, was brought back to Dao Ji Sect. However, what Qin Shanhe didn't know was that the Qin Tianyang in this world had already frozen to death just before Qin Shanhe discovered him, and was replaced by Qin Tianyang who had traveled from Blue Star. I found a penny on the side of the road. Hand him over to the police. Qin Tianyang turned over while humming a song and picked up a spiritual fruit. He just threw the fruit with his hand, and the fruit went into his mouth along a graceful parabola. Sweet and delicious. That's life. Think about what kind of life he led in his previous life. 6 in the morning and 12 at night. 20 years ago, Qin Tianyang was still a beast of burden who had been in society for 3 years and was severely exploited by the reality of life. He works in a little-known company. In the morning, he drinks a cup of soy milk mixed with a few steamed buns stuffed with lymphatic meat. At noon, he eats a bowl of rice packed with national fashion. At night, he works overtime until midnight and returns to a cheap rental house filled with formaldehyde. When you close your eyes, a day has passed. The inhuman capitalists exploited him like an ox or a horse. Your boss, who usually disappears at work, will appear behind you in an instant as if some strange rule has been triggered as soon as you slack off. Maybe God has opened his eyes. One day, he died suddenly during his usual overtime work. When he woke up again, he found that he had traveled through time. Now I am in a different world. I don't need to go to work, I don't need to work overtime, and I don't receive scary letters from my boss in the middle of the night. I am so happy. Besides eating and drinking. What? You mean cultivation? Excuse me. With the system in hand, the world is mine. I almost forgot. I haven't signed in today. Qin Tianyang put down the spiritual juice, turned over, changed to a comfortable position and nestled in the bamboo lounge chair, preparing to open the system panel. Suddenly, a figure cut through the sky and landed in front of Qin Tianyang. The person was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe, with a beard, a resolute face, and a majestic look without anger, as if he had been in a high position for a long time. He is the leader of the Dao Ji lineage, the main lineage of the Dao Ji Sect, and also the sect leader of the Dao Ji Sect. Taoist name, Dao Ji Zi. Oh, it's the sect master. Is there anything going on in the sect? Qin Tianyang picked up a spiritual fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. At the same time, he looked at Dao Ji and said vaguely, "Greetings, Junior Uncle Master." Dao Ji bowed respectfully. If others saw this scene, they would be shocked. Dao Ji is the lord of one of the 3 holy places in Dongxian territory, yet he actually bowed to a young man and called him Junior Master Uncle. I'm afraid he is the illegitimate son of an ancestor of the Dao Ji Sect. This is actually not far from the truth. The main reason is that the Dayang lineage of Dao Ji Sect is quite special. The ancestor of this lineage, the first generation Dayangzi, was a disciple accepted by the first generation leader of Dao Ji Sect in his later years. At that time, there were only 5 sects in Dao Ji Sect, namely the Dao Ji Sect of the eldest disciple, the Daoyuan sect of the second disciple, the Daoxuan sect of the third disciple, the Daoling sect of the fourth disciple, and the Daohuang sect of the fifth disciple. When the Dayang lineage was first established, the first and second leaders of the Dao Ji sect had already abdicated for many years, and even the third leader, who was the disciple grandson of the first leader, was about to abdicate. If the 4th generation ascends the throne, wouldn't it be wise to call the first generation Dayangzi Granduncle Master? Dao Ji replied, Uncle Junior Master has passed away many years ago. Now, you are the only one left in the entire Dayang Peak. Having said this, he paused, glanced at Qin Tianyang again, and asked again, have you ever considered taking in a disciple? Take in a disciple. Qin Tianyang sat up suddenly, then lay down again, turned over, faced Dao Ji, and waved his hand. No, teaching a disciple is exhausting. What's more, I have only been practicing for more than 10 years and my strength is low. I am afraid that accepting a disciple would be misleading. He had just been away from the life of cattle and horses in his previous life for more than 10 years, and had not yet enjoyed himself properly, but he was out of his mind to take in a disciple. No, even if I, Qin Tianyang, jump off the mountain behind Dayang Peak and die outside, I will never accept a disciple. So you're worried about your strength level. But you seem to have reached the cave heaven realm a few years ago, right? At that time, a pressure from the cave heaven realm appeared on Dayang Peak. Although it quickly dissipated, I still sensed it. Dao Ji suddenly realized, walked around to Qin Tianyang, and said with a puzzled look on his face. Moreover, after a few years, he has definitely made further progress. His strength is not much inferior to that of our sect's outer sect elders, so he is qualified to accept disciples. No, you are wrong. I am only cultivating my soul. Uncle Master, with my level of cultivation, I will never do that. No, you just felt it wrong. Maybe you were hallucinating because you were in seclusion for too long. Dao Ji was speechless. Not only him, but also the leaders of the other 4 veins and some powerful elders felt it. Could it be that they were all hallucinating? Looking at the rogue Qin Tianyang, there was still a determined look on his face. Dao Ji knew that he could not persuade his uncle. After saying goodbye respectfully, he turned and flew away. Before leaving, he added, the day after tomorrow is the sect's 10-year disciple recruiting ceremony. If Uncle Master has changed his mind, you can go and see it. Looking at Dao Ji who was gradually leaving, Qin Tianyang curled his lips, the annoying old guy is finally gone. He wants me to accept a disciple after just a few years of living a lazy life. However, he changed the subject, my cultivation level was indeed exposed. Fortunately, I was only at the cave heaven realm at that time. 3 years ago, due to a moment of negligence, he forgot to hide himself when receiving the sign-in reward, which led to a ray of pressure spreading out when he was promoted to the cave heaven realm. Although he retracted it in time, from the conversation with Dao Ji today, it still seemed that exposed. System, sign in today. If the reward is cultivation, remember to help me hide my aura. Qin Tianyang opened the system panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in for 20 consecutive years. Reward, Great Emperor Cultivation. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful, domineering aura erupted from Qin Tianyang's body, and at the same time, a great imperial pressure that seemed to be able to collapse the sky spread out from his body, sweeping in all directions. I am the only one. Like an emperor descending upon the earth. However, in an instant, the aura and pressure came and went as fast as the tide, and were all taken back by Qin Tianyang. At this moment on Dayang Peak, everything was calm and peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Call. Qin Tianyang exhaled deeply, as if to release the fatigue and stress that had been pent up in his body for a long time. At this moment, his whole body was filled with a strong aura of Tao. As we all know, Tao is the exclusive domain of the Great Emperor. Only those peerless masters who stand at the pinnacle of martial arts can truly comprehend and master the mysteries of Tao. It is for this reason that only when a practitioner successfully comprehends the Tao will he be qualified to enter the realm of the Great Emperor. Is this the realm of the Great Emperor? Qin Tianyang was secretly amazed. He felt the surging power in his body, and with every move he made, the rhythm of Tao emerged. At this moment, he felt that he only needed to strike out casually, and he could easily pierce through the sky and pick up the stars and the moon. System. Qin Tianyang called out the system and was about to check his information. Chapter 2. Ding. System upgrading. 10%, 20%, 30%. 99%, 100%. Congratulations to the host. System upgrade completed, now the system version is 2.0. Can this system also iterate itself? Tell me, what is the difference between your version 2.0 and 1.0? Qin Tianyang looked puzzled. Answer to the host, this system has been upgraded to a system that can make you stronger by accepting disciples. Take in a disciple. That's right. As long as the host successfully accepts an apprentice with extraordinary talent, he can receive the mission reward. So what is a heaven-defying talent? How do we judge this talent? The qualifications are divided as follows: white, gray, blue, green, yellow, red, orange, purple, and gold. If someone has purple level talent, then his future achievements will at least be at the level of Great Emperor. The highest level depends on his future luck. The talents and qualifications of purple and above can be called heaven-defying talents. But how can I know someone's qualifications? Host, please rest assured. When the system detects a qualified candidate, it will actively issue a task, and the host can choose whether to accept the task. Ding. Task released. Host, please attend the sect's disciple recruiting ceremony in 3 days. A genius with purple qualifications will appear at that time. Host, please go and accept him as a disciple. Does the host accept the call? System, accept the task. Looking at the task details on the system panel, Qin Tianyang couldn't help but get excited. It's like someone gave me a pillow when I was sleepy. I will be able to accept my first apprentice in 3 days. However, when Qin Tianyang noticed the disciple recruiting ceremony on the system panel, he thought of what Dao Ji had mentioned before. After some deliberation, he rejected Dao Ji Sect, but after much deliberation he still had to go to the disciple recruiting ceremony to accept a disciple. 3 days later, in front of the majestic and huge mountain gate of Dao Ji Sect, a huge square was located there, with blue stone tiles on the ground and several huge stone pillars engraved with runes standing around it. The square was crowded with people, and the faces of the young men and women who came to participate in the disciple-taking ceremony were filled with smiles. The lowest level of this group of people is at the 6th level of Tongmei, and most of them are at the Lingtai level. Some have even reached the peak of Lingtai and are only 1 step away from the Yuanshen level. If someone observes carefully, they will find that there is a small group of people emitting a faint spiritual pressure. This is the symbol of the Yuanshen realm. Obviously, they have reached the Yuanshen realm. In some smaller sects in Xuanchen Continent, the Tongmei realm is already the level of cultivation for inner disciples, while the elders or top inner disciples are at the Lingtai realm. Those at the Yuanshen realm are fully capable of taking on positions such as the leader or supreme elder of these small sects. As for the Dao Ji Sect's disciple recruiting ceremony, geniuses at the Yuanshen realm came from far and wide to participate, which was enough to show the strength of the Dao Ji Sect. Because Dao Ji Sect is one of the holy places in the eastern region, it is known as one of the three major holy places in the eastern region along with Xuanyin II Sect and Taiji Sect. Only a great emperor can create a holy land, and only a great emperor can create a holy land. These three holy places are the three most powerful sects in the eastern region. They have dominated the eastern region for endless years and remain unshakable. Suddenly, the originally calm sky was torn apart by a dazzling light, and several streaks of light quickly crossed the sky like meteors. Accompanied by bursts of whistling sounds, 5 figures descended over the wide square at an astonishing speed. These 5 figures were like gods descending from heaven, emitting a terrifying aura of oppression. The leader was the current leader of Dao Ji Sect, Dao Ji Zi. He was dressed in a white robe, with a figure as straight as a pine tree, a firm and majestic face, and a pair of deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Standing next to Dao Jitsi was Dao Yuanzi, whose body was like an iron tower, his muscles were like a coiled dragon, his thick eyebrows were like sharp swords, and his big eyes were like copper bells. Looking to the side, Dao Xuanzi appeared to be elegant and refined, wearing a green robe, with a handsome appearance. He looked graceful and elegant. Dao Lingzi is a woman with beautiful appearance. She was wearing a fiery red dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, a faint smile on her face, and her beautiful eyes seemed to contain endless charm. The last person was Dao Huangzi, with dark skin and his exposed arms covered with hideous scars, revealing a wild aura. These 5 people are the masters of the 5 meridians among the 6 meridians of Dao Ji Sect. As for the last vein, it is the Dayang vein where Qin Tianyang is located. Since Qin Shanhe passed away, he naturally became the new master of the Dayang vein. Everyone on the field felt the aura of the Tongtian realm that was powerful enough to crush everything. They all showed awe on their faces and did not dare to move in the slightest. The entire square fell into silence, with only a gentle breeze blowing, raising a few wisps of dust. So strong! Just the presence of your aura is enough to almost suffocate me. Is this the power of the Holy Land? 5 people from the heavenly realm stand proudly in the sky, so terrifying. It's too powerful. If I get any closer, I'll feel like I'm melting. If I look at it again, it'll feel like it's going to explode. For a moment, everyone in the square felt the overwhelming pressure, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In a corner of the square, a thin young man with a handsome face and wearing a tattered grey cloth was looking at the 5 people in the sky while enduring the pressure, feeling envious. If I could enter the Holy Land to practice, maybe I would have the chance to practice to such a level, and then I would have the chance to find the culprit who destroyed my Lu family and take revenge. At this time, Dao Jitsi took a step forward, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible wave emanated. Everyone in the square felt as if they had been granted amnesty and suddenly felt extremely relaxed. Dao Jitsi said, I am the leader of Dao Ji Sect. I welcome all the talented people to come from afar to participate in the Dao Ji Sect's disciple recruiting ceremony, which is held once every 10 years. The test is divided into 3 levels. The first level tests your state of mind. For practitioners, if their state of mind is unstable, at best they will not be able to make progress, at worst they will go astray and even develop inner demons. Just a reminder, the first level is also the most dangerous. This level will develop the examinee's inner thoughts, and the slightest mistake will lead to insanity. If anything goes wrong, all consequences will be at your own risk. The second level tests your character. For a holy land, there is no shortage of geniuses. Our Dao Ji Sect has enough resources to train a strong man. If we cultivate an ungrateful person, it will be a huge blow to the section. The third level tests your cultivation. Cultivation is the most important assessment point. If someone has not broken through the 8th level of Tongmei after the age of 18, he will be considered to have failed the assessment. Now I declare that the assessment officially begins. After Dao Ji Zong finished speaking, several elders from the Holy Land who were responsible for conducting the assessment came out and began to preside over the specific assessment work. The young boys and girls in the square had excited expressions on their faces, eager to try, wishing it was their turn right away, to show off their powers in front of others, to soar into the sky, and to become disciples of the Holy Land. I'm not willing to accept this. I've already passed 2 levels, but because I only reached the 7th level of Tongmei at the age of 20, I was eliminated at the 3rd level. Phew! That was close. I almost couldn't get out of the illusion test. I passed. Ha 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 ha. I, Zhang San, finally passed. The situation in the square can be described as a mixture of all kinds of people, some are happy and some are sad. Some people were eliminated at the first stage, and left dejectedly facing the ridicule of others, leaving behind only a forlorn back. Some people were unstoppable all the way, but failed at the last hurdle, gritting their teeth with a look of unwillingness on their faces. Of course, there were also a few who performed extremely well, and even Dao Jitsi and other 5 vain leaders wanted to accept them as disciples. For example, there was a boy named Fang Jun, who was about 18 years old. He passed 3 levels in a row during the assessment, shocking everyone. In addition, there is a beautiful girl whose cultivation is extremely terrifying among her peers. She is only 17 years old, but has already reached the peak of the 2nd level of the soul. It will take some time for her to enter the 3rd level. After a long time, it was finally the turn of the young man in grey. Before he arrived at the 1st level, there was an elder who was responsible for recording the information of those taking the assessment. Name: Lusuan He. Put your hand out and let me test your age. Upon hearing this, Lusuan He respectfully stretched out his right hand and placed it on the wooden table in front of the elder. The elder stretched out his hand, placed it on Lusuan He's arm, activated the secret technique, closed his eyes and carefully felt Lusuan He's bone age. Yes, age 18. The elder opened his eyes and raised his hand to write down Lusuan He's information. Go ahead and take the 1st level test. Thank you, elder. Lusuan He bowed to the elder and then walked towards the 1st level of the assessment. After he walked into the assessment site, he felt dizzy and couldn't help but close his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a fog and could only see an area of 10 feet around myself. It's so dark all around here, I can't see anything clearly. What exactly is the state of mind assessment like? Just as Lusuan He was thinking, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Chapter 3. Fire. Endless fire. A mansion has been engulfed in flames, and a group of men in black are slaughtering people wantonly. Countless corpses fell to the ground. These people died in different ways, with sword and knife wounds on their bodies, and some even had their heads missing. In the owner's yard. Father! A child about 8 years old was shouting loudly, and a beautiful woman in her 30s was protecting him. Not far away, a mighty middle-aged man holding a sword led several guards to fight against the group of men in black. However, as time went by, guards around the middle-aged man kept falling down, and he himself also had several more wounds on his body. You bunch of beasts, burned down my Lu family mansion and slaughtered my people. Seeing this scene, Lusuan He gritted his teeth, his expression was ferocious, his body trembled constantly, and his eyes were so red that they seemed to be spewing fire. The scene changed again. The child was enveloped by a light blue spiritual power shield. The beautiful woman beside him joined the battlefield in the distance and fought against the enemy together with the middle-aged man. The couple and the few remaining guards beside them burned their own spiritual power, emitting dazzling light, and tried to self-destruct. The two turned around and looked deeply at the child, a look that contained endless reluctance, nostalgia, and concern for the child. The child seemed to understand something, and he flapped his hands and feet while calling for his parents. Finally, an earth-shattering sound was heard, and the child was protected by spiritual power and escaped into the distance through space. The picture disappears. You beasts, you beasts! I will definitely find the person behind you and cut him into pieces. Seeing this, Lu Xuanyi's expression became ferocious and terrifying, like a devil in prison. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath became disordered, his spiritual power began to run wild, his realm was broken and began to decline, his whole state was extremely weak, and finally he fainted. Obsessed. This was obviously caused by a broken heart and anger. Boom! Lu Xuanyi failed the test and was sent out of the test site. Not good. The elder who had just appeared quickly helped Lu Xuanyi up. With one hand he took out a king's in pill but did not put it into his mouth, and with the other hand he placed it on his back, circulating his spiritual power into Lu Xian's body to help him refine the pill. Not long after, Lu Xuanyi slowly woke up and opened his eyes. The person in front of him was the elder from before. He immediately understood everything, stood up weakly, bowed to the elder with both hands and said, "Thank you for healing me, elder. It's okay, it's just a small matter. But since you are in such a situation, you have failed the assessment." The elder just waved his hand and became concerned about Lu Xuanyi's results. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanyi gave a bitter smile and looked gloomy. He knew that he was useless. Unless he had some rare treasures to rebuild the damaged meridians in his body, he would never be able to practice again. But who would be willing to waste natural resources on a useless person? You know, even using rare materials and treasures is not 100% likely to reshape its body. Instead of wasting it on a useless person, it is better to use it to enhance the strength of your disciples. What a pity! I wanted to take him as my apprentice. Humph! Dao Yuan, you are really up to no good, trying to snatch my disciple from me. I have used secret methods to investigate him before, and found that he has the cultivation level of the second level of the Yuan Shen. I thought he could pass the 3 levels smoothly, but I didn't expect him to fail. At the first level. What a twist of fate! Dao Huangzi, who do you think is up to something bad? I think it's you who has been against me. Last time at the disciple recruiting ceremony, you stole one of my disciples. I still remember it. Snort. Snort. Above the void, divine consciousness intertwined. Dao Jitsi and others nearby looked helpless, as if they were already used to it. Enough, stop arguing. You've been arguing for hundreds of years, aren't you done yet? The Dao Ji Sect master in the middle could no longer endure it and scolded with his spiritual sense. Upon seeing this, the two men quieted down. Although they stopped arguing, they were still like fighting cocks, glaring at each other, as if they thought they could kill each other with their eyes. Hey, Junior Master Uncle probably won't come to participate. Dao Ji Zi saw that the disciple recruiting conference was about to end, so he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, but did not find Qin Tianyang. Suddenly, the 5 people looked up and looked in the direction of Dayang Peak. A figure was coming. He was dressed in white, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He had a handsome face and extremely heroic facial features. System, where is my good disciple? Qin Tianyang looked at the people in the square below and asked the system. Bite. Answer the host, the information is as follows. Name, Lu Xuanyi. Cultivation, none, original spirit realm second heaven. Qualification, purple, possesses forbidden sword body. Background, the family was destroyed, and I was alone. The information provided by the system is very comprehensive. In addition to text, it also provides a portrait. What the hell is cultivation without any strength? Qin Tianyang was confused, and at the same time he used the Emperor's divine sense to search for everyone based on the portrait given by the system. The Emperor's spiritual power was indeed powerful. In a moment, he found Xuanyin. Qin Tianyang frowned slightly. What happened? He was injured so badly. Using the Emperor's divine sense to scan again, it was found that Xuanyin's meridians were almost completely damaged, and his cultivation was completely gone. What's going on? He came to the elder and asked. When the elder saw that it was Qin Tianyang who came, he quickly replied, meeting Master Dayang Peak, it's like this. Although Qin Tianyang lay flat, he stayed on Dayang Peak all year round. But the elders of the sect all knew the master of Dayang Peak. After the elder's explanation, Qin Tianyang figured out the reason and suspected that it was caused by Xuanyin's experience of genocide in his childhood. When he was passing the state of mind test, he remembered the tragic experiences in his childhood. His blood and energy attacked his heart for a moment, causing him to become possessed and lose all his cultivation. However, if others encountered the same situation, they might give up on Xuanyin. After all, natural treasures are not cabbages, and it is impossible to give them to a useless person. But Qin Tianyang is different. 20 years of signing in has enabled him to gain countless skills, magical weapons, medicinal herbs, elixirs, etc. He remembered that when he signed in 5 years ago, the system rewarded him with a rare treasure called Suanmei Tianxing grass, which was specially used to repair tendons and veins. Coupled with his great emperor's strength to protect him, Xuanyin will definitely be able to recover as before. But I'd better accept him as my disciple first. Qin Tianyang looked at Xuanyin and said, I am the master of Dayang Peak. Are you willing to take me as your master? From now on, you will be my first disciple. Senior, no. No. All my tendons and veins are broken, and I am already a useless person. Taking me as your disciple will only waste your energy. Please find a better disciple. Upon hearing this, Xuanyin quickly waved his hand to refuse. Although he didn't know why the senior wanted to take him in as a disciple, he was a useless person now and he must not agree to the senior's request. He is extremely talented and has a good character. This is truly a rare talent. What's more, there are system tasks. I must take him as my apprentice. Qin Tianyang pondered in his heart. He spoke again. You don't have to worry about your meridians. I have a way to restore your meridians and improve your aptitude. I'm asking you again, are you willing to become my disciple? Master, please accept my 3 bows. Seeing Qin Tianyang asking again, Xuanyin did not act pretentiously and immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the first apprentice. Reward for cultivation technique, true explanation of swordsmanship. Reward weapon, Great Emperor Dao Bing Immortal Slaying Sword. Reward cultivation, Late Great Emperor Realm. There was a constant sound in Qin Tianyang's mind. After the system prompted him that the task was completed, it continued to introduce these rewards to him. It's worthy of being a system. It uses invincible skills and the Emperor's Taoist soldiers. The system reward made Qin Tianyang stay where he was. The true meaning of Kendo. This technique comes from a peerless swordsman from an era whose time cannot be verified. It is said that this man was invincible in swordsmanship, killed all enemies on the path to enlightenment, and eventually dominated the heavens and the worlds. As for the immortal slaying sword, the 4 words Great Emperor's Dao weapon alone are enough to reflect its extraordinariness. What are the Dao soldiers of the Great Emperor? They are weapons that only the Great Emperor can use, and they require the Great Emperor to use the Dao to drive them, so they are called Dao soldiers. As for the cultivators below the level of the Great Emperor, the free and easy saint can barely drive them to do their job and bring out a little of the power of the Great Emperor's Taoist soldiers. because the free and easy saint has begun to come into contact with and comprehend the great Dao of heaven and earth. The cultivators below the level of Xiaoao saint can only regard the great emperor's Dao weapon as a reinforced version of a holy weapon that is countless times harder than a holy weapon. The great emperor's Taoist soldiers can only exert their power to destroy the heavens and the earth in the hands of those with the cultivation level of the great emperor or above. This mission is really worth it. Qin Tianyang stayed where he was with a smile on his face. Master! Lu Suan, he called out softly when he saw that Qin Tianyang looked a little strange. Qin Tianyang came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Ahem, it's okay. I'm just too happy. Hearing this, Lu Suan, he almost burst into tears. Since his clan was exterminated, no one has been kind to him, and Master is the first. After Master repairs my meridians, I will definitely practice hard, not only to avenge the extermination of my clan, but also to carry forward the Master's school and repay Master in this way. Lu Suan, he thought so. We pay our respects to Uncle Master. At this time, 5 figures descended from the sky, slowly landed in front of Qin Tianyang, and said respectfully. Dao Ji came out and said, since Uncle Master has chosen to accept this person as his disciple, then he is our junior fellow disciple. He paused, glanced at Lu Suan and continued, there are still some natural treasures left in the sect that can repair tendons and veins. The sect can take out one to help junior brother Lu rebuild his tendons and veins. Qin Tianyang looked at Dao Ji and thought, this nephew of the master is a good person. However, he has the rewards given by the system over the years, so he does not need the help of the sect. He just needs a reason to give out these things. Qin Tianyang suddenly had an idea and said, no need for that. Your great-grand master left me some good things before he left, including a natural treasure that can repair tendons and veins. Well, okay. Since my uncle has made up his mind, I won't force it. Dao Ji had to give up after hearing that. Suan let's go. After saying that, Qin Tianyang used his spiritual power to lift up Lu Suan then left with his hands behind his back. Chapter 4. Dao Ji Sect is located on a huge mountain range in the eastern region, which is why this mountain range is also called Dao Ji Mountain Range. The Dao Ji Mountains stretch for thousands of miles, like a giant winding dragon, lying across the land of the eastern region. Along the way, Lu Suan was completely immersed in the magnificent and beautiful scenery. Among them, 6 huge peaks are particularly eye-catching. They are the peaks where the 6 meridians of Dao Ji Sect are located. They are majestic and magnificent. These 6 main peaks pierce the sky like 6 peerless divine swords, emitting sharp sword energy, as if they will pierce the vast sky in the next moment. In addition to these 6 main peaks, there are also some less impressive peaks scattered around. These mountains are where the sect's medicine, weapons, secret realms for cultivation and other departments are located. After a while, Qin Tianyang brought Lu Suan to a mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. This peak rises from the ground, thousands of feet high, reaching into the sky, standing tall and majestic, with an indescribable mysterious atmosphere. Master, is this the Dayang peak of our Dayang lineage? Good. Qin Tianyang brought Lu Suan to a hall on Dayang peak. Seen from the outside, this hall is majestic and gives people a mysterious feeling. It is the Dayang Hall. Walk into the hall. The hall is decorated with carved beams and painted buildings, and the floor is paved with smooth blue bricks. The walls and the 4 pillars supporting the hall are carved with dragons and phoenixes, as well as various rare and exotic animals, which appear vividly lifelike. A huge night-shining pearl hangs on the ceiling of the hall, illuminating the entire hall. Qin Tianyang sat in the main seat, looking at Lu Suan below, and said seriously, Suan your master will first help you repair your damaged meridians. The pain during this period is extraordinary and cannot be endured by ordinary people. Are you ready? Reporting to master, I am not afraid. Good. You are worthy of being my chosen disciple. Qin Tianyang took out a bronze tripod that could hold an adult, and then took out a strangely shaped grass and put it into the tripod. This Suanmei Tianxing grass is said to be a grass, but it is not an exaggeration to call it a leaf. Its leaves are emerald green, and the veins have a mysterious luster that flashes like stars in the sky, so people call it Suanmei Tianxingko. Afterwards, Qin Tianyang took some top-grade spiritual liquid from the system space and poured it into the bronze tripod, supplementing it with other herbs. Stimulate the spiritual energy and ignite the spiritual fire. Gradually, a peculiar medicinal fragrance wafted out from the cauldron and filled the entire hall. Right now, jump in! Qin Tianyang shouted. Ah! Lu Suanhe's figure flashed and he jumped into the cauldron. As soon as he entered the bronze cauldron, the boiling hot liquid enveloped Lu Suanhe's body, as if millions of steel needles pierced into his body at the same time, and severe pain came instantly. Caught off guard, I cried out in pain. He clenched his teeth, trying not to scream. Seeing this, Qin Tianyang immediately raised his hand and released a stream of Taoism, which entered Lu Xian's body. This Taoist rhythm will help it absorb the medicinal power, like a clear spring. Wherever it passes, the meridians that were originally painful will slowly begin to heal. However, the pain did not ease, but became more severe. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down Lu Suanhe's forehead. His face turned as pale as paper, and his lips were bitten, with trickles of blood oozing out. An hour later, Lu Suanhe felt the pain in his body eased. Gradually, a warm current spread throughout his body, and he felt refreshed all over. He tried to practice his skills, absorbing the spiritual energy in the air and guiding it to flow throughout his body. Success! Master, I'm recovered. Thank you, Master. Lu Suanhe jumped out of the cauldron, came to Qin Tianyang, kowtowed 3 times, and burst into tears. God did not give up on him. No. What a bullshit God! If there really is a God, how could he just watch his entire clan be destroyed? It was the Master who saved him. If it weren't for the Master, he would still be a useless person and would probably be waiting to die somewhere now. I will never have the chance to avenge the extermination of my clan, and I will not be able to kill all the enemies to comfort the spirits of my parents and the 50 or so guards and servants in the clan. That's just the beginning. Not only can I heal your body, I also have another surprise for you. Qin Tianyang said with a smile. After saying that, he stretched out his hands, concentrated the power of the Emperor into his fingertips, and then gently tapped the acupuncture points on Lu Suanhe's body. What a terrifying strength! At this moment, Lu Suanhe felt that Qin Tianyang's strength seemed to be even more terrifying than that of the previous Dao Ji Sect master and others. Before he could think about it, Lu Suanhe felt a powerful force surging into his body, as if something in his body was activated. Master, what is this? I feel a powerful force awakening in my body. Lu Suanhe felt the changes in his body and was ecstatic. Don't talk, just close your eyes and feel it. Qin Tianyang said seriously. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely powerful sword energy shot up into the sky, and various sword rules began to emerge in the void, densely intertwined. Runes flickered on the pillars in Dayang Hall, and the main hall formation automatically emerged to suppress this strange phenomenon. Unfortunately, the sword energy was so powerful that the hall was shaking and the formation seemed to be unable to hold on. Scold! Seeing this, Qin Tianyang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he let out a light shout. The aura around him suddenly burst out, and he kept forming seals with his hands and casting one spell after another, suppressing the strange phenomenon within 3 inches of Lu Suanhe's body. He had just suppressed this strange phenomenon when he discovered that the mystery of swordsmanship was faintly emerging around Lu Suanhe, but it was not the complete power of swordsmanship. You know, if a true sword emperor uses the sword to strike out with a sword, the power of this sword is enough to tear the void, cut off the galaxy, and change the color of the sky and the earth. Wherever the sword went, the space seemed to be torn apart, and endless pressure enveloped the entire world. Although Liu Xuanyi's sword skills are not as good as his grandson's. However, if the complete sword art is compared to a towering tree, then the little bit of sword art that Liu Xuanyi has comprehended can be regarded as a seed embryo. This requires him to constantly comprehend the way of the sword in his future training and fighting, and to constantly feed this seed. In this way, you will surely achieve great success in swordsmanship in the future. Looking at this scene, Qin Tianyang couldn't help but smack his lips. Others need to practice step by step to reach the free and easy state before they can begin to try to contact the great way of heaven and earth. If their comprehension is not smooth, they may stop at the free and easy state for the rest of their lives. Fortunately for him, with this sword seed, he can be said to have a ticket to the realm of the great emperor. As long as he does not die in vain, he will surely become the great emperor in the future. No wonder the system says that for people with purple qualifications, emperor is only the lowest achievement. Master. Boom. Just as Liu Xuanyi was about to speak, his aura suddenly rose, and his realm began to grow. Body Refining Realm. The first level of body training. 9th level of body training. The Meridian State. The first level of heaven. The 9th heaven of Tongmei. Lingtai Realm. Lingtai First Heaven. The 8th level of Lingtai. The 9th level of the spiritual platform. Just when he was about to break through to the Yuan Shen realm, he hurriedly said, "Master, please help me suppress my realm." Qin Tianyang stretched out his right hand and pressed it on Liu Xuanyi's shoulder, stimulating a trace of the Emperor's pressure, helping Liu Xuanyi suppress the violent spiritual energy in his body. Liu Xuanyi's realm finally stabilized at the 9th level of the spiritual platform. He bowed to Qin Tianyang and said, "Thank you, Master, for helping me." Qin Tianyang nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's right, you didn't lose your mind when your strength returned. Remember, if the water is not deep, it will not be able to support a large boat. If the foundation is not laid well, if you leave hidden dangers behind, even the highest level of cultivation will eventually collapse. Thank you for your teachings, Master. I understand." Liu Xuanyi replied respectfully. He paused for a moment, and after carefully feeling his body, he continued, "Master, this seems to be a kind of physique, and it is related to the way of the sword. I felt as if I had turned into a sword, and I had an inexplicable feeling about swords, as if I were a sword. Your physique is called the Forbidden Sword Body. It is one of the best physiques and the peerless sword body that many sword cultivators dream of. Then may I ask, Master, why is it called the Forbidden Sword Body?" Liu Xuanyi raised his head and looked at Qin Tianyang. As the name suggests, this physique is too terrifying and is not tolerated by the laws of nature, so its name is hidden and called taboo, hence the name Taboo Sword Body. Your inner demon erupted earlier, which was also partly due to the Forbidden Sword Body. The Forbidden Sword Body has a flaw, and your state of mind is more easily broken than that of others. This is the will of heaven. Although you didn't activate your physique before, the stimulation you received during the state of mind test still affected you, causing you to go astray. So that's how it is. Master is so amazing. He knows everything and understands everything. Liu Xuanyi looked at his master with admiration. Hearing Liu Xuanyi's praise, Qin Tianyang's old face turned red and he felt a little embarrassed. All this knowledge was just told to him by the system in his mind, so he didn't know much more. He coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject, saying, "However, you should not be proud and complacent. Although you have the Forbidden Sword Body, if you don't practice well, it will be difficult for you to achieve great things." Liu Xuanyi nodded seriously and said, "Disciple understands. I will work hard to cultivate and live up to Master's expectations." Chapter 5. Qin Tianyang nodded with satisfaction, and then took out the reward he had previously received from the system space. He held a jade slip in his left hand and a long sword in his right hand. There are 4 words engraved on the surface of the jade slip, the true explanation of the way of the sword. When Xuanyin looked directly at these 4 words, he seemed to be attracted by them. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and he found himself as if he had come to the starry sky. The depths of the sky were dotted with stars, and the galaxy was twinkling, embellishing the silent and deep universe. Suddenly, the 4 characters, the true explanation of the way of the sword, came into view. Gradually, Xuanyin discovered that every stroke of these 4 characters turned into extremely sharp swords, which seemed to follow the traces of some kind of Dao in the starry sky. It dances and spins mysteriously, containing a sense of mystery. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the swords further arranged and combined like nimble dancers, gradually forming 4 enormous swords. Ancient. Mysterious. This was Xuanyin's first impression of the 4 swords. They seemed to be 4 divine swords that had existed since the beginning of the world, exuding a heart-pounding majesty. He observed with fascination, as if a lustful ghost seeing 4 peerless beauties, and was obsessed with these 4 magic swords. Apart from these, nothing in the world could attract his attention. The years flow in the starry sky, and there is eternal silence. 1 year. Century. Tens of millions of years. It seemed as if endless years had passed, and the 4 swords began to change. Bang! Under the pull of some force, the 4 swords gradually approached and began to merge. Its momentum was so earth-shaking that it caused the galaxies to tremble and the universe to be in turmoil. Finally, things gradually calmed down. In the end, what appeared before Xuanyin's eyes was an ordinary iron sword, completely different from the 4 divine swords before. If someone compares it with a sword made by a mortal blacksmith in the secular world, they will find that there is no difference between the 2. But this is just an appearance. If you look closely, you will find that there is a mysterious Taoist rhythm flowing on the sword. The divine object is naturally formed, its brilliance is restrained, and it returns to its original simplicity. When Xuanyin was about to investigate it carefully, the iron sword moved by itself. It was as if someone was holding it and slashing the sword towards the depths of the starry sky. Boom! Deep in the starry sky, the galaxy was shattered and countless stars turned to dust. The doomsday scene played out before Xuanyi's eyes. He was stunned as if struck by lightning. His body was as stiff as a sculpture, and he stood there motionless. Before he could recover from the shock, the iron sword slashed out again like lightning. The scene before him was so shocking that it was hard to describe it as the end of the world. He saw a shocking scene that he had never witnessed before in his life. The boundless universe was split open by this ordinary iron sword. The chaotic energy outside the universe poured into the crack, and everything turned into chaos wherever it went. It seemed that the universe was about to return to a chaotic state. Just as Xuanyin was shocked by this scene, the iron sword actually slashed towards him. A sword light burst out and came straight towards him with unstoppable momentum. He wanted to resist, but found himself unable to move. He could only close his eyes in despair and wait for death to come. However, after waiting for a long time, the death he imagined had not arrived. Xuanyin opened his eyes and found that he was still alive. At this moment, he was in the main hall, and his master Qin Tianyang was looking at him with a smile, as if nothing had happened. The jade slip lay quietly in Qin Tianyang's hand. The 4 words "true explanation of Kendo" on it were extremely ordinary. Everything I experienced before was like a dream, too real. What? You're not stupid, are you? Qin Tianyang patted his shoulder. Master, I just seemed to have experienced an illusion. In the illusion, I came to the starry sky and saw a terrifying scene, the stars were broken, and the universe was shattered. In the end, I thought I was going to die too. I couldn't struggle and could only close my eyes. Waiting to die. Unexpectedly, I opened my eyes again and found that I was still in the main hall. You were looking at me. Nothing has changed. Lu Suanhe's heart was full of doubts. Excuse me, Master, what is going on? Because you possess a forbidden sword body, after completely activating your physique, you are extremely sensitive to everything related to swords in the world. The true explanation of Kendo is a book of Kendo. The first half of the book contains the techniques practiced by a Kendo legend countless years ago. The second half is the legend's supreme understanding of Kendo, which not only contains his own a lifetime of insights, and also includes the understanding of Kendo from other great Kendo masters who have appeared in countless years since he began. These 4 true interpretations of Kendo were carved by his own hands. Qin Tianyang handed this jade slip to him. Lu Suanhe looked at the Kendo true solution in his hand, and it seemed that he was holding a sword. So when you first saw the true solution to Kendo, you were attracted by the sword meaning of these 4 words, true solution to Kendo, and entered the state of enlightenment that countless talented people dream of. It turns out that this is the legendary epiphany. No wonder I have spent endless years in the illusion, and the reality has only passed for a moment. Lu Suanhe suddenly realized that he had actually entered the epiphany. Qin Tianyang also handed the sword in his right hand to Lu Suanhe. He put away the jade slip and took it with both hands. Thank you, Master, for the weapon. Lu Suanhe said excitedly, with a fiery light in his eyes. This is a black long sword, with a sword body 3 feet 3 inches long and a hilt about 3 inches long, for a total length of about 3 feet 6 inches. The word Xuanchen is engraved on the body of the sword, which is the name of the sword. In addition, there are some complex patterns engraved on the sword. The hilt of the sword is inlaid with a bright gem. Seeing Lu Suanhe's delighted expression, Qin Tianyang looked calm and said, "This sword is a great emperor's Taoist weapon." What? Master, you didn't lie to me, did you? This is really a great emperor's Taoist weapon. Lu Suanhe suddenly raised his head and looked at his master. In today's era, when the great emperor does not appear and the Xiaoao saint does not appear, Tongtian realm is the strongest strength on the continent, and a primary holy weapon is enough to meet the needs of Tongtian realm. Only the great emperor can refine Taoist weapons, because refining Taoist weapons requires an extremely scarce material, which is Dao Yun. The Tao Yun can only be condensed by the powerful emperor, so every emperor Taoist weapon is a rare treasure, enough to become the foundation of a holy land. At this time, Qin Tianyang actually gave Lu Suanhe a great emperor's Taoist weapon. What did I lie to you for? In addition, in order to prevent you from over-relying on Dao soldiers to kill enemies, resulting in insufficient experience, I have sealed this sword to a power that matches your strength, and will gradually unseal it in the future as your cultivation level improves. Qin Tianyang glared at him. This brat still didn't believe in being a teacher. If you don't like it, I'll take it back. No, Master, this disciple was just joking. How could I not believe you? That is simply blasphemy. Lu Suanhe smiled obsequiously and accepted the sword as if he had found a treasure. At the same time, he also knew Qin Tianyang's good intentions. He knows that over-reliance on external objects will only narrow his path of cultivation. Only by relying on his own strength can he go further. Okay, you have experienced enough this day. Go down and have a good rest. When you have rested, remember to digest today's insights carefully. Qin Tianyang waved his hand. The disciples of Dayang Peak live behind on the left side of the mountain. You can choose a cave of your choice, which is engraved with spirit-gathering formations, which will be of great help to your cultivation. At the same time, a token flew into Lu Suanhe's hand. This token is square in shape, with the word Dao Ji engraved on the front, and the background is the pattern of the mountain gate of Dao Ji Sect. The 3 characters Lu Suanhe are engraved on the back, indicating that this token belongs to Lu Suanhe. Lu Suanhe put away the token in his hand and bowed deeply to Qin Tianyang. Thank you, Master. Disciple, please leave. Although Lu Suanhe's voice was not loud, it was full of true feelings and echoed in the quiet hall for a long time. After saying that, he straightened up, turned around and left, his steps jumping with joy. Chapter 6. After Eldest he left, the hall fell silent. System. Qin Tianyang called out the system softly in his mind. Bite. Answering the host, I am here, a voice sounded in Qin Tianyang's mind. Open the system panel. Yes, host. A virtual system panel that only Qin Tianyang could see unfolded in front of Qin Tianyang. Host name, Qin Tianyang. Realm, early stage of the Great Emperor, early stage of the Enlightenment Dao. Unclaimed reward, Great Emperor late stage cultivation. Disciple, Eldest he, Forbidden Sword Body. Receive cultivation. Boom. The middle stage of the Great Emperor. The late Emperor. Qin Tianyang's aura exploded, and his realm suddenly climbed to the late stage of the Great Emperor. The powerful power in his body was excited, and terrifying pressure emanated from his body. If others saw this scene, they would be amazed and say it was impossible. After reaching the level of a great emperor, every small step of improvement requires hundreds of years of seclusion and polishing. Unless one encounters a major opportunity, or is a person with extremely high talent. Even so, breaking through a small realm in a few decades is considered extremely fast. Qin Tianyang was overjoyed. This time, he only accepted one disciple and he was promoted by 2 realms. If he accepted a large group of disciples, wouldn't his cultivation level continue to improve? Then, would he be able to live forever and be invincible? In the years. System, when will the second mission be released? Where is my second disciple? Ding. Reply to the host, when the time comes, this system will issue a task to recruit disciples. The system voice sounded in Qin Tianyang's mind. Then the system seemed to sense what he was thinking and continued. The system would like to remind the host that if the host forcibly forms a master-disciple relationship with a genius, he will not receive any reward. All right. Qin Tianyang sighed helplessly. Since he couldn't force it, he could only let nature take its course. He decided to teach Eldest he well for the time being. After all, this disciple was a genius who possessed the forbidden sword body. Ding. Release system task, help Eldest he find out the truth about the extermination of his clan and take revenge. Does the host accept the mission? Take it, accept the mission. Qin Tianyang was delighted and immediately accepted the task. He thought that this system only had the task of recruiting disciples, but he did not expect that there were follow-up tasks for each disciple. He didn't know much about this mission. From the information given by the system before, he learned that Eldest he's family was destroyed and now he was the only one left. This child is so pitiful. His family was destroyed and he is all alone. He still doesn't know who his enemy is. If he hadn't met me, he would probably have no hope of revenge in this life. Thinking of this, Qin Tianyang couldn't help but feel pity. It is already dark today, and Qin Tianyang plans to wait for Eldest he to come out of seclusion before asking him about this matter. At this time, Eldest he had already arrived at the back mountain of Dayang Peak. The scenery here was beautiful, with lush trees, overlapping peaks and shrouded in clouds and mist. Under the moonlight, everything seems so peaceful and mysterious. Eldest he stood quietly on the cliff behind the mountain, looking into the distance. There was a firmness and determination in his eyes, as if he found strength in this beautiful scenery. Dad. Mom. I have successfully enrolled in the Dao Ji Sect, and my master, who is so powerful that his strength is unfathomable, has accepted me as his founding disciple. In the future, I will definitely avenge you. Eldest he turned and walked towards the disciples' living area, and randomly chose a cave to live in. The cave was simply furnished, with luminous pearls inlaid on the walls for lighting. Looking further inside, there was a wooden bed with bedding on it. But this wooden bed seems a bit big, much bigger than an ordinary single bed, and it is enough for 2 people to sleep on. Diagonally opposite the bed was a wooden table with a book on it. He walked closer and picked it up. There were 6 words written on it: Sect Disciple Manual. It briefly introduced the sect rules of Dao Ji Sect and other precautions. Of course, the most important thing is naturally the hand seal to open the spirit gathering formation in the cave. He tried to make hand seals to activate the formation. Boom! As the formation was working, he clearly felt the spiritual energy in the cave gradually growing and its concentration increasing. In the end, he was stunned and dumbfounded. He vaguely remembered that when he was young, his home also had a spirit gathering formation, which could gather spiritual energy when it was in operation. However, compared with the Dao Ji Sect's formation, it was nothing compared to the giant, and there was a world of difference. Now the spiritual energy in the cave can almost be transformed into liquid. No wonder the disciples in the Holy Land practice much faster than their peers. It's not just talent that matters, external forces are also a big factor. He recovered from his shock, sat cross-legged on the bed, then placed the jade slip in the palm of his hand, closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and entered a state of cultivation. As his mind gradually calmed down, the information about the skills in the jade slip flowed into his mind like a clear spring. He had a very high talent for swordsmanship. He understood the meaning of the techniques in his mind after just one look. He followed the instructions and guided the spiritual power in his body to flow along specific meridians. After his spiritual power circulated for several cycles, countless sword rules emerged from his body. These rules surrounded his body and constantly blended with his aura, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a sword. The realm that had made rapid progress previously began to stabilize and solidify, and the spiritual energy in the body continued to be compressed and condensed. But the changes don't stop there. Perhaps it was the first collision between the peerless physique, forbidden sword body and the true meaning of the supreme sword technique. After he began to practice the true sword art for 3 days and 3 nights, strange phenomena suddenly occurred in the cave and images appeared. If others saw these scenes, they would definitely be shocked and disturbed. In these images, a grass rose into the air, slashed towards the sky with a sword, and actually chopped off a star. There was an old man surrounded by countless people, and these people exuded a terrifying aura, which was no less than that of the emperor. The old man put his fingers together as a sword and slashed out a stream of sword energy at people. Wherever the sword energy passed, everyone exploded into a ball of blood mist. One of the pictures was the most terrifying. The calamity clouds in the starry sky spread for hundreds of millions of miles, and terrible calamities continued to fall. The calamity light destroyed the heavens and the earth, and the planets turned into ashes. It was as if the end of the world had come. Countless people were terrified and shocked. Scream and flee in haste. There was a man in black, with an unprepossessing appearance, holding a wooden sword, and charging straight into the depths of the robbery cloud. All I saw was the flashes of sword and calamity in the depths of the calamity cloud, and loud noises kept coming out. In the end, I didn't know the result, and I didn't know whether the swordsman was alive or dead. Break it for me. He frowned, shouted loudly, and tried his best to break through the obstacles. After 3 days and 3 nights of polishing, the previously frivolous state has become as stable as Mount Tai. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to break into the realm of Yuan Shen. Bang! Shen combined the spiritual power in his body to break through the shackles. Endless spiritual power flowed in his tendons and veins, and all the spiritual power in the cave was absorbed into his body. His aura suddenly changed, his spiritual platform shattered, reassembled, and turned into a little man who looked exactly like He himself. This is the symbol of the Yuan Shen realm, Yuan Shen. Those who have broken through to this realm can use their own primordial spirit power, that is, the power of their soul to fight against the enemy. If a cultivator below the primordial spirit realm faces a strong person in the primordial spirit realm, he will definitely die. Call. He slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of light burst out from them. I have finally returned to the Yuan Shen realm. While he was exploring the relevant conditions in his body, he was also feeling his own strength. My spiritual power is more condensed and more powerful than before. He was shocked at his current strength, which was many times stronger than before. That book on the true meaning of swordsmanship contains a set of skills called the Great Heavenly Sword Scripture, although its grade is unknown. However, even with the enlightenment brought by his forbidden sword body, he was unable to get started and enter the first level of the Great Heavenly Sword Scripture within one night. In the end, he had to rely on the sword seed to barely practice the first level and gain a foothold. The effect is obvious. With the first level of the Great Heavenly Sword Scripture and the forbidden sword body, he feels that he can kill his previous self with one sword. Suan He, come to the back mountain. Suddenly a voice sounded in his ears, breaking Suan He's thoughts. Chapter 7. Master is looking for me. He quickly got up, jumped off the bed, and walked out of the cave. Only then did I realize that it was already 3 days later. At this time, the sky was already slightly bright, the sun was rising, and the sky was full of bright rays of light. The fiery red sun pushed aside the thin clouds, and thousands of dazzling rays of light filled the sky and poured down on all things. Suan He activated his spiritual power, and an invisible force appeared under his feet, lifting his body up and turning into a stream of light and heading towards the back mountain. In the back mountain, Qin Tianyang was still the same as usual, lying on the bamboo lounge chair with his eyes closed. Disciple greets Master. Suan He came to Qin Tianyang and said respectfully. Qin Tianyang opened his eyes, and it seemed as if there were stars flowing in his eyes, and all things were born and died. He looked at Suan He and said, I called you here this time because of you. For me. Suan He looked puzzled. He felt that he was doing well now. Not only had his cultivation recovered and his strength improved, but he also obtained the supreme skills and the Emperor's Taoist weapons bestowed by his master. He was about to ask Qin Tianyang. Suddenly he thought of something, and suddenly he shuddered, his pupils shrank, his body trembled, and he asked incredulously, Master, you called me here, is it to avenge the extermination of my clan? He was not at all shocked as to why his master knew about his affairs, because he knew that his master's power was unfathomable and he knew everything about heaven and earth. He was just shocked that his master would personally inquire about this matter and care about him. How could he not be moved by this? Master, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. There seemed to be sparkling tears in the corners of Suan He's eyes, but he didn't want to cause trouble for his master. Humph! My dear disciple, you are totally wrong. Once a teacher, always a father. Since I already know your past, how can I just stand by and watch? If that's the case, am I still a qualified teacher? If others knew about this, even if they dare not say it openly, wouldn't they curse me to death in secret? Moreover, your master is a kind-hearted person. Usually, when I see injustice on the road, I will draw my sword to help. This is commonplace. Furthermore, if I don't help you get revenge, your state of mind will not be perfect, which will inevitably hinder your cultivation. I have already told you about the problem of the forbidden sword body. When you are struggling on the road of cultivation, your heart will become more and more you are more likely to go crazy if you do this. Do you want to make the same mistake again? Qin Tianyang stood up and walked to the edge of the cliff. He looked into the distance, gazing at the scenery in the distance. Hearing this, Suan He felt a surge of warmth in his heart, so he stopped resisting and bowed deeply, saying, Disciple understands. Master, when shall we set off? Ah? Leaving? Where to? Qin Tianyang's body trembled, and the sophisticated image he had maintained with great difficulty was instantly shattered. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his eyes, and he said, Do you really think I'm a god? Although I can see through the secrets of heaven, knowing your name and your vague past is already the limit. Lu Xuanyi looked strange, scratched his head, and said embarrassedly, "It turns out that there are things that master doesn't know." Qin Tianyang's old face turned red, and he coughed lightly, "Of course, I am not omnipotent. Tell me your story quickly, don't waste time." Hearing this, Lu Xuanyi looked sad, his eyes full of guilt, and said, "In fact, I don't know much. Tell me about it. I come from a country called Wei in the northern part of the eastern region. There is a powerful family in Wei called the Lu family. I am the son of the head of the Lu family in Wei. One night 10 years ago, a group of masked men in black suddenly rushed into my Lu family's mansion. They first set the house on fire, then killed anyone they saw with knives. My father led the family guards to fight against this group of black men. The clothes man, and my mother was guarding me by my side to protect me. But this group of black-clad men were too powerful, and soon all the guards were killed or injured, leaving only a few relatively powerful guards alive. So, my father and mother quickly made a decision: my mother would protect me and leave, while my father would take the remaining guards to drag the man in black to buy time for my mother and me. Let us escape safely. No, there is a problem. If it was so easy, why didn't your mother escape?" Qin Tianyang frowned slightly when he heard this. Master is right. At that time, this group of black-clad men suddenly rushed into the mansion, and my father and mother were caught off guard. They had to fight back in a hurry, and the guards beside them fell one by one. The situation became more and more critical. My father, it also made me confused. My Lu family mansion is located in the most prosperous area of the Wei capital, surrounded by the mansions of Wei's princes and ministers. Logically, such a big commotion should have alarmed others, but no one else showed up from beginning to end. It was not until my mother and I were blocked by a formation that my father and mother realized that the enemy had come prepared and had set up a formation in advance to seal off my Lu family, not only isolating all movement, but also it can prevent anyone from my Lu family from escaping. My mother tried her best to attack the formation, but it was really solid. No matter how hard she attacked, it didn't break at all. I was terrified at the time, thinking that everyone in our Lu family was going to die. Suddenly, my mother took out a talisman from her space ring, which was engraved with runes that I couldn't understand. After practicing, I realized that this was a talisman that could teleport a person thousands of miles away after being activated. "Mother, inject your spiritual power into this talisman and then hand it to me." Speaking of this, Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but choke up and was extremely sad. My father and mother burned their spiritual energy to self-destruct so that I could escape, destroying the formation and creating a chance for me. The escape talisman was activated after a while. It turned into a spiritual power shield that enveloped me. After a loud bang that shook the earth, it turned into a stream of light and escaped into the distance. When I woke up again, I found myself in a mountain forest. Later I learned that this place was at the junction of the western and northern parts of the eastern region, more than 10,000 miles away from the state of Wei. Later, I cultivated while trying to find out news about the Wei kingdom. Of course, I didn't dare to delve too deeply into it. I just often hung out in taverns and inns, listening to the conversations of people coming and going. One day, I finally heard some news about the state of Wei. I heard that the second year after my Lu family was destroyed, the state of Wei suddenly sent troops to attack the neighboring state of Qi. The reason was that the state of Wei found out that Qi had sent a group of powerful the assassins of the state of Wei destroyed my Lu family. In order to avenge my Lu family, the state of Wei sent troops to the state of Qi. As for why Qi did this, Wei gave a strange reason. It is said that Qi state holds a grudge against my father because he annihilated 200,000 Qi soldiers in a war 15 years ago over an iron mine near the border between the two countries. This is all the information I know. Lu Xuanyi said. So do you think the murderer is really the emperor of Qi? Qin Tianyang turned around and looked at Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi pondered and said, Master, I think it is better to doubt the Emperor of Wei than the Emperor of Qi. Oh? Tell me about it. Qin Tianyang said with admiration in his eyes. First, the reason that Qi state sent people to assassinate my Lu family is a little untenable. After all, there are casualties in wars. Moreover, according to my investigation, the war was initiated by Qi state. Isn't that ridiculous? They started a war to fight for iron ore, and in the end their side was defeated and suffered too many casualties, but they blamed the generals of Wei instead. Second, I remembered something. Before the current emperor of Wei came to power, he had a rival, who was the one supported by our Lu family, the then eldest prince of Wei. After he ascended the throne, he held a grudge against me. They keep suppressing my Lu family. This is what I heard from my parents' daily conversations. Combining these 2 points, I think it is more likely that it was the Emperor of Wei. It's a pity that the information I know is limited and I cannot infer more information. Lu Xuanyi said regretfully. Master also thinks that Wei is more likely. Qin Tianyang patted his shoulder and agreed, but, whether it is Qi or Wei, why not go there? Xuanyi, you just need to remember, no matter who it is, as long as I know who the real murderer is, no one can stop your revenge. At this moment, Qin Tianyang turned around and looked into the distance. His eyes were like 2 lightning bolts. Piercing the sky, his domineering aura was revealed, his energy rushed to the stars, as if he was the master of heaven and earth, dominating everything and commanding all living beings. Master is domineering. Master is mighty. Master is invincible in the world. Lu Xuanyi looked at his master at this moment, as if he saw a great emperor in the world. His eyes were full of admiration, and a feeling of awe welled up in his heart. You little brat, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Qin Tianyang instantly retracted his aura and became no different from an ordinary person. Take out the map. Master, look, this is Qi state, and to the north of it is Wei state. Lu Xuanyi took out the map and unfolded it to Qin Tianyang. In that case, let's go to Qi first. We should set off now without delay. Chapter 8. 7 days later, Qin Tianyang and Lu Xuanyi arrived at the capital of Qi state. The reason why it took 7 days was because Qin Tianyang wanted to train Lu Xuanyi. Otherwise, for a powerful emperor, this distance can be reached in a moment. During these 7 days, Qin Tianyang had been capturing various demon beasts from the 1st to 3rd levels of the Xuanchen heaven, and then he asked Lu Xuanyi to fight with these demon beasts, a fight to the death. If you win, you can eat the monster meat and absorb the essence of its flesh and blood. If he lost, of course Qin Tianyang would not watch Lu Xuanyi being killed, but he would not easily rescue him unless it came to the most critical moment. During these 7 days, Lu Xuanyi did encounter a life and death crisis, but this was caused by his own request. The physical body of a monster is generally stronger than that of humans at the same level, but Lu Xuanyi can also fight against enemies of higher levels. Therefore, Lu Xuanyi not only has no pressure when facing monsters of the same level, but can even suppress them easily. Therefore, he took the initiative to ask to fight against multiple monsters at the same time. The effect of training is obvious. In the life and death battle, Lu Xuanyi jumped 2 levels and reached the 3rd level of Xuanchen. Completely recovered to the previous state, and even went a step further. In front of the city gate of Qi state's capital, Qin Tianyang and Lu Xuanyi were waiting in line to enter the capital of Qi state. To enter the city, each person must pay a medium-grade spirit stone. In front of the city gate, there were 2 guards at the 3rd level of Tongmei realm. One of them was responsible for collecting spirit stones, and the other was responsible for guarding against any disturbance. After the master and disciple each paid a medium-grade spirit stone, they entered the capital of Qi state. In the capital city, there is a constant stream of traffic and people. There are shops lining both sides of the streets, and the dazzling array of goods is dazzling. From time to time, flying magic tools flew across the sky, with some practitioners sitting on them. Their powerful aura attracted a lot of commotion from passers-by. There were bursts of noise coming from the distance. It turned out to be a market. The vendors inside were all practitioners in the body refining realm, selling some magical tools, skills, and the like. I don't know whether it is true or not. Come and take a look. There are all kinds of ancient skills and weapons. Nine Yang Sword Art, the peerless skill of the ancient sage Nine Yang Sword Saint. If practiced to perfection, one sword can destroy mountains and seas. If all 9 swords are used together, destroying the heavens and the earth is a piece of cake. Only 998,998 middle-grade spirit stones are needed. There are saintly skills. The Sword of Light of the Universe is a peerless holy weapon that was dug out from the cave of an ancient cultivator. Although it has been severely damaged over the years, it will surely shine once it is successfully repaired. The price is 888,888 medium-grade spirit stones. You can bring the peerless holy soldier home. Qin Tianyang was speechless for a while. These people were really bold. He just glanced at the book of Nine Yang Sword Art with his divine sense and understood everything. It was clearly just a mysterious level technique with fire attribute, but the vendor had the audacity to call it a holy level technique. As for the Zhoguang sword, Qin Tianyang could guarantee with his own Dao heart that it was definitely an ordinary Xian level weapon, and that person had deliberately damaged a bit of the sword in order to make the imitation more realistic. It would be great if someone could buy it and unleash the power of a top-grade yellow level weapon. Master, are we going to charge into the palace now? No hurry, we have been traveling all day, and I see you are already starving. Let's go to the restaurant to eat something first. Qin Tianyang saw a restaurant called Delicious House in front of him and said without blushing or beating his heart. And he was speechless for a while, wondering, who on earth wants to eat? What would you two like to eat? As soon as Qin Tianyang and and he entered the restaurant, a waiter in grey came up to them enthusiastically. Qin Tianyang looked at the waiter in front of him and said, "Please put up all the signs of your store." "Yes, sir." The waiter left, and the master and his disciple went to a window seat on the second floor and sat down. After a while, all kinds of monster meat were brought up. One of the dishes is called braised rabbit meat, which is made from a demon rabbit called the Dengtian soft bone rabbit. This rabbit often climbs the sky, so the leg meat is especially tender and the bones are unusually crispy, which is loved by many practitioners. In addition, there are steamed spare ribs made with magic arrow pork, steamed crab made with giant crab, chicken pot made with ling bao chicken, braised bear paw made with wild bear, and spicy grilled fish made with yuehua spirit fish. Let's eat. Qin Tianyang couldn't wait to start. And he was drooling with greed. His stomach, which was not very hungry to begin with, started growling. He picked up a piece of bear paw and started eating. Half an hour later, the two of them leaned back in their chairs, burping from the long stretches. "Waiter, check out." "Sir, I will give you 50 medium-grade spirit stones." Qin Tianyang took out a spirit stone bag, which contained exactly 50 medium-grade spirit stones, and then threw it to the waiter. "Thank you, sir." After counting the spirit stones, the waiter bowed and left respectfully. "Let's go." Qin Tianyang waved his hand, and the two disappeared on the spot. When the people nearby saw this scene, they gasped and felt very relieved. Turns out he's an expert. Fortunately, I didn't laugh at them because I saw them eating like pigs. The Imperial Palace of Qi. A palace complex covering an area of more than 100 miles occupies this place. These palaces are built in a staggered manner and are connected to each other by wide avenues and exquisite bridges. Among them there is a palace that is like a shining pearl and is particularly conspicuous. This palace is majestic, like a towering mountain, and is located in the most central position of the Imperial Palace. At this time, two people were talking in the palace. One of them was middle-aged, wearing a gorgeous dragon robe, and sitting in a high position. He had an extraordinary aura and an invisible majesty emanating from his body. This person was none other than the Emperor of Qi, Qi Wu. Your Majesty, the Wei state is coming with great force this time, we have to be on guard, said another middle-aged man with a bow. The man in the dragon robe frowned slightly. The Emperor of Wei, Wei Lingkong, went mad for some unknown reason 10 years ago and suddenly attacked our Qi state. He said that we sent people to the capital of Wei state to wipe out the entire Lu family. They also said that we did this to avenge the soldiers who died in the war 15 years ago. But that's really ridiculous. I think Wei Lingkong has evil intentions and wants to seize the territory of Qi in order to obtain more resources. At this point, Qi Wu gnashed his teeth and said, he captured 2 of Qi border towns and slaughtered all the people in our towns. I was planning to send troops to retake those 2 cities next year. But he took the initiative to send troops again. Does he really think that my Qi state is weak and incompetent? Qi Wu looked at the middle-aged man below. Order the border troops to leave the city tomorrow and meet the Wei army. The middle-aged man took the order and turned around to leave. You said that your Qi state did not exterminate the Lu family. Is this true? Suddenly, a voice resounded throughout the hall, and the figures of Qin Tianyang and Lu Xian emerged and appeared in the hall. Who are you and why did you suddenly break into my palace? Qi Wu was shocked and his aura suddenly changed. The terrifying aura of the low realm was revealed, and the void seemed to be broken. At the same time, the middle-aged man quickly guarded in front of Qi Wu, with the same aura revealed, but weaker than Qi Wu. He was only at the heavenly man realm. The middle-aged man took the lead without any hesitation and threw a punch. The spiritual energy in the hall continued to fluctuate, forming a huge fist that smashed towards Qin Tianyang. Facing this punch, Qin Tianyang had a blank expression on his face. He raised his hand and swung it casually. The giant fist of spiritual power that had hit Qin Tianyang just dissipated. Yes, it just dissipated so lightly. There was no earth-shattering sound. Qin Tianyang blocked the middle-aged man's punch with a casual wave of his hand. Boom! When the two saw this, they both knew that the person who came was not a good person. The terrifying aura suddenly erupted and spread out of the hall, alarming the entire palace. Countless people looked up towards the main hall. Hurry up and protect the emperor. The first ones to be alarmed were the patrolling guards. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from their foreheads. They were completely unaware that there was an assassin in the palace. The guards were about to rush into the hall, but they found themselves blocked by an invisible barrier. They attacked with all their might, but the barrier was like a solid wall of iron and steel, as solid as Mount Tai. Kill! Qi Wu and the middle-aged man attacked together, and their attacks were killing moves. The two of them, holding weapons, killed Qin Tianyang. Mysterious wind-splitting earth slash. 7 stars returned to 1 sword. Endless pressure pressed down on Qin Tianyang and Lu Xuanhe, and the flashes of swords and knives appeared in an instant. Qin Tianyang's expression remained calm and he raised his hand and waved. The sword and knife lights shattered, and the pressure dissipated. Bang! The 2 men flew backwards, broke through pillars, and fell to the ground. Do you want to take further action? Qin Tianyang raised one hand, and a powerful attraction emanated from the palm of his hand, sucking the 2 of them in front of him. At this moment, Qi Wu and the other 2 were in a very miserable state, their pupils shrank sharply and their expressions were horrified. The Qin Tianyang in front of him seemed like a god and was irresistible. Hearing this, Qi Wu shook his head fiercely and said respectfully, Senior, you are very powerful, and it is we who have offended you. Oh? You don't consider us assassins anymore? Qin Tianyang spoke with a faint smile on his lips. Senior, you are joking. If you wanted to kill us, you wouldn't show up. Besides, you didn't kill me just now. Combined with what you said when you just appeared, I think you have something important to ask me. Qi Wu answered respectfully. He would have to be out of his mind to want to continue taking action. He had seen his great-grandfather, who was the most powerful ancestor of their Qi state and the person with the highest seniority. He was the mainstay of their Qi state. In his opinion, the pressure his great-grandfather gave him was not even 1/10 of what Qin Tianyang was giving him now. He must be crazy to provoke such a person. And they don't seem to have any ill intentions. You are quite clever. Let me ask you again. Did you really not send out assassins to exterminate the Lu family of Wei State 10 years ago? Senior, I am still a little confused when I talk about this. The Lu family of Wei State was destroyed, but the Emperor of Wei State, Wei Lingkong, said that it was my Qi state who sent people to destroy it. Then he used this as an excuse to send troops to capture 2 cities of my Qi state. You really didn't lie to me. Qin Tianyang's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he stared at Qi Wu's eyes tightly, as if he wanted to see through his heart. The aura around him suddenly changed, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body, targeting only Qi Wu, suppressing Qi Wu's mind and making him almost breathless. Come! He seemed to see a great emperor descending, with unparalleled majesty. His figure was so tall and majestic that it seemed as if he could pierce through the sky. No, Senior, my Qi state definitely did not destroy the Lu family. I can swear on my heart of Taoism. Qi Wu spoke with difficulty, suppressing his infinite majesty. He also swore a solemn oath that if he really sent people to destroy the Lu family, his country would be destroyed and his people would die. Seeing that Qi Wu looked sincere, it seemed that he had not lied, and he even swore an oath with his Taoist heart. Qin Tianyang withdrew his momentum and did not continue asking. Qi Wu Rumen was pardoned and immediately felt relieved, collapsing to the ground. Your Majesty! The middle-aged man hurriedly helped Qi Wu up. Qi is fine, so now only Wei is left. Let's go. Qin Tianyang turned and looked at Lu Suanhe, and then the two of them crossed the space and left. But before leaving, Qin Tianyang glanced in a certain direction outside the hall. Your Majesty, we guards are powerless. We beg your Majesty to forgive us. The barrier of the hall disappeared as Qin Tianyang left. A group of guards in armor rushed into the hall and knelt on the ground. A burly man who was the leader said, "It doesn't matter what you are doing. That senior is extremely powerful and terrifying. You can't deal with him. You should retreat first." Qi Wu glanced at the middle-aged man and ordered, "You should also go down and rest." Yes. Just as everyone left, an old figure emerged. This person was wearing black, was thin, and had white hair and beard. He was Qi Wu's great-grandfather, the ancestor of the state of Qi. Greetings, great-grandfather. Qi Wu bowed respectfully to the ancestor of Qi state. Wuer, who is this senior? How did our Qi state offend him? The Qi state patriarch helped Qi Wu up, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and said, "This senior is too terrifying. I was hiding in the void before, and the moment he looked at me, I felt like I was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. My scalp was numbness." Qi Wu told the ancestor of Qi state about the matter. After listening to General Qi Wu's story, the old ancestor of Qi state suddenly looked relieved. As long as it wasn't Qi state that took the initiative to cause trouble, it would be fine. Chapter 9. This time Qin Tianyang directly took Lu Suanhe through space, and when he reappeared, he was already in the capital of Wei. At this time, the city was very lively and the streets were deserted. They all rushed towards a competition venue. Hurry up! Hurry up! Today is the last day, and it will also be the most exciting one. If you go late, you won't be able to get a good seat. Who do you think will win the national talent competition? It goes without saying that it must be Jin Feng, the young master of the Jin family. His ancestral technique, Jin Yang Yao Tianju, has been practiced to the 4th level, and his cultivation has reached the 6th level of the Yuan Shen realm. I am more optimistic about the eldest son of the Rongguo family, Li Yuntian. When he was 15 years old, this eldest son once went deep into the mountains alone, chasing a group of horse bandits for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally annihilated them all. The leader of the horse bandits at that time, it was the peak of the 7th heaven of Lingtai, but Prince Li had just entered the realm of the 6th heaven of Lingtai. Huang Ling'er, the eldest daughter of the Huang family, is the only woman in this competition. She is not inferior to men. I am optimistic about Huang Ling'er. If I can marry such a woman, I will be willing to become the emperor's disciple even if I am asked to do so. Have you forgotten the third prince? When he was 12 years old, the third prince joined the Shengzia sect, which is the top power after the Holy Land. It is said that the third prince just broke through to the 7th level of the Yuan Shen not long ago. He is the person with the highest cultivation level in this competition. Qin Tianyang and Xuanyin were walking on the road, and the voices of passers-by kept coming to their ears. What? You want to participate too? Seeing Xuanyi's eager expression, Qin Tianyang said. Master, this disciple does have this idea. Anyway, as long as the master is here, the enemy cannot escape. Before, the disciples have always fought against monsters, but they were all monsters that had not yet awakened their sanity, and the actual combat effectiveness was far inferior to that of humans. Xuanyi's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he just wanted to have a good fight right away. I heard from these people that the strongest of the 4 is from the 7th level of Yuan Shen, so the other 3 should not be much different. It is just right for the disciples from the 3rd level of Yuan Shen to fight against them. After all, the disciples are in the same realm and each has a sword. Good boy, if you are ambitious, I will take you to meet these so-called 4 geniuses. The 2 came to a huge square with a huge arena in the middle. At this time, the square was overcrowded and the arena was completely surrounded. There was a group of people sitting at the VIP seats above the square. The person in the middle was none other than the Emperor of Wei, Wei Lingkong. This man looked very decent and upright, but there was a sinister look in his eyes from time to time. Wei Lingkong stood up and said, "Today's competition has officially begun. Call out! Call out!" 2 figures flew onto the ring. It was Li Yuntian and Jin Feng. Li Yuntian holds a sharp long knife and wears armor, looking very heroic. Jin Feng, on the other hand, was wearing a gorgeous robe, with a proud expression and his hands behind his back. Humph! Li Yuntian, in that duel 3 years ago, I lost a move to you due to my negligence. This time I will definitely avenge my shame. Jin Feng stared at Li Yuntian with eyes wide open and said. Haha, how could my target today be a defeated general like you? You were defeated by me 3 years ago, and today, 3 years later, you are still my defeated general. Li Yuntian raised the corners of his mouth, with a sarcastic look on his face, and said disdainfully. Arrogant! Stop talking nonsense! The momentum of the 2 exploded, and the cultivation of the 7th heaven of the soul was revealed. What? It turns out that young Master Jinfeng has reached the 7th level of the Yuan Shen. Master Jinfeng is so handsome, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Humph! You didn't see Prince Li, did you? Prince Li is also in the 7th level of the Yuan Shen, so he can still control Mr. Jinfeng. Prince Li, come on, you are the strongest. The sudden outburst of the 2 people immediately caused a commotion in the audience, as if a pot was exploding. There were even women with stars in their eyes, screaming like crazy, and even clamped their jade legs unconsciously, as if they had thought of something, and their cheeks turned red. Haha, it's so lively. Why don't you let me, a disciple, join in and compete? A voice resounded throughout the square, interrupting the 2 people who were about to take action. Everyone present looked up, and the combined figures of Qin Tianyang and Xuanyin appeared in the void. Who are you? Why did you suddenly break into my Wei State's competition? Wei Lingkong stood up and stared at Master Qin Tianyang and his disciple. He was not afraid of the 2 people who suddenly appeared. The younger one among them was only at the 3rd level of the soul realm, not even as good as the 4 geniuses of the Wei State. As for Qin Tianyang, although he couldn't see through his realm of cultivation, he didn't think it was not very high. Now the emperor is in hiding, the saints are not coming out, and even the highest level in the Holy Land is only at the Tongtian realm. Furthermore, his Wei state also has an ancestor of the ninth heaven of laws who is feared by the surrounding areas. Who dares to mess here? I am just passing by your country. I am excited to see the prey and would like to have a fight with your country's genius. Qin Tianyang glanced at the so-called 4 geniuses of the Wei state below. 4 of them were at the 7th level of the spiritual realm. If they fought alone, Lu Suanhe's strength would make it easy for them to defeat them. If the 4 of them attacked together, it should be enough and it would be worth watching. Wei Lingkong looked at Lu Suanhe behind Qin Tianyang, his eyes shining, and looked him up and down. Lu Suanhe looked calm, neither humble nor arrogant. Facing the gaze of a powerful lower realm master, his aura was steady, without the slightest fear. This young friend has a good demeanor, but his strength is a little weak. A mere 3rd level Yuan Shen wants to challenge the genius of the 7th level Yuan Shen of my Wei kingdom. Wei Lingkong retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Tianyang with a look of disdain and sarcasm. He thought that a dragon had come across the river, but he found out that Lu Suanhe was only at the 3rd level of the Yuan Shen realm, and his aura didn't seem like that of a powerful person. It seemed that these two were nothing but frogs in a well. Ha ha ha, I thought he was so strong, but it turns out he's only at the 3rd level of the Yuan Shen realm. Yes, how can the 3rd level of Yuan Shen defeat the 7th level of Yuan Shen? If he can do it, I will eat this ring on the spot. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Lu Suanhe remained calm, without the slightest fluctuation. They were just a bunch of short-sighted people. He slowly floated to the ring, glanced at the 4 people one by one, and said calmly, "Who dares to fight me?" Furious. As soon as Lu Suanhe finished speaking, a defiant voice appeared. Jin Feng raised his head slightly and said with a disdainful look, "Just let me play with you, do you really take yourself seriously?" Li Yuntian was about to speak, but since Jin Feng spoke first, he just let him have some fun, as a warm-up before the battle with him. 3 moves. 3 moves? You want me to let you 3 moves? Fine, I'm more skilled than you, so it's no problem for me to let you 30 moves. Jin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant, and did not take Lu Suanhe seriously at all. Okay. Seeing this, Lu Suanhe stopped talking, raised his hand, and then slashed out with his sword. Bang! A sword light cut through the void, and everyone on the field felt a flash before their eyes, and then found a figure flying backwards and landing on the edge of the ring. If Jin Feng had not stabilized his body in time, he would have been knocked off the ring. After Jin Feng stabilized his body, his face became extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by Lu Suanhe in 1 move. This was simply a great shame. Good boy, you have some skills. Jin Feng gritted his teeth and said, "But I was just careless just now and was not ready. I am still generous, and the remaining 2 moves still count." Humph, you despicable villain, you actually took advantage of our Master Jin's lack of preparation to launch a sneak attack. This guy must have been secretly accumulating strength, waiting for young Master Jin to let down his guard, and then suddenly attacking young Master Jin and catching him off guard. Thank goodness young Master Jin was so magnanimous that he didn't bother with him and still fulfilled his promise. Lu Suanhe ignored the people below the stage, raised his hand again and swung his sword, a beam of sword light shot out. This time he was a little more serious and used 40% of his strength. He had not thought that Jin Feng still had some strength. Oh no! There's something wrong with this person. Golden Sun Burning Sky Sword. Jin Feng shouted softly. Realizing that something was wrong, he actually broke his promise and took the initiative to attack using his family's unique skills. When the 2 sword lights collided, the arena was covered in dust and no one could see clearly what was happening. After the dust settled, the figures of the 2 gradually emerged. Lu Suan he was still standing there, his clothes clean, holding a sword in his right hand, and he looked uninjured. On the other side, Jin Feng had blood at the corner of his mouth, his chest was heaving, and there were several scars on his body. Chapter 10. How is this possible? Jin Feng looked at Lu Suan he in disbelief. He just ignored it at first, but when the sword light got closer, he found something wrong. This sword light is very powerful. You may not be able to block it with your own defense. Therefore, take the initiative to violate the agreement. But he didn't expect that even though he took the initiative, he would still be at a disadvantage. Haha, you probably have the 7th level of spiritual cultivation. But you chose to use treasures to hide your strength and deliberately let me down my guard. Jin Feng didn't believe that he couldn't even deal with a person at the 3rd level of Yuan Shen, so he thought that this person must have hidden his cultivation level, which was really abominable. Everyone off the field was filled with indignation when they heard this. Especially some female monks with magnificent chests, they all cursed angrily. You are clearly at the same level of cultivation as my Master Jin, but you actually hid your level and deceived Master Jin into letting you have 3 moves. How shameless! I think this person is nothing special. His methods are so despicable. He will only be able to reach the Yuan Shen realm in the future. Hearing the curses from the crowd below the stage, Qin Tianyang had a blank expression on his face. They were a bunch of brainless people. He was the emperor, there was no need for him to get angry. Wei Ling Kong and others in the VIP seats frowned slightly but said nothing. How much can a person who uses tricks achieve? As long as Jin Feng takes it seriously, defeating this person will be a piece of cake. Only the head of the Jin family had a gloomy expression and fierce eyes. This kid actually dared to plot against his son. It seems that his master's cultivation level is not that high. The reason why he hides his cultivation level is probably because he wants to pretend to have a high level of cultivation and deceive others. After the competition is over, he plans to personally take care of this master and disciple pair. On the ring. Golden Sun Heaven Swallowing Sword. After Jin Feng determined that Lu Suan he had hidden his cultivation level, he no longer paid attention to the agreement and took the initiative to attack. The first move he made was his strongest one. A burning feeling rose from the ring, and a golden bird appeared, mighty and powerful, rushing straight towards Lu Suan he. Jin Feng got angry and used his ultimate move. It seems that he wanted to defeat this person and regain his face. This kid is in trouble. The boredom is finally coming to an end. Below the stage, the other 3 geniuses saw Jin Feng use his killing move and knew that the competition was over. Cut. Lu Suan he remained calm, not at all panicking when facing the spiritual bird coming towards him. He still only swung out one sword, but this sword was more powerful than before, infused with more spiritual energy, and contained 70% of his strength. Boom! When their moves collided, a huge noise erupted and dust flew everywhere. In the VIP seats. What? Wei Ling Kong and the others stood up instantly as if they had been electrocuted, their eyes as big as copper bells, staring at the arena. They were so powerful that their spiritual sense could penetrate the dust. But most of the people in the audience had low cultivation levels and didn't know what was happening for a moment. When the smoke and dust cleared, a cry of surprise was heard from the crowd. On the ring, Jin Feng fell to the ground and fainted. Mr. Jin actually lost. Impossible. This is impossible. But if it's fake, how do I explain the scene before my eyes? Woo woo. In the audience, the girls' eyes were blank, their faces were filled with disbelief, and some even cried. Feng. The head of the Jin family flew to Jin Feng in an instant, supported him, and then fed a pill into his mouth. Then he picked up Jin Feng and went straight back to the Jin family. There was no need for Jin Feng to stay in this competition. The head of the Jin family had a ruthless look in his eyes. He was determined to avenge his son. He would return to the clan later, gather all his men, and ambush outside the capital. As long as Qin Tianyang and his apprentice, when someone shows up, kill him immediately, leaving no trace of his body. 3 moves means I can finish you off in 3 moves. Lu Suan, he whispered, his voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the venue. Who's next? Lu Suan, he looked at the other 3 people who were shocked. He seemed to feel that it was not good enough, so he said, how about you all come together? Arrogant. Are you insulting me? Just because you defeated Jin Feng, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Seeing Lu Suanhe's wild words, the third prince and others were furious and spoke up one after another. No, 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 I'm serious. I can swear, if I lose in a 1-on-3 battle, I will admit that I am inferior in skills and look down on others. I will not blame you for winning unfairly. How do you think? Hearing this, the third prince and others looked at each other and seemed to have reached an agreement, so they jumped onto the stage and surrounded Lu Suanhe in a triangle. Let this prince test your strength today. The third prince took the lead and stabbed out with his spear. Suddenly, countless gun shadows appeared in the void and shot towards Lu Suanhe. Lu Xian raised his hand and blocked the attack easily with his sword. The 2 of them collided in an instant, and the 2 sides fought back and forth. On the stage, the figures kept changing, making it difficult to tell who was who. For a while, it seemed that the 2 could not tell who was better, and the fight was intense, with one going back and forth. Huang Linger, the eldest daughter of the Huang family, saw this and joined the battlefield with a long red whip in hand. Let me show you my 6 unique skills of Mad Sword. Li Yuntian followed closely behind with a long sword in hand. Since Lu Suanhe has said so, he doesn't mind the 3 of them going together. Why would the 3 of them care about their dignity? It would be a disgrace if they were defeated one by one. As Huang Linger and Li Yuntian joined the battlefield, they joined forces with the third prince to besiege Lu Suanhe. Gradually, Lu Suanhe began to fall into a disadvantage, his breathing became unstable, and wounds continued to appear on his body. Wow! Lu Suanhe's clothes were torn, and a bloody wound appeared on his right arm, with blood flowing out. At this time, he had injuries on his chest, back, and legs, and seemed to be about to be defeated. Soul-devouring whip. 9-layer mountain-splitting palm. Crazy blood slash. The 3 men were overjoyed upon seeing this, and no longer concealed their strength. They all displayed their full strength, bursting with momentum, and used their special moves in an attempt to end the fight quickly. The spiritual energy on the stage suddenly became violent and the situation was turbulent. But Lu Suanhe's eyes were calm, and his expression seemed a little regretful. He said, "It seems to be just like this." So he no longer concealed his strength, and used all his strength. The cultivation of the 3rd level of the Yuan Shen realm burst out with all his strength, and his power was even more terrifying than the power of the 3 princes combined. One sword splits the mountains and seas. Lu Suanhe shouted softly. Although his voice was small, it sounded like the roar of a dragon or a tiger, resounding through the sky. The infinite spiritual power on the stage converged into the sword in his hand like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. The great power of heaven and earth was also like a tamed beast, being led by him. He slashed out with a sword, and its force was like thunder and lightning, unstoppable. Not good. The third prince and his men were horrified. Facing this sword, they seemed to see the coming of doomsday. Endless fear surged in their hearts, surging like a tide. Boom! 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 3 dull sounds were heard from the ring, like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. 3 figures flew out like kites with broken strings and landed outside the ring in a mess. The people had already fainted. "Thank you." Lu Suanhe raised the corner of his mouth slightly and spoke lightly, then returned to Qin Tianyang as if strolling in the garden. "Good boy, not bad." Qin Tianyang looked at Lu Suanhe with admiration and patted him on the shoulder. "Hee, it's all because of Master's good teaching." The crowd in the audience was dumbfounded, and after a long while, they began to discuss the matter. Who on earth is this person? He is so powerful. Is someone going to fulfill their promise and eat the ring alive? Is he at the third level of the soul realm? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He must be at the 9th level of the soul realm, or even the first level of the heart realm. At this time, Wei Ling Kong and others were horrified and came to the 3 people to treat their injuries. I was relieved to find that the injury was not serious. However, Wei Ling Kong's expression was as gloomy as water. He stared at Qin Tianyang and his apprentice fiercely and said in a stern voice, "Who are you? Why do you hide your cultivation and pretend to be in the 3rd level of the Yuanshen heaven, injuring the 4 great geniuses of the Wei Kingdom and destroying our? If you don't give an explanation for the Wei Kingdom competition, you may not be able to leave the capital of Wei Kingdom today." His aura exploded, and his terrifying cultivation level of the 3rd level of the Lore realm was revealed. There were also several cave heaven realm auras revealed beside him, belonging to Duke Rong, the head of the Li family and others. A team of guards also appeared in the void and surrounded Qin Tianyang and his disciple. All of them were at the peak of the questioning heart realm, and the one leading them was no different from Duke Rong, and had reached the cave heaven realm. For a moment, the atmosphere on the field was tense. One after another, the strong men showed their cultivation. Their momentum soared to the sky. The powerful pressure covered the whole field, all directed at Qin Tianyang and the other 2. Ha ha ha, I said this person is definitely not at the 3rd level of the Yuanshen realm. Your Majesty even said that this person has hidden his cultivation level. Why don't you leave now? Do you want to die? Everyone retreated one after another, the strong aura made them feel a little breathless. No. Who are you? Why do you look so much like Lu Yuan? Duke Rong, who was beside Wei Ling Kong, stared at Lu Xuanhe for a while and said in surprise. Lu Yuan. Wei Ling Kong turned his head suddenly, staring at Lu Xuanhe with his eyes, and there seemed to be a surging murderous intent pouring out like a tide. The murderous intent was so strong that it almost materialized, making the air around them become heavy in an instant. Chapter 11. No, Lu Yuan is not as young as you. Wei Ling Kong frowned, his face full of suspicion, and his eyes swept back and forth at Lu Xuanhe, as if trying to see through his true identity through his appearance. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, his face changed suddenly, and he exclaimed, "Could it be that, you are Lu Yuan's son, Lu Xuanhe? But you should have died that year, how did you escape?" Out. Hearing this, Lu Xuanhe's heart was shocked. He stared at Wei Ling Kong closely, and saw that the other's eyes were full of murderous intent. At this moment, he understood everything and found the real murderer who wiped out his entire family. He knew that the so-called revenge from Qi was just a lie to cover up his crime, and he could also send troops to Qi. It was this person who slaughtered his own family back then. Lu Xuanhe felt a surge of rage rushing to his head, his blood boiling, and an extremely sharp light suddenly burst out of his eyes. Wei Ling Kong. Why do you want to destroy my Lu family? My Lu family has always been law-abiding and never overstepped the boundaries. Haha, you talk too much nonsense. But since you volunteered to die, I will let you die clearly. Back then, your Lu family was a loyal supporter of my deceased brother. How could I, as the victor, tolerate the existence of you remnants? Besides, your father has always been unwilling to hand over the military power, so how can I rest easy? Therefore, I had to be cruel and kill him, and put all the blame on Qi. In this way, I have a legitimate excuse to send troops. Isn't this a strategy of killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Wei Ling Kong had a sinister look on his face and sneered repeatedly. But what I can't understand is why you didn't die and escaped. What I didn't expect was that you didn't live a good life, but came here to die today. You don't think you can get revenge by asking your heart? Even if you count your master, you are just a moth flying into a flame, destroying yourself. Take action now. Leave no one behind. Wei Ling Kong suddenly gave the order, asking the Imperial Guards to take action immediately. The 300 Imperial Guards of Wei State held weapons in their hands, formed a large formation, and worked together to launch a killing move, attacking Qin Tianyang and his disciples. Seeing that they were motionless, they seemed to be frightened. Wei Ling Kong sneered in his heart, they were just two fools who didn't know their place. However, when Qin Tianyang took action, he just waved his hand casually, and there was not even any fluctuation of spiritual energy. However, 300 Imperial Guards including the leader of the Cave Heaven realm exploded one after another, and 300 blood mists appeared in the void. Suddenly, blood rained down from the void, and it was extremely bloody. Such an exciting scene shocked everyone, and their eyeballs seemed to pop out. What? Wei Ling Kong stood there in a daze. He couldn't believe that his own Imperial Guards were gone, including the leader of the 5th level Cave Heaven Imperial Guards. The whole army was wiped out. To build such a luxurious Imperial Guard, it would cost countless costs, and the spiritual materials and spiritual stones consumed every year would cost a lot. They are countless. Wei Ling Kong was completely furious, his eyes were full of rage. The Imperial Guards that he had spent so much money to build were gone just like that. Everyone else, follow me and attack and kill this man together. Wei Ling Kong took action personally, and Duke Rong and others beside him followed closely behind and besieged Qin Tianyang. As for Lu Suan he, in his opinion, a mere state of mind would not cause any waves. The main reason was his master, who could easily wipe out his Imperial Guards. He was at least at the lower realm and was about the same strength as him. Together with the Duke Rong and others, he thought it would be no problem to capture Qin Tianyang. Qin Tianyang saw Wei Ling Kong approaching him. He was about to raise his hand to wipe it out. Lu Suan he suddenly said, "Master, please spare his life. I want to kill him myself to comfort the souls of my parents and the 50 guards and servants of the Lu family." Qin Tianyang nodded after hearing this, agreed to Lu Suan he's request, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! Except for Wei Ling Kong, everyone else exploded into a ball of blood mist and fell from the sky. As for Wei Ling Kong, he was like a moth caught in spider silk, trapped in the air. Even though Wei Ling Kong's strength in the 3rd level of the lower realm erupted like a volcano, he was unable to move at all. What? Even Duke Rong and his men were no match for us in one move. Lu Suan he is really lucky. He didn't expect to join a top-level force and have a very powerful master. But the royal family has a deep foundation, and the ancestors of the clan will definitely not stand idly by. By then, this master and disciple pair will probably be in great danger. The audience was in an uproar, with exclamations and constant discussions. Other noble families or weaker families on the field all stayed away from this place, fearing that they would be affected. "How dare you run away, you bastards, a bunch of ruthless people! If it weren't for me, would you be in the position you are today?" In the void, Wei Ling was filled with anger and despair. In the past 10 years, with his tacit approval, these people used various means to collect countless cultivation resources. If it weren't for him, how could their families have grown to this day? But now, when they realized that something was wrong, no one came to help. "Shut up! If you say another word, I'll scare you to death!" Qin Tianyang shouted, then pointed his finger. "The 3 heavens of law. 9 layers of cave heaven. 9 heavens of heaven. Ask the 9 heavens. Ask your conscience. The 9th heaven of the primordial spirit." Wei Ling Kong's momentum began to wane, and his realm dropped. Before long, he fell to the 9th level of the soul. "What did you do? Why did my realm fall to the 9th level of the soul?" Wei Ling Kong screamed in horror. Qin Tianyang ignored Wei Ling Kong and turned to Lu Suan he and said, "Suan he, considering that he is at the 3rd level of the lower realm, you can't kill him with your current strength. However, I have now reduced his realm to the 9th level of the Yuanshen heaven, which is just enough for you, not too strong, nor too weak. This will be the last training for this trip. Thank you, Master, for helping me. Lu Suanhe bowed to Qin Tianyang, then looked at Wei Lingkong and said coldly, Wei, old dog. Come forward and die. Wei Lingkong calmed down at this time, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. With such a big commotion, the ancestor in seclusion should have noticed it. As long as I can delay until the ancestor arrives, these two will surely die. Humph. Don't be too happy too soon, little BD. Die. Lu Suanhe's whole body burst into energy and the spiritual energy in his body circulated rapidly. The immortal slaying sword slashed out a sword light, shooting straight at Wei Lingkong. Nothing more. Wei Lingkong had an indifferent expression and threw a punch. A fist 100 feet in size appeared in the air and dissolved the sword light. Ha 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 ha. If this is all your strength, revenge is just wishful thinking. Wei Lingkong laughed wildly. His eyes were full of cruelty. He had already thought about how to torture this person when the ancestor appeared later. And there was his master. He actually killed many of his subordinates and made him lose face. After the ancestor appeared and captured this man, he vowed to make this man wish he were dead. Lu Suanhe's expression was calm and unmoved, but his eyes were still full of murderous intent. He kept making seals with his hands, and the immortal sword suddenly shone brightly, slashing out several sword lights in succession. At the same time, his figure flashed and headed towards Wei rushed through the air. Wei Lingkong was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that this kid had such powerful fighting ability. But after all, he was a powerful man in the third level of the law, and even the ruler of a country, mastering countless secret techniques and weapons. He just waved his hands and a black shield appeared in front of him, blocking Lu Suanhe's attack. Ha ha ha. But before he finished speaking, Lu Suanhe's attack became more and more fierce, and cracks gradually appeared on the black shield. Wei Lingkong hurriedly cast several marks on the shield. But it was still of no avail. Countless rays of light flashed in the void, and Lu Suanhe's sword lights slashed on the shield one after another, and more cracks appeared on the shield. Crack! The shield was completely shattered and scattered all over the ground. Wei Lingkong was caught off guard and flew dozens of feet away, his body in a dishevel and his hair disheveled. How is it possible? How can you have such strength? Wei Lingkong went completely crazy, his eyes were full of madness. He couldn't understand how a person who had no cultivation 10 years ago could have such strength 10 years later. He felt that he had to fight desperately, otherwise he might not survive until the ancestor arrived. 9 dragons devouring the sky. Wei Lingkong took the initiative to attack, activating a secret technique and burning his own blood. 9-headed, ferocious-looking dragons appeared, heading straight for Lu Suanhe. One sword opens mountains and seas. Lu Suanhe's momentum burst out, his hair flying without wind. It was still the same move as before. A giant sword hundreds of feet in size appeared in the void and slashed towards Wei Lingkong. Boom! At the moment of collision, the 9 dragons broke instantly, and the giant sword was unstoppable, smashing the dragon and heading straight for Wei Lingkong. The huge sword shadow carried infinite power and hit Wei Lingkong hard, knocking him away. Wei Lingkong spat out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Lu Suanhe in front of him, feeling extremely frightened. However, it was too late. Lu Suanhe walked towards Wei Lingkong step by step, raised the immortal sword and slashed towards Wei Lingkong. Seeing the long sword about to fall, Wei Lingkong's expression suddenly changed, as if he sensed something. Shouting, "Ancestor, save me!" Just as Lu Suanhe's sword was about to chop down, an old voice rang out, "Stop!" At the same time, a giant palm carrying the power of the 9th level law suddenly appeared and rushed towards Lu Suanhe. Lu Suanhe ignored the giant palm and slashed down with his sword. Bang! Wei Lingkong exploded into a ball of blood mist, which floated in the air. Vite. Congratulations to the host for helping the disciple to avenge his hatred and complete the mission. Reward host's skills, origin of Dao. Reward host's physique, origin of Tao body. Reward host's cultivation level, Emperor's early stage. Reward host puppet, a puppet from the 9th level of Tongtian realm. Does the host want to receive it immediately? A voice sounded in Qin Tianyang's mind. Qin Tianyang looked at the generous rewards on the system panel and was shocked. This reward was too generous. But now is not the time to collect the inventory. An annoying old man named Lao Deng just appeared and even wanted to kill his beloved disciple. Get rid of him first, then go back to the sect and slowly count them. Chapter 12. A figure slowly walked out of the void. The man who came had white hair and a youthful face, and looked like an immortal. Although he seemed old, he had an invisible aura of oppression. This person was none other than the ancestor of the Wei state. He frowned, with surprise flashing in his eyes. He did not expect that his move would be blocked invisibly. However, he was then furious, because his attack was blocked, which resulted in Wei Lingkong's head being chopped off. At this moment, Lu Suanhe laughed out loud towards the sky. The laughter echoed throughout the capital of Wei state, revealing endless joy and relief. Years of hatred were avenged in one day. The tragic disaster that the Wei family had inflicted on his family was still vivid in his mind, and the scene of his parents' tragic death kept flashing in his mind. Now, he killed his enemy with his own hands. Although he felt excited, he felt more calm. Suddenly, Lu Suanhe's aura suddenly increased and his realm began to rise. The pinnacle of the 4th level of the soul. The great revenge was achieved, the inner demons were removed, the swordsman became a spiritual being, and with the training from many battles, the breakthrough in realm came naturally. At this moment, without caring about the joy of his realm advancement, Lu Suanhe flashed in front of Qin Tianyang, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed 3 times. Thank you, Master, for helping me get my revenge. From now on, I will always be by your side to repay your kindness. Qin Tianyang felt relieved and deeply moved when he heard this. He values friendship and loyalty, and knows how to repay kindness. He did not accept the wrong disciple. Then he helped Lu Suanhe up with both hands and said, I have already said that I am your master, so I will not be indifferent to your affairs. But he changed the subject, looked at the Wei ancestor standing beside him, and said, we still need to deal with this person, just stand aside and watch. The old ancestor of the Wei state was furious. These two dared to ignore him. He looked at Lu Suanhe fiercely, with a ruthless look in his eyes. This person is so bold. To openly kill the Emperor of Wei in the capital of Wei was tantamount to throwing the face of the Wei royal family to the ground and stomping on it. No matter what the reason, as the ancestor of the Wei state, he must kill this man. Then he looked at Qin Tianyang and couldn't help but frown slightly. This man seemed like an ordinary person and had no aura at all. He guessed that this person must have used some treasure to hide his cultivation level. Although his previous attack was just a casual strike, it was actually resolved silently by this person. He probably used some secret method or something, so there is no need to worry. Absolute Spirit Palm. The Wei ancestor suddenly made a move, revealing his 9th level cultivation. A terrifying wave of cultivation swept out from his body, covering all directions. A giant palm that was countless times more terrifying than before appeared and moved towards Master Qin Tianyang. Just slap it away. Although he thought Qin Tianyang was not as strong as himself, he would still use all his strength to fight a rabbit. Therefore, the attack was his strongest killer move. It's the ancestor of the Wei kingdom. What a terrifying strength! I'm afraid these two are dead. Everyone present was under tremendous pressure. Their bodies were trembling, as if they were about to succumb to this palm. At this time, the third prince and his men who had fainted before had also woken up. When they found out that their family members had been killed, they were all furious. They vomited blood again and almost fainted again. But Qin Tianyang was too terrifying, and they had no way to take revenge. Fortunately, the ancestor of the Wei state appeared in time. The ancestor of the Wei state was in existence at the 9th level of the law and was only one step away from the legendary venerable. Killing Qin Tianyang and his disciples is no problem. The three men had ferocious expressions, their eyes filled with anger and viciousness. Seeing the Wei ancestor take action, he seemed to have seen the death of Qin Tianyang and his apprentice, and his heart began to get excited. But the next moment, the three of them were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Tianyang faced this devastating palm with a calm and expressionless face, and even yawned. Bang! He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. An invisible force emanated and the giant palm that came with the power of heaven and earth disappeared without a trace. What? This is impossible. Who are you? What kind of magic did you use? The Wei ancestor looked shocked and panicked. Are you at the venerable level? How can someone as young as you be at the venerable level? I see. You changed your appearance. You are so scheming. Changing your appearance to hide your abilities. What on earth do you? Bang! Before the Wei ancestor could finish his words, he turned into a blood mist, then turned into blood rain, falling from the sky. Shut up! What are you mumbling about? Qin Tianyang was too lazy to pay attention to the Wei ancestor and pointed at him in the air. The ancestor of the Wei kingdom has passed away. Warm blood rained on my face and then gradually turned cold. Everyone was stunned and speechless. This is impossible. The ancestor of the Wei kingdom was extremely powerful, how could he die inexplicably? This is a trick, right? The third prince looked at everything that was happening before his eyes. He looked like a madman, he had gone insane. Huang Linger and Li Yuntian beside him could not accept such a result, their eyes were dull, they stood there in a daze. I still have a trump card. I will summon my master to kill this man and avenge my father. The third prince suddenly thought of something and hurriedly took out a token from his space ring. This was left by his master and contained a clone of his master. His master was the second elder of the outer sect of the top-level Xuanyin sect. His strength had already reached the third level of the Venerable Realm. His clone also had the strength of the Venerable Realm, so killing Qin Tianyang was no problem at all. Without any hesitation, the third prince crushed the token. Qin Tianyang was about to take Xuanyin back to Dao Ji Sect when he suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the third prince. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and a graceful figure slowly emerged. She was dressed in a purple palace dress, looking charming and attractive, with a beauty mole under her left eye and a pair of long snow-white legs exposed in the air, making people salivate. Beauty is only one aspect of her. What is even more terrifying is her aura, which belongs to the realm of the Venerable. Her majesty is boundless and fills the world with a tremendous pressure. Everyone present lowered their heads and crawled on the ground. Who dares to hurt me? A voice resounded through the heaven and earth, carrying endless majesty, but before the words were finished, they stopped abruptly. It's really endless. Where do all these things come from? Qin Tianyang pointed his finger, and the figure that had just appeared disappeared without a trace, and the pressure between heaven and earth dissipated instantly. He then took the initiative to attack. The Emperor's divine consciousness stretched for tens of thousands of miles and located the position of the Xuanyin sect. Then he slashed left and right in the void with both hands and actually opened up a space channel. At the other end of the channel was a magnificently decorated meeting hall. A few breaths ago. Xuanyin sect. The sect's meeting hall. At this time, the leader of Xuanyin sect and more than a dozen inner and outer sect elders were holding a meeting. Puff! Suddenly, a beautiful middle-aged woman sitting below suddenly vomited blood and her breathing became unstable. The elders nearby were frightened and thought someone had broken into the Xuanyin sect. After waiting for a while, they found that it seemed that only Elder Lan was injured, which seemed to mean that there was something wrong with Elder Lan's own practice. In this world, apart from the Holy Land, who else could break into the Shengzia sect, and they didn't provoke the people from the Holy Land. Are you okay, Elder Lan? Do you want to go down and rest first? The leader of the Shengzia sect, who was sitting in the main seat, asked with concern. It's okay. I just sensed that my disciple Wei Wuxin summoned my clone. He must have encountered fatal danger, but my clone was killed. Elder Lan replied, then gnashed his teeth and said, Master, please allow me to go and rescue my disciple. She, Lan Linger, is the second elder of the outer sect of Shengzia sect and a third-level venerable. If someone dares to hurt her disciple and even destroy her clone someday, how can she not avenge this great humiliation? Go. The leader of Shengzia sect nodded in agreement. The dignity of Shengzia sect is inviolable. Based on the location of her clone, Lan Linger determined that the accident occurred within the territory of Wei State. She has reached the Venerable Realm, and as long as one's cultivation reaches the Venerable Realm, one can open up and use space channels. Therefore, when she was preparing to open a space channel to Wei State, a space door slowly opened in the meeting hall, and at the other end was Qin Tianyang in Wei State. Who are you? How dare you break into my Shengzia sect? The Shengzia sect's leader, Venerable Nine-Layered Sky, burst out with an aura as he stared at Qin Tianyang at the other end and warned him. Qin Tianyang ignored her and turned his gaze to Lan Linger, about to speak. It's you destroyed my clone, right? Lan Linger used her spiritual sense to detect the third prince, Wei Wuxin, on the other side of the space channel and found that he was seriously injured. She realized that this person was the one who hurt her disciple and destroyed her. She's a clone. How dare you? Not only did you bully my disciples and destroy my clones, but you even dared to come to my door and ignore the dignity of my Shengzia sect. Lan Linger was a skilled and courageous person. She went straight through the space channel and came in front of Qin Tianyang, looking down at him. Tell me, how do you want to die? Lan Linger crossed her arms over her chest, her broad chest rising and falling, revealing the anger of its owner. Others don't know that on the surface Wei Wuxin is just her disciple, but in fact he is also her entertainment. If she died accidentally, how would she find someone who met her requirements? That's why she was so angry. Haha. Qin Tianyang laughed out of anger. Big breasts and no brains. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Bang. Qin Tianyang said no more and pointed his finger, and Lan Linger exploded into a ball of blood mist. Then he ignored the shocked and angry people on the other side of the space. After erasing the space channel, he punched into the void. Let's go, Suan He. Qin Tianyang took Lu Suan He and disappeared on the spot, ignoring the people who had already been frightened by all this. After everyone recovered from the shock, they discovered that the third prince Wei Wuxin was already dead. Chapter 13. A place in the northeast of the eastern wilderness. Shengzia sect. At this time, everyone in the main hall of Shengzia sect was stunned. They could never have imagined that someone would be so bold as to kill their Shengzia sect elder in front of them. The most infuriating thing is that this person actually closed the space channel in the end, not giving them a chance to react. It's like two people quarreling in the secular world, one of them yells at the other and then runs away. Not giving the other person a chance to curse back can really make them angry to death. This sect leader is too arrogant and has bullied our Shengzia sect too much. We must find him and grind him to ashes. That's right, sect master. If we don't kill this man, it will be difficult to restore the reputation of our Shengzia sect. Master, I request to lead the team and personally capture this person and bring him back to our Shengzia sect. All the elders in the hall spoke up one after another, all of them were angry. This was the first time that their Shengzia sect had suffered such a great humiliation since its founding. The leader of Shengzia sect, who was sitting in the main seat, had a gloomy expression at this moment. He also knew that this person was too arrogant. But he was at the 9th level of the Venerable Realm, and even he couldn't kill Elder Lan, who was at the third level of the venerable realm, with just one finger. So how strong is this person? So he told the situation to the elders present. Everyone was speechless. They couldn't afford to offend a powerful being, so were they just going to let it go like this? Just when everyone was silent. Suddenly, the leader of Shengzia sect raised his head abruptly and looked outside the hall. His figure flashed and the other elders followed closely behind him. Everyone appeared above the hall, and they saw a scene that was rarely seen in this lifetime. A giant fist 10,000 feet in size was attacking their Shengzia sect. Swoosh! 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 One after another, old men with great momentum appeared beside them. All of them had reached the Tongtian realm. The leading old man had even reached the 7th level of the Tongtian realm. Everyone in Shengzia sect, listen up, follow me and resist. The old man in the lead was the surviving ancestor of the Shengzia sect. He had been in seclusion in a forbidden area when he suddenly felt uneasy and woke up from his seclusion. The strength of the 7th level of Tongtian realm burst out with all his strength, and then activated the Shengzia sect's protective formation, the Shengzia Aurora formation. This formation was left by the founder of the Shengzia sect, and it can withstand the full strength attacks of several 9th level Tongtian realm masters. However, even though the formation was fully deployed and everyone, led by the ancestor of the Shengzia sect, burst out with all their might, summoning one magic weapon after another and unleashing peerless killing moves. In front of this terrifying giant fist, everything was like paper. The formation only lasted for a moment before it shattered. The attacks of the crowd were like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, and had no effect on the giant fist at all. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions continued to be heard from the Shengzia sect. A moment later, the Shengzia sect was filled with smoke, the mountain gate was destroyed, countless palaces collapsed, and countless mountains collapsed. However, everyone survived, with only a few falling unconscious. The strangest thing was that none of the disciples of Shengzia sect were seriously injured, and those who were injured were almost all Shengzia's ancestors, grand ancestors, sect masters, elders, and deacons. At the same time, a voice filled with endless majesty resounded over the Shengzia sect, "This is just a warning. If anyone dares to provoke me again, the Shengzia sect will no longer exist." Who is this? Who has provoked such a terrifying person? Come out and turn yourself in. Yet, you have the guts to cause trouble, but not the guts to admit it. Wow, this is too scary. Shengzia sect is too dangerous. I want to go home. For a time, everyone in Shengzia sect was in a panic, and the disciples were discussing and communicating with each other. Above the Shengzia sect. Lin Kong. What is going on? Why did our Shengzia sect provoke such a terrifying person? This person is at least a free and easy realm saint. The ancestor of the Shengzia sect who was at the 7th level of the sky looked at the sect master of the Shengzia sect and said sternly. Lin Kong had no choice but to tell the whole story again. Hearing this, the ancestor of the Shengzia sect breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the person who caused the trouble was dead, and that senior should not bear a grudge against the Shengzia sect. After respectfully seeing off the ancestor and the supreme elder, a fierce look flashed in Lin Kong's eyes. He remembered that it was Lan Linger's disciple who provoked him in the beginning, and the matter could not be let go like this. Therefore, Lin Kong ordered to go to Wei State and uproot the Wei family and exterminate them. Dao Ji Sect. Dayang Peak. I'm finally back. The concentration of spiritual energy in the sect is still high. Master Qin Tianyang and his disciple walked into the main hall of Dayang Peak. Feeling the concentration of spiritual energy which was several times higher than that in the outside world, he couldn't help but cheer. During this period, you first went through 7 days of wilderness training, and then fought against the 4 great geniuses of Wei State and Wei Ling Kong. It's not a good idea to practice intensely all the time. After you return to the sect, you should spend a few days in seclusion to digest the gains you have made and consolidate your realm. Remember, the foundation is the most important. You must lay a solid foundation for each realm. Only in this way can you build a towering building. Yes, Master. I will take my leave now. He bowed respectfully, then left and returned to his cave to begin his retreat. System Open Panel. OK, Host. Name, Qin Tianyang. Realm, Late Great Emperor. Detected that the reward has not been claimed. May I ask if the host will receive it? Get your cultivation first. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianyang formed seals with his hands and performed a hand seal. The Dayang Hall was shrouded in a formation called the Heaven Covering Formation. As the name suggests, this formation can conceal the secrets of heaven and can also conceal any movement. Afterwards, Qin Tianyang's momentum suddenly changed, and his cultivation increased rapidly. After a while, the hall calmed down. Emperor's early stage. He had black hair draped over his shoulders, and in his eyes there seemed to be reincarnation and evolution, the birth and death of all worlds. Like an emperor descending upon the earth. Is this the emperor realm? Qin Tianyang murmured to himself. He felt many times stronger than he was just a moment ago. Not only his strength, his understanding of the Dao has also reached a higher level. He has already embarked on the path of integrating the Dao and is moving towards the realm of mastering the Dao. Next, the origin Tao body will be distributed to the host. Please be prepared. A mysterious aura emanated from his body, and he seemed to have become a piece of chaos, becoming the very beginning, and then all the ways evolved in his body. At this moment, Qin Tianyang seemed to have become a melting pot of 10,000 paths. 10,000 paths kept evolving and merging, and finally became one. Origin Road. This Tao is the origin of all Taos, and all great Taos come from here. Practicing the Dao of origin is equivalent to practicing all Daos, which means that the Dao of origin can evolve into any Dao in the world. Inside the temple, the vision gradually disappeared. Call. Qin Tianyang opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His eyes pierced through the void. He saw thousands of paths flowing in his eyes, and the origin of the heavens and the extinction of all the heavens were evolving in them. The origin of the Tao body, one Tao becomes 10,000 Taos, and then all Taos return to one. Qin Tianyang then took out a scroll of cultivation techniques from the system space. The scroll was surrounded by thousands of auras, and the rime of Tao flowed on it. Suddenly, strange phenomena appeared in the hall. Origin Solution. This technique is a companion technique of the origin Tao body, created specifically for the origin Tao body. Only those who possess the origin Tao body can practice the origin Tao solution. Without any hesitation, Qin Tianyang's mind entered the scroll, carefully comprehending the technique and understanding its mysteries. Chapter 14. A quarter of an hour later, he opened his eyes and a strange color flashed across them. What a powerful technique! What a strong physique! He only practiced for an hour for the first time, but he felt that his cultivation had improved a lot and his understanding of the great Dao had reached a higher level. Worthy of the word origin. Wow! With a flash of light, a figure as big as an iron tower appeared in the Dayang Hall. Meet the master. The figure suddenly knelt on one knee towards Qin Tianyang and saluted respectfully. This man was tall and burly, with cold eyes and an indifferent expression. The pressure of the 9th level of the Tongtian realm emanated from his body. When he saw Qin Tianyang, his eyes changed from cold to warm, fanatical, and awed. Is this the puppet the system gave me as a reward? It looks pretty good. Qin Tianyang looked at the puppet in front of him curiously. He did not feel the pressure of the 9th level of Tongtian realm at all. After all, he was at the early stage of Emperor Venerable Realm. That's right, this person is a puppet, not a living human being. According to the information provided by the system, Qin Tianyang learned that this puppet was created using the extremely mysterious Tiangi mechanical manufacturing technique. From a physical appearance point of view, there is no difference from ordinary humans. but the inside is made of a living metal that is extremely similar to flesh and blood. Moreover, this puppet possesses the same intelligence as intelligent creatures and can think for itself. However, he is absolutely loyal to his master. Qin Tianyang didn't worry at all that he would betray. After all, system products must be top-notch. Please stand up first. I need to think of a name for you. Got it. I'll call you Haida from now on. Qin Tianyang looked at Haida's inky appearance and an idea suddenly came to his mind, and he named him Haida. Thank you for the name, Master. You go down first. Yes. Master. Haida stepped back. Not long after, as if unable to bear the quietness of the hall, Qin Tianyang left Dayang Hall and came to the back mountain of his favorite Dayang Peak. A flash of light passed by, and the person was already lying on the bamboo lounge chair. He took out a quilt made of Tianshan snow spirit silk, covered himself with it, closed his eyes, and seemed to fall asleep. However, the origin Dao Ji was running automatically, and Qin Tianyang was filled with Dao rhyme, blending with his body all the time, as if he was integrated into the Dao. If a free and easy realm saint or a Dao realm saint of the same level saw this, he would be dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that there was someone so abnormal. He could enter the state of enlightenment at will. Unprecedented. Rarely seen in the history of time. Bite. A purple qualified genius has appeared. Host, please go to Tianfeng City in the eastern region to recruit disciples. Tip, if you fail to arrive in time, your future disciple may be in danger of his life. Does the host accept the mission? Bang! Qin Tianyang, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Two rays of light shot out from his eyes like sharp swords, piercing through the void and causing a space fluctuation. What a courage! How dare someone chase and kill my disciple? Although Qin Tianyang has not yet accepted this future disciple, he already considers this person as his own disciple in his heart. System, accept the task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the mission. Haida! Streams of light streaked across the sky. Hai Tai heard Qin Tianyang's call to his soul and rushed to his side in an instant. What do you want, Master? I have a mission for you. Bring my second disciple back unharmed. Remember, anyone who dares to harm his life will be killed, not a single one will be spared. I have conveyed his portrait and information to your mind. Haida promises to bring Mr. Zhao back. Haida turned into a black stream of light and left. Looking at the direction where Haida left, Qin Tianyang seemed to be thinking about something, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. With the strength of the 9th level of the Black Great Heaven Realm and a body as strong as that of a demon beast, in the current situation where the Great Emperor does not come out and the saint is in hiding, he should be able to kill gods and Buddhas. Moreover, he also attached a divine thought to Haida's body. If Haida was defeated, he could instantly take over Haida's body and repel the enemy. Eastern Region. Tianfeng City, Zhao family residence. In an antique room, many extraordinary figures gathered in front of a bed. There was a young boy on the bed, about 15 years old. The young man's face was pale and he seemed to be unconscious, with a look of pain flashing across his face from time to time. His hands and feet were locked with chains made of black iron, and he was tied to the bed, unable to move. Uncle San, how long will it take before we start? I can already see how Konger will shine in the future. Not far from the bed, a middle-aged woman in palace dress spoke. This person is somewhat good-looking, but looks mean and sharp, with eyes full of cruelty and selfishness. Ridiculous. We must be careful and cautious in such important matters. How can we be so anxious? If I am not careful and the divine pupil is destroyed, it will be more trouble than gain. In front of the bed, an old man glanced at the woman. Then, he formed seals with his hands and cast a spell on the young man on the bed. Humph! What a short-sighted woman! The middle-aged man next to the woman was the current head of the Zhao family in Tianfeng City. Seeing this, he also said, "Madam, don't bother third uncle. This kid can't get away. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. My uncle and my husband taught me that it was my fault for being too impatient." The woman smiled, but there was a flash of resentment in her eyes. "When my son becomes a supreme genius, I'll see if you still dare to treat me like this." Ah! The boy suddenly woke up from the pain, opened his eyes, and wanted to get up, but found himself chained. Looking around, he found that the third elder of the family was casting spells and making seals, leaving marks on his body one by one. It was these marks that were impressed into his body that caused him constant pain. "I have brought countless benefits to the Zhao family, but in the end you treat me like this. I swear I will not let you go even if I become a ghost." He raised his head and looked at the woman not far from the bed, his expression ferocious, and he spoke viciously. "Oh! Do you really think of yourself as a human being? You are nothing but a piece of trash from a side branch." The Zhao family's patriarch and his wife did not speak. Instead, a young man in fancy clothes beside them spoke. "Humph, if it wasn't for someone accidentally discovering that you, Zhao Fan, actually possessed the legendary divine pupils, who would bother with you, a poor creature who lost both your parents at a young age and was born into a foreign family." Zhao Kong glanced at Zhao Fan with disdain, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a contemptuous smile. He paused and continued. "Let me tell you the truth. The reason why our Zhao family has spared no effort to cultivate you is simply because we are waiting for your divine pupil to fully mature. Only in this way, after transplanting it into my body, only then can you obtain a flawless and perfect divine pupil." At this point, Zhao Kong's eyes turned sinister, and he said angrily, "Over the years, you have always been in the limelight, and are praised as the #1 talent in the family. Who in the whole Tianfeng city doesn't know your name? But do you know? All this glory and honor should have belonged to me. If it weren't for your damn divine pupil, how could you have achieved what you have today? And now, finally, the time has come for your divine pupil to be successfully formed. After today, I, Zhao Kong, will definitely replace you and become the unrivaled and peerless genius in the world. From now on, I will advance triumphantly and soar to the sky, and no force can stop me. My pace." Accompanied by a burst of wild laughter, Zhao Kong's eyes flashed with endless greed and desire. Zhao Fan didn't say anything, but just stared at Zhao Kong with his eyes fixed, feeling sad inside. "I didn't expect all this was fake. He lost both his parents when he was young, had no one to rely on, and was an insignificant member of the collateral clan. There was no way out for such a person. However, when he was 10 years old, the head of the family suddenly found him and said that he was a cultivation genius and the family wanted to train him vigorously. From then on, countless resources in the family were tilted towards him, and he lived up to everyone's expectations and grew rapidly. Now, in the end, everything is fake, everything is for his physique. All right. Konger, lie down on the bed quickly. Third grandpa is going to transplant this peerless divine eye into you. The old man is the third elder of the Zhao family, the third uncle of the current head of the family, and the third grandfather of Zhao Kong." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kong quickly stepped forward and lay on the bed. Just look at the third elder of the Zhao family, who was practicing a strange technique like a ghost. Strange rays of light like a poisonous snake shot out from his fingertips, like an airtight net towards Zhao Fan's eyes. Enveloped and gone. Ah, When the strange light covered his eyes, Zhao Fan felt sharp pain in his eyes, as if he was being bitten by ants. He clenched his teeth to prevent himself from shouting, and stared at everyone with his eyes like a poisonous wolf. As time went by, the strange light became more sinister, and a strong wind blew in the house. Everyone felt extremely weird, as if they had arrived at hell. Boom! The 9 Sun Divine Eyes were activated, and a burst of blazing flames swept out from Zhao Fan's body. There seemed to be two huge suns in Zhao Fan's eyes, with infinite light and scorching gaze, piercing through the void. Help me quickly! This little beast's divine eyes have activated on their own and are resisting fiercely. The third elder of the Zhao family was shocked by the gaze and was affected. He hurriedly summoned everyone to help suppress the divine eyes. As everyone took action, the 9 sons' divine eyes were gradually suppressed and stopped struggling. Zhao Fan was also helpless. After all, he had never really used the 9 sun divine eyes before, nor had he ever practiced the related skills. How dare you hurt my master's disciple? Just as the 9 sun divine eyes were about to be taken out, a terrifying voice resounded throughout the Zhao family, and even the entire Tianfeng city could hear it. The heads of several other major families in Tianfeng city looked up in the direction of the Zhao family with puzzled expressions, not knowing what was going on. Chapter 15. A black devil-like iron tower figure descended into the room. The visitor was none other than Heide, who had come to find a disciple for Qin Tianyang. When he rushed to Tianfeng city according to the information given by Qin Tianyang and saw this scene with his vast spiritual sense that could reach the 9th level of the sky, he was almost frightened. If the master knew that his disciple had done something wrong, he would probably dismantle him and send him back to the furnace for a new training. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Haida came to the bed and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand. Thanks to Haida's timely action, the evil power of the third elder of the Zhao family was interrupted, and the 9 yang divine eye that was almost pulled out returned to Zhao Fan's body. At this time, Zhao Fan just fainted due to weakness. Haida snapped his fingers, and a breath full of vitality was injected into Zhao Fan's body. Not long after, Zhao Fan woke up slowly, but his face was still a little pale. He only remembered that he seemed to be dying, and then he heard a roar. When he woke up again, he found a burly man standing next to him. He looked ferocious, but gave him a strong sense of security. At this moment, none of the Zhao family members who wanted to harm him were seen. It should be the senior who saved him and was about to speak. Who are you? How dare you break into my Zhao family's mansion? Don't you know that my Zhao family is the #1 family in Tianfeng city? An exasperated voice sounded, and Zhao Kong, who had just been frightened by this scene, began to speak. His eyes were about to spit fire with anger. He was just one step away from possessing these peerless divine eyes. But I didn't expect that this person's surprise attack at the critical moment would ruin the plan. I advise you to surrender now, or I will kill you. Bang! Before Zhao Kong could finish his words, he turned into a cloud of blood mist. Haida retracted his hand, looked at Zhao Fan and asked, "Has this man always been so brave?" Zhao Fan stood up and saluted Haida. "Thank you for saving my life, senior. This man is just a villain controlled by desire. Do you know why I came to save you?" "I don't know. But since you saved me, my life belongs to you. But if you want me to do something evil, I'm sorry." Zhao Fan had never met this person before. Since this person was willing to save him, there must be a reason. Haida heard this, his eyes were full of admiration. Good. He is grateful, principled, and extremely talented. Only my master is suitable to teach this person. When Haida was about to open his mouth to explain the reason, the people from the Zhao family who had just been swept away by Haida's momentum rushed in again. At this time, Zhao Kong's mother rushed in, glanced around the room, and found that there were only 2 people, one was Zhao Fan, and the other should be the person who had just attacked. She did not notice her talented son, and then looked at the blood mist that was scattered on the ground beside her, as if she understood something. Konger! Suddenly, an extremely miserable scream resounded over the Zhao family mansion. Zhao Kong's mother's eyes were red, revealing her 5th-level spiritual realm cultivation, and she rushed towards Zhao Fan with gusts of wind. Zhao Kong's father followed closely behind. "I want you dead." Her son died. The son who in her imagination would be famous in the future turned into a ball of blood mist. If it weren't for this little beast, how could her son have died tragically? It must be this little beast who invited this person. Kill Zhao Fan first. Then kill the big man in black. Seeing that Zhao Kong's mother was about to kill him, Haida punched out. Bang! Zhao Kong's father and mother exploded into a ball of blood mist and fell to the ground. You dare to kill the young master of the Zhao family and the Zhao family's head and his wife. You will die today. The third elder of the Zhao family said sternly with a gloomy face. Everyone of the Zhao family, listen up. Go ahead. Without waiting for Haida to speak, the third elder of the Zhao family took the lead in giving orders and led everyone in the Zhao family to attack Haida. Senior, be careful. The third elder of the Zhao family is at the 9th level of the realm of the heart, and his strength is incomparably powerful. If you are defeated, please leave and don't lose your life because of me. Facing the third elder of the Zhao family who was leading the crowd to kill, Zhao Fan quickly spoke, worried about Haida's life being in danger. Don't worry, they are just a bunch of ants. Haida turned around and looked at Zhao Fan with a smile on his face. He just raised his hand and waved it, and an invisible force emanated out. Bang! 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 When exposed to this invisible force, the 3 elders of the Zhao family died one after another. Seeing this, Zhao Fan opened his mouth wide, as if he could swallow an egg. I didn't expect this senior to be so powerful. Senior, may I ask what your strength is? Zhao Fan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. As long as I want, raising the entire Tianfeng city to the ground is not a problem. What a big tone! You raised the entire Tianfeng city to the ground. Do you think you are a cave heaven strongman? Before Haida finished speaking, an unfriendly voice sounded. An old man in a black robe and with gloomy eyes suddenly appeared. At the same time, many well-trained Zhao family guards surrounded Haida and the other man. You are so brave. You broke into my Zhao family, killed my Zhao family's head and his wife, and the third elder of my Zhao family, and even killed my Zhao family's future prodigy. You really don't take my Tianfeng Zhao family seriously. Haida heard this with an indifferent expression, and said calmly, who do you think your Tianfeng city Zhao family is? Such a big family actually treats a member of a side clan who has made great contributions like this. Humph! My Zhao family has raised Zhao Fan for more than 10 years, and even spent countless resources on him. It is his honor to be the bride of my grandson. It's just to take his divine eye. It's not like that. Besides, with the strength of my Zhao family, it's more than enough to take care of a useless person. Now that my grandson is dead, you must pay for his life. The gloomy old man's aura exploded, and the realm of the 6th level of heaven and man was fully revealed, pressing the space to break into pieces. He held a long sword in his hand and slashed out several sword chi with great momentum. Seeing this, Haida showed disdain on his face and wiped the sword energy with his hand, and it disappeared. What? When the gloomy old man saw this, his expression kept changing. This man was indeed powerful, but his Zhao family was not a pushover either. Everyone of the Zhao family, listen up. Form a formation. The guards moved in unison, forming seals with their hands. Spiritual energy in the void continued to fluctuate, and a mysterious formation emerged. Boom! As everyone lent their strength to the gloomy old man through the formation, his momentum increased greatly, and his realm actually climbed, all the way to the 9th level of heaven. Ha ha ha! Unless you are a master in the cave heaven realm, you will definitely die today. Prepare to die. Wild wind shattering earth. The gloomy old man laughed wildly, and then used the most powerful move of his life. Relying on this move, he once killed 3 powerful men of the same level with one sword. Now, with the blessing of the formation, his realm has risen to the 9th level of the heavenly realm. He is strong enough to challenge even the strong men in the 1st level of the cave heaven. Die! The huge blade light cut through the sky like lightning, and slashed towards Haida with endless power. At this moment, the sky and the earth seemed to change color. Zhao Fan, who was standing aside, was watching the scene with a worried look on his face. Even though this senior once vowed that he could easily destroy the entire Tianfeng city with a single strike. But at this moment, facing the powerful strength displayed by the gloomy old man, Zhao Fan couldn't help but feel a little doubtful and uneasy. After all, the aura emanating from the gloomy old man was too terrifying and made people shudder. Still as weak as an ant. Boom! Haida threw a punch, and wherever the fist shadow passed, blood mist exploded. Not only that, the entire Zhao family was razed to the ground, and no one survived. Let's go! Haida took the dazed Zhao Fan away from the Zhao family and rushed back to Dao Ji Sect. A quarter of an hour later, seeing that there was no movement from the Zhao family, other people in Tianfeng city bravely came to investigate. But they discovered a scene that they would never forget: the Zhao family was razed to the ground, and the entire family was killed. The Zhao family must have provoked a powerful person they shouldn't have provoked. Quick, pass down the order: the younger generation of the Ling clan should behave themselves and not cause trouble. Otherwise, the head of the family will personally expel him from the family. The heads of other families in Tianfeng city were horrified when they saw this scene, fearing that they would be the next one. They issued orders one after another to restrain their younger generations, especially those who were arrogant and domineering on a daily basis. Chapter 16. Senior, who are you? Where are you taking me? Above the void, Zhao Fan, who had recovered from his shock, found that Haida was leading him forward. My master knows the secrets of heaven and knows that you are a peerless genius, so he sent me to take you back to Dao Ji Sect and accept you as his disciple. Dao Ji Sect? Is it Dao Ji Sect, which is known as one of the three great holy places in the eastern wilderness? Zhao Fan opened his eyes wide, unable to believe it. That's right. The back mountain of Dao Ji Sect. Qin Tianyang was still the same as before, sleeping on the bamboo lounge chair. Wow! Two streams of light streaked across the sky and landed beside Qin Tianyang. Master, young Master Zhao has been brought here. You go down first. After bowing respectfully, Haida turned and left, once again transforming into a stream of light and disappearing into the horizon. System, open the information panel. Byte. The panel has been opened for the host. Name, Zhao Fan. Realm, the 7th level of spiritual realm. Constitution, 9 Suns Divine Eyes. Background, the Zhao family of Tianfeng city in the eastern wasteland was previously persecuted by the Zhao family. Haida has wiped out the Zhao family. 9 Sun Divine Eyes. Qin Tianyang sat up and looked at Zhao Fan, who was looking at him. No wonder Zhao Fan was listed as having purple qualifications by the system, he actually had the 9 Suns Divine Pupil. It is said that those who possess this divine eye are not afraid of any cold and gloomy things, and are the nemesis of all evil spirits in the world. Wherever their eyes pass, everything will be burned, illuminating the universe. Would you like to be my disciple? You still don't know who I am, right? I am the leader of the Dayang vein, one of the 6 veins of the Dao Ji Sect of the Eastern Wasteland Holy Land. Disciple greets Master. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan knelt down and kowtowed 3 times without hesitation. One can enter the Holy Land to practice, and can also worship the Master of one of the 6 meridians as a teacher. Only a fool would turn down such an opportunity. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded skill, 9 Yang Burning Heaven skill. Reward Great Emperor's Taoist Soldier, 9 Light Divine Mirror. Reward Host's Cultivation Level, Emperor's Midstage Cultivation Level. Qin Tianyang has become accustomed to these still extremely generous rewards and is not too surprised. Okay. Stand up. You will be my second disciple from now on. Before you, you had a senior brother named Eldest and he. Qin Tianyang helped Zhao Fan up and looked at him kindly. Then he said, Do you know that I want to take you as my disciple? I don't know. Zhao Fan shook his head. Everything that happened today was too magical for him. First, his clan members wanted to dig out his eyes and transplant them to that useless Zhao Kong. Fortunately, the big man in black rescued him in time and easily destroyed the Zhao family. Then he was brought back to Dao Ji Sect, and he became the master's disciple. I already know about your past. The Zhao family is full of ignorant fools. They only know that you have divine eyes, and they want to take your divine eyes and transplant them to others. But I don't know that your eyes are the legendary 9 Suns Divine Eyes. Only you can bear the extremely strong and yang characteristics of the 9 Suns Divine Eyes. If others get your eyes, they will definitely be the sun's flame was reduced to ashes. My divine eyes are the 9 Sun Divine Eyes. Zhao Fan raised his head and looked at Qin Tianyang in confusion, his eyes full of puzzlement. This was not his fault. In today's world, apart from some old antiques in the major holy places or people with extremely great experience, few people knew about the legendary 9 Sun Divine Eyes. 9 Sun Divine Eyes is a special physique that is extremely rare in the universe. The Zhao family just regarded your 9 Sun Divine Eyes as a stronger physique. It is said that those who possess the 9 Suns Divine Eyes can burn the 9 heavens with their gaze. They are not afraid of dark evil things and are natural evil nemesis. Qin Tianyang took out the 9 Yang burning heaven technique, the martial arts reward he had just received, and handed it to Zhao Fan. 9 Suns burning heaven art. Zhao Fan widened his eyes, staring at the scroll of martial arts in his hand that was emitting a burning aura. The 5 characters 9 Yang Brahma's secret were engraved on the cover in a flamboyant style. As Zhao Fan stared at them, the 5 characters began to glow with dazzling golden light, and the surrounding void seemed to be ignited. Usually, ripples appeared and the whole space became hot. The strongest and the most yang. This was the first feeling that this technique brought to Zhao Fan. This powerful and pure yang energy made his body tremble slightly involuntarily, but it was not because of fear or terror, but an indescribable excitement and excitement. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Fan felt a burning sensation in the palm of his hand. This heat flow quickly spread throughout the body, and wherever it passed, the internal force in the meridians surged like boiling water. Especially in his eyes, he felt a ball of fire burning, and his 9 Yang divine eyes seemed to sense the 9 Yang Brahma art and activated themselves unconsciously. At this moment, Zhao Fan suddenly had a wonderful idea. Perhaps, he was born to be accompanied by the power of Yang. This is the 9-star divine mirror. Qin Tianyang took out an ancient mirror. The frame of the mirror is decorated with complex flame patterns, exuding a faint sense of heat. And the mirror surface is actually made of a whole piece of red sun black gold. If someone knew that this mirror was forged from a whole piece of red sun black gold, they would definitely be amazed, because red sun black gold is the material for refining the great emperor's Dao soldiers, and only the great emperor can use Dao Yun to refine it. Thoroughly refine it to create weapons. Zhao Fan took the mirror handed to him by Qin Tianyang, and felt a powerful force flowing through his arm into his body, echoing the 9 Yang burning heaven art and the 9 Yang divine eyes. This mirror will be of great benefit to your practice of the 9 Yang burning heaven art. It can gather the pure Yang energy between heaven and earth for you to absorb. Your practice will be twice as effective with half the effort. Qin Tianyang explained. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me the techniques and treasures. Zhao Fan put away the 2 items, knelt down solemnly, and kowtowed to Qin Tianyang. Oh, right, this mirror is a great emperor's weapon. The great emperor's Dao army. Zhao Fan looked up in surprise, as if he was surprised, but he believed that his master would not lie to him. Even if the master said he was a great emperor, he would believe it. But I have sealed it so that others cannot see it, and you cannot bring out its full power. Its power will be gradually unlocked as your strength improves. Qin Tianyang lay back on the bamboo recliner and continued, this is your disciple token. The Dayang Peak Disciples Caves are on the left side of the back mountain. You can choose one to stay in. Currently, the only disciples on the entire Dayang Peak are you and your senior brother, whom I mentioned before. Disciple, I'm leaving. Zhao Fan took the token, bowed respectfully, and turned to the disciple cave area. System. After sensing Zhao Fan's departure, Qin Tianyang set up a sky-covering formation, and then called out the system in his mind. Bite. Answer host, I'm here. Receive cultivation rewards. Boom. The middle stage of Emperor Zun. Qin Tianyang's momentum suddenly exploded, revealing his mid-stage Emperor's cultivation. Rules and avenues appeared from the void and intertwined together to form a mysterious and unfathomable pattern. Call. Qin Tianyang exhaled a breath, feeling the surging power in his body, but his heart was calm. It's nothing, I'm used to it. Qin Tianyang looked up at the horizon and saw a figure falling from the sky. It was the leader of Dao Ji Sect. Chapter 17. Greetings, Junior Master. Dao Ji Sect Master bowed first, then said, in half a month or so, the Yuan Beast Secret Realm trial will begin. I wonder if Junior Master Uncle is interested in letting Junior Brother Lu participate. Primordial Beast Secret Realm Trial. Bite. Release the task. Please send disciples to the Yuan Beast Secret Realm for trial and help the sect win first place. Does the host accept the call? The voice of the system sounded in Qin Tianyang's mind. He didn't expect that this could also trigger a task. System, accept the task. Qin Tianyang answered in his mind. Little Master. When Dao Ji Sect Master saw that Qin Tianyang was a little dazed, he shouted in confusion. Long-term seclusion is not feasible. You need practical training. Then join us. And there is more than one disciple. I accepted another disciple today, and he has quite good talent. Really? That's great. Congratulations to Junior Master for accepting another disciple. Sect Master Dao Ji congratulated sincerely. As long as Junior Uncle is willing to accept a disciple, everything is fine, but we can't let the Dayang lineage fall into desolation. My nephew will take his leave first. The Dao Ji Sect Master turned around and left, disappearing into the horizon. I almost forgot one more thing. If you go out recently, please be careful. Not long after he left, Dao Ji Sect Master returned and reminded Qin Tianyang, I heard that a few days ago, Shengzia Sect, a top force in the East Wasteland, was attacked. And I heard that the attacker was extremely powerful. He destroyed the Shengzia Sect's protective formation with one punch and injured many important elders. After saying this, Sect Master Dao Ji left. Shengzia Sect. Qin Tianyang's expression changed. He remembered that the sect that had provoked him before was called the Shengzia Sect. Could it be that the master's nephew is talking about him? On the other side, Zhao Fan just came to the disciples' cave area and randomly chose a cave to live in. The disciples' caves are not much different, unless they are simply decorated by themselves. However, most people are committed to pursuing strength, as long as it can provide a place for people to live. The cave that Zhao Fan chose was the same as the one that Lu Suanhe had. The interior decoration was simple, with luminous pearls hanging on the surrounding walls. There was a wooden bed and a wooden table inside, and a book of Dao Ji Sect's rules for disciples on the table. Zhao Fan opened the sect rules, flipped through them, and found the part about the cave formation. After a moment, he formed a seal with his hands and activated the formation. Silently, the concentration of spiritual energy in the cave gradually increased. As expected of one of the three great holy places in the eastern wilderness, the concentration of spiritual energy in this disciple's cave is more than 10 times higher than that in the outside world. Zhao Fan took out the 9 Yang Burning Heaven art, emptied his mind, and gradually entered a state of cultivation. Afterwards, he separated a part of his mind, entered the scroll of martial arts, and began to practice. As Zhao Fan began to practice his skills, a bottomless vortex seemed to form in his body. This vortex was spinning at an astonishing speed, generating an incomparable suction force. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be summoned and rushed towards him. Zhao Fan rushed away. They were continuously sucked into the bottomless vortex, and then merged into Zhao Fan's meridians and acupoints. At the same time, countless fire elements gathered in the cave. The temperature rose rapidly, and the air was filled with a scorching heat. In the blink of an eye, the entire cave turned into an enormous furnace. The rocks on the cave walls began to turn red and hot, and the dust on the ground was blown into the air by the high temperature. However, Zhao Fan, who was in the midst of the raging flames, remained as steady as a rock and did not move at all. The tremendous burning sensation that was enough to make an ordinary person faint or even die was like returning to the warm embrace of his mother for Zhao Fan. With his eyes closed, his face calm as water, he immersed himself completely in the wonderful state of cultivation, greedily absorbing every bit of spiritual energy and constantly increasing his strength. 10 days passed. When the peerless physique 9 Yang divine eyes met the peerless martial arts 9 Yang burning heaven art, Zhao Fan's cultivation speed was completely different from before. The majestic spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed by the spirit gathering formation in the cave, coupled with the 9 Yang divine eyes and the 9 Yang burning heaven art. Zhao Fan's realm has climbed to the peak of the 9th level of Lingtai realm and is only one step away from Yuanshen realm. At this moment, he was planning to make a final push and enter the realm of Yuanshen directly. Zhao Fan guided the spiritual energy in his body's meridians to madly impact the realm barrier. His whole body was emitting scorching flames, exuding an extremely strong and masculine aura. Bang! 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 He is still trying to reach the soul realm. Break it for me! Zhao Fan shouted loudly. Boom! The realm of the spirit. A powerful pressure belonging to the Yuanshen realm filled the entire cave. Zhao Fan suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the 9 Yang divine eyes were like a lit torch, with flames burning in his eyes. He stood up, feeling the surging power in his body, and felt a surge of joy in his heart. In just 10 days, he leapt from the 7th level of Lingtai realm to Yuanshen realm, all thanks to the skills bestowed by his master. That technique was in perfect harmony with his 9 Sun divine eyes, and could bring out the power of the divine eyes to the maximum extent. And when the two are combined, the efficiency of its own transformation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is also incredibly fast, countless times faster than before. Zhao Fan's mind moved, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, as hot as fire dragons. Wherever the light passed, the hard cave wall seemed to be penetrated by red-hot molten iron, and instantly melted through 2 bottomless holes. Holes! There was a faint flame surrounding his eyes, and the flame was like a lively elf, jumping and dancing, and his pupils were like 2 blazing suns, emitting a heart-pounding light. The strongest and the most yang. Wherever the eyes go, all obscene and evil things will be melted. Is this my 9 Sun divine eyes? Zhao Fan muttered to himself. He only knew that his eyes seemed different from those of others. Whenever he was in a life or death crisis, a warm current would flow from his eyes and flow through his body along the meridians. Give him a chance to turn the tables. Now that he had completely mastered the 9 Sun divine eyes, he realized that he had really wasted his divine eyes in the past. In the past, the 9 Suns divine eyes would only be passively activated when it sensed that it was facing a life or death crisis, and the development of the 9 Suns divine eyes was less than 1% of what it is now. Now, after practicing the peerless martial art 9 Yang burning heaven art bestowed by his master, he has completely mastered the 9 Yang divine eyes. He stretched himself and realized that he had been in seclusion for 10 days, so he decided to go out for a walk and get familiar with some things in Dayang Peak. Zhao Fan packed up simply, closed the formation, and walked out of the cave. As soon as I went out, I found that the door of the cave next to me had also opened, and a young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes walked out. Sword. An indestructible sword. This was the first impression this person gave him, especially his gaze, which was as sharp as a sword, and ordinary people didn't dare to look him in the eye. He felt that this person was very strong, and if he were to fight him, the outcome would probably be clear. Then Zhao Fan remembered that his master had mentioned before that he had a senior brother, and this person also walked out of the cave of Dayang Peak disciples, so he walked forward and greeted him. "Hello, senior brother." Zhao Fan clasped his hands together and bowed. Lu Xuanyi spotted Zhao Fan the moment he walked out of the door. He was also looking at Zhao Fan and found that although Zhao Fan was only at the first level of the soul realm, his strength should not be underestimated. Especially his eyes. Although they looked no different from those of ordinary people, if one looked closely, one would find that there seemed to be flames burning in them, and his gaze carried a scorching aura that seemed to be able to burn the void. At this moment, Zhao Fan came out from the disciple cave, clasped his fists and saluted, calling him elder brother. Lu Xuanyi also understood everything and returned the greeting, saying, "Junior brother, no need to be so polite." The two of them were very happy to meet each other and were about to have a good chat. Suddenly a gentle voice sounded in each of their minds. "Since both of you have come out of seclusion, let's go to the back mountain." The two looked at each other at the same time and saw each other's expressions. Knowing that Master was calling them, they moved forward together. Chapter 18. The Back Mountain of Dayang Peak. It was quiet and peaceful at this time. The sunlight cast mottled shadows through the dense leaves, and the breeze gently blew on the grass and branches, making a rustling sound. In this quiet and peaceful scene, Qin Tianyang still maintained his familiar posture, lying leisurely on an old recliner, covered with a Tianshan snow silkworm quilt. He squinted his eyes slightly, as if he was half asleep, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was immersed in some pleasant thoughts. His long black hair was casually draped behind his head, with a few strands of hair blown by the wind, gently brushing across his well-defined face. Two streams of light flashed across the sky, and two figures quietly landed beside Qin Tianyang. It was Qin Tianyang's eldest disciple Lu Xuanyi and second disciple Zhao Fan. Just as the two were preparing to salute, they keenly sensed an indescribable strange aura emanating from Qin Tianyang. The aura was like lively clouds, lingering around him, and the Taoist rhyme flowed slowly, seeping into the surrounding void bit by bit. As time went by, that rhythm actually blended with some mysterious power hidden in the void. They echoed and entangled with each other, just like blending with water and milk, inseparable. Qin Tianyang, who was at the center of this wonderful scene, looked even more otherworldly at this moment, as if he was about to turn into the avenue and completely merge into one with this vast world. However, when the two of them opened their eyes wide, wanting to explore the mystery more clearly, they found that Qin Tianyang was as quiet and peaceful as an ordinary person who was sleeping soundly, and all the previous strange phenomena disappeared. Such a huge contrast between the before and after made the two of them wonder whether everything they had just seen was just an illusion. Master's strength is becoming more and more terrifying. The two of them thought to themselves that they knew the visions just now were real, and that their master's power was beyond measure. Disciple greets master. Seeing Qin Tianyang open his eyes, the two of them bowed and said, "I guess you two brothers have met each other before. But let me introduce you briefly." Qin Tianyang raised his head and looked at the two of them. "This is your senior brother Lu Xuanyi." Qin Tianyang pointed at Lu Xuanyi and said to Zhao Fan. "Zhao Fan meets senior brother. You don't have to be so polite, junior brother." "Xuanyi, this is the second disciple I just accepted, your second junior brother, Zhao Fan." "Hello, junior brother." "Thank you, senior brother." Qin Tianyang stood up and walked to the edge of the cliff. He looked at the endless sea of clouds, admired the beautiful scenery, and said calmly, "There will be a Yuan Beast Secret Realm trial in 5 days. You two should go and participate. Retreating all the time won't improve your strength. Only fighting and training can make you progress faster." Master, I have only one request, to help the sect win first place in this competition. Qin Tianyang turned around and gave instructions to the two disciples. Disciple promises to complete the task. Lu Suanhe and Zhao Fan answered together, with firmness and confidence in their tone. Well. Go down. Qin Tianyang nodded with satisfaction. The two men retreated. Brother, what are your plans? Lu Suanhe and Zhao Fan walked side by side, and Zhao Fan asked. I plan to explore the secret realm within the section. Junior brother, I have the same idea. I heard that the secret realm in the sect is very powerful. I have long wanted to try it. Let's go together. After a moment. Dao Ji Sect, Trial Peak. Trial Peak is a mountain created by the first leader of Dao Ji Sect with his great magical powers and cultivation, and is specifically used for the sect's disciples to undergo trials and adventures. The most famous places in Trial Peak are the Sword Tower, Nine Yang Cave, Ling Xiao Tower, etc. Among them, the Sword Tower, as the name suggests, is a secret place specially created for sword cultivating disciples, and it is divided into 12 floors. There are 36 minor realms in total, corresponding to the 4 major realms of Lingtai, Yuanshen, Wengzhen, and Tianren. That is to say, the first level is suitable for disciples of the first to third levels of the Lingtai heaven, and the second level is suitable for disciples of the fourth to sixth levels of the Lingtai heaven. By analogy, the 12th level corresponds to the strength of the 7th to 9th levels of the heavenly realm. However, the strength is not completely corresponding. The Sword Tower mainly tests the disciples' understanding of the sword. In the long history of Dao Ji Sect, there was once a disciple who had just entered the 7th level of questioning the mind and broke through the 9th floor of the Sword Tower with a long sword in hand. Everyone in Dao Ji Sect was shocked at that time. This person was the current leader of Dao Ji Sect. He was powerful enough to be at the 9th level of Tongtian realm and was feared throughout the eastern wilderness. At this moment, Lu Suanhe was walking towards the Sword Tower secret realm, and many disciples were coming and going along the way. Most of them are disciples at the Lingtai realm, and these are the new disciples accepted in this Dao Ji Sect's disciple recruiting ceremony. A small number of new disciples have already reached the Yuanshen realm. Before joining Dao Ji Sect, they were all at the 9th layer of the spiritual platform. After joining Dao Ji Sect, they were exposed to more advanced techniques in the Dao Ji Sect's higher level than the outside world. With the concentration of spiritual energy of heaven and earth increased countless times, he soon broke through to the Yuanshen realm. This sword tower is too abnormal. I am at the 7th level of the spiritual stage realm, but I almost couldn't get past the 2nd level. Yes. I am at the 8th level of the Lingtai realm, and I couldn't even last 10 moves against the 3rd level puppet. I thought I, Long Aotian, was a first-rate genius in the outside world, but I didn't expect to fall in this sword tower. After I entered the 2nd floor of the sword tower, I was ready when I saw the puppet swinging the sword, and then the sword flashed. I was knocked out. You still call yourself a genius? That's fine in the outside world. If we talk about genius, it has to be Fang Jun, the new disciple accepted by the sect master this year. Senior brother Fang has the strength of the 3rd level of Yuanshen, but he has already passed the sword tower. The 4th floor. I heard that he lasted a quarter of an hour on the 5th floor before he was defeated. Senior brother Fang is indeed terrifying, otherwise he wouldn't have been accepted as a disciple by the sect master. There were disciples talking along the way, and Lu Suanhe listened to them as he walked towards the sword tower. Fang Jun. It should be the person who performed amazingly at the disciple-taking ceremony. Lu Suanhe probably knew who Fang Jun was. That person had broken through 3 levels in a row and was directly accepted as a disciple by the sect master. Soon, a huge sword tower came into Lu Suanhe's sight. It is worthy of its name, Sword Tower. The whole building looks like a sword piercing the sky, with countless sword intentions emanating from it. Lu Suanhe took out his disciple token, passed the inspection at the entrance of the sword tower, and walked straight into the sword tower. After a dizzy feeling, he opened his eyes. In front of me is a secret room, the surrounding walls are made of unknown cold iron, and on the top is a huge night pearl for lighting. In the center of the secret room, a puppet holding a long sword stood quietly. The puppet was completely black, and emitted an inexplicable luster. After Xuanyin entered the sword tower, a thought entered his mind. After digesting this information, Xuanyin understood all the rules of the sword tower. First of all, every disciple has time to prepare after entering the sword tower. When ready, they only need to make relevant seals to activate the puppet and start the trial. Secondly, after defeating a puppet, the sword tower formation will generate 2 puppets, and will not give them time to adjust their breathing. If they are defeated, the trialist only needs to activate the disciple token, and the sword tower formation will send it out. If the trial taker successfully defeats 2 puppets, 3 puppets will be generated. Similarly, if you are defeated, if you feel your life is in danger, just activate the disciple token. If you successfully defeat 3 of them, you have successfully passed the trial of this level and can open the portal to the next level. After understanding everything, Xuanyin made a seal and activated the puppet. Wow! The puppet instantly drew its sword and slashed towards Xuanyin. However, Xuanyin was faster than the puppet. He slashed with his sword and the puppet broke into pieces. Without waiting for Xuanyin to react, the sword tower formation responded quickly, generating 2 puppets that quickly killed him. Xuanyin still raised his hand and slashed with his sword, and the 2 puppets were shattered. Immediately afterwards, 3 puppets were generated, and suffered the same result, being killed by Xuanyin's sword. Then, a portal appeared in the center of the secret room. The puppets on the first level are too weak and not suitable for me at all, even if there are 3 of them together. Xuanyin muttered to himself. He himself is at the peak of the 4th level of the Yuan Shen realm, so it is naturally easy for him to face a puppet at the Lingtai realm. Without any hesitation, Xuanyin walked towards the portal and entered the 2nd floor of the sword tower. Just like the previous result, the battle ended with 3 swords. Clean and neat, without any obstruction. The 3rd level, 3 swords to complete the task. The 4th level, still 3 swords. It was not until the 5th floor that Xuanyin began to slow down. The puppet on the 5th level has reached the peak of the 6th level of the soul realm, and although it is a puppet, this puppet made of unknown materials is extremely powerful. If they are in the same realm, they will be even more powerful than the so-called 4 geniuses of Wei state whom Xuanyin defeated before. If the 3rd prince of Wei and others came, they would probably be defeated in less than 20 moves. When he faced 3 puppets of the 6th level of the Yuan Shen at the same time, it took him a lot of effort and 2/4 of an hour to defeat them, and he had many sword wounds all over his body. Xuanyin took a healing pill and then sat down to heal his wounds. 3/4 of an hour later, he stood up and walked to the next floor without hesitation. The 6th floor is mainly a training ground for disciples at the 7th to 9th levels of the soul realm. Logically speaking, for a disciple at the peak of the 4th level of the soul realm, it would be the limit for him to be able to pass the 5th floor. But Xuanyin was not satisfied. He knew that he possessed the forbidden sword body and should not equate himself with ordinary practitioners. He should constantly explore his own limits. He wanted to see where his limits were. 6th floor. A puppet holding a long sword stood in the center of the secret room. When Xuanyin faced him, he felt a powerful pressure from the 9th level of the soul formation realm coming towards him, which made him feel extremely stressed. What a huge pressure! Let me try to see if I can defeat you. Xuanyin cast a seal to activate the puppet. Chapter 19. At that moment, the puppet seemed to be injected with infinite power and suddenly started to move. It raised the sharp sword in its hand and swung it violently. A dazzling sword light shot out like lightning. It happened in a flash. Lu Xuanyi showed no sign of weakness and also swung the immortal slaying sword in his hand. In an instant, another sharp sword light whizzed through the air. There was a loud bang, and the two sword lights collided violently in the air, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening explosion. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xuanyi took advantage of the situation and swung out an even more powerful sword energy, rushing straight towards the puppet. However, the puppet dodged Lu Xuanyi's attack with ease and rushed towards Lu Xuanyi's side at an astonishing speed. All right. Only such a strong enemy can force me to use my full strength. Today, let me see where my limits are. Seeing this, Lu Xuanyi's eyes flashed with excitement and he shouted loudly. Before he finished speaking, he gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with his right hand and rushed towards the puppet that pounced on him without hesitation. Suddenly, a series of dense and dull collisions rang out in the secret room. Bang! 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 The sword lights of the man and the puppet intertwined and crisscrossed with each other. Every collision was like the explosion of a star, with terrifying power, and the space even seemed to be broken. Their figures shuttled rapidly in the void, dazzling the eyes. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi was completely immersed in this extremely fierce battle and forgot everything. Although the wounds on his body that had just healed were torn open again due to the violent movement, his understanding of the way of the sword continued to deepen in this life and death fight. Gradually, the forbidden sword body that had been hidden in his body for a long time was completely stimulated, and the void was filled with icy and biting sword intent and complex and profound sword rules. On the other side, inside the Zhuyang cave. After Zhao Fan and Lu Xian arrived at the trial peak together, they each went to a training place suitable for themselves. Lu Xuanyi was a sword cultivator, so he naturally went to the sword tower. And he went straight to the famous Zhuyang cave. The Nine Yang cave is a holy place in the eyes of all the disciples in Dao Ji Sect who practice fire-attributed techniques. Because there are many profound and mysterious fire-attributed rules hidden here, each of which contains endless mysteries waiting for people to explore and comprehend. However, the most commendable thing is that there is an extremely mysterious formation in the Zhuyang cave. This formation possesses magical power and can trigger the powerful fire-attributed spiritual vein hidden deep underground in the Zhuyang cave. When the formation is activated, the tremendous energy in the spirit veins will be continuously stimulated, and then summon out fire spirit beasts formed by pure fire rules. These fire beasts were like burning elves, emitting blazing flames all over their bodies. Although they cannot speak, their understanding of the rules of fire attributes is beyond ordinary people. Disciples who enter the Zhuyang cave and fight against them can have a huge training effect. Only a wealthy giant in the East Wilderness like Dao Ji Sect has the strength to use a fire-attributed spiritual vein to create a secret trial realm for its disciples to use for trials. Zhao Fan arrived in front of Zhuyang cave, where several people were walking out of the cave while talking. Although this nine-sun cave is difficult to break through, I feel that my understanding of the rules of fire attributes has reached a higher level. The fire beast in there is so strange, every move it makes contains the rules of fire. As Zhao Fan listened to their conversation, he became more and more expectant. After taking a deep breath, he stepped into the Zhuyang cave. As soon as he stepped in, he found himself in a strange space. A hot breath rushed towards him, as if it was going to swallow him up. He saw all kinds of strange runes flashing on the surrounding walls, which were the concrete presentation of the rules of fire attributes. I saw a flash of fire in his eyes, and the 9 Suns Divine eyes were activated. The world in his eyes was completely different. What he saw was more detailed and meticulous than others. He could see the flow of these fire attribute rules. The rules were intertwined with each other to form more powerful rules. Zhao Fan continued to move forward, but before he had gone far, a fire spirit beast roared and pounced on him. It has a leopard-like body, with flames all over its body, and its claws leave trails of fire when they wave. Zhao Fan's eyes flashed, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and let out a low shout, and a fiery red shield appeared in front of him. The fire beast's claws grabbed the shield, splashing sparks. Taking this opportunity, Zhao Fan pushed out a surging flame force with both hands, sweeping towards the fire spirit beast. Bang! The fire spirit beast was hit by the power of fire and instantly dissipated into the void. Dao Ji Sect is worthy of the name of a holy place. Even the lowest level demon beast in a trial secret realm has the strength of a spiritual platform realm. However, for me, it's still a little lacking. There should be more powerful fire spirit beasts in the future. Zhao Fan didn't stop, not even for a short rest, and went straight into the deeper part of Jiang Cave to meet even more powerful challenges. One day later. Ding! 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 3 bells rang in Dao Ji Sect. What happened? Why is the bell ringing? Is someone calling? You have shut yourself up and made yourself stupid, right? My Dao Ji Sect is the holy land of the eastern wasteland. Who dares to attack us? I remember now. This must be someone breaking the record of a secret realm in Trial Peak. I just don't know which senior brother is so brave that he broke the record of Trial Peak. Countless disciples looked up in the direction of the bell sound and found that it came from the Trial Peak. At the same time, some elders in the sect were also communicating with each other, and their spiritual consciousnesses were intertwined in the void. It turns out someone broke the record. It has been a long time since a disciple of our Dao Ji Sect broke the record. I don't know which sect master or powerful elder's disciple broke the record this time. Not long after, 3 more bells rang from the Trial Peak. Once again shocked everyone. What? Someone broke the record again? God bless our Dao Ji Sect, God bless our Dao Ji. Could it be possible that our Dao Ji Sect has a chance to surpass the other 2 holy places in this era? At this moment, Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan walked out of their respective secret realms at the same time and found that they were surrounded by disciples who were talking and looking at them. For a moment I didn't know what was happening. Just as they were stunned, several figures fell from the sky. The leader was none other than Dao Ji Sect Master, and the rest were the sect elders. Sect Master Dao Ji looked up at Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan, and then he realized that it was the 2 disciples of his junior uncle who broke the record. How could he not be shocked? He didn't expect that his junior uncle's disciples were so talented, especially Liu Xuanhe, whose meridians were damaged before. Junior Master not only repaired his meridians, but also taught him so well. He is indeed the disciple brought back from the outside world by the previous Daiyang Patriarch himself. As for Zhao Fan, although he didn't understand him, the fact that he was able to break the secret realm record of the Trial Peak was enough to show how talented he was. Junior Master Uncle really has a keen eye for talent. The Dao Ji Sect leader reacted very quickly and said cordially, "Congratulations to both of you for breaking your own Dao Ji Sect's records that have remained unbroken for hundreds of years." What? The sect master's junior fellow apprentice? Could it be that these 2 are some elders of my Dao Ji Sect with strange personalities? When the Dao Ji Sect disciples present heard that he was the sect master's junior fellow apprentice, they began to discuss again. Seeing this, Dao Ji Sect master hurriedly explained, "The 2 junior brothers are naturally not elders. They are the disciples recently accepted by my junior uncle Dao Yang Pulse Master. They are no older than 20 years old. Why don't you come over and pay your respects to your uncle? Meet Uncle Master." The Dao Ji Sect disciples understood after hearing this and bowed. All the older disciples knew that among the 6 meridians of their Dao Ji Sect, one was extremely magical, and that was the Daiyang Meridian. The people in this lineage are of very high seniority, and I heard that the current leader is only less than 30 years old. Liu Xuanhe finally understood what had happened. It would be a mistake to say that he felt no emotion at all. After all, Liu Xuanhe was only 18 years old. But they would not become proud because they possessed such peerless physiques as the Forbidden Sword Body and the 9 Sun Divine Eyes respectively. Coupled with the peerless skills and the great Emperor's Dao soldiers bestowed by Qin Tianyang, their pursuits and goals are far more than that. "Master, we brothers will take our leave first. Two junior brothers, take care. After the two of them saluted, they returned to Dayang Peak together. Chapter 20. After Liu Xuanyi and Zhao Fan left, Sect Master Dao Ji first went to the Sword Tower to get information. He came to the Sword Tower and used the Sect Master's token to view the images inside the Sword Tower. In the picture, Liu Xuanyi's expression remained calm despite his performance in the first 4 levels. After all, there were still disciples in the sect who could do it. But when he saw that Liu Xuanyi, with his cultivation level of the 4th level of the Soul Realm, was fighting against 3 puppets of the 6th level of the Soul Realm at the same time and not losing, his expression began to change. The scene continued, and he found that Liu Xuanyi had a high level of comprehension and a deep understanding of the rules of Kendo. When facing the pincer attack from 3 puppets of the 6th level of the Yuan Shen at the beginning, he was unable to resist and was slightly at a disadvantage. Later, as Liu Xuanyi fought against the enemy, he also comprehended the rules of Kendo. He actually began to gain the upper hand and was suppressing the 3 puppets. Finally, he held the long sword and swung out 3 sword energies in an instant. The 3 puppets of the 6th level of Yuan Shen were torn into pieces by the sword energy. Good! Dao Ji Zong shouted loudly, extremely excited. He never thought that Dao Ji Zong had a disciple with such talent in swordsmanship. Hey? Why isn't it over yet? Could it be? When Dao Ji Sect leader saw that the video had not yet ended, he had some unbelievable guesses in his mind. In the picture, after Liu Xuanyi had rested, he walked straight to the 6th floor of the Sword Tower. As expected, he is worthy of being junior uncle's disciple, he is very courageous. But junior brother Liu shouldn't be able to pass this test, right? Sect Master Dao Ji thought to himself. After an hour, the scene ended. Dao Ji Sect Master was so surprised that he was speechless. Although Liu Xuanyi did not pass the 6th level, Liu Xuanyi's performance still shocked him. He originally thought that Liu Xuanyi would fail at the first small hurdle on the 6th floor of the Sword Tower, but he did not expect that Liu Xuanyi could fight against a puppet of the 9th level of the Yuan Shen with the strength of the 4th level of the Yuan Shen. And after fighting for an hour, he seized the only chance and defeated the enemy, and finally left the Sword Tower. Fortunately, junior uncle accepted junior brother Liu as his disciple at that time, otherwise my Dao Ji Sect would have suffered a great loss. The Dao Ji Sect master felt relieved. He then rushed to Jiang Cave and used the token to view the trial images. In the picture, Zhao Fan, from the moment he entered the Jiang Cave, rushed forward like a hot knife through butter, without stopping for a moment. From the fire spirit beast of the first Lingtai heaven that appeared at the beginning, to the fire spirit beast of the second Lingtai heaven and the third Lingtai heaven whose strength gradually increased, all the way to the fire spirit beast of the 9th Lingtai heaven. He solved all of them with one move, without any delay, and these fire beasts could not stop him at all. It was not until the fire spirit beast at the Yuan Shen realm appeared that his pace slowed down. But these fire beasts can only slow down his speed, but cannot defeat him. Moreover, Sect Master Dao Ji also discovered that Zhao Fan's eyes were extremely strange. Occasionally, a spark would rise up, as if he was not afraid of the high temperature and burning of the fire spirit beast. Moreover, Zhao Fan was always able to dodge the attacks of the fire spirit beast with extremely clever movements, see through the fire spirit beast's weaknesses, and counterattack. Although the fire spirit beasts from the 1st to the 4th level of the soul caused Zhao Fan a lot of trouble, Zhao Fan still found an opportunity to defeat them. It was not until the appearance of the fire spirit beast of the 5th level of the Yuan Shen that Zhao Fan was caused great trouble. The man and the beast fought each other, and the fight was extremely brutal. For a moment, the Jiang Cave seemed to be on fire, and countless dazzling flames suddenly gushed out. These flames are not ordinary fires, but the power of fire attributes that contain endless mysterious power. As the rules and mysteries of fire attributes continued to emerge and interweave, the entire void began to tremble violently. The space seemed to be torn into countless pieces, emitting bursts of heart-pounding roars. The powerful energy fluctuations even caused the surrounding air to become distorted and deformed, as if it would be swallowed up by this terrifying force at any time. Soon, countless scars appeared on Zhao Fan's body, and even his white bones were exposed. The fifth-level fire beast was even more miserable, like a candle in the wind. One of its eyes had been blinded, its right hind leg was broken like a dead branch, and its entire body was covered with hideous and evil blood. Ghostly burn marks. Although this junior brother Zhao is only at the first level of the Yuanshen realm, he is also very powerful. He can fight against the fire spirit beast at the fifth level of the Yuanshen realm without losing. His talent is not inferior to that junior brother Lu at all. Sect Master Dao Ji nodded with satisfaction, his eyes full of shock. In the picture, the mysterious sun shines on the 9 heavens. Zhao Fan used the 9 Yang divine eyes, a pair of eyes that were like the eyes of a god that could not be looked directly at, and exuded an extremely strong and masculine aura. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes and shot towards the fire spirit beast. Roar! The fire spirit beast seemed to be aware of the danger. It roared, its body filled with flames, and it spewed out a mouthful of flame, rushing straight towards Zhao Fan. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided in the void, causing a strong flash of light. After calming down, Zhao Fan was seen lying on the ground, his chest heaving violently and bleeding. However, the fire spirit beast had disappeared, leaving only pure spiritual energy in its place, which then entered Zhao Fan's body to help him heal his wounds. Hiss! A Yuanshen level 1 challenged a Yuanshen level 5 fire spirit beast, and won. Sect Master Dao Ji was shocked once again. He originally thought that it would be good enough if Zhao Fan could fight this fire spirit beast to a draw, but he didn't expect that he could actually win. No wonder Zhao Fan could cause the trial bell on the trial peak to ring. Afterwards, Sect Master Dao Ji walked out and spread the story of the two throughout the sect. For a moment, the entire sect was shocked. What? A 4th-level Yuanshen defeated 3 6th-level Yuanshen puppets? Are you kidding? Who is kidding you? This is what the sect master said himself. This Uncle Lu is too terrifying. When I was at the 3rd level of my soul, I fought against 3 puppets of the same level, and it took me a lot of effort to get through. But he was able to fight against the enemy at the opposite level, and defeated him. A disciple who just walked out of the sword tower said admiringly. Don't forget that Uncle Zhao. I heard that he was able to fight against a fire spirit beast at the 5th level of the Yuanshen realm without losing, and even won by a narrow margin. I admire these 2 uncles. If they can't break the record, who else can? The disciples were discussing the matter. Apart from the disciples, all the elders who were not in seclusion were discussing this matter. Hey! Elder Wang, have you heard that Uncle Qin's 2 disciples used their powerful strength to fight against the enemy at a higher level and broke the records of the Trial Peak Sword Tower and the 9 Sun Cave? Hey! You don't need me to tell you. I was also shocked when I received the news just now. If the news didn't come from the head of the sect, I wouldn't believe it. With 2 peerless geniuses in succession, our Dao Ji Sect has the potential to surpass the other 2 holy places in this era. Chapter 21. At this time, Lu Xuanhe and his fellow apprentice brother Zhao Fan had already returned to the disciples' cave area at Dayang Peak. Brother, I feel that if I stay in seclusion for a few days, I will be able to break through to the 2nd level of the Yuanshen realm. Congratulations, junior brother, for taking another step forward. Brother, please stop laughing at me. The secret realm within the sect is very suitable for us to hone our skills. Brother, you should be about to make a breakthrough, right? I'm similar to you, junior brother. I feel like my bottleneck has loosened. Maybe I can break through to the 5th level of the Yuanshen realm before the trial in the Yuanshao secret realm that Master mentioned. The 2 of them walked towards their own caves while communicating. Since the caves of the 2 brothers were next to each other, they did not separate until they entered their own caves. The back mountain of Dayang Peak. Qin Tianyang knew everything that happened in Dao Ji Sect. It was simply that the Emperor's divine consciousness was too powerful. The moment the bell of Trial Peak rang, Qin Tianyang already knew everything. These two guys are pretty good. Qin Tianyang withdrew his thoughts. After this ordeal, the bottleneck for both of them should be loosened. If I stay in seclusion for a few more days, I should be able to break through before the Yuan Beast Secret Realm trial. 5 days later. Dayang Peak. Back Mountain. Seeing that the time had come, Qin Tianyang called Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan, who had just come out of seclusion. Both men broke through without any surprise. Liu Xuanhe is currently at the 5th level of the Soul Realm. Zhao Fan is at the 2nd level of the Soul Realm. Not bad. Not only has his strength improved rapidly, but his foundation is also very solid. Qin Tianyang used the Emperor's divine sense to sweep over the two of them and knew everything. Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan's foundation is very solid, and there is no phenomenon of superficiality in their realm. Not only is he invincible in the same level, he can also cross the border to fight against the enemy and even defeat them. Bite. A purple qualified genius has been detected. System releases task. Host, please go to the East Wasteland Mountains in the East Wasteland to recruit disciples. Does the host accept the mission? Just when Qin Tianyang was about to take Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan to the Dao Ji Sect Master's Hall to meet with Dao Ji Sect Master and others. Suddenly, a system voice sounded in Qin Tianyang's mind. Another genius with purple qualifications. Qin Tianyang stared at the panel that only he could see, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He had only accepted Zhao Fan for half a month when the system sent him another disciple. But thinking that he still had to take Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan to participate in the East Wilderness Territory Prodigy Gathering, he planned to let Haida take his 2 disciples with him. He went to the East Desert Mountains in person and accepted him as his disciple. Moreover, it was time for Haida to meet his 2 disciples, so he summoned Haida with an intention. Wow! A figure instantly appeared in front of Qin Tianyang and his 2 disciples. Haida greets the master. Greetings to Master Liu and Master Zhao. Haida knelt down on one knee and saluted Qin Tianyang and the other 2. It's you, senior. Zhao Fan spoke first. He knew Haida. It was Haida who rescued him, although it was under Qin Tianyang's order. But he was still very grateful to the other party. Haida replied respectfully, Mr. Zhao, I don't deserve the title of senior. Please call me Haida. I am just a puppet servant of the master. From now on, you can call Haida Uncle He. After all, Haida can't be completely considered a puppet. Qin Tianyang said when he saw this. Thank you, master. Haida was so moved that he was in a mess. Master, who is this Uncle He? At this time, Liu Xuanhe, who was confused, spoke. He is one of my puppets. Unlike other puppets, he has his own intelligence. From the outside, he looks no different from other people. This time, Haida will take you to meet the sect master, and then we will go to the East Wilderness Territory Prodigy Gathering together. I have discovered a person with extraordinary talent and I am going to take him in as my disciple. If the sect master asks about Haida, just say that he is a puppet left behind by my master. Okay, go to Daiji Hall to meet the sect master. It's master. Haida took the order and took Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan to the Daoji Grand Hall. After watching the 3 people leave, Qin Tianyang's mind moved, and his figure disappeared silently. East Desert Mountains. The East Wasteland Mountains are like a giant, winding dragon, lying quietly at the easternmost part of the East Wasteland. Its endless body covers an area of tens of thousands of miles. It is majestic and breathtaking. This vast mountain range is not only the largest mountain range in the eastern wilderness, but also the place where many monsters in the eastern wilderness gather and live. This is the paradise for the monsters of East Wilderness. It is said that in the depths of this mountain range, there are countless monsters with amazing strength hidden. Starting from the outside, the further you go in, the more terrifying the monsters inside are. Someone once discovered traces of the cave heaven and venerable level demon tribes very close to the center of the mountain range. Someone even saw a great demon in the Tongtian realm howling towards the sky, unleashing an earth-shaking power that made all living creatures within a radius of thousands of miles tremble in fear. What's more, it is rumored that there is a super monster in the free and easy realm here. Because in the deepest part of the East Wilderness Mountains lives an extremely terrifying demon clan, the Silver Moon Sky Wolf clan. This race has been known for its ferocity and brutality since ancient times, and each of its members possesses extraordinary fighting talent and powerful strength. Moreover, according to ancient legends, the Silver Moon Wolf clan once gave birth to a demon emperor. The reputation of this demon emperor spread throughout the entire continent and became a symbol of eternal fear in the hearts of countless people. You know, in the human world, if a certain force gives birth to a great emperor, then that force will become the top force and have the title of a holy land. If we make an analogy, there is also a demon race in the East Wasteland Mountains that is comparable to the human race's holy land, so it is very likely that there is a free and easy realm demon saint in the East Wasteland Mountains. At this time, a chase was taking place on the outskirts of the East Desert Mountains. A young demon boy with a disordered breath was running away in panic. Behind him, a group of men in black were chasing him closely. The young demon had blood at the corners of his mouth, his face was pale, and his clothes were torn, revealing multiple scars on his body. Damn it! Where on earth did this group of people come from? I've never seen them before, but they started chasing me as soon as they showed up. I don't know what happened to my father and the others. If it weren't for the life-saving trump card my father gave me, I'm afraid I would die. Not now. This young demon boy is named Ao Jushan, and he is the young patriarch of the Xianjiao clan in the East Desert Mountains. The strongest person in the Xianjiao clan is his father, who has reached the 7th level of law cultivation. Originally he should have lived happily with his tribesmen, but today a group of uninvited guests broke into the territory of their Xianjiao clan. After this group of humans broke into their Xianjiao clan, they did not start a massacre. Instead, they seemed to be looking for someone, holding a strange round disc in their hands. When this group of people found him, they took him away without saying a word. The patriarch of the Xianjiao clan, who was also his father, naturally would not watch his son being taken away, so a war broke out between the two sides. His father sent him out in a hurry, and the group of people chased after him when they saw this. Then his father activated the clan protection formation and led the clan members to stop this group of people. But this group of people was too powerful, and they still had the strength to send some of them to hunt him down. Perhaps because of the disc, this group of people were always able to find him and chase him relentlessly, all the way to the outskirts of the East Desert Mountains. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? Ao Jushan had no intention of running away. He was only at the first level of Yuan Shen realm. If it weren't for the precious treasure given to him by his father, he would have been caught long ago. But now, his spiritual power was exhausted, and he could not use the treasure to escape again. Several men in black at the back also stopped. They were dressed in black and wore masks with strange patterns carved on them. The mask of one of them was different from the others, with patterns inlaid with gold edges, and he seemed to be the leader of the group. You're not running away, little thing? Aren't you a good runner? A mere demon from the first level of the Yuan Shen realm almost got rid of us. At this time, this person came out and spoke with a very hoarse voice, as miserable as a ghost. Humph! I'm tired and don't want to run away. Before I die, I just want to know why you're chasing me. Ao Jushan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and snorted coldly. Don't worry, we won't kill you for now. You're very useful to us. The leader of the men in black ignored Ao Jushan's question. He formed seals with his hands, and a cage appeared in the void, trapping Ao Jushan tightly. The target was captured successfully. Seeing that Ao Jushin had been captured successfully, the leader of the men in black was excited and was about to take Ao Jushin back to the organization to report. Snap! The spiritual power cage that trapped Ao Jushin suddenly broke. Chapter 22. Who? Upon seeing this, the man in black immediately burst into energy, revealing his 9th level cultivation. The rest of the men in black also exploded in cultivation, but most of them were at the 1st to 3rd level of the law. In the quiet void beside Ao Jushin, a slight wave quietly emerged, as if it was the ripples caused by a stone thrown into a calm lake. As the wave gradually spread, a figure slowly emerged from nothingness. I saw that this person had a tall and straight figure, like a proudly standing pine tree, exuding a unique temperament. He was dressed in a dark black Taoist robe. The robe was soft in texture and embroidered with delicate patterns. It fluttered gently in the wind, making his figure look even more elegant. His eyes were extremely deep, and the gaze he revealed seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Her long black hair naturally draped over her shoulders, fluttering in the wind. The person who came was Qin Tianyang, and at this moment his eyes were focused on Ao Jushin. System, open the panel. Qin Tianyang summoned the panel in his mind and looked at Ao Jushin's information angrily. Name, Ao Jushin. Age, 16 years old. Cultivation, 1st level of Yuan Shen realm. Constitution, Golden Emperor Dragon Bloodline, not awakened. Background: the bloodline of the Golden Emperor Dragon clan lost in the years was adopted by the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan in the East Wilderness. Please don't make the mistake. There are so many fools in this world. I hope you are not one of them. If you can leave immediately, we will be very grateful. The leader of the men in black was unsure of Qin Tianyang's strength and could not see through his cultivation. So he asked carefully, with a warning and threat in his tone. Although he couldn't see through this person, this group of people were no pushovers. If this person insisted on interfering, they would have no choice but to get rid of him. Are you willing to be my disciple? Qin Tianyang ignored the group of men in black and looked at Ao Jushin. Ao Jushin was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't know this person, he didn't know why this person wanted to accept him as a disciple. He couldn't see clearly the strength of this person, but he didn't think that this person was stronger than the group of men in black. You know, his father is in existence at the 7th level of the law, and even his father needs to rely on the entire clan and the clan protection formation to deal with this group of men in black. But this person is so young, how powerful can he be? But Ao Jushin was unwilling to implicate an unrelated person, so he said, Senior, this group of people's target is me. If you accept me as your disciple, you will be their enemy. Their strength is unfathomable. You are running away quickly. Var. Then he looked at the group of men in black and said, this person has nothing to do with me. Just arrest me. Humph. It's too late. We will definitely kill this man. Because Qin Tianyang rescued Ao Jushin and ignored him repeatedly, the leader of the men in black said coldly. Go. Kill this man. The leader of the men in black shouted and ordered his men to attack Qin Tianyang. Suddenly, the originally clear sky suddenly became dark and gloomy, as if covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. The howling wind swept in, making it almost impossible to open one's eyes. Just as the situation suddenly changed, this group of men in black quickly appeared around Qin Tianyang. They were agile and swift, wielding a variety of weapons in their hands and attacking Qin Tianyang mercilessly. Be careful! Seeing this, Ao Jushin on the side couldn't help but shout loudly, with a look of worry on his face. He was well aware of how powerful these men in black were, and was secretly anxious. There was very little spiritual power left in his body, but for the sake of Qin Tianyang's life, he mobilized the only remaining spiritual power without hesitation, preparing to activate his treasure to resist the enemy's fierce attack. It's okay. Qin Tianyang put one hand on Ao Jushin's shoulder to stop his actions. Well, let me show you my strength before you make a decision. Faced with this overwhelming murderous intent, Qin Tianyang appeared exceptionally calm and composed. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he smiled indifferently at Ao Jushin, without even looking at the man in black, as if he didn't care about the situation in front of him at all. I saw him clench his right fist and wave it forward. In an instant, an unparalleled force gushed out from his fist, transforming into a huge fist shadow, rushing towards the man in black with the force of thunder. Bang! 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 Several loud noises rang out one after another, as deafening as thunder. When the black-clothed men touched the fist shadows, they were like fragile porcelain, without any resistance, and exploded one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, turning into a group of scarlet and dazzling blood mist that filled the air. The whole scene was bloody, tragic, and horrifying. So strong. When Ao Jushin saw this, he was stunned as if he was struck by lightning, standing there motionless. Court death. Seeing all his subordinates being killed, the leader of the men in black became completely furious, completely losing his previous calm demeanor. Bloodthirsty palm. He suddenly made a move, and a giant palm 100 feet in size appeared in the void and slapped towards Qin Tianyang. It's just a little strange that this giant palm exudes a strange aura, giving people a cold feeling. Qin Tianyang naturally noticed this as well, and punched the giant palm, breaking it into pieces. What kind of martial arts is this? Why is it so strange and evil? Qin Tianyang asked. The leader of the men in black snorted coldly, "Humph, there is no need for a dead person to know so much." He felt that this person was very powerful and needed to be taken seriously. Then he quickly formed seals with his hands, and blood surged throughout his body, as if to dye the entire space blood red. Die! Blood devil devouring the sky! Suddenly, the leader of the men in black shouted loudly, and then a bloodthirsty force burst out from his body and blasted straight towards Qin Tianyang. It's over. Ao Jushin was filled with despair. Facing such a powerful attack, he didn't think that he and the people around him could survive. Then he closed his eyes in despair. Boom! There was a loud noise, but he didn't seem to be dead. Ao Jushin quickly opened his eyes and found that a barrier appeared in front of Qin Tianyang. This barrier was as solid as gold and as stable as Mount Tai. No matter how the bloodthirsty force bombarded it, it remained motionless. Upon seeing this, the leader of the men in black burned his own energy and blood even more frantically and increased the intensity of his bombardment. However, the barrier did not waver at all, like an insurmountable chasm. A faint smile appeared on Qin Tianyang's face. "Is that all you can do?" he said softly, and then with a wave of his hand, the barrier instantly glowed brightly and turned into countless threads of light that rolled back towards the leader of the men in black. The leader of the men in black was horrified and tried to dodge but found that his body seemed to be fixed and he couldn't move. The light threads instantly wrapped around his entire body, getting tighter and tighter like a rope. "Who are you?" the leader of the men in black shouted in horror. Qin Tianyang ignored this man, thinking he was just an evil cultivator. Just when he was about to slap the man to death, the situation suddenly changed. Chapter 23. "Sir, save me!" The leader of the men in black suddenly screamed, as if controlled by a mysterious force. Afterwards, he stood still like a sculpture, but his entire aura changed drastically like a volcanic eruption. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The shrill scream seemed to come from the depths of hell, making people shudder. The leader of the men in black was seen twisting and shaking wildly, like dead branches and leaves ravaged by a strong wind. Veins bulged on his forehead, making him look as ferocious as a dragon. His eyes were bloodshot and his eyeballs bulged out of their sockets, as if trying to break free from his restraints. Ao Jushin was terrified by this strange scene. What happened to this person? Is he possessed by an evil spirit? Not long after, the man's violently twisting body gradually stopped moving and slowly returned to calm. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes again, and his pupils seemed to be hidden in the dark abyss, so dark and deep that it made people's heart palpitate. At first glance, it looked like the eyes of a ghost, revealing a hint of coldness and evil, as if it could capture a person's soul and make people fall into it inadvertently and unable to extricate themselves. At the same time, an extremely strange aura began to emanate continuously from his entire body. This breath was like billowing black smoke, wrapping around his body and forming a layer of faint black mist. And in this black fog, one can vaguely feel the crazy killing intent, bloodthirsty desire, and the gloomy and dead atmosphere intertwined together. The fusion of all these negative emotions made the whole person look like a terrifying demon from outside the realm that had descended into the world. What's even more terrifying is that the leader of the men in black has an aura countless times more powerful than before, and his strength has even risen to the third level of Tongtian. The leader of the men in black first looked around and found that everyone on the field except himself and Qin Tianyang was killed. He couldn't help but frowned, and then said, "What a bunch of trash. I have to take action myself." His voice was extremely hoarse, as if it came from a demon in hell. Then he looked at Ao Jushan and Qin Tianyang beside him. Ao Jushan's cultivation level is only the first level of the Yuan Shen realm, and according to the magic weapon bestowed by the sect leader, this person is exactly the target of their organization. As for Qin Tianyang, he seemed like an ordinary person, without any aura. But can an ordinary person stand in the void? Therefore, he concluded that it was Qin Tianyang who stopped their actions and killed his subordinates. "You are a human, and this person is a demon. This matter should have nothing to do with you, right?" The leader of the men in black burst out with an imposing manner, and endless pressure filled the world. He said, "If you are willing to withdraw and not interfere, I will be grateful." He couldn't see through this man's strength. Although he was only a subordinate controlled by a wisp of soul at this moment, his strength was as strong as the third level of Tongtian realm. He was not afraid of this man at all, but he just didn't want to get involved. "I'm sorry, but this demon boy has good talent and I like him. I want to take him as my disciple." After listening, Qin Tianyang seemed unmoved, his face was calm and expressionless, and he said lightly, "If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. Since you're looking for death, you can't blame others." The leader of the men in black snorted coldly, then slapped out with his palm, causing the wind and clouds to change color. Boom! The spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered to form a huge palm. Although it was only a few dozen feet in size, its power was countless times more terrifying than the original leader of the men in black. The giant palm was blood red with black in it, and there seemed to be a faint wailing sound as it quickly bombarded Qin Tianyang. "It's the same trick again. Is there no new trick?" Qin Tianyang felt bored. These people kept using the same tricks over and over again. He just raised his palm and pushed out. Bang! A normal-sized palm print appeared in the void and collided with the blood-red giant palm of the leader of the men in black. "No wonder the subordinates who dared to obstruct me are indeed quite powerful." The leader of the men in black was not surprised to see his attack was blocked. In this world, those who don't have the strength to help others will have the grass on their graves so high that no one knows how high it will be. "I want to see how you can stop me from this move." Blood seal. Following a low shout from the leader of the men in black, a beam of blood shot up into the sky and transformed into a huge blood seal. Runes flickered on the seal, revealing a terrifying murderous aura. As soon as this blood mark appeared, the surrounding space seemed to solidify, and a strong sense of oppression swept towards Qin Tianyang. After seeing how powerful Qin Tianyang was, Ao Jushan was no longer afraid and even cheered for Qin Tianyang. "Come on, senior. Kill this old man." "Haha. There's no need to beat him to death," Qin Tianyang responded. "He just pointed it out." Crack! The blood seal that was filled with blood and surrounded by endless murderous aura was broken by Qin Tianyang with one finger. What? Seeing this, the leader of the men in black looked gloomy and changed constantly. He never expected that this person was so powerful. If his real body was there, he might be able to defeat him. However, the body he possessed was still too weak. Being able to bear the strength of the third level of Tongtian realm was already its maximum limit. This body now has many damages. If he attacks again, it might explode because it cannot withstand his power. In the end, his soul was no longer attached to his body, so he was definitely no match for this person. The leader of the men in black's eyes flashed, and he thought of Qin Tianyang's previous words. After a brief pause, he said, "Since you have taken a liking to this young man, I will no longer insist. See you later, sir." After saying this, the leader of the men in black prepared to leave, but found that he seemed to be imprisoned. A mysterious force locked him and made him unable to move. The leader of the men in black looked pale and said hurriedly, "What do you mean? I have given up on this young friend. I hope you won't make a mistake. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? With your strength, you shouldn't be someone who goes back on his word, right?" He tried to break free, but he felt as if he had returned to the time when he was weak. The feeling of powerlessness in the face of a strong person filled his whole body. At this moment, he had already cursed the black-clad leader's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. Not only did this idiot seek death himself, he also used a secret method to activate his soul. I've seen people cheating before, but I've never seen such a cheating. Qin Tianyang looked at the leader of the men in black as if he were a fool, and said, "First, who told you that you have to keep your promise if you are strong? Have you read too many novels in the secular world? Second, I said I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say I would let you go. How can you let me go? Just answer me a question. Whatever your question, feel free to ask. I promise to tell you everything I know." The leader of the men in black was ecstatic. "It's very simple. Tell me why half of your soul essence is human, while the other half is extremely strange." Qin Tianyang saw that half of this person's soul was the normal human origin, while the other half was surrounded by evil spirits and blood, which looked extremely weird. Hearing this, the leader of the men in black fell silent. Qin Tianyang said calmly, "Why? Don't you say everything you know? Well, I will search your soul myself." After saying this, he didn't care about the reaction of the leader of the men in black and sent out a ray of divine consciousness to search his soul directly. The leader of the men in black suddenly let out a very shrill scream. Ao Jushan, who was standing by, felt extremely horrified after hearing this and couldn't help but shudder. What a pain this is! After a moment, the leader of the men in black lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, breathing weakly and his eyes dull. Qin Tianyang frowned slightly. He found that there was no useful information in the memory of this split soul. It was all useless information that would not be exposed. Then, he waved his right hand, and the leader of the men in black disappeared instantly, without any trace left. When Ao Jushan saw this scene, his heart started pounding wildly and he looked extremely excited. This senior is so powerful, only a fool would refuse to become his disciple. It seems that the organization this person belongs to is extremely mysterious. Forget it, we'll talk about it when we meet again. Qin Tianyang was too lazy to investigate. Is it uncomfortable to sleep in a recliner? He turned around and said to Ao Jushan, "Now, are you willing to take me as your master? Master, please accept my disciple's 3 bows." After witnessing Qin Tianyang's strength, Ao Jushan knelt down and kowtowed to become his disciple without any hesitation. Chapter 24. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded skill, True Dragon Emperor Technique. Reward, Dragon Clan Treasure, Real Dragon Ball. Reward, Great Emperor's Dao Weapon, Emperor Dragon Halberd. Reward Ancestral Artifact, Origin 10,000 Dao Tower. Even though Qin Tianyang was used to the generosity of the system's rewards, he was still slightly shocked this time. The True Dragon Emperor Art and the True Dragon Ball are the clan's skills and rare treasures of the Golden Emperor Dragon clan. There is also the Origin 10,000 Dao Tower, which can be said to be a weapon tailor-made for those who possess the Origin Dao Body. Qin Tianyang came back to his senses and said to Ao Jushin, "Get up, from now on you will be my third disciple, and there are 2 senior brothers ahead of you." "Thank you, Master." Suddenly thinking of something, Qin Tianyang said, "Let me help you solve the troubles in your clan first. I almost forgot that my father and the tribe are still in danger." Ao Jushin's face changed as he thought of his clansmen who were still in danger. "I will lead the way for Master." "No." Qin Tianyang used his mid-stage Emperor's divine sense to sweep across the entire East Desert Mountains. He saw that the Xianjiao clan was trapped in a valley. At this time, they activated a large formation, and many men in black were constantly attacking in an attempt to break the formation. In the territory of the Xianjiao clan, a middle-aged man was leading all the clan members who could fight to maintain the clan protection formation and resist the enemy's attack. However, the situation seems to be very unfavorable at this moment. The Xianjiao clan's protective formation has already shown many cracks, and it is likely that it will not be able to hold out for much longer. An old man next to the middle-aged man looked at him and said, "Chief, we can't hold on for much longer." This middle-aged man is the patriarch of the Xianjiao clan, Aoxin. Aoxin was silent for a while after hearing this, and then said, "Uncle, let the younger generation of the clan retreat. After the formation is broken, I will buy you some time, as long as I can." The clan leader's second uncle said, "I'll stay here too. I'm an old man and won't live long." Just as Aoxin was about to speak, a majestic voice resounded over the Xianjiao clan. "A mere ant dares to offend my disciple's family." Qin Tianyang snorted coldly, and his figure flashed and appeared above the valley. Before those men in black could react, they were all killed by an invisible force. Not even the blood mist appeared, it disappeared directly. This scene shocked everyone in the Xianjiao clan. Aoxin recovered from his shock and quickly bowed to Qin Tianyang to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my Xianjiao clan from the dire situation. My Xianjiao clan is grateful to you. It's just a small matter." Qin Tianyang waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Father, I'm back." Ao Jushin, who was behind Qin Tianyang, stood up and said excitedly, "Jushin! I'm so glad you're okay. Why are you with this senior?" Aoxin was very happy that the Xianjiao clan was saved and his son was also safe. "I was just a little confused as to why Ao Jushin came with Qin Tianyang, thinking about what Qin Tianyang said when he arrived just now." His expression changed, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and an unbelievable thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that? "Yes, it is just as you thought. I have accepted Jushin as my disciple." Qin Tianyang seemed to see through Aoxin's thoughts, so he took the initiative to speak. Ao Jushin also echoed, "Father, it was Master who saved me, and it was Master who accepted me as his disciple. Thank you again for saving my son. Please accept Aoxin's greeting." Qin Tianyang did not refuse, and accepted the greeting calmly, saying, "No need to be polite. If I hadn't suddenly had an idea and came to explore the outer periphery of the East Wasteland Mountains, I would not have discovered Jushin." Qin Tianyang, without blushing or beating his heart, attributed the system's task to his own feelings. The system said, "If you weren't my host, I would have started scolding you a long time ago." Hearing this, Aoxin couldn't help but sigh, "Senior, your strength is truly unfathomable. I don't know your name yet." Ao Jushin also looked at Qin Tianyang curiously. He still didn't know his master's name or school. "Qin Tianyang, the head of the Daoyang lineage of Dao Ji Sect. Qin Tianyang answered casually, but he didn't know how much waves this caused in the hearts of Aoxin and his son. Aoxin originally thought that Qin Tianyang came from a top-level force at most, but he did not expect that Qin Tianyang came from one of the three major holy places in the eastern wilderness, and was the leader of one of the lineages. The Dao Ji Sect was famous throughout the eastern wilderness, and he also knew the 6 vain masters among them. It was rumored that all the vain masters of the Dao Ji Sect had the strength of Tongtian realm. He didn't expect that such a young senior in front of him was actually the head of the Daoyang meridian. He guessed that Qin Tianyang might have some secret to maintain his youthful appearance. By the way, Zhu Shen, there is actually a secret in my heart that I have not told you. This may be the reason why the men in black attacked our Xianjiao clan and wanted to capture you. Aoxin suddenly thought of something and spoke to Ao Jushan. Ao Jushan heard what his father wanted to say, so he said, "Father, I know that you are not my biological father. You know everything. I knew it when I was very young. But you never told me, so I didn't tell you either. However, in my heart you are my biological father." Ao Jushan added. Aoxin was very pleased and recounted the events of that year. It turned out that when he was training deep in the East Desert Mountains, he accidentally entered a strange space. That space should be a small world, and the environment inside is completely different from the outside world. At that time, he couldn't find the exit, so he could only move forward tentatively and explore this small world. Finally, he found a gigantic dragon corpse. The dragon corpse was hundreds of thousands of feet long, with scars all over its body. Even though it was dead, the dragon might it exuded could make his blood tremble, and he was naturally afraid. He also suspected that this dragon had at least the cultivation level of a great emperor when it was alive, because he found that a faint aura of Tao was emanating from the dragon's corpse. You must know that only the great emperors can comprehend the great Dao and use it to fight against the enemy, no matter whether they are human or demon. Later, just as he was shocked by the scene before him, a dragon egg appeared from the void and slowly fell in front of him. He tried to take the dragon egg, but unexpectedly the dragon egg actually fell into his hands. Then he was sent out of that small world. By then, he seemed to understand something. It should be the elder dragon corpse who entrusted the dragon egg to him. Aoxin brought the dragon egg back to the Xianjiao clan. Afterwards, not many days later, the dragon egg began to crack, and a little dragon radiating golden light broke out of the egg. The story is now clear. The dragon egg is Ao Jushan, and the dragon corpse is probably Ao Jushan's relative. Although Ao Jushan's bloodline was sealed, when Aoxin faced him, he felt a slight sense of blood pressure. Therefore, Ao Jushan is very likely to be an extremely noble bloodline among the dragon clan. You mean, the reason these men in black arrested me is probably because of the blood in my body? Yes, when the group of men in black appeared and headed straight for you, I knew they were here to capture you. Aoxin nodded, and then continued, I made a prompt decision to send you away. As expected, this group of people went straight to you, so I could only activate the clan protection formation to trap them. However, they were too powerful. But some of them still broke through the formation and chased after Jushan. Fortunately, you met a senior. When Aoxin said this, he felt a little scared. Fortunately, his son met a senior. After Aoxin finished his story, Qin Tianyang spoke up, later, you never went into that space again. Yes, senior. Moreover, I suspect that I did not enter by mistake, but that the dragon corpse pulled me in order to entrust Jushan to me. Tell me the exact location, and I'll take Jushan to explore again to see if we can find that small world. That place is in a dangerous forbidden area called Meteorite Valley in the East Wasteland Mountains. When I was training nearby, I was chased and killed. I had no choice but to escape there for refuge. After figuring out the location, Qin Tianyang took Aoxin and his son directly to the dangerous forbidden area called Meteorite Dragon Valley. Chapter 25. Zhongzhou. Somewhere deep in a little-known mountain range. There are countless palaces and a large number of people here, and the entire mountain range exudes an evil aura. It seems to be the location of some evil force. However, because it is shrouded by a hidden formation, no one would notice anything unusual here unless they observe carefully. At this time, in a luxurious palace, an old man with a skinny body and wearing a black robe was sitting cross-legged on a cushion in meditation. Puff! Suddenly, his tightly closed eyes opened sharply, and 2 streams of scarlet blood shot out like lightning. His whole body was in disorder, as if he had suffered some kind of severe injury. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, but the shocking thing was that the blood was black. Not only that, the black blood also exuded bursts of demonic energy, which was extremely strange. Who is it? How dare you destroy my soul? A hoarse voice like a hungry ghost from hell suddenly sounded, like thunder exploding in the palace, shaking the palace. There seemed to be 2 balls of burning flames in the old man's blood-red eyes. His terrifying cultivation level of the 6th level of Tongtian realm suddenly erupted like a volcano, and an overwhelming pressure gushed out from his body. It swept out like a strong wind, and wherever it passed, the palace shook violently, as if it was about to be torn apart by this pressure, and then spread rapidly to other places. Outside the palace, some people with lower cultivation died because they could not bear the pressure. Old 4, what are you crazy about? Hurry up and stop being so aggressive. Do you want to destroy the entire sect? Calm down, Old 4. 2 voices were heard, accompanied by 2 figures. One of them looked middle-aged. Although he was wearing a white robe and holding a white fan, he exuded an evil aura. The other person is a charming woman with a graceful figure, a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, sexy red lips slightly open, and a full body curve. Although she is wearing a long robe, she reveals a little bit of spring light. Seeing the 2 people coming, the old man stopped his pressure. His face was as gloomy as water, and he said in a deep voice, "My soul is gone, but I still don't know what happened." What? What's going on? When the middle-aged man heard this, his face changed and he quickly said, "Did you offend anyone from the Holy Land?" "Yes, you are a force at the 6th level of Tongtian realm. Even if you use a split soul to control others, you still have the strength of the 3rd level of Tongtian realm." The charming woman also spoke up, "Even if you can't win, you can still escape. Why is your soul destroyed?" The old man in black robe gnashed his teeth and said, "A few days ago, Lord Zozun came to me and said that someone who met the target was found in the East Wasteland Mountains in the East Wasteland region. So, I sent out my subordinate Xueqi and ordered him to lead people to the East Wasteland Mountains to capture the person. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I will place a strand of my soul in his sea of consciousness. If anything happens, I will take action." At this point, he was filled with remorse, his eyes full of regret. "But now, my soul has exploded. I don't know anything now, and I don't understand why my soul exploded." The old man told everything he knew in one breath. After a while, the middle-aged man pondered and said, "Could it be that our secret has been discovered?" "Impossible. The sect master said that only a free and easy saint could know and detect our differences." The old man in black robe pondered, "There are only 4 forces in the East Wilderness that have free and easy saints, the 3 holy places and the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan in the East Wilderness Mountains. Generally speaking, unless the sect encounters a major crisis, the free and easy saint will not appear in the world. Because the free and easy realm is the realm where one begins to come into contact with the great Dao of heaven and earth. After reaching this realm, people basically spend their time in seclusion in the sect's forbidden area to attain enlightenment, in order to attain the status of a great emperor. Therefore, he thought that it was Xueqi who acted rashly and offended a certain being in the Tongtian realm, resulting in the annihilation of his entire army, including his own soul. The old man said grimly, "But I have to investigate this matter thoroughly. First, for the sake of Lord Zhou's goal. Second, even if I deleted important memories when I placed the soul, it will inevitably attract other people's attention. We can only stay hidden in the dark if we make sure no one discovers our secret. Otherwise..." The old man seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. "Otherwise, if it is leaked and the sect master's plan is ruined, we will be finished." The middle-aged man and the seductive woman nodded together and said, "We will also send someone to assist you." At the same time, an ancient ship as huge as a giant whale is sailing in the void. Ancient, weathered, cold, mighty. This is everyone's first impression of the ship. This ship is one of the ancient ships of Dao Ji Sect. It is dozens of feet high and more than 300 feet long. It is like a behemoth from ancient times, showing the majestic momentum and profound heritage of the Holy Land. On the ancient ship, the four elders of Dao Ji Sect and the others would cast their gazes towards Haida from time to time, with a mixture of surprise and envy flashing in their eyes. The light of surprise came from the astonishment at the fact that Haida was a puppet with intelligence. After all, generally speaking, puppets are just tools controlled by people, and it is rare for them to have the ability to think. And Haida not only possesses wisdom, but his own strength is so powerful that it is astonishing. He is actually the same as their sect master, and is also at the 9th level of the Tongtian realm. Just an hour ago, when Haida led Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan into the Daiji Great Hall, everyone present burst into energy and their cultivation was revealed. If Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan had not quickly explained that this was their master's puppet, I'm afraid that sect master Dao Ji would have led the rest of the people to attack immediately without hesitation. After all, if someone with equal strength suddenly appeared in the sect, and no one knew anything about this person, anyone would be alert. After hearing this, everyone present was shocked. It would be fine if a puppet just had intelligence, but it actually possessed such powerful strength. This made them very envious, and they sighed, "He is worthy of being the most accomplished junior uncle master back then, he has all kinds of rare treasures." Liu Xuanhe had nothing to do at the moment, so he stood on the side of the ancient ship and admired the beautiful scenery along the way below. Zhao Fan was fiddling with his mirror. "Meet Uncle Liu and Uncle Zhao." At this moment, a voice sounded in their ears, and the two looked at the person who came. Leading the group was a young man in gorgeous clothes and a young girl in a yellow skirt, followed by disciples of Dao Ji Sect who were attending the event. The young man in gorgeous clothes and the girl in yellow skirt were the ones who performed most outstandingly at the Dao Ji Sect's disciple recruiting ceremony. The young man in fancy clothes is named Fang Jun, the sect master's new disciple. The girl in the yellow skirt is named Song Jie. She was snatched away by the leader of the Daoling Vein at the disciple-taking ceremony and accepted as a disciple. "What's the matter, my fellow apprentices?" Liu Xuanhe turned around, smiled and spoke gently. Seeing this, Zhao Fan also came over and talked with everyone. Although Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan are one generation older than this group of people, they are their uncles. But they were still just teenagers and didn't put on airs. Ever since this group of disciples heard about the glorious deeds of Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan, they have always admired them. However, they had never had the chance to meet each other, so they took the opportunity of attending this event to pluck up the courage to step forward and talk to Liu Xuanhe and the others. After trying to ask, I found that Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan had very gentle personalities and did not act superior because of their status as uncles. Instead, he took the initiative to communicate with them, express his own insights on cultivation, and share them with everyone. The four elders of Dao Ji Sect standing nearby took in all of this. He nodded slightly, his face full of satisfaction, his eyes full of admiration. Chapter 26. An hour later, a small mountain range covering only a few hundred miles appeared before everyone. Before arriving, the four elders of Dao Ji Sect had already told the disciples of Dao Ji Sect the details of the trial. This small mountain range is called Yuanshao Mountain Range. It was originally an ordinary small mountain range. It got its name only because of the discovery of the Yuan Beast Secret Realm and became famous in the eastern wilderness. The Yuan Beast Secret Realm comes from a holy place in an era whose time cannot be verified. It is said that the Yuan Beast Secret Realm was specially opened by the sect for its disciples and is used exclusively for trials of disciples in the Yuan Shen realm. Since it is opened for disciples in the Yuan Shen realm, naturally the degree of danger will not be higher than that of the Yuan Shen realm. There is also an age limit, and only people under the age of 18 are allowed to enter the Yuan Beast Secret Realm. Therefore, in order to serve as a trial, many forces in the eastern wilderness territory came up with an unwritten rule after discovering this secret realm. Only Yuan Shen realm practitioners who were no older than 18 years old were allowed to enter and train. When Xuanchen heard this, he felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, he was still a few days away from turning 18. In the Yuan Beast Secret Realm, there is a monster called Yuan Beast. Unlike other monsters, it does not possess a physique that far exceeds that of human practitioners at the same level. On the contrary, the spiritual power of this strange monster is extremely strong. If you fight against it, your soul will be injured if you are not careful. In addition, after a Yuan beast is killed, it will more or less leave behind a treasure called the Yuan Shen Pearl. If a cultivator at the Yuan Shen realm swallows it, it can not only increase the strength of the Yuan Shen, but also speed up the cultivation speed at the Yuan Shen realm. It can be said to be the best cultivation treasure for the majority of practitioners when they are in the Yuan Shen realm. In order to increase competitiveness, the three holy places and top forces in the eastern wilderness have joined together to add a mechanism. Points can be obtained by killing Yuan beasts. Points will be recorded by special tokens, and points between different sects can be snatched. The sect with the highest points within 2 days will win the championship of this Yuan Beast Secret Realm trial. In addition, in order to avoid unnecessary killing, the trial taker can activate the points token and use the points token to forcibly teleport him out of the Yuan Beast Secret Realm. At this time, in a wide valley in the mountains below, there were crowds of people, all of whom were disciples from the sect who came to participate in the Yuan Beast Secret Realm trial and the teachers who escorted them. What kind of ship is this? Why is it so big? You are ignorant, right? Did you see the word Dao Ji on the ancient ship? This is the ancient ship of the Holy Land Dao Ji Sect. Dao Ji Sect is worthy of the name of a holy place. Judging from the array patterns engraved on the hull of this ancient ship, it must be at least a holy weapon, right? Compared with Dao Ji Sect's spaceship, my sect's spaceship is like a grandson meeting his grandfather. Come on, stop flattering yourself. You're not even qualified to be my grandson. The arrival of the Dao Ji Sect members at this time caused everyone in the valley to sigh. Xuanchen followed behind the fourth elder and looked at everything. Brother, this is my first time attending such a grand event. It's so lively. Zhao Fan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the practitioners coming and going. Junior brother, now that we have joined Dao Ji Sect, scenes like this will only get more grand in the future. Xuanchen turned around and looked at Zhao Fan beside him, and said gently, you'll get used to it. Brother Mo, it's been a long time since we last met. A hearty laugh was heard, and a middle-aged man with a burly figure and extraordinary temperament strode forward. This person is none other than Zhang Yuan, the great elder from the top-tier Zhang family. Zhang Yuan looked at the person in front of him with a smile on his face and said, I never thought that the person leading the team this time would be you, the fourth elder of Dao Ji Sect. The fourth elder of Dao Ji Sect also responded with a smile, yes, brother Zhang, it has been a long time since we last met. The two smiled at each other, as if they were old friends meeting again after many years. Dao Ji Sect has a good relationship with the Zhang family, and there is usually frequent communication between the two major forces. After some greetings, Zhang Yuan turned his gaze to the group of young disciples behind the four elders of Dao Ji Sect and asked curiously, are these the disciples of your sect who are here to participate in the trial? As Zhang Yuan's gaze moved, he first noticed Liu Xuanhe standing in front of the team. Liu Xuanhe was seen carrying a long sword on his back, his posture was as straight as a pine tree, and he exuded a powerful aura. But his realm is only the 5th level of the Yuanshen heaven. Then, Zhang Yuan saw the young man in gorgeous clothes again. This young man has a handsome face, with a hint of arrogance between his brows. However, his cultivation level is lower, only at the 4th level of the soul realm. And the beautiful girl in yellow clothes is also in the 4th level of the soul. Among the remaining Dao Ji Sect disciples, the highest one is at the 3rd level of the Yuanshen realm. However, Zhao Fan, who possessed the 9 Sun Divine Eyes, caught his attention. He felt that this person might be stronger than the 2 disciples of the 4th heaven. Zhang Yuan's expression remained unchanged, but he was confused inside. Dao Ji Zong's strength is much weaker this time, but it is still quite strong. Not only can it not compare with the other 2 major forces, it is also a little bit inferior to these top forces. As if seeing through the thoughts of the Zhang family's great elder, the 4th elder of Dao Ji Sect said, "The other disciples in our sect are either already stronger than the Yuanshen realm or are a few months older. It took a lot of effort to select the right candidate. And most of them are in seclusion." "I see." Although the Zhang family's eldest elder was still confused, he nodded. Afterwards, the disciples from both sides greeted each other. The leader of the Zhang family's team entering the secret realm this time was the youngest son of the Zhang family's head, Zhang Wuchen. Cultivate to the 7th level of the Yuanshen realm. He is 2 small realms higher than Liu Xuanhe, but if strength is measured by realm, then the strength of a small part will be seriously underestimated. For example, Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan, or the geniuses from other major forces. The Zhang family's eldest elder knew this very well, so he warned Zhang Wuchen not to underestimate Liu Xuanhe and not to ignore Zhao Fan. A quarter of an hour later, everyone in the valley looked up and found a flying boat with the words Shengxia engraved on it appeared in the void. The flying boat came from the southeast and was much smaller than Dao Ji Sect's warship. "Look! There's a flying boat. People from the Shengxia sect are coming. Have you heard about the recent incident? I heard that the Shengxia sect was attacked at the gate and the protective formation was broken." "What? Who dares to attack Shengxia sect? This is the top force second only to the Holy Land." "Su. Speak softly, I'm telling you, the Shengxia sect's protective formation was indeed broken, but it wasn't broken by someone personally. The real reason was that the Shengxia sect had offended a free and easy saint, and someone had the fist broke the sect protection formation. Saint Xiaoao? He is an ancestor-level existence in the Holy Land. How could Shengxia sect offend such a person? Is the news true? I don't know the specific reason, but the news is absolutely true. My next-door neighbor's second uncle's nephew's brother-in-law is an ordinary disciple of Shengxia sect. I heard that on that day, the whole Shengxia sect was dark and was surrounded by a group of people. Just a giant fist covering it. As soon as the people from Shengxia sect appeared, everyone in the valley began to talk about it. Because the recent events of the Shengxia sect have spread throughout the eastern region, everyone is curious about the Shengxia sect. However, when the people from Shengxia sect entered the valley, they glanced at the people around them. No one dared to speak and they all shut their mouths for fear of being targeted. Snort. The deputy leader of Shengxia sect had a cold expression on his face and snorted inwardly, "They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs." After greeting the people from Dao Ji Sect and Zhang family, he found a place to sit down with his disciples and closed his eyes to rest. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening noise broke the originally peaceful atmosphere. Chapter 27. In the western sky, a green gourd as huge as a mountain was seen flying towards them with endless power like a meteor. At the same time, there was a long sword that was dozens of feet long and flashing with cold light, placed side by side on the right. These two treasures seemed to be competing to see who is faster. Wherever the two passed, the void was torn into black cracks, as if the entire space could not withstand their astonishing speed and power. As they sped forward, bursts of sharp and piercing whistling sounds were heard in the air, as shocking as the sound of thousands of horses galloping. The sound grew louder and louder, resounding through the sky, making people feel frightened. The green gourd and the long sword were approaching in the blink of an eye, and the strong oppressive feeling they brought made it almost impossible to breathe. "What's that sound? Someone's calling. Look! A huge gourd and a huge long knife are rushing towards us." Everyone looked up, with different expressions. Some looked panic-stricken, thinking they were going to die. Some had a thoughtful look in their eyes, as if they understood what was going on. Only the people from Dao Ji Sect, Zhang family, and Xuanyin Sect remained calm. The main reason is that Dao Ji Sect, Zhang family, and Xuanyin Sect are very powerful and are not afraid of newcomers. The most important point is that they know who is coming. At this moment, the green gourd and the long sword arrived above the valley almost at the same time. Then, two groups of people jumped down from above. However, except for the foreign leader, the other disciples' faces turned extremely pale and ugly, and some even vomited. They felt as if they had just been through the torture of hell and felt a wave of regret in their hearts. If they had known in advance that the leading elders of both teams would be these two people, they would never have come even if they were beaten to death. Not long ago, people from the two factions encountered each other soon after leaving the sect. They thought nothing was wrong, but after their elders glared at each other, the elder of the Divine Sword Sect made a hand seal, increasing the speed of his sword and surpassing that of the Gi Sword Sect. As a result, the elder of Gi Sword Sect refused to be outdone, and he made hand seals to urge the green gourd to speed up, and soon surpassed the people of Divine Sword Sect. When the elder of the Divine Sword Sect saw this, he accelerated his sword again and surpassed the people of the Gi Sword Sect. In this way, both sides continued to speed up, and the two elders kept fighting, and the disciples on both sides were the ones who suffered. It was supposed to take an hour to get there, but due to the battle between the elders of both sides, they reached the destination in less than quarter of an hour. I was so scared. I thought someone was going to attack us, but it turned out to be people from Gi Sect and Dao Sect. Why do I feel like the atmosphere between these two top forces seems a bit strange, especially the elders leading both sides? Young man, you have just entered the cultivation world not long ago. These are all old stories. Why did the Gi Sword Sect and the Divine Sword Sect send these two people this time? Aren't they afraid of messing things up? Some people from the forces recognized the leaders of both sides and understood why the people from these two major sects acted in this way. As the two teams walked in, everyone finally understood what they were arguing about. Old Joe, you are a piece of shit. If you have the guts, don't embarrass yourself here. All of you present here have seen it with your own eyes. It is clear that it was our Divine Sword Sect that arrived here first. An old man dressed in black and holding a long sword roared with his eyes wide open. Then he turned to the others and asked, "Do you think that our Divine Sword Sect arrived first?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the valley looked at each other in bewilderment. It's hard to offend either side, so just keep quiet. Humph! Open your dog eyes wide, Gu Dashan, can't you see clearly? It's clearly us, the Gi Sword Sect, who arrived first. An old man in a white robe and holding a sword on the opposite side fought back without showing any weakness, and then added another sentence. You still can't afford it. It was you who couldn't afford it back then. Since there was no rule prohibiting the use of weapons in that duel, then I won. There's nothing to say. For a moment, the two sides were on the verge of a fight, neither side giving in. The two leading old men were arguing endlessly with red faces and thick necks, and neither of them was willing to lose to the other in momentum. The people outside the valley were speechless. It was these two old men who came this time. It seemed that this trial would be fun. Deep in the valley, the four elders of Dao Ji Sect with powerful spiritual awareness and the leading elders of other powerful forces shook their heads. Seeing that the disciples were puzzled, the elders from various major forces explained the reasons one after another. It turned out that the leading elder of the Gi Sword Sect this time was their sect's law enforcement elder Zhou Dehi, and the leading elder of the Divine Sword Sect was their guardian elder Gu Dashan. Before they began to practice cultivation, the two came from the same small mountain village in the secular world and were neighbors. They had been fighting since childhood. Later, both parties joined the Gi Sword Sect and the Divine Sword Sect respectively. One time, the two sects held an exchange meeting for new disciples. The two of them were among them, and they even faced each other. Since they joined the sect at the same time and their talents were similar, their strength at this time was at the 9th level of the Lingtai realm. The two were evenly matched, neither of them could gain the upper hand, and in the end, the winner was decided by one move. However, Zhou Dehi had a slight advantage in this decisive attack because of a defensive treasure he obtained by chance. Gu Dashan fell to the ground completely, his long sword fell to the side, while Zhou Dehi knelt on one knee, supporting his body with his long sword. Therefore, Zhou Dehi won this duel. Afterwards, although Gu Dashan was not convinced, there was nothing he could do because the use of treasures was not prohibited in a fight, as long as the power did not exceed a certain range. He admitted that he lost the fight, but he did not admit that he was inferior to Zhou Dehi. If he had also had a treasure or Zhou Dehi had not used the treasure, the outcome might still be unknown. Zhou Dehi naturally doesn't care about your this or that, not to mention that the two of them have been fighting since they were young, since they were big. After winning once, one naturally wanted to show off, and since then the two of them fought more fiercely. They often competed privately, and they were always evenly matched and it was difficult to tell who was the winner. So, this time the two of them even competed over who arrived first, and naturally they started fighting again. It was just a pity for the disciples on both sides, as they were tortured by their own elders before the trial even started. Perhaps because he was angry about the destruction of the sect's protective formation some time ago, the deputy leader of the Shengzia sect was already in a bad mood and his mood became even worse. Finally, he couldn't help but say, "Can you two stop arguing?" However, perhaps the two sides were arguing too fiercely and did not hear the voice of the deputy leader of the Shengzia sect, and continued to quarrel. "That's enough. Stop arguing!" the deputy leader of Shengzia sect roared. The field was instantly quiet. "You can hear a pin drop." The two old men looked at each other at first, and then simultaneously turned their gazes to the deputy leader of the Shengzia sect not far away. After a moment, they seemed to recover from their shock. Zhou Dehi was the first to break the silence. He frowned and shouted at Gu Dashan with dissatisfaction, "Why did you yell so loudly just now?" Although his voice was not loud, it carried an unquestionable majesty. Naturally, Gu Dashan was not willing to be outdone, and immediately retorted, "You're talking nonsense, it was obviously you who was yelling all the time." He widened his eyes and glared at Zhou Dehi, not backing down at all. Seeing that the two were still not calming down, the deputy leader of Shengzia sect seemed to be on the verge of exploding, and his aura was growing stronger. Upon seeing this, the four elders of Dao Ji Sect quickly stepped forward and acted as peacemakers. He smiled and said, okay, you two should just be quiet for a while. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the younger generation?" As he spoke, he bowed to everyone around him, hoping to ease the atmosphere. At the same time, the elder of the Zhang family also hurriedly agreed, "Yes, Brother Zhou and Brother Gu, please put aside your prejudice for the sake of the three of us. The focus of today's matter is the Yuan Beast secret realm, we can't lose the big picture for the small." Just like that, Zhou Dehi and Gu Dashan finally calmed down, but they were still secretly competing with each other in their eyes. Chapter 28. Seeing the three people calm down, the fourth elder of Dao Ji Sect continued, "Brother Zhou and Brother Gu have also arrived. Now only the people from Hunyuan Xingyi Sect and Taiji Sect are left." The words haven't finished yet. Two huge warships suddenly appeared in the void above the valley. The two warships looked no smaller than Dao Ji Sect's warships, and they were engraved with words such as Xuanyin and Tai Chi respectively. The warship stopped in mid-air, and two groups of soldiers jumped off the warship. That person should be Lin Yu, who has become very famous recently. I heard that he has a 5-element mysterious body and is extremely talented. It is rumored that this person is only 17 years old, but his cultivation level has already reached the 9th level of the Yuan Shen realm. This time he entered the Yuan Shao secret realm. It is very likely that he came here to break through the questioning heart realm. Don't ignore the other disciples of Xuanyin school. Apart from Lin Yu, there is one who is at the 8th level of Yuan Shen, 2 at the 6th level of Yuan Shen, and the rest are all at the 5th level of Yuan Shen. Hiss! Is this the strength of the Holy Land? The strongest disciple in our sect who meets the requirements is only at the 4th level of the Yuan Shen heaven, 1 level lower than the weakest among them. Seeing the people from Xuanyin school coming over, everyone started talking and looking at them. I saw that the second person walking behind the leading elder of Xuanyin school had an extremely strong aura, and the breath of the 9th level of Yuan Shen realm was faintly revealed. Everyone was shocked at his strength. This person is Lin Yu, whom everyone was talking about just now. The 5 elements surround him, and every move he makes is the manifestation of the 5 elements rules. Even the 5 elements of spiritual energy in the void were particularly fond of this person and gathered towards him, as if he was the incarnation of the 5 elements. Hearing what everyone said, Lin Yu also raised his head slightly, with pride showing between his brows. At this moment, everyone from Tai Chi sect also came over. The leader was an old man with vigor and vitality, who was the leader of the Tai Chi sect. Following behind him was a handsome young man with a black spear on his back, and a cold light flashed at the tip of the spear. If someone perceives carefully, they will find that this young man is also at the 9th level of the Yuan Shen realm. Similarly, the Tai Chi disciples behind him are at the 8th level of the Yuan Shen realm at the highest and the 5th level of the Yuan Shen realm at the lowest. Their overall strength is not much different from that of the Xuanyin school. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but talk about it, especially the young man with the spear. I heard that this person is the youngest person in Dao Ji Sect who has reached the 9th level of the Yuan Shen realm. He possesses a yin-yang combat body and has a deep understanding of the yin-yang rules. It is said that this person's name is Qin Tianyang, and he was discovered in a secular village by a certain supreme elder of Dao Ji Sect while traveling around the world. That's the yin-yang combat body. It's born with a better understanding of the 2 ways of yin and yang than others. Ma Mo, the leader of the Xuanyin school, looked at Qin Tianyang several times and said, "Brother Guo, the strength of your disciples this time should not be underestimated. This young friend Chen possesses the legendary yin-yang combat body. Before he turned 18, he has already reached the 9th level of the Yuan Shen realm. Your family has found a treasure. Brother Ma, you are joking. Your sect's young friend Lin is also extraordinary. His 5 elements mysterious body controls the power of the 5 elements and can attack or defend." The leader of the Dao Ji Sect, Guo Tianyuan, responded, "What's more, little friend Lin is also at the 9th level of the Yuan Shen realm." After exchanging pleasantries, the two walked into the depths of the valley together. When they came in and saw Sect Master Dao Ji and others, they nodded to each other as a greeting. Calculating the time, there is less than a quarter of an hour left before the Yuan Beast secret realm is opened. At this time, Ma Mo carefully looked at Lu Suanhe and the others behind the 4 elders of Dao Ji Sect, and took the initiative to speak. "Brother Mo, why are the strengths of the disciples who came to participate in the trial this time different from before? Is it because of is there no one in the sect?" Ma Mo's words seemed to show concern for the people in Dao Ji Sect, but in fact they were full of provocation. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. In fact, other people had already discovered that there was something wrong with the strength of Dao Ji Sect's disciples, but they were limited by the fact that Dao Ji Sect was one of the 3 major holy places in the eastern wilderness. Although he was very powerful, it would be bad if he accidentally ran into trouble. Only Zhang Yuan, the eldest elder of the Zhang family, who was on good terms with him, dared to ask about this matter. The fourth elder of Dao Ji Sect, Mo Tianyang, whom Ma Mo referred to as Brother Mo, opened his eyes and glanced at Ma Mo when he heard the words. With a cold expression, he said calmly, "Don't bother Elder Ma. Even if our sect's disciples are only at the 5th level of the Yuan Shen realm, it is still easy for them to get the first place in this trial." After saying this, Mo Tianyang sneered in his heart. Lu Suan he, with the strength of the 4th level of the Soul realm, was able to defeat the special puppet of the 9th level of the Soul realm. Now he has entered the 5th level and his strength has been further improved. What's more, if Lu Suan he could break through to the 6th level of the Yuan Shen realm in the Yuan Shao secret realm, then even if Lin Yu broke through to the questioning heart realm in the Yuan Beast secret realm, he might not be able to defeat Lu Suan he. Oh? If that's the case, even if my Hunyuan Xing school loses, I will accept it wholeheartedly. Ma Mo heard this, his expression remained unchanged, he narrowed his eyes, and still smiled. After all, it is a great blessing in life to be able to see the demeanor of such a peerless genius. He cursed inwardly, why is the Dao Ji Sect still trying to be mysterious this time? I hope what you, Mo Tianyang, said is true, otherwise where will the face of the Dao Ji Sect Holy Land be placed? This time, even the 4 top forces such as the Zhang family have people at the 7th level of the Soul realm, and among the disciples of Dao Ji Sect, the highest level is only at the 5th level of the Soul realm. I'm afraid that the performance of the Yuan Beast secret realm this time is not even as good as that of the top forces. After hearing Mo Tianyang's answer, the other people present were also confused. They couldn't figure out what Dao Ji Zone was doing. Could it be that this boy was really defying the heaven? Suddenly, the elders from the 3 holy places and the 4 top forces opened their eyes, looked at each other, and nodded. Mo Tianyang said, "Everyone, the time for the Yuan Beast secret realm to open is now. Let's work together to summon the entrance to the secret realm." After saying that, Mo Tianyang quickly formed seals with his hands, muttered something, and made a series of seals. Ma Mo, Guo Tianyuan, and others also attacked together, each of them performed hand seals. Boom! The elders looked solemn, and their hands quickly formed various complex and mysterious seals. Rays of light shot out from their fingertips and sank into the endless void. As these seals were continuously injected, the originally calm void actually began to tremble slightly, as if it was being stirred by an invisible giant hand. The vibration became more and more violent, and the entire space seemed to be torn apart. As everyone was watching nervously, suddenly, accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, a magnificent, glittering, huge portal slowly opened from the void. The portal is tall and majestic, with a strange light flashing all over. Its surface is engraved with countless ancient and mysterious runes and patterns, which makes people feel awe at first glance. Entrance to the secret realm of Yuan Beast. The entrance is shrouded in a thick, mysterious fog. This piece of mist is as ethereal and illusory as a veil, but it contains an indescribable powerful force. When someone tried to use spiritual sense to explore the mystery, he found that as soon as his spiritual sense approached the fog, it melted and disintegrated instantly like ice and snow encountering fire, and he could not penetrate into it at all. Only by entering it in person can you unveil its mysterious veil and find out the truth. Chapter 29. The elders of the Holy Land and top forces did not stop, but kept moving their hands, continuing to make seals and perform hand gestures. As the seal continued to merge into the entrance went from emitting violent fluctuations at the beginning to gradually becoming stable. Half a quarter of an hour later, the entrance was completely stable. Upon seeing this, the elders leading the various forces distributed a black token with strange patterns printed on it to their disciples. Lu Suan he looked at the token in his hand, rubbed it carefully, and found that there was a small formation engraved on the token, which should be used to record the disciples' points and scores. After receiving the tokens from the elders, disciples from many human forces formed groups to enter the Yuan Beast secret realm. But this is useless, because the location of the person who is undergoing training is random after entering the Yuan Beast secret realm. Even if two people enter hand in hand, they will separate after entering the Yuan Beast secret realm. Therefore, all major forces will give their disciples tokens for contacting and locating each other, so that the disciples of their sects can gather and act together as soon as possible. Remember, your main purpose this time is to gain experience and improve your cultivation. As for the competition for the last place, it's better to be last. Mo Tianyang spoke after seeing that his disciples were ready. He turned to look at Liu Xuanyi again, hesitating to speak, but finally said with concern, "Although I have full confidence in your talent, junior brother Liu, your cultivation is indeed a little lacking. If you encounter an unbeatable situation, you must immediately crush the token. Save your life." He turned to look at Zhao Fan, Zhao Jun, and other disciples. "Brother Zhao, you are all the same. In this trial, the overall strength of our Dao Ji Sect is indeed not as good as that of the other two holy places, or even better than the people of the four top forces. Just a hair's breadth away. If we encounter a powerful opponent, we will decisively crush the token." After listening to this, all the disciples felt a warm feeling in their hearts. Especially Liu Xuanyi, he knew that Mo Tianyang said that to him out of concern, not to boost others' morale and destroy his own prestige. At this time, there were not many forces left on the field, and most of them had already gone in, trying to seize the initiative. The disciples of Xuanying II school had just entered, but before entering, Lin Yu, who was at the 9th level of Yuan Shen realm, suddenly turned around. He looked at Liu Xuanyi with an extremely provocative and contemptuous look, his eyes full of disdain and arrogance. He wanted to see how Liu Xuanyi would react. Unexpectedly, Liu Xuanyi stood there expressionless and didn't even look at him. When Lin Yu's figure gradually disappeared, it could be seen that the expression on his face suddenly became gloomy. Zhao Fan, who was standing next to Liu Xuanyi, couldn't help but say, "Brother, this guy is so arrogant, relying on his 9th level Yuan Shen strength. Junior brother, you don't need to pay attention to this kind of person. If you meet him, just deal with him and he will behave himself. Even if he is a 9th level soul." Liu Xuanyi replied to Zhao Fan calmly, his tone was calm, but full of dominance. Afterwards, Liu Xian and the others stepped into the Yuan Beast secret realm. At this time, Ma Mo, who was guarding the entrance to the secret realm, couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. The Yuan Beast secret realm is a small secret world left behind by a great emperor who disappeared in ancient times. In an area of about 1,000 miles in radius, there exists a special monster called Yuan Beast, which was created by the basic formation of the Yuan Beast secret realm. The Yuan Beast secret realm is divided into 3 levels, the outer circle, the inner circle and the center. The disciples who entered the Yuan Beast secret realm all appeared in the outer area. The danger is the least in the periphery, and it is generally populated by Yuan beasts from the 1st to 3rd levels of the Yuan Shen realm. The inner area is more dangerous than the outer area, and is mainly inhabited by Yuan beasts from the 4th to 6th levels of the Yuan Shen realm. The most dangerous area is the central area, where there are a large number of Yuan beasts above the 7th level of Yuan Shen realm, and there are even more than 10 Yuan beasts at the 9th level of Yuan Shen realm. Therefore, most forces only dare to train in the outer areas, and only a small number of forces, including the top forces, operate in the inner area. Only the disciples of the Holy Land dare to enter the central area, but they dare not go too deep. Yuan beasts usually appear in groups of about 10 or so. They do not come out one by one to serve as experience babies for the trainees who come in. Think about it, if more than a dozen Yuan beasts of the 8th level of Yuan Shen attack together, the disciples of the Holy Land must also treat it with caution. If a 9th level Yuan beast appeared, leading a group of 7th and 8th level Yuan beasts, the disciples of the Holy Land would probably have no choice but to turn around and run away. However, Generally speaking, the Yuan beasts of the 9th level of the Yuan Shen realm all have their own territories. Unless a disciple who is training takes the initiative to enter their territory, these beings will generally not take the initiative to attack. In a valley outside the Yuan beast secret realm, suddenly the space shook violently, then shattered, and a figure appeared. He shook his head to wake himself up quickly. He looked around vigilantly, his consciousness spreading rapidly in all directions like an invisible net. However, he was indeed the only one here. This entrance portal was indeed extremely magical. In order to test whether this portal was really as Tianyang, the 4th elder of Dao Ji Sect said, he dispersed the people entering. He asked Zhao Fan to hold his arm tightly, and then they stepped into the mysterious portal together. The moment he entered, he felt dizzy and lost the feeling in his arm. When he regained consciousness, he was already in a quiet valley with dense vegetation. He was the only one within 100 feet around him. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from not far away, breaking the silence of the valley. In front of He's left, a group of strange beasts were rushing towards him. The leading beast was at the 2nd level of the soul realm, and the rest were at the 1st level. The body of this strange beast is larger than that of ordinary wild beasts. It looks like a tiger, but it is not a tiger because it has 2 strange-shaped black horns on its head. Based on the portrait given by Tianyang before, he concluded that this was the product of the Yuan beast secret realm, the Yuan beast. The leading Yuan beast took the lead, and when it was about to approach a mysterious light flashed on the black horns on its head. I saw a strange light shooting out from the corner and heading straight for the soul in He's sea of consciousness. Then, this Yuan beast from the 2nd level of Yuan Shen pounced towards He. All this happened in just a moment. If someone from a small force encountered this, he might not have time to react and would be killed directly. But this group of Yuan beasts encountered He, who was at the 5th level of Yuan Shen. At this critical moment, the mysterious light suddenly shattered when it was only 3 inches away from He's forehead, turning into countless fragments flashing with strange light and scattered around. Almost at the same time, an extremely sharp sword energy appeared out of thin air. The sword energy was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye it passed through the huge and ferocious Yuan beast in the lead. However, its might did not diminish at all, and it continued to rush towards the group of Yuan beasts behind it at an astonishing speed. Bang! 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 As deafening explosions resounded throughout the valley, the originally aggressive Yuan beasts exploded one after another the moment they were hit by the sword energy. For a moment, the valley was filled with smoke and dust, and loud noises echoed in the ears. Chapter 30. When the dust gradually dissipated, special beads as big as pills were left in the flesh and blood of these Yuan beasts after they exploded. He activated his spiritual power, and a powerful attraction was born from the center of his palm, sucking in all the beads left behind by the dead Yuan beasts. I saw that the beads in my palm were crystal clear and emitted a faint light. These beads have a great attraction to his soul, and his soul develops a desire for these beads. A strange color flashed in Lu Xian's eyes, and Tianyang's previous description of the Yuan Shen pearl suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that these are the legendary soul beads? He thought to himself. He tightly grasped the soul beads that were shining with strange light in his hands, mobilized the powerful spiritual power in his body, and tried to refine them. This was what Tianyang told them when he was explaining how to use the Yuan Shen pearl before they entered the Yuan beast secret realm. At first, he was a little nervous, not knowing whether this would work. But when he felt the traces of spiritual power gradually seeping into the Yuan Shen pearl, he couldn't help but feel happy. It turns out it really works. As time went by, more and more spiritual power was injected into the Yuan Shen pearl, and the pearl began to undergo miraculous changes. The originally crystal clear surface gradually began to glow with a faint glow, and wisps of light smoke began to rise. Then, these wisps of smoke gathered together, forming a rich, extremely pure scent. At this moment, Liu Xuanhe could feel his soul's strong desire for this pure energy. So, he followed the method described by Mo Tianyang and tried to call upon his soul power to touch this pure energy. Suddenly, this newly born pure energy seemed to have its own will, and rushed towards Liu Xuanhe's sea of consciousness at lightning speed. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react. When he calmed down, he suddenly discovered that the little soul in his sea of consciousness was opening its mouth, greedily swallowing the pure energy that was pouring in. Strike while the iron is hot, he sat cross-legged on the ground without hesitation, adjusted his breathing and state of mind, and used all his strength to practice the skills to speed up the refining and absorption of this pure energy. Less than half a minute later, Liu Xuanhe opened his eyes, with a look of surprise and regret flashing across his face. This pure energy refined from the Yuan Shen pearl was really useful, and it only took half a quarter of an hour. He clearly felt that his realm had improved a little, and his soul had also grown a little stronger. Unfortunately, the Yuan Shen beads produced by these Yuan Shen realm first and second level Yuan Shen beasts are not strong enough. This pure energy is just a drop in the bucket for him at the moment, otherwise he would not have successfully refined this pure energy in just half a quarter of an hour. Thinking of this, Liu Xuanhe couldn't help but feel happy. If he could find the Yuan Shen pearl produced by a Yuan beast of a higher level, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. But we still have to meet up with Zhao Fan and the others first. Liu Xuanhe took out the token. There was a number 12 on the front of the token, indicating that this person had earned 12 points by killing Yuan beasts. You can get 1 point for killing a Yuan Shen first level beast, and 2 points for killing a Yuan Shen second level beast. Among the group of Yuan beasts that Liu Xuanhe had killed before, there were a total of 10 Yuan beasts of the first level of Yuan Soul and 1 Yuan Soul of the second level of Yuan Soul. So the total number of points is 12. There is a white board on the back of the token with a red dot and several white dots on it. The red dot represents the token owner himself, and the white dots represent the disciples of the token owner. Liu Xuanhe discovered that there were 2 white dots not far from each other and very close to him in the northeast direction. He turned into a streak of light and headed towards the northeast. Somewhere in the forest in the outer area. Who? A disciple from a medium-sized force is confronting 3 Yuan beasts that are also in the second level of the Yuan Shen. He was panting heavily, his eyes like an eagle staring at the 3 Yuan beasts that were surrounding him like horns. His clothes were torn, revealing many hideous scars. In an instant, there was a loud bang, like thunder, and the 3 monsters attacked at the same time. The black horns on their heads were like 3 sharp swords, emitting 3 dazzling rays of light. Puff! Accompanied by a dull sound, the man suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, his face instantly turned as pale as paper, and his whole body was shaky, as if he might fall down at any time. The Yuan beast's Yuan spirit attacks. Caught off guard, his soul was attacked violently at this moment. The little soul that had been safely existing in the sea of consciousness now became extremely illusory, like a candle in the wind that could go out at any time. Roar! The 3 Yuan beasts took advantage of the situation, waving their sharp claws, and rushed forward without hesitation at lightning speed. Damn it! He took out the token and looked at the back. Several of the white dots gathered together and were approaching him rapidly. He thought he could hold on until rescue arrived, but he didn't expect that these 3 Yuan beasts would launch Yuan spirit attacks to sneak attack his Yuan beast. He was unable to defend himself in time and his soul was injured. Explosion technique. He let out a light cry, and as a last resort, he had to use a secret method to forcibly increase his strength to break through. The side effects of this secret method are extremely strong and it will not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. His momentum suddenly increased, and he slapped out with one palm, directly hitting the 3 Yuan beasts. The 3 heads were knocked away one after another. Puff! The man spat out blood again, and his face became even paler. While there was still some time left in the secret technique, he turned around without hesitation and ran towards the direction of the white dots. Beside a small river outside, several corpses were lying in disorder by the river, some with incomplete limbs, obviously having experienced brutal fighting. The blood dyed the river water a glaring red, the fishy smell filled the air, and there were some broken weapons in the river. The eyes of one of the corpses were still open, filled with fear and unwillingness, and he was unable to close them until he died. The grass nearby was crushed into a mess, with traces of blood on the leaves. A hand slowly stretched out from under the pile of corpses, the fingers trembling slightly. There was actually a survivor. He pushed his companion away with great effort, breathing heavily, his face splattered with blood. He looked around blankly, and just as he was about to stand up, he found that his leg was seriously injured. Brother Li. Brother Wang. Sister Kui. Seeing his former good friends turning into cold corpses, he couldn't help but feel sad. At this time, bursts of low roars came from the distance. The Yuan beast hasn't gone far yet. His face suddenly changed, and in a hurry, he didn't care about the severe pain all over his body. He gritted his teeth, took out the token and crushed it. The next moment, a light shield formed and enveloped him. Then, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, the light shield took him and disappeared from the spot. Similar scenes were happening everywhere outside the Yuan beast secret realm. Chapter 31. The position of the outer periphery close to the inner periphery. In a small green valley, the corpses of dozens of Yuan beasts lay in disarray on the ground, with blood flowing all over the ground like a fountain, as if dyeing the land with a layer of scarlet color. Several young men were frantically slaughtering Yuan beasts. These Yuan beasts were at the first to third level of the Yuan spirit realm. Roar! A Yuan beast from the third level of the Yuan beast realm roared and pounced towards the young men. One of the young men stood up and launched a spiritual attack. The Yuan beast of the third level of Yuan Shen split into pieces in response. Afterwards, the remaining dozen or so Yuan beasts saw this and wanted to turn around and escape. The other young man had a calm expression and cold eyes. Can you escape? I saw him chanting a spell, mobilizing his spiritual power, and making seals with his hands. A huge seal appeared in the void, emitting a biting cold air. Mysterious ice seal. The young man let out a low shout, and suddenly released seals with both hands, striking directly at the fleeing Yuan beast. The dozen or so Yuan beasts couldn't help but roar in an attempt to avoid the mysterious ice seal. However, the mysterious ice seal passed like lightning, and wherever it passed, all the flowers, plants, and trees were frozen, including the dozen or so Yuan beasts. Then, with a crisp crack sound, the frozen Yuan beast shattered. The wound was as smooth as a mirror, and not a single blood seeped out. Just then, a figure slowly approached from a distance. This man has an upright posture but cold eyes with a hint of pride. The young man was covered in a layer of faint colorful light, which kept flowing, as if echoing with the 5 elements between heaven and earth. Lin Yu. The pride of Xuanyin Immortal school. It turned out that this group of people were all disciples from the Xuanyin Immortal school. No wonder they could slaughter the Yuan beasts of the third level of the Yuan Shen at will. Lin Yu looked at the scene in front of him expressionlessly, his eyes as cold as ice. He turned his head slightly and whispered to a disciple behind him, "Quickly clean up the battlefield and take out the Yuan Shen pearl from the Yuan beast. Remember, don't miss anything." Upon hearing this, the disciple nodded respectfully and then took quick action. "Senior Brother Lin, should we go directly to the inner area now, or wait for Senior Brother Ma and the others?" a young man came over and asked. "Go directly to the inner area and let Junior Brother Ma and the others follow on their own. With their strength and realm, plus the powerful skills of my Xuanyin Immortal school, especially Junior Brother Ma, who is at the 8th level of Yuan Shen, they can basically run rampant in the inner area." Lin Yu looked at the scenery in the distance, a gloomy look flashed in his eyes, and said, "By the way, tell them that if they encounter Lu Suan He from Dao Ji Sect, they must send a message to me." The young man took the order and left to pass the message to another group of people in their Hunyuanzing II school. When Lin Yu thought of Lu Suanhe, his face became gloomy. He had never seen such an arrogant person who dared to ignore him. Lu Suanhe wouldn't treat him as an ordinary person in the 9th level of the Yuan Shen realm, right? He has reached the 9th level of the Yuan Shen realm and has just turned 18 years old. He is one of the young prodigies of the Hunyuanzing II school. He practices the most powerful saint-level skills under the Great Emperor's skills, and possesses a 5-element spiritual body. The power of the 5 elements can be transformed freely, and it is all under his control. Why did he challenge me? He has decided to go to the inner circle and wait for Lu Suanhe's arrival. Although this man is so arrogant, entering the inner circle will not be a problem. He wanted to smash Lu Suanhe's arrogance and humiliate him severely. If possible, even killing this person is possible. Anyway, we can just blame it on Yuan Beast when the time comes. Brother Lin, the soul beads have been counted. A disciple came forward and interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yu did not look back, and said calmly, "Divide it equally among you. After absorbing it, we will quickly enter the inner area and upgrade several junior brothers who are in the 5th and 6th levels of the Yuan Shen to the 7th level." "Thank you, Senior Brother Lin." This person's face was filled with excitement and he was deeply moved. He did not expect that Senior Brother Lin was so considerate. The reason why Lin Yu didn't use these soul beads was not because he was considerate of his junior fellow apprentice. But the effect of the Yuan Shen beads produced by these Yuan Shen beasts of the 3rd level of the Yuan Shen realm is nothing compared to his cultivation of the 9th level of the Yuan Shen realm. It has almost no effect and can be ignored. Only a soul bead produced by a soul at least at the 7th level of the soul realm can have an effect on the growth of his soul. The reason why he helped his fellow apprentices to improve their cultivation was, firstly, because it was convenient, and secondly, to help him better hunt the Yuan beasts of the 7th, 8th, and even 9th heavens. Somewhere on flat ground in the outer area. "Die!" Zhao Fan shouted softly, raised his right hand and punched out. A huge fist appeared, carrying a domineering, strong and masculine aura and slamming into a group of demon beasts in the 3rd level of the Yuan Shen. Bang! 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 When the tyrant fist hit the Yuan beasts, they exploded one after another, and their flesh and blood were evaporated by the high temperature of the giant fist, leaving only the Yuan Shen beads on the ground. Just behind Zhao Fan's right, a young man in gorgeous clothes was holding a long sword and fighting with 3 Yuan beasts from the 3rd level of the Yuan Shen realm. This person is none other than Dao Ji Sect Master's most recent disciple, Fang Jun. It turned out that Zhao Fan and Fang Jun appeared not far from each other. After they discovered each other, they quickly met and then acted together. Clang! 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 The crisp and loud crashing sounds continued to be heard, deafening. The cold and shining sword collided fiercely with the sharp claws of the Yuan beast, and dazzling sparks burst out in an instant, like gorgeous fireworks blooming in the night sky. Although special monsters such as Yuan beasts have relatively weak bodies compared to other monsters of the same realm, but with their inherent tenacity and strength, they can confront the weapons in human hands head-on and refuse to give in. Swish! The sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Fang Jun quickly swung the sword in his hand, instantly unleashing an extremely sharp sword energy. The sword energy flashed through the void like lightning, shooting straight towards the mysterious light rushing towards him from behind. The two collided in the air with a loud bang, causing a powerful energy wave, and then both disappeared without a trace. Then, Fang Jun whispered softly, "Heavenly mysterious sword technique." He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with his right hand, exerted force suddenly, and slashed out 3 sword energies in rapid succession at the 3 Yuan beasts not far ahead. The speed of these 3 sword energies was beyond imagination, like sharp arrows that traveled through time and space, whistling away with unparalleled power. The Yuan beast didn't even have time to react before it was ruthlessly cut in half by the extremely fast sword energy. Blood splattered everywhere, pieces of flesh flew everywhere, the scene was bloody and tragic. Then, the sword energy was unstoppable and quickly killed the remaining 2 yuan beasts. Fang Jun put away his sword and put the soul bead into his ring. Zhao Fan also came over at this time, smiling and spoke. Junior brother Fang is worthy of being the sect master's disciple. He killed 3 Yuan Shen third heaven Yuan beasts with one move. Uncle Zhao, you are too kind. You killed 8 Yuan Shen third heaven Yuan beasts with just one punch. Zhao Jun turned around and said with a smile, besides, you are still at the second level of the Yuan Shen realm. I just received a message from my senior brother, he said he is coming towards us. Zhao Fan took out the token and showed the back to Fang Jun. Really? That's great. With Uncle Lu, who else in this Yuan Beast secret realm can be our opponent? Hearing this, Fang Jun showed a look of delight. Chapter 32. East Desert Mountains. Somewhere in the forest, Qin Tianyang and his companions came to a verdant valley. This is the place, Senior. Aoxin, the leader of the Black Dragon clan, pointed to the valley ahead and said, I was once chased by the enemy. I was in a panic and fled into this valley. Later, I entered that small world. This place is the Fallen Dragon Valley. As the name suggests, a dragon once fell in this valley. In the Xuanchen Continent today, no living creature has ever seen the Dragon Clan, and all the stories about the Dragon Clan that have been heard are those passed down from ancient times. Rumor has it that in ancient times, a real dragon once appeared briefly in the world. The valley is shrouded in a layer of mist, like a veil covering the face, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. The 3 of them looked towards the valley, wanting to observe the situation. However, the entrance was filled with mysterious fog, and the 3 people could not see into the valley. Master! There's something strange about this fog. As soon as my consciousness touches the fog, it automatically dissipates, just like solid ice encountering the scorching sun. There was a flash of confusion in Ao Jushin's eyes, and a look of doubt. Only after cultivating to the Yuan Shen realm can one possess divine consciousness, that is, the power of the Yuan Shen's thoughts. Spiritual consciousness is different from the physical eyes. Spiritual consciousness can be regarded as the gaze of the primordial spirit. The gaze of the soul is much more powerful than the eyes of the physical body. Wherever the gaze goes, everything is observed by the soul. As the realm improves, the spiritual consciousness will continue to grow stronger and the distance that can be expanded will also increase. Generally, spiritual consciousness will only be blocked by cultivators of the same level or higher level. Formations can also block spiritual consciousness. In addition, some magical objects will also have the effect of blocking spiritual consciousness. This isn't actually a fog. Qin Tianyang retracted his gaze and said softly, it is a product formed after the death of the great emperor and the disappearance of his divine consciousness. It can block the detection of divine consciousness below the free and easy realm. Hearing this, Aoxin looked a little excited. It turns out that the dragon corpse was really a great emperor in his lifetime. Let's go in and take a look. Qin Tianyang was fearless and walked straight into the valley. Aoxin and Ao Jushin came to their senses and followed closely. The trees in the valley are tall and straight, with tender green moss covering their trunks, branches swaying gently, and leaves broad and emerald green, brightly colored. If you ignore this layer of fog, it might be considered a beautiful place. Senior, this is where I disappeared. Dad, are you mistaken? There is nothing here. It's just an ordinary empty space. Ao Jushin looked around like a curious boy, but didn't find anything special, so he muttered to himself. You little brat, could your father lie to you? It's just that our strength is too low, and we can't find the entrance to the small world. Aoxin glared at Ao Jushin, then looked at Qin Tianyang and found that he was silent. After thinking for a while, he said, Senior, after all, the dragon corpse is suspected to be the existence of the great emperor. It is not easy to find a small world with such an existence. I/FK. Aoxin didn't finish his words but suddenly swore, his face full of shock. At that moment, he witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. Qin Tianyang just waved his finger lightly at the seemingly empty void. The entire void began to tremble violently, and visible spatial ripples spread out in all directions like ripples. Not long after, in the trembling void, an entrance emitting mysterious light slowly emerged, like a gorgeous flower suddenly blooming in the night sky. Aoxin widened his eyes and thought to himself, according to common sense, a person like Qin Tianyang can only be at the Tongtian realm at best. You know, in general holy places, the masters of a certain lineage or the masters of each mountain are mostly at the Tongtian realm. Even though Qin Tianyang is extremely powerful, he is at most at the 7th or 8th level of the Tongtian realm. After all, this level of cultivation is already considered unfathomable. However, the means Qin Tianyang demonstrated just now were too shocking. In just a moment, he not only found the deeply hidden little world easily, but also found its entrance accurately. Anyone who can achieve this must have a deep understanding and perception of the way of space. And what kind of people are qualified to begin to touch the threshold of the avenue? The free saint. In all the major holy places, the strong men in the free and easy realm are undoubtedly ancestors. They almost represent the deepest heritage and foundation of a holy place. The Dao Ji Sect is so terrifying that even the leader of the sect has reached the free and easy realm. Aoxin sighed inwardly. This is the terrifying background of the Holy Land. Dad, stop being in a daze. Master has already gone in. Ao Jushin stretched out his right hand and waved it in front of Aoxin, then entered the small world. Hey, wait for your dad. In the small world. At this time, Qin Tianyang walked in first, and what came into view was a plain. At the end of the vast, boundless plain, there lay a huge dragon skeleton corpse that looked like a mountain. The dragon bone corpse stretched out in a winding manner, and its length was as long as 10,000 feet, which was daunting. Although the flesh and blood had decayed, the exposed white bones were crystal clear, warm and smooth, and shimmered with a faint light under the sunlight. There are mysterious Dao rhythms flowing slowly on the dragon bones, and those Dao patterns appear faintly. On its skull, a huge hole can be seen between the eyebrows. This must be the cause of the dragon's death. If this news were to spread, it would surely shock the entire Xuanchen Continent and cause a huge uproar. The dragon clan, which only exists in legends on the Xuanchen Continent, is actually in a valley in the Donghuang Mountains. Senior, that is the dragon bone corpse I encountered before. At this time, Aoxin and Ao Jushin also walked in. Ao Jushin opened his eyes wide and stared at the huge dragon corpse in the distance. It was the first time he had seen such a huge corpse, and it was a dragon corpse. It's a bit strange. Ao Jushin stared at it for a while, his expression seemed a little puzzled, and said, Master, I don't feel the blood aura from this dragon corpse. Is it because I am too weak, or is it because this dragon corpse that is suspected to be my biological father has fallen for too long that I can no longer sense the aura of his bloodline? Emperor Qin Tianyang sent out his divine sense, and after a while, he said, he is indeed not your biological father. Aoxin heard this with a look of regret, and said, what a pity, I thought I could find Jushin's biological father. Now that they have forced their way into this small world, the dragon corpse has not reacted at all. It seems that after he entrusted Ao Jushin to Aoxin, the remaining obsession has completely dissipated. Dad, it's okay. You're my father, it makes no difference. Ao Jushin smiled and spoke to comfort Ao Jushin. Although Aoxin is not his biological father, he treats him very well. In his heart, Aoxin is no different from his biological father. It is impossible to revive this dragon corpse, but I can bring him back to the world for a short period of time. Qin Tianyang spoke. What? Real? Ao Jushin and Ao Xin were both shocked when they heard this. Chapter 33. In an instant, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Qin Tianyang's body. This aura was as surging as a raging storm, and it spread rapidly around him with him as the center. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable sense of majesty gushed out from Qin Tianyang's body like a mountain pressing down on an egg. This majestic aura was so strong, vast, and majestic that it seemed to tear the entire small world apart. Qin Tianyang at this moment is completely different from the past. Ever since Ao Jushin and Ao Xin first met him, although Qin Tianyang had demonstrated his amazing strength, he always appeared ordinary and mediocre, without any aura. However, at this moment, a majestic imperial power emanated from Qin Tianyang's body, quickly filling every inch of space around him. Two extremely sharp rays of light suddenly shot out from his eyes, like lightning streaking through the sky. Qin Tianyang's black hair spread out, his tall body stood between heaven and earth, his figure was extremely majestic. The great Dao emerged in the void, roaring continuously, and countless great Daos surrounded Qin Tianyang's imperial body like stars surrounding the moon. His body glowed with light, and his whole body exuded endless majestic power. Like an emperor descending upon the earth. Great! Great Emperor! Ao Xin widened his eyes and looked at the person in front of him in disbelief, his eyeballs almost popped out, his body was motionless as if under a spell, and he was completely stunned. He shook his head vigorously, trying to sober himself up from this extremely shocking fact. In his understanding, the great emperor was a legendary existence. Even if he racked his brains, he would never dare to imagine that Qin Tianyang standing in front of him would actually be a great emperor. There hasn't been a great emperor on the Xuanchen Continent for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps there are one or two ancient great emperors in the Holy Land, but they are all in seclusion, trying to delay the loss of their lifespan as much as possible. The last emperor was the ancestor of the Qin dynasty in Zhongzhou, which lived only 50,000 years ago. Generally speaking, the lifespan of an emperor is about 100,000 years, so the ancestor of the Qin dynasty is definitely still alive. Therefore, the Zhongzhou Qin dynasty has the title of the number one force in the Xuanchen Continent. Now, Ao Xin saw a great emperor with his own eyes, how could he not be shocked? Ao Jushin on the side was also dumbfounded. He never expected that he would actually have a great emperor as his master. His body was shaking with excitement and his eyes were full of excitement. Qin Tianyang stretched out his hand and the marks of the dragon corpse scattered across the small world were collected. Time and space are reversed, and the dead reappear. He shouted softly, and the aura of the power of time and space spread out from his fingertips. Under the influence of this great force, the imprints that had originally dissipated between heaven and earth began to react. Gradually, a figure appeared in the void. This man has a handsome appearance and exudes a wild aura. But what was most shocking was the power of the great Dao surrounding him and the imperial power emanating from his body. He is also a great emperor. There is no doubt that this person is the dragon corpse that has been dead for countless years. Was he resurrected by Qin Tianyang? But didn't Qin Tianyang say that this person cannot be resurrected? Ao Xin and Ao Jushin, father and son, widened their eyes in surprise, confused and puzzled. Who are you? Didn't I fall? The man opened his eyes at this moment, his eyes full of confusion. He remembered that before he finally dissipated, he waited for a black dragon in the realm of law. After entrusting his mysterious egg to him, he completely perished. How come I'm alive again now? You have not been resurrected. I have simply gathered your scattered marks throughout the world, and then used the avenue of time to reverse the years and freeze time and space. I have only resurrected you for a while. Qin Tianyang spoke lightly, as if he had just done a small thing. The dragon corpse was stunned. Even though Qin Tianyang only said it lightly, in reality, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Who would have thought that this person was so proficient in the avenue of time and space that he could briefly bring things that had already passed away back to the world? So that's how it is. Deist friend, you are extremely powerful. Long Tian admires you. Long Tiansheng was also at the level of a great emperor in his lifetime, so he naturally knew that he had to do such a heaven-defying thing. Qin Tianyang's strength must have already reached perfection. Fellow Deist, please reappear me for now. I think you are here for that young man. From the moment Long Tian reappeared, he noticed Aoxin and Ao Jushin and recognized them. It was he who pulled Aoxin into the small world and then entrusted the dragon egg, Ao Jushin, to him. As for Ao Jushin, he is even easier to identify. The aura on his body is exactly the same as when he was still a dragon egg. And now when he faced Ao Jushin, he felt the same blood suppression as when he was facing the dragon egg. Qin Tianyang nodded slightly. Yes, he is my disciple now, and we are here to explore his life experience. Hearing this, Long Tian pondered and said, with your strength, I'm sure you can feel that he and I are not father and son. Qin Tianyang nodded. Ao Jushin was of the Golden Emperor Dragon bloodline, while this man was just an ordinary dragon bloodline, so it was naturally impossible for them to be father and son. 80,000 years ago, after I successfully achieved the status of a great emperor, I began to travel the starry sky. A look of reminiscence appeared in Long Tian's eyes, and he began to recall what happened in the past. Later, when I was exploring a very remote place, I accidentally entered a strange forbidden area. In the center of the forbidden area was a huge altar, surrounded by 4 huge pillars. The pillars are engraved with dense Taoist patterns. These Taoist patterns are mysterious and ancient. With my level, I can only understand a little bit of them. It turns out that this altar is a teleportation array, and it is one way. It can only receive, not teleport. Just before I was about to leave, the altar suddenly started up. At this moment, Long Tian's eyes showed shock. After a burst of spatial fluctuations, a blood-stained figure appeared on the altar, holding a dragon egg in his arms. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Qin Tianyang and the other 2 changed. They knew that this dragon egg was probably the dragon egg that Long Tian entrusted to Aoxin, who later became Ao Jushin. Although this person is seriously injured and covered in blood, the aura he exudes is more terrifying than that of a great emperor. He should be a person at the level of an emperor. At that time, I was only in the early stage of the great emperor realm. Even though that person was seriously injured, I was definitely no match for him. Just when I was secretly on guard, the man spoke. He taught me a secret method, saying that this secret method could preserve a trace of his true spirit. Then he handed me the dragon egg. Just when I was confused, he told me that I only needed to keep the dragon egg until the last moment of my life, and then entrust the dragon egg to a dragon before disappearing. Dragon. Qin Tianyang and Ao Jushin suddenly looked at Aoxin. Aoxin's pupils contracted violently and his scalp felt numb. He could never have imagined that someone had predicted his appearance 80,000 years ago. Long Tian continued, when I was still in a daze, he sent me out of the forbidden area. Then a terrifying aura swept out of the forbidden area. At the same time, a shocking explosion was heard in the forbidden area. After the sound, the forbidden area was completely empty. There was nothing there. At this time, my heart was filled with endless doubts. Dragon? Which dragon? Should I go find him/her myself, or will he/she come to me? Why do you say that at the last moment of my life, can he still see my fate? It's a pity that person disappeared along with the forbidden area. There was a thoughtful look in Qin Tianyang's eyes. He guessed that some great change must have happened to the Golden Emperor Dragon clan. In desperation, Ao Jushin's parents sent Ao Jushin away before he even hatched from his shell, and finally destroyed the teleportation array. Later, in a battle, I suffered irreversible injuries. I felt that I didn't have much time left, so I came to this relatively remote planet and used my remaining magic power to open up a small world, preparing to bury myself here. Ao Jushin suddenly looked at the dragon bone corpse. The injury on the dragon bone corpse's head corresponded to what Long Tian said. 30,000 years ago, my injuries worsened completely and I couldn't hold on any longer. Before I died, I thought of the secret technique that man gave me. I tried to activate it and found that it was just as he said. It could keep a trace of my true spirit alive. Until 15 years ago, even the secret method began to fail, and my true spirit gradually couldn't hold on. Just a few days before my true spirit was about to dissipate, he broke into the valley, and I decisively pulled him into the world, leave the little guy to him. Long Tian looked at Aoxin, his eyes still full of disbelief. 80,000 years later, a dragon really broke into the meteorite Dragon Valley. Although Aoxin had previously been certain that the dragon in the prophecy referred to himself. Now, after hearing this, he was certain that the dragon in the prophecy was himself. Aoxin's expression still contained a hint of shock. When I woke up again, you appeared in front of me. Back then, I also wanted to take your bloodline. I was seriously injured at that time, so I had evil intentions and wanted to take your bloodline. In this way, I might have a chance to survive. It was only after I started that I realized that you were protected by someone. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't hurt you at all. Later, I was relieved and thought that this was God's will. No wonder that person dared to attack without any defense. I will give you to me. At this time, Long Tian's figure became increasingly dim. He looked at Ao Jushin with a calm look in his eyes. Perhaps because he had long since passed away, he readily admitted the incident. Anyway, thank you for protecting me for so many years. Ao Jushin stood up and bowed deeply to Long Tian. Long Tian didn't say anything, looking relieved, and then his figure completely disappeared. The magical power of time that Qin Tianyang had used on his brand completely lost its effect. After figuring out the past, Qin Tianyang took Aoxin and Ao Jushin to leave the small world and head to the Xianjiao clan's base. Afterwards, Ao Jushin said goodbye to Aoxin and followed Qin Tianyang back to Dao Ji Sect. Chapter 34. Dao Ji Sect. Dayang Peak. Qin Tianyang brought Ao Jushin to the Dayang Hall. Jushin, do you know why I want to accept you as my disciple? Qin Tianyang sat in the main seat, looking at Ao Jushin below. Ao Jushin smiled and said, because I am a 1 in a million genius. You're quite narcissistic. Qin Tianyang laughed and scolded, you are indeed a genius, because you have the blood of the Golden Emperor Dragon clan. Golden Emperor Dragon. That's right. The Golden Emperor Dragon clan is the strongest clan among the dragon clans, and also the clan with the thickest bloodline. Even among the entire demon clan, it is one of the strongest clans. Now I will help you fully awaken your bloodline. After saying that, Qin Tianyang took out the real Dragon Ball from the system space. The true Dragon Ball is one of the most precious treasures of the Golden Emperor Dragon clan, and it can help the Golden Emperor Dragon clan fully awaken their bloodline. When Ao Jushin saw this bead, he could no longer take his eyes off it. This real Dragon Ball seemed to have a great attraction to him, and he felt the blood in his body was longing for this ball. At the same time, Qin Tianyang let go of the restless Dragon Ball in his hand, only to see the Dragon Ball turn into a stream of light and rush into Ao Jushin's sea of consciousness. Ah! The moment the real Dragon Ball entered Ao Jushin's sea of consciousness, the blood in his body began to boil, as if it were on fire. He felt his body burning, and there was a power trapped deep in his blood. Now this force seems to be alive, trying to break through layers of obstacles and manifest itself. Ao Jushin clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The force rushed through his body, and every impact was as painful as countless needles piercing his bone marrow at the same time. But he was too stubborn to make a sound, and had only one belief in his heart: he must hold on. Qin Tianyang looked at Ao Jushin quietly, with a hint of relief in his eyes. As time went by, the aura of Ao Jushin became stronger and stronger, and the space began to distort due to his boiling blood. Gradually, his skin began to glow with a golden light. That was a sign that the Golden Emperor Dragon bloodline was about to fully awaken. Ao Jushin's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and it seemed as if two golden suns were hidden in his eyes. The shining golden light seems to be able to penetrate all the illusions in the world. His body continued to expand and lengthen, and his original human form gradually disappeared. Golden scales grew out from under his skin, with mysterious ancient runes flowing on them, emitting the strongest bloodline aura. After a few breaths, an imperial dragon only a few feet long appeared in the hall. This divine dragon exudes endless divine power, and the oppressive feeling of the strongest monster bloodline spreads out. If Qin Tianyang had not set up a large formation in advance to isolate it, it would probably have attracted the attention of the entire Dao Ji Sect. Roar! Ao Jushin couldn't help but let out a long roar, flying in the hall, feeling the surging power in his blood. He felt that this was the real him. Because of the complete awakening of his bloodline, his realm also rose from the first level of the soul to the fourth level of the soul. After a while, a golden light flashed, and Ao Ju transformed into a human form. Master, I feel like my whole body is full of strength, and I seem to be able to sense some wonderful inherited memories. Ao Jushin came to Qin Tianyang and said excitedly. This is the blood memory after the awakening of the Golden Emperor Dragon bloodline, which contains many advanced skills and combat techniques. Qin Tianyang explained. However, I have a more important inheritance to pass on to you. What is it? Master. Ao Jushin looked puzzled. True Dragon Emperor technique. Ao Jushin was so surprised that he was speechless. Having just received successful memory, he naturally knew what the true Dragon Emperor art was. This is the supreme inheritance among the Golden Emperor Dragon clan. Generally, after reaching adulthood, the Golden Emperor Dragon will go to the ancestral land to comprehend the many inheritances of the Golden Emperor Dragon clan. If someone is extremely talented, he or she may be able to inherit the true Dragon Emperor technique. However, when he thought about the fact that his master even had the true Dragon Ball, it was not surprising that he possessed the true Dragon Emperor technique. As Qin Tianyang pointed a finger at his forehead, Ao Jushin felt a vast stream of information pouring into his mind. That was the inheritance information about the true Dragon Emperor technique. At first, Ao Jushin felt as if tens of millions of steel needles were piercing into his sea of consciousness at the same time, causing unbearable pain. Afterwards, his soul was pulled by some mysterious force and the scene before his eyes changed rapidly. As if crossing many spaces, Ao Jushin's soul traveled through the space dimensions and came to a mysterious starry sky. He saw a golden imperial dragon spanning billions of miles of starry sky. The ancestor of the Golden Emperor Dragon. Although he didn't know it, the throbbing of his blood told him the answer. The giant dragon slowly opened its eyes, which were like bright stars, emanating endless majesty. Then he evolved the true Dragon Emperor art, evolving this ancient supreme inheritance that belonged only to the Golden Emperor Dragon. The huge dragon's body began to dance. These movements seemed simple, but profound principles were contained in every move. Ao Jushin was completely immersed in it, his eyes closely following every move of the ancestral Golden Emperor Dragon. As time went by, he felt as if he had become one with this heritage. Time flies, an eternity has passed. He forgot about the years and where he was, and the only thing left in his mind was the ever-evolving true Dragon Emperor art. One day, Ao Jushin's soul moved and began to imitate the movements of the giant dragon. The movements were very stiff at first, but as they were performed again and again, they gradually became smoother. Endless years passed quietly, and Ao Jushin continued to observe and practice like this, and each move became more and more skillful and fluent, as if it were natural. Finally, at a certain moment, his soul body performed the true Dragon Emperor technique completely and accurately. The dragon disappeared, the starry sky receded, and the soul body returned to its original form. Ao Jushin slowly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a golden dragon swimming in his eyes. Master, I succeeded. He stood up and looked at Qin Tianyang excitedly, emitting a majestic aura, as if an emperor had come to the world. That was the change brought about by the integration of the true Dragon Emperor art into his body. That's right. But don't be proud and complacent. There are countless evildoers in the world, but how many can reach the top? Qin Tianyang's eyes flashed with admiration, and then he warned, practice is a long journey, you need to be modest and cautious, have great perseverance and courage, so that you can go a long way. Ao Jushin heard this and said sternly, disciple will obey the master's instructions. Qin Tianyang nodded with satisfaction and took out a halberd and handed it to him. Sharp. Heavy. This was the first impression that this halberd gave Ao Jushin. The halberd was golden in color, with the domineering aura flowing through it, faintly emitting the supreme power of the imperial dragon. Ao Jushin couldn't take his eyes off the halberd the first time he saw it. Master, I like this weapon very much. Thank you, Master. Ao Jushin was ecstatic, his eyes full of love for the Emperor Dragon Spear. It's good that you like it. This is the great Emperor's Dao weapon, called Emperor Dragon Halberd. It matches your Golden Emperor Dragon bloodline very well. The great Emperor's Dao soldiers. Ao Jushin's eyes suddenly widened. Then he thought that this was his master, a man whose cultivation level was at least that of a great emperor and who even possessed the true Dragon Emperor art. It was not surprising that he took out a great emperor's Taoist weapon. To prevent you from over-relying on the Emperor Dragon Spear, I have sealed the Emperor Dragon Spear. Its power will increase as your strength increases. Qin Tianyang looked at the Emperor Dragon Halberd and said, your senior brother and second senior brother are the same. Master, rest assured, I will one day restore the full power of the Emperor Dragon Spear. Qin Tianyang nodded with satisfaction, took out a token and handed it to Ao Jushin, saying, you go down first, my disciple's cave is on the right side of the back mountain. When your eldest and second brothers come back, I will introduce you three to each other. Disciple, I'm leaving. After paying his respects, Ao Jushin exited Dayang Hall and headed for the disciples' cave area. Chapter 35. Qin Tianyang saw Ao Jushin leaving and took out the best reward for this mission. The origin of the 10,000 Dao Tower. He spread out his fingers, and a small tower with a strange shape appeared in his hand. This small tower is only the size of a palm, and its body is made of chaos stone. There are countless fine and complex lines engraved on it. If you look closely, it seems as if you can see the origin of the avenue. The entire small tower exudes an ancient, primitive, chaotic atmosphere, as if it has existed since the beginning of time. Is this the origin of the 10,000 Daos Tower? Qin Tianyang looked at the small tower carefully. According to the information provided by the system, he learned that the tower was made of the Chaos Avenue stone that was born when chaos first began. It has the effect of condensing all the Daos and is the most suitable weapon for the origin Dao body. When one tower appears, all the paths will submit. The system also informed that the level of the origin 10,000 Dao Tower would increase as Qin Tianyang's strength level increased. Good stuff. It's worthy of being produced by the system. After looking at it for a while, Qin Tianyang put away the origin 10,000 Dao Tower. In a flash, he came to the back mountain, lay down on the recliner very naturally, closed his eyes, and soon the sound of steady breathing could be heard. In the secret realm of Yuan Beast. In a forest with dense vegetation. Lu Suan he has already met up with Zhao Fan and Fang Jun. At this time, he was standing aside, helping Zhao Fan and the other man who were fighting with the Yuan Beast. In the battlefield, Zhao Fan's momentum exploded, and his cultivation level was revealed, although he was only at the second level of the Yuan Shen realm. But it can compete with the seven-headed soul of the fourth level. He roared, gathered all his spiritual power, and slapped out with one palm. The giant palm of Xiang slammed directly towards the 7 yuan beasts of the 4th level of the Yuan Shen. The moment they touched them, they exploded, flesh and blood flew everywhere. It was extremely tragic. Elsewhere, Fang Jun was also extremely relaxed. Seeing that Zhao Fan had resolved the battle, he burst out with all his strength. Heavenly sword technique. He gathered his spiritual power into the sword, and then slashed it out. Bang! 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 As the sword flashed, 2 Yuan Shen Realm 4th level beasts and 4 Yuan Shen Realm 3rd level Yuan Shen Realm Yuan Shen beasts were cut in half, leaving behind a pile of corpses. The two of them put away their respective soul beads and came to Lu Xuanhe. Lu Xuanhe looked at the token in his hand, and all the light spots on the back had gathered into 2 groups of people. One group consisted of 3 of them, and the remaining 7 people all gathered together. It seems that Junior Sister Song and the others have already gathered together. Uncle Lu, shall we go and meet Junior Sister Song now? Fang Jun took a look at the token in Lu Xuanhe's hand and spoke. Just as Lu Xuanhe's words came to his lips, the token in his hand suddenly shone brightly and vibrated violently. He was startled and hurried to check, only to see that the light spots representing Junior Sister Song's group were flashing wildly and a faint distress signal was coming. Lu Xuanhe's face darkened, his eyes full of worry. He said slowly, "Not good, something might have happened to Junior Martial Sister Song, they seem to have been besieged by more than 20 Yuan Shen 3rd Heaven Yuan beasts." Zhao Fan and Zhao Jun also looked serious when they heard this. "Brother, we must hurry to rescue Junior Brother Song." Zhao Fan spoke quickly. Fang Jun clenched his fists, his eyes revealing anger and confusion. How could this be? Could it be that they accidentally entered a Yuan beast's nest? Lu Xuanhe flew up first like an arrow from a bow, as fast as lightning, and shouted, "Follow me." Zhao Fan and Fang Jun hurriedly exerted all their spiritual power and followed closely behind him. As Lu Xuanhe flew, he murmured to himself, "I hope it's not too late." The 3 of them were like 3 bright meteors, rushing towards where Song Jia and the others were. The surrounding scenery quickly retreated like a phantom, leaving only a series of brilliant light and shadows. At the same time, somewhere on a flat ground in the outer area, the 7 disciples of Dao Ji Sect were surrounded by more than 20 Yuan beasts of the 3rd level of Yuan Shen. One of the girls, with her strength of the 4th level of the Yuan Shen, faced 10 Yuan beasts of the 3rd level of the Yuan Shen alone. Among the remaining disciples, only 2 were at the 3rd level of the Yuan Shen, and the other 4 were all at the 2nd level of the Yuan Shen realm. It was Song Jia and other Dao Ji Sect disciples who had just asked Lu Xuanhe for help. Roar! A deafening roar resounded through the sky, and 10 huge and ferocious beasts launched a fierce attack together. The inky black horns on their heads suddenly flashed with a mysterious and strange light, and this light rushed straight towards Song Jia's sea of consciousness like lightning. Facing such a fierce attack, Song Jia's eyes widened and she cried out, "Break it for me." In an instant, she used all her strength to mobilize her own spiritual power, and saw an extremely powerful force quickly gathered and condensed into a spiritual sword that flashed with cold light in front of her. The next moment, the Yuan Shen sword, with its indomitable momentum, collided fiercely with the mysterious light. Suddenly, there was an earth-shaking roar between heaven and earth, as if the whole world was shaking. The huge energy of the explosion swept out in all directions with the point of collision between the two as the center, raising billowing smoke and violent airflow. Song Jia's petite body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and only managed to stabilize itself after drawing an arc in the air. Ahem! As a series of violent coughs sounded, a trace of bright red blood slowly flowed from the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, the 10 Yuan beasts were also blown away by the power of the explosion, but due to their extremely strong monster physiques, they quickly regained their footing and prepared to launch another attack. Senior Sister Song. At this moment, a female disciple who was only at the 2nd level of Yuan Shen not far away saw Song Jia injured and vomiting blood, and she couldn't help but screamed in surprise. Perhaps because she was too concerned about Song Jia's safety, the female disciple was distracted for a moment, and one of the Yuan beasts took the opportunity to slap her on the shoulder with its claws. The attack came so fast and so hard that the female disciple had no time to make any defensive moves. She was hit like a cannonball and flew several meters away, falling heavily to the ground. Be careful. Don't worry about me. I've already notified Uncle Lu and the others. Everyone, hold on for a while. Seeing this, Song Jia shouted anxiously. At the same time, she endured the pain, gritted her teeth, and stood up from the ground with difficulty, once again mobilizing the remaining spiritual power in her body to face the 10 vicious beasts. With the tenacious resistance of Song Jia and others, the number of Yuan beasts gradually decreased. But the situation on Song Jia's side was even worse. Several disciples had been seriously injured and were almost unable to hold on. Just as everyone was gradually running out of strength and Song Jia was about to crush the token, 3 streaks of light flashed across the distant sky. You evil beast, you're looking for death. An angry shout came from a distance. Chapter 36. Uncle Lu and the others are here. A disciple with better eyesight suddenly shouted in surprise. Uncle Lu is here. There are also Senior Uncle Zhao and Senior Brother Fang. Kill. When everyone heard the good news, their bodies shook suddenly, and their momentum immediately increased, and they even took the initiative to kill Yuan beast. For a time, everyone beat the Yuan beasts and retreated steadily. But this was just a temporary overwhelm. After all, several people were seriously injured. If they hadn't gained hope after seeing the arrival of Lu Xuanyi and the others, and relied on a strong will to hold them up, they would have fallen to the ground long ago. At this time, Lu Xuanyi had already noticed the people surrounded. His figure instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, and his speed soared again, as if he was about to break through the constraints of space. At this time, he could no longer care about Zhao Fan and Fang Jun behind him. These 2 people were left far behind him, and he could only stare at the figure getting further and further away. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xuanyi arrived about half a mile away from the battlefield. I saw him stop, summon the immortal killing sword, and hold the immortal killing sword exuding a sharp aura in his right hand. As he slowly raised his arms, the surrounding air seemed to become heavier. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xuanyi began to mobilize all his spiritual power and continuously poured it into the immortal killing sword in his hand. The originally plain and simple blade gradually bloomed with dazzling light, and the runes on the sword flashed. In an instant, endless sword intent soared into the sky, and the rules of the sword emerged, full of endless pressure. The remaining dozen Yuan beasts seemed to sense something, and they all turned back to look at Lu Xuanyi. The Dao Ji Sect disciples who were fighting with him all turned their attention to Lu Xuanyi's direction. Uncle Lu is so strong. What a powerful pressure! As expected of Master Lu, just one ordinary move, its power makes me breathless. Several of the disciples talked to each other. Ho ho ho! At this time, the remaining Yuan beasts were as restless as ants on a hot pot, roaring continuously, as if they smelled the breath of death. Suddenly, these Yuan beasts scattered like frightened birds and fled in all directions. One disciple exclaimed, "No, they are going to escape." The faces of the other disciples were also full of worry. Song Jia just wanted to endure the pain and forcefully take action to stop the Yuan beast. Lu Xuanyi looked calm and didn't seem worried about Yuan beast's escape. A majestic voice resounded through the sky. Cut! His expression was indifferent, a stern look flashed in his eyes, and he waved his right hand gently, slashing out a sword towards the Yuan beasts that were fleeing below. Swish! 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 Several rays of sword energy rushed like lightning and roared like thunder, rushing towards the group of Yuan beasts with overwhelming force. The Yuan beasts were as vulnerable as fragile paper in front of this fierce sword energy. Boom! When the sword energy collided with them, the Yuan beasts burst like punctured balloons. For a while, smoke and dust billowed on the field, covering the sky and the sun. After the smoke gradually dissipated, everyone took a closer look and saw a dozen bloody corpses lying quietly on the ground like mud. It was too miserable to look at. Uncle Lu is so awesome. Uncle Lu is so awesome. Land. I don't know who shouted Uncle Lu is so mighty, but it actually led others to shout along. Lu Xuanyi's figure flashed and came in front of the crowd. When he heard what everyone said, the corners of his mouth twitched a little, and he said, "My fellow apprentices, you should heal your wounds quickly." He also took out special elixirs specifically for treating injuries to the soul and distributed them to those whose souls were injured. Those disciples whose souls were injured were all very grateful, and they were probably about to cry on the spot. They became more respectful towards Lu Xuanyi, their uncle master who was only a few years older than them. Lu Xuanyi then collected all the Yuan Shen beads left behind by the Yuan beasts after their death and distributed them equally to everyone. He said, "These Yuan Shen beads should be able to help you break through. After you recover, everyone should use the Yuan Shen beads to improve your strength." "But Uncle Lu, what will you do if we absorb these Yuan Shen beads?" Song Jia asked at this time. The other disciples also looked at Lu Xuanyi. If it weren't for Lu Xuanyi, they might have been forced to crush the token and be forced out. Therefore, they had no objection to Lu Xuanyi using these Yuan Shen beads. Lu Xuanyi smiled softly and said gently, "The Yuan Shen pearls produced by the Yuan beasts in the outer areas are useless to me. Only the Yuan Shen pearls produced by the Yuan beasts in the inner and central areas are useful." He paused, then spoke again, "Moreover, only when your strength is improved can you survive in the inner area." After hearing this, Song Jia and other disciples no longer refused. Everyone took out the healing medicine and started to heal their wounds. At this time, Zhao Fan and Fang Jun, who were abandoned by Lu Xuanyi, arrived late. There was no way. Although Zhao Fan could fight against a cultivator at the 6th level of the soul formation realm, he was still a little inferior to Lu Xuanyi. As for Fang Jun, he is not even as good as Zhao Fan, let alone catching up with Lu Xuanyi. "Brother, you are really too fast." Zhao Fan came to Lu Xuanyi and complained. Lu Xuanyi explained gently, "The situation was urgent at the time. If I hadn't acted in time, junior brother Song and the others would have been forced out. Okay, stop chatting for now. You should also quickly take the Yuan Shen pearl and try to break through." Zhao Fan and Fang Jun nodded, took out the soul beads they had collected from the previous battles, activated their spiritual power, and began to refine them. 2 hours later. Except for Lu Xuanyi, the other disciples have all made great progress. Zhao Fan successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the soul, while Fang Jun and Song Jia entered the 5th level of the soul. Among the remaining disciples, the lowest one was at the 3rd level of the soul, and some were at the peak of the 3rd level, very close to the 4th level of the soul. Among them, 2 have completely entered the 4th level of the soul. At this time, Lu Xuanyi walked up to Song Jia with a serious face, and asked in a calm and concerned tone, "Junior apprentice Song, what exactly is going on this incident? Why did it develop to this extent?" Judging from the previous conversation on the ancient ship, he didn't think Song Jia would act rashly. Furthermore, if Song Jia and his companions could not defeat the enemy, they could still escape. How could they be surrounded by more than 20 Yuan beasts and fall into such a dangerous situation? If he had not arrived in time, these 7 people would probably have left the Yuan beast secret realm early. When Song Jia heard this, her face instantly became angry. Her beautiful face was slightly distorted by anger, and her eyes seemed to be burning with flames. At the same time, the faces of the other disciples standing by were also covered with frost, and their expressions were stern and their eyes were as cold as ice. If Uncle Lu had not arrived in time at the critical moment, they would probably have no choice but to crush the tokens in their hands helplessly and be eliminated from this intense training. Thinking of this, everyone hated those people to the core and gnashed their teeth. Chapter 37. Song Jia took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and spoke. Uncle Lu, it was someone from the Xuanyin II school who did this. Xuanyin II school. When Lu Suan he heard the name, he couldn't help but frown. After the 7 of us gathered together, we were preparing to set out to meet up with Uncle Lu, said Song Jia. Suddenly, people from the Xuanyin II school appeared. They flew past us. The leader was a person from the 8th level of the Yuanshen heaven. He was thin. Fang Jun next to him suddenly asked in confusion, Junior sister Song, why did the Yuan beast surround you, and why didn't we see this person after we arrived? Brother Fang, don't be impatient. I haven't finished yet. Song Jia was speechless, rolled her eyes at Fang Jun, and continued, after this group of people appeared, the woods behind them shook violently, and then more than 20 Yuanshen 3rd heaven Yuan beasts rushed out. When we saw this, we turned around and left without any hesitation. But who would have thought? At this point, Song Jia gritted her teeth, almost breaking them, her body trembling with anger, her eyes full of rage. Those guys from the Xuanyin II school were so despicable and shameless that they suddenly turned around and attacked us, and then left immediately. Song Jia's words were full of resentment. After hearing this, and considering that there were only Yuan beasts but no disciples of Xuanyin II school before, Lu Suan he, who had been listening quietly, already had a rough guess in his mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. What Song Jia said next really confirmed his thoughts. What Song Jia said later was exactly what he expected. The situation was extremely critical at the time. Facing this sudden change, we could only fight back hastily. However, it was too late. The group of extremely ferocious Yuan beasts surged in like a tide and surrounded us in the blink of an eye. Song Jia's voice was filled with fear and helplessness. Zhao Fan was so angry that he trembled all over when he heard this. 2 divine flames seemed to burst out from his eyes, burning the void. He clenched his fists, making a crackling sound, and said coldly, what a Xuanyin II sect! First, Lin Yu inexplicably became hostile to my senior brother, and then another disciple targeted my Dao Ji Sect. Fang Jun's eyes were also red, his face was ashen, and he was extremely angry. It's really hateful. Lu Suan he had a blank expression on his face. Although he squeezed out these 4 words lightly from between his teeth, these 4 simple words seemed to contain endless hatred and anger. He seemed calm, but his body emanated extremely sharp sword intent. The flashing cold light of these sword intents made people shudder, and it seemed that they were going to pierce through the void. Okay, you are bullying my Dao Ji Sect, right? Before entering the Yuan Beast secret realm, Lin Yu provoked him for no apparent reason, but he ignored him. After entering the Yuan Beast secret realm, he did not expect that the people from the Xuanyin II school would attack again and target his Dao Ji Sect disciples. If he didn't arrive in time, the best outcome would be that Song Jia and the other 7 would be forced to crush the token and leave early. But in this case, the effect of the training is equivalent to nothing. The worst result is that some weaker disciples do not have time to crush the token and are killed by the Yuan beast. Lu Suan he glanced at the others and said in a deep voice, we will set off to the inner area now and continue to improve our strength. In fact, Lu Suan he felt that Lin Yu and the others would not stay in the inner area for long. With Lin Yu's 9th level spiritual strength, there would be no big problem walking in the central area. He planned to lead everyone to the inner area to continue their improvement. If they met Lin Yu, he would naturally settle accounts with the people from their Xuanyin II school. Outside the secret realm of Yuan Beast. In a small valley. The elders of the 3 holy places, Dao Ji Sect, Xuanyin II school, and Tai Ji Sect, plus the 4 top forces, joined forces again, formed seals with their hands, and chanted something. After a while, a huge light curtain appeared in the sky above the valley, on which was the total points earned by the disciples of each sect from killing yuan beasts. At this time, Tai Chi Gate ranked first. 3,035 points. The following are the rankings. Hunyuanxing II School, 2,398 points. Zhang Family, 1,528 points. Shengzia Sect, 1,456 points. Gi Sword School, 1,356 points. Divine Sword Sect, 1,355 points. Red Fire Sect, 754 points. Tianyang Sect, 713 points. Lingfeng Valley, 698 points. Xingluo Sect, 675 points. Dao Ji Sect, 199 points. This light screen is specially used to display the total points and ranking of each sect. It needs to be activated 3 hours after the Yuan Beast Secret Realm is opened. As soon as this light curtain appeared, people from all major forces looked up to check the score rankings of their own sects. Taiji Sect is worthy of being one of the 3 great holy places in the eastern wilderness. After only 3 hours, the points have exceeded 3,000 points. The Hunyuanxing II School is not bad either, ranking second with 2,398 points. Although I don't know what happened, the score is nearly 700 points lower than the Taiji School, which is also a holy place. Where is Dao Ji Sect? Why is the Zhang family ranked third? Someone noticed Dao Ji Zong's problem and was about to turn around and talk to others. Suddenly there was a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Old man, look at this ranking, your Divine Sword Sect is simply vulnerable. Zhou Daihe, the leader of Gi Sword Sect, crossed his arms, looked at Gu Dashan with disdain, and said sarcastically. When Gu Dashan of the Divine Sword Sect heard this, his brows furrowed and his face turned gloomy. He glared at Zhou Daihe fiercely and said through gritted teeth, Old Zhou, stop being so arrogant. It's just a 1-point difference, there's nothing to brag about. Hee hee. Zhou Daihe sneered and said in a sarcastic tone, Oh, old man, don't be so stubborn. 1 point higher is still higher, are you trying to cheat and deny it? As he spoke, he deliberately stretched out his right index finger and shook it, as if to emphasize that 1 point higher is also high. When Gu Dashan saw Zhou Daihe's smug look, he was so angry that he trembled all over and his face turned red. But I couldn't find the right words to refute the other party. Don't be too happy too soon, old Zhou. The Yuan Beast Secret Realm trial only lasts for 2 days. After a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sarcastic remark from between his teeth. This trial has only just begun for 3 hours, and it's still unknown who will win. Zhou Daihe snorted heavily, humph. Let's wait and see. After saying that, the 2 old men glared at each other again, neither of them giving in, as if they were about to fight at the next moment. Looking at the 2 people fighting again, everyone else in the valley looked helpless and shook their heads. Chapter 38. At this moment, Momo's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, and his eyes were fixed on the information of Hunyuanxing II School on the light screen. Ma Mo had cursed Lin Yu countless times in his heart, thinking to himself, what the hell is Lin Yu doing? He was actually left behind by Tai Chi by such a long distance. According to past experience, the points of the 3 holy places should be at least 3,000 points at this time. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Ma Mo couldn't help but snort coldly. The figure of Dao Ji Zong suddenly appeared in his mind. A strange color flashed in Ma Mo's eyes, and he decided to take another look at the current situation of Dao Ji Zong. There was a 5th level of the soul plus 2 4th levels. He was too lazy to count the remaining 3 levels, including people below the 3rd level. Considering that his Dao Ji Sect is a holy place after all, the skills practiced by its disciples are very powerful. In this case, it should be ranked behind the 4 top forces. With a bit of curiosity and gloating, Ma Mo's gaze began to slowly move downwards. However, what he never expected was that he searched all the way down until his eyes fell on the 30th place, and then he saw the name of Dao Ji Zone. For a moment, I almost laughed out loud on the spot. Trying hard to suppress his inner excitement, Ma Mo deliberately showed an extremely surprised expression on his face. He turned to look at Mo Tianyang, who was not far away, and shouted in surprise, "Brother Mo! How come I have been looking for a long time and can't find any information about your Dao Ji Sect?" At this point, Ma Mo could not help but utter a low sneer, which was full of undisguised sarcasm and ridicule. Could it be that there is something wrong with the light curtain? Why is your Dao Ji Sect's name not in the top 3? Ma Mo pretended to be surprised, as if he was very concerned about Dao Ji Zone. He deliberately looked from top to bottom to help find Dao Ji Zone, and finally found Dao Ji Zone's name at the 30th place. Found it, so your Dao Ji Sect is here. How come there are only 30 of them, not even as good as some first-rate forces? Didn't they say that Lu Xuanyi from your Dao Ji Sect is very strong? He could easily get first place. Ma Mo said with hypocritical concern, his eyes full of disdain. It seemed that he was saying words of concern, but in fact his tone was full of ridicule. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but talk in private. Why is Dao Ji Sect ranked 30th? It's even behind my section. Did something happen? Have you forgotten? The strongest disciple of Dao Ji Sect this time is only at the 5th level of Yuan Shen realm, not much stronger than our forces. Isn't it normal for him to be ranked 30th? It seems that Dao Ji Sect's reputation will be greatly reduced this time. As one of the holy places in the eastern wilderness, it has achieved such a result. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyang, the 4th elder of Dao Ji Sect, had a blank expression on his face and glanced at Ma Mo indifferently. Is Elder Ma very anxious? The trial has just started and only 3 hours have passed in 2 days. Ma Mo sneered after hearing this. I hope your disciples are as talented and powerful as Brother Mo said. Mo Tianyang ignored Ma Mo. Although he seemed calm on the surface, he was actually a little worried inside. He knew Lu Xuanyi's strength, and with Zhao Fan and others, there would be no problem in sweeping the periphery. 3 hours have passed. Even if one kills Yuan beasts from the 1st to 3rd levels of the Yuan Shen realm, the points gained will be more than this. Of course, he wasn't just concerned about the points, but with only over 100 points, he was afraid something might have gone wrong. However, if they encounter any danger, they can crush the token and escape to save their lives. Furthermore, everyone who enters the secret realm of the origin beast will deposit a strand of their life energy into a special token before entering and hand it over to the leading elder of their sect for safekeeping. The vitality tokens of Lu Xuanyi and others were not broken and were intact. Therefore, Mo Tianyang was a little worried at this time. He didn't know what happened to Lu Xuanyi and others. Could they be trapped somewhere? Brother Mo, don't panic. Perhaps your sect's disciples have encountered a crisis from the beginning. At this time, Zhang Yuan, the elder of the Zhang family, walked over and comforted him softly. They were injured because of this, and they are recovering. After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Mo Tianyang thought about it carefully and felt that what Zhang Yuan said made sense. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your comfort. I hope so." As long as the vitality tokens of Lu Xuanyi and others were not broken, Mo Tianyang was not too worried. Wow! Several young figures appeared in the valley. At this time, several disciples from a certain force were teleported out by the token. The elders of this force immediately stepped forward to understand the situation. These people were lucky. After spending 3 hours in the Yuan Beast secret realm, each of them had their realm elevated to a higher level. Situations like this are common during these 3 hours. Most of those who were eliminated early were sect disciples with weaker strength. Most of these people were at the 1st or 2nd level of the soul, and only a small number were at the 3rd level of the soul. Therefore, if they are unlucky and fall into a Yuan beast nest after entering the Yuan beast secret realm, they will be eliminated in disgrace. Some people were eliminated because they were competing for points with each other, and in times of crisis they could only crush the tokens to save their lives. 3 hours have passed, and now many disciples in the valley have been eliminated. There were originally 500 people who entered the Yuan beast secret realm. Now more than 100 people have been eliminated early, eliminating 1/5 of the people. As the competition for points becomes more frequent, more and more people will be eliminated. In the secret realm of Yuan beast, somewhere in the inner area, the disciples of the Xuanyin II school are frantically hunting Yuan beasts in this area. The lowest level disciple among them has reached the 6th level of the soul realm. The highest level of the inner circle's Yuan beasts is only the 6th level, which is not very effective for them. Only the opportunities in the central area can satisfy them. But Lin Yu wanted to target Lu and he, so they stayed here for more than an hour. He was sitting cross-legged and practicing meditation on the spot, while other disciples of the Xuanyin II school were killing Yuan beasts, obtaining Yuan Shen beads and earning points at the same time. "Brother Lin, we have been here for an hour." At this time, a disciple stepped forward and said, "The people from Dao Ji Sect may have surpassed us by several hundred points. When will we enter the central area? Call out." Lin Yu opened his eyes and shot out 2 rays of light, piercing through the void. Junior brother Ma intervened and led the herd of Yuan beasts towards the people of Dao Ji Sect. Then Lu and he will definitely go to rescue them. He frowned slightly. This way, Lu and he and others will waste a lot of time. We will wait for an hour. If we don't meet Lu and he within an hour, then forget it. A thoughtful look flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He also knew that he couldn't waste too much time on Lu and he because of the sex ranking. There is only one road leading to the central area of the Yuan beast secret realm. As long as Lin Yu guards this entrance, as long as Lu and he dares to go to the central area, he will definitely encounter him. The disciple of Xuanyin II school took his leave and turned around to pass on the order. At this time, several figures were rushing towards us from a distance. Chapter 39. It turned out that they were from the Xuanyin sect. Needless to say, they wanted to enter the central area. Song Chuan, the leading disciple of Xuanyin sect, had a bad feeling about why Lin Yu and his group from Xuanyin II school were staying here. He remembered that his master, the deputy leader of Xuanyin sect, said that different sects could rob each other of their points. Sure enough, the moment Lin Yu saw them, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly thought of robbing their points. Although Lin Yu boasted that he was very powerful, he could kill even a Yuan beast from the 9th heaven of the Yuan Shen. However, Chen Haoshan from Tai Chi sect is at the same level as him, and the strength of the disciples on both sides is similar, which means that the speed at which both sides gain points is also similar. Now they have stayed in the inner area for too long, while the people from Tai Chi sect have already entered the central area. The gap between the two sides will only get bigger. Originally he was under some pressure and was worrying about how to make up for the gap. "Look, someone sent me a pillow when I felt sleepy." Not only that, the other 3 top forces are expected to come as well. If luck is good, maybe we can rob the 4 top forces within this hour. In this way, the loss of the previous hour and the hour that will be lost can almost be made up. Therefore, under the threat of powerful strength, Song Chuan had no choice but to hand over 1,000 points as toll. Originally, Lin Yu was planning to claim all the points, but he considered that if he pushed too hard, Song Chuan and others might end up in a desperate situation. So he only asked for 1,000 points. Song Chuan also understood the current situation. He couldn't leave now. If he didn't get any points, he would just crush the token and be eliminated. But if that happened, this training would be over. Otherwise, you can pay some tolls, at least you can still have fun. There are 7th level souls in the central area. If you are lucky, you can hunt 10 of them and make up for the loss. The elders of various forces who had been paying attention to the light curtain outside the Yuan Beast secret realm were dumbfounded. I saw that the points of Shengzia sect suddenly decreased by 1,000, while the points of Hunyuan Xing'ai school suddenly increased by 1,000. At this point, it was less than 200 points away from Tai Chi Gate. Everyone knew that the people of Shengzia sect were robbed by the people of Hunyuan Xing'ai sect. The expressions of the elders on both sides were completely different. Ma Mo was naturally delighted, with a smile in his eyes. Fortunately, Lin Yu did not disappoint him. Wang Kanghai, the deputy leader of Shengzia sect, had a gloomy face and sharp eyes. But he couldn't say anything or accuse anyone. After all, stealing points from other sects is within the scope of the rules. I thought so, but I still felt uncomfortable. It can be said that Lin Yu is really lucky. Half an hour later, people from the Gi Sword sect and the Divine Sword cult also arrived here one after another, planning to go to the central area for training. Lin Yu, as always, used his powerful strength to force the people from Gi Sword sect and Divine Sword sect. Either lose some points or get out of the Yuan Beast secret realm. In order to continue their training in the Yuan Beast secret realm, the two major sects had no choice but to pay a toll before being allowed to pass. Outside the secret realm of Yuan Beast, I saw that the points of Gi Sword School decreased by 1,000, while the points of Hunyuan Xing'ai School increased by 1,000. Wang Kanghai's ugly expression eased slightly. If everyone is robbed together, it is the same as not being robbed. However, the person who was happier than Wang Kanghai was Gu Dashan from the Divine Sword sect. The moment he saw that the points of Gi Sword sect had plummeted, he immediately laughed out loud, and it could almost be heard throughout the entire valley. Zhou Dehi from the Gi Sword School had a face as black as charcoal, making it impossible to see his expression. But not long after, the light curtain changed drastically again. The Divine Sword sect's points also decreased by 1,000, while the Hunyuan Xing'ai sect became the first, more than 100 points higher than the Tai Chi sect. Ma Mo completely relaxed at this time, with a smile on his face. Wang Kanghai also smiled brightly and said, come on, let's be like me, Shengzia sect." The moment he saw that the Divine Sword sect had also been robbed, the smile on Gu Dashan's face froze instantly. Zhou Dehi turned his sadness into joy and comforted Gu Dashan instead. Gu Dashan said nothing, his face as black as charcoal, and ignored Zhou Dehi. At this time, Zhang Yuan, the eldest elder of the Zhang family, was a little worried. Among the four top forces, except for his Zhang family, the rest had been robbed. Could it be that the next one would be his Zhang family? In the secret realm of Yuan Beast. At this time, there is still a quarter of an hour left. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, several figures came rushing from a distance. These 10 people have powerful auras, and the strongest one has reached the 8th level of the Soul Realm. However, compared with ordinary 8th level Soul Realm cultivators, their auras seem a little weaker. They must have just been promoted to the 8th level. Among the remaining 9 people, 1 is at the 7th level of the Soul Realm, 4 are at the 6th level of the Soul, and 4 are at the 5th level of the Soul. These people were wearing uniform clothes with the word Zhang engraved on their chests. The visitors were none other than the Zhang family disciples, led by Zhang Wuchen. Zhang Wuchen took a step forward, clasped his fists and said loudly, "Hello, Brother Lin, hello to all the brothers from the Hunyuan Xing'ai school." Lin Yu replied, "It turns out to be Brother Zhang, I am honored." "Brother Lin, are you here to wait for someone?" Zhang Wuchen felt confused and a little uneasy at the same time. The people of Hunyuan Xing'ai school did not go to the central area, but guarded the entrance to the central area. "I'm afraid it's not." Lin Yu smiled calmly, "Brother Zhang is smart, and he is waiting for you." Zhang Wuchen's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said calmly, "Oh? Brother Lin, is there anything important?" "Of course I do. I want to ask Brother Zhang for something." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Wuchen's body shook slightly, and the Zhang family disciples behind him also became alert. As expected, Lin Yu was guarding the only entrance to the central area with the purpose of snatching their points. So what does Brother Lin want? Integral. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became stagnant and dead silent. After a while, Zhang Wuchen broke the silence and slowly said, "Brother Lin, are you kidding? Points are one of the most important things in this training. How can we give them to others so easily?" Seeing this, Lin Yu's eyes revealed a cold light. "Since Brother Zhang doesn't want to, then I have no choice but to force it." After saying this, Lin Yu's 9th level spiritual power exploded. Zhang Wuchen naturally did not want to be outdone, and his 8th level spiritual power was also revealed. But compared with Lin Yu, he is a bit weaker. Lin Yu said at this time, "Zhang Wuchen will give you another chance. Either you hand over the points voluntarily, or I take them myself." A disciple of the 8th level of the Yuan Shen came out and said, "Zhang Wuchen, stop resisting. The Shengzia sect, Gei Sword sect, and the Divine Sword sect have all surrendered. Do you think you can be stronger than them?" When these words came out, everyone in the Zhang family was shocked. Unexpectedly, the Shengzia sect had already compromised. Zhang Wuchen quickly recovered from his shock, calmed down, and said, "I, Zhang Wuchen, am not like them. I will not compromise easily. If you want to gain points from my Zhang family, you must fight me first." Zhang Wuchen heard from his elder that Lin Yu and Chen Tian had both just been promoted to the 9th level of the Soul Realm not long ago. He was filled with lofty ambitions and wanted to test the gap between himself and the 9th level of the Soul. Chapter 40. Zhang Wuchen shouted loudly and took the initiative to attack. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu snorted coldly and punched out. Bang! Zhang Wuchen was blown away and retreated more than 10 steps before finally stabilizing his body. On the other hand, Lin Yu stood there motionless. Zhang Wuchen exploded again, his momentum soared, and a bright light shone from his body, and he rushed towards Lin Yu again. "Don't accept? I'll beat you until you accept." Lin Yu no longer held back and burst out with all his strength. The two fought fiercely. Even if Zhang Wuchen burst out with all his strength, there was still a small gap between him and Lin Yu. In less than half a minute, Zhang Wuchen was completely at a disadvantage. 9-layered wave palm. He wanted to make a final attempt. He waved his palms quickly, and waves of palm power piled up one after another, sweeping towards Lin Yu violently. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. "It's interesting, but it's useless to try to shake a tree with a gnat." He stretched out his hand calmly and pointed. The 5 elements rules emerged in the void, and a 5-colored divine light shot out from between his fingers. Boom! The 5-colored divine light collided with the 9-layered wave palm, making a deafening sound. For a moment, smoke and dust filled the air and everyone watched nervously. When the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Yu stood there with his left hand behind his back, unharmed, except that his clothes were a little damaged. On the other hand, Zhang Wuchen was kneeling on one knee, his face was a little pale, there was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he was gasping for breath. "Brother Wuchen!" The other Zhang family disciples who were watching on the sidelines couldn't help but change their expressions and said worriedly, "I'm fine." Zhang Wuchen gave everyone in the Zhang family a reassuring smile. He looked solemn and unwilling. Is the gap between the 8th heaven and the 9th heaven so huge? If it was a life and death battle, he would probably have become a corpse long ago. After a long while, Zhang Wuchen stood up and stared at Lin Yu. "As long as you hand in 1,000 points, you can go, right?" 1,000. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Zhang Wuchen frowned and said, "Didn't you just say it was not 1,000 points? That was just now, not now." Lin Yu smiled, his eyes somewhat amused. The disciples of Hunyuanxing II school standing nearby also looked disdainful. Zhang Wuchen frowned even more. Just now it was 1000, but now it has changed, and there is some anger in his eyes. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. How much do you want? Lin Yu liked to see Zhang Wuchen looking furious but helpless. He enjoyed this feeling very much. His powerful strength allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Hand over everything. Lin Yu said casually. The sound was not loud, but it sounded like thunder exploding in the ears of everyone in the Zhang family. What? Zhang Wuchen was completely shocked, his face was filled with anger, and his body was shaking slightly with anger. The Zhang family disciples behind him were equally angry. The reason why Lin Yu did this was because he suddenly thought of the close relationship between the Zhang family and Dao Ji Sect. Their Xuanyin school and Dao Ji Sect generally do not get along, and the two sides are hostile to each other. It can be seen from Mamo's repeated ridicule of Motianese that the relationship between the two holy places is quite tense. Why? I need a reason. Zhang Wuchen's face turned pale and he clenched his fists. If he could hand over 1000 points, he would accept it. After all, the other three top forces have already handed it over. But why should they hand over all their points now? Why? Lin Yu seemed to have heard a huge joke. He sneered and said disdainfully, because your Zhang family is close to Dao Ji Sect, and because I don't like Dao Ji Sect, especially Liu Xuanyi, the leader of Dao Ji Sect. Then, he suddenly straightened his body and looked down at the Zhang family members. Humph! My strength is far superior to you guys. In this world, strength is everything. Lin Yu's voice echoed in the sky for a long time. Zhang Wuchen and other disciples of the Zhang family did not expect this to be the reason. However, they did not blame Dao Ji Zong or Liu Xuanyi. Because what Lin Yu said later is right, in this world, strength speaks, and apart from strength, other reasons are additional factors. Wishful thinking. Zhang Wuchen said angrily. Don't give? Then you only have two choices. Lin Yu looked indifferent and said, either die or leave the Yuan Beast secret realm. Hearing this, Zhang Wuchen's face instantly became extremely gloomy and ugly. His brows were furrowed and his lips were trembling slightly. The choice before him was extremely difficult. On one side are the points gained by the Zhang family members from working together to kill the Yuan Beast, and on the other side is the opportunity to take part in the trial in the Yuan Beast secret realm. Zhang Wuchen's face kept changing, sometimes as pale as paper, sometimes flushed red, and his inner struggle was clearly shown on his face. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, but he felt no pain at all. As time passed, the air around seemed to solidify, and the tense atmosphere made it almost impossible to breathe. Finally, after a fierce ideological struggle, Zhang Wuchen gritted his teeth and slowly raised his head. Just when he was about to say that he would hand over all his points. Brother Zhang, don't worry. I'll leave Lin Yu and the others to me. A gentle voice was heard, and everyone looked over and saw a young man in white clothes slowly approaching, followed by several young boys and girls. He has an upright posture and an extraordinary temperament, like a sharp sword reaching straight into the sky. The person who came was Liu Xuanyi. After nearly an hour, he finally brought other people from Dao Ji Sect here. Liu Xuanyi. Seeing Liu Xuanyi appear, Lin Yu looked gloomy and said slowly, you finally showed up. I thought you didn't dare to come. I'll play with you later. I have a debt to settle. Liu Xuanyi glanced at him lightly, then looked at Song Jia behind him, junior brother Song, who among these people led the herd of Yuan beasts to you and tried to stop you from escaping. Upon hearing this, Song Jia looked towards the disciples of Xuanyin school and scanned them. Suddenly, she stretched out her jade finger and pointed at a thin, square-faced boy, Uncle Liu, that's him. And these four. Then Song Jia pointed at four other people. Liu Xuanyi's eyes gleamed and he looked in the direction Song Jia pointed. The few people pointed out by Song Jia suddenly felt their hair stand on end. They felt as if they were enveloped by a sharp sword intent and their bodies could not help but tremble. But when they found out that Liu Xuanhe was only at the 5th level of the spiritual realm, they instantly became tough again. So what if I did it? It's just a little test for everyone in Dao Ji Sect. You can't be unable to deal with a group of Yuan Shen 3rd and 4th level Yuan Shen beasts, right? Ma Lang, the square-faced young man, looked at Liu Xuanhe with arrogance, not taking him seriously at all. Oh no, they are here to seek revenge on us. Why would a mere 5th level Yuan Shen seek revenge from us? Ha ha ha. This guy might have a problem with his brain. The rest of the people laughed at him with arrogant expressions. Song Jia and others sneered in their hearts, hoping that you will still be able to laugh later. Liu Xuanhe looked indifferent and ignored their ridicule. His eyes were sharp, and he said slowly and quietly, just admit it, otherwise if you kill the wrong person, the impact will be bad. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Except for the people from Dao Ji Sect, everyone was shocked. Zhang Wuchen looked at Liu Xuanhe in disbelief. He thought that maybe brother Liu had some problem with his brain. Lin Yu sneered repeatedly. This man was indeed arrogant. He ignored him at first and now said such arrogant words. Ha 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 ha. He heard the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Ma Lang laughed so hard that tears came out, and he held his stomach and said, a mere 5th level Yuan Shen wanted to kill me, an 8th level Yuan Shen. I'm afraid he's a fool. He ignored senior brother Lin before and I thought he was arrogant enough. But now it seems that he is just a fool. Dao Ji Sect is getting worse year by year. Where did you find this idiot? Come on, come on. Your grandpa is standing here for you to chop him. Among the people pointed out by Song Ji, a disciple at the 7th level of the soul stood up and said sarcastically. Groan. A clear sword sound was heard. Chapter 41. Everyone only felt a flash of sword before their eyes. The disciple who just stood up had his head flying high with a look of surprise on his face. Bold! Lin Yu shouted angrily. Ma Lang was also furious and was about to take action. Swish! A sword energy suddenly penetrated the space, bringing with it a biting chill. Caught off guard, Ma Lang had no time to resist. His figure flashed, and when he appeared again, he was already dozens of meters away. But the sword energy still cut a gash on his left cheek. The smile on Ma Lang's face had long since frozen, replaced by endless anger. You're looking for death. His aura burst out, revealing his cultivation level of the 8th level of the soul. Seeing Ma Lang taking action, Lin Yu's anger gradually subsided, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't believe that Liu Xuanhe could kill Ma Lang, who was in the 8th level of the soul. Ma Lang thrust his palms forward, and a dazzling red light shot out like lightning. The red light was like a burning flame, flashing a dazzling light. Its speed was extremely fast, like an arrow shot from a bow, and it arrived in front of Liu Xuanhe in an instant. My eyes! The disciples with lower cultivation levels in Dao Ji Sect only saw a vast expanse of white in front of their eyes, and subconsciously closed their eyes tightly, fearing that their eyes would be hurt. You really don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Ma Lang sneered inwardly, his eyes frightening. This Liu Xuanhe was so bold that not only did he kill his Hunyuanzing II school disciples in front of him, he also launched a sneak attack. Facing Ma Lang's fierce attack, Liu Xuanhe had an indifferent expression, and his heart was calm. He gently waved his right hand, and the long sword in his hand suddenly slashed out a sword energy with a cold glow, whistling towards the red light. There was only a loud bang sound, and the two collided fiercely, bursting out countless sparks and energy fluctuations. This sword energy actually easily blocked Ma Lang's red light, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. Liu Xuanhe himself stood firmly in place, without moving at all, as if everything that had just happened was just a piece of cake for him. Seeing this, Ma Lang's expression changed slightly. The move he launched with the strength of the 8th level of the soul was easily blocked by a person at the 5th level of the soul. Ma Lang looked ferocious and said sternly, "No wonder he is so arrogant, he does have some strength. But I'm using my full strength to attack you. How can you block it?" After saying this, Ma Lang's cultivation completely exploded. In an instant, he made a move, his figure turned into a flash of light, and the next moment he appeared in front of Liu Xuanyi. Die! Ma Lang gathered all his spiritual power into his right fist. Rules emerged on his fist, and it was filled with a terrifying aura. Wherever the fist shadow passed, space exploded inch by inch. Sword guard! Liu Xuanyi shouted softly, and the runes on the sword flashed, and several sword beams appeared side by side in front of him. Ma Lang's fist came with the power to destroy the world and hit the sword beams heavily. Instantly, there was a flash of light, and a powerful impact force spread in all directions, instantly lifting up layers of dirt and rocks from the surrounding ground. But what Ma Lang didn't expect was that Liu Xuanyi's sword light was not completely broken. Liu Xuanyi's eyes suddenly became stern, and he whispered, "Break!" The remaining sword light suddenly stabbed forward. Ma Lang was horrified and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The sword instantly pierced his shoulder, and blood splattered out. Immediately afterwards, Liu Xuanyi kicked out and hit Ma Lang in the chest. Ma Lang flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily dozens of feet away. He lay on the ground in a mess, his eyes full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that he was defeated by a man at the 5th level of the spiritual realm. Liu Xuanyi's eyes were extremely cold. He swung the immortal slaying sword, and the sword energy swept across the sky, slashing towards Ma Lang. But the next moment, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Clang! A small bronze bell emitted light that covered Ma Lang and blocked the attack for him. Ma Lang looked arrogant, with a mocking look on his face. "Ha ha ha! Liu Xuanyi, why do you want to kill me? If you can break my secret treasure, why not let me call you Grandpa?" This secret treasure was specially given to him by his grandfather, and only someone at the 9th level of the Yuanshen heaven could break it. Upon hearing this, Liu Xuanyi said nothing, but raised the sword high and channeled all his spiritual power into the sword. More runes appeared on the sword, emitting a stronger sword intent. Call out! Sword intent intertwined in the void, and a huge sword energy slashed towards Ma Lang like a divine sword that split the chaos. Ma Lang looked at the incoming sword energy without paying any attention. "Don't waste your energy." Bang! The sword energy hit the light shield. The light shield seemed to have not changed at all and was still intact. "Ha ha ha ha! What can you do to me?" Seeing this, Ma Lang laughed even more wildly. The disciples of the Xuanyin II school also laughed along. "Something's wrong." Lin Yu, who was watching the fight on the other side, suddenly changed his expression, as if he had noticed something, and instantly attacked Liu Xuanyi. Crack! The light shield covering Ma Lang began to crack and shatter. Ma Lang's eyes suddenly widened as he discovered that the light shield in front of him was beginning to break. Not good. At this time, the light shield was about to shatter completely, and Ma Lang hurriedly took out the token and tried to crush it. But he was still a little slow, and before he crushed the token, the light shield had already shattered. At the same time, Lin Yu's hasty attack was blocked by Liu Xuanyi's sword. Then the sword energy hit Ma Lang, and he was seriously injured instantly. Blood spurted out and his body flew backwards like a broken kite. The sword energy then entered Ma Lang's body, destroying his vitality completely. Everyone was shocked. Especially Lin Yu. Liu Xuanyi. You are so brave. Chapter 42. Outside the secret realm of Yuan Beast. Before counting the breaths. Since robbing the Divine Sword Sect and the Gi Sword Sect, Lin Yu and others have not robbed other sects. As a result, the points of Xuanyin II school were once again overtaken by Taiji school. However, Ma Mo had no objection this time. He believed that Lin Yu would not let him down. However, Dao Ji Sect's points increased a lot in this hour. Now it has reached 999 points, almost breaking through 1000 points. But compared with the Xuanyin II school, it is still far behind. Just when Ma Mo was feeling proud, he suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness and inexplicable heartache. He looked in the direction of the Yuan Beast secret realm, where something bad seemed to be happening. Suddenly his face changed, as if he sensed something, and he took out the vitality tokens of the disciples of Xuanyin II school. His eyes moved tremblingly to the broken token. Hey! Ma Mo let out a long sigh, and his anxious heart finally settled. Fortunately, nothing happened to Langer. Langer is so powerful that nothing could happen to him. Suddenly, there was a click. Ma Lang's vitality token is broken. Puff! Ma Mo spat out a mouthful of blood heavily. His face turned extremely pale, and his whole body was shaky, as if he had suffered a severe blow. Langer! Ma Mo's sad cry echoed throughout the entire valley. There was great sorrow and anger in his tone. His eyes were wide open, his face was full of anger, and his whole body exuded the terrifying aura of the 5th level of the Tongtian realm. In an instant, the entire valley was enveloped by this powerful pressure. The air in the valley seemed to solidify and became extremely heavy. Except for the strong men from the other 2 holy places and top forces who could barely withstand this pressure, everyone else was pale with cold sweat on their foreheads. Some people even collapsed on the ground, unable to even stand up. This terrifying pressure was like a mountain, almost suffocating them. What's going on? Why did Elder Ma of the Xuanyin II school suddenly explode? No, I can't breathe. Everyone barely resisted Ma Mo's pressure. At this time, Mo Tianyang stood up and took the initiative to release a breath. Wherever this breath passed, the huge pressure that was originally weighing heavy on everyone's hearts was instantly relieved a lot. People only felt that the restraints on their bodies that seemed to be a heavy burden suddenly disappeared, and their bodies became light. Thank you, Elder Mo. Everyone who survived the disaster breathed a sigh of relief, expressions of gratitude on their faces, and thanked Mo Tianyang in unison. Mo Tianyang waved his hand and said calmly, "It's just a piece of cake." Guo Tianyuan from Tai Chi school was the first to ask, "Brother Ma, please calm down. What happened? Why are you so excited all of a sudden?" Ma Mo looked up at Guo Tianyuan in grief, his voice hoarse, "My grandson Ma Lang's life token is broken." When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. The broken life token meant that Ma Lang had met with an unexpected disaster. Guo Tianyuan frowned. Ma Lang is extremely talented, and has reached the 8th level of Yuan Shen cultivation. How could he suddenly encounter such a disaster? Ma Mo's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Not only that, I also gave him a defensive secret treasure that can block a blow from the 9th heaven of the Yuan Shen. But I didn't expect that he would still fall." Ma Mo's expression was ferocious, and his angry body was shaking slightly. He swore to find the murderer and cut him into pieces, making his life worse than death. In the secret realm of Yuan Beast. At this time, Lin Yu's face was full of anger, staring at Lu Xuanhe, his eyes full of anger. Lu Xuanhe was so arrogant that he actually killed Ma Lang and a disciple of the Xuanyin II sect in front of him. Moreover, Ma Lang is Elder Ma's only grandson. Although he is the disciple of the sect master, he does not want to offend an elder for no reason. He is also the 4th elder who ranks high in the 5th level of Tongtian realm. The disciples of the Zhang family on the other side stood motionless as if they had been cast a restraining spell. Especially Zhang Wuchen, who was dumbfounded, his pupils shrunk, and his heart was shocked. This brother Lu is so fierce. He directly killed Ma Lang from the 8th level of Yuan Shen with his cultivation level in the 5th level of Yuan Shen. He even had an idea that he didn't even dare to think about, maybe Lin Yu was not his opponent. Lin Yu was furious. "Lu Xuanhe, if I can't take your life today, Lin Yu. Whoosh! Another sword light flashed through the void. The last 3 people Sonia pointed out were also dead. No one can escape. Lu Suanhe ignored the furious Lin Yu and killed 3 people again. There was a dead silence on the scene, and everyone was silent. Even Song Jia and others' pupils trembled slightly. Unexpectedly, Uncle Lu, who has always been gentle, would be so domineering and decisive when dealing with the enemy. I will kill you today. Just hearing an angry shout resounded throughout the world, Lin Yu suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful momentum. This momentum rose into the sky and swept wildly around. Lin Yu no longer hesitated and took action decisively. 5 different colors of light slowly emerged from his body, representing the power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. Looking from a distance, Lin Yu looked like a master of the 5 elements at this moment, dominating the world with majesty and inviolability. Suddenly, along with a sharp and harsh sound piercing the air, the 5-color divine light condensed from the power of the 5 elements shot out like lightning, killing Lu Suanhe with lightning speed. Passed. Wherever this 5-colored divine light passed, the void shattered, leaving behind a series of black space cracks, like a ferocious beast opening its bloody mouth to swallow up everything. Well done! Lu Suanhe shouted loudly. Countless sword intentions burst out from his body, and the rules of swordsmanship emerged in the void, blending with Lu Suanhe's whole body. Lin Yu is the 9th level soul who came out of the Holy Land, and he also possesses the 5 elements mysterious body, and is naturally familiar with the power of the 5 elements. It is more than a little bit stronger than the puppet of the 9 heavens of Yuan Shen in the sword tower of Dao Ji Sect. But he has also reached a further level than when he broke into the sword tower. Lu Suanhe's body flashed, turning into a stream of light and rushing towards the 5-color divine light. In an instant, the sword intention and the power of the 5 elements collided, causing an earth-shaking loud noise. The surrounding peaks seemed to be made of paper, huge boulders were blown away, and trees instantly turned into powder. Everyone watching the battle stepped back one after another, their eyes filled with fear and shock. Wuko, he can really compete with Lin Yu. Zhang Wuchen's eyes widened and he couldn't help but curse. The disciples of the Zhang family and the Xuanyin sect were even more shocked. I originally thought that Lu Suanhe's ability to kill Ma Lang against 3 small realms would be his limit. They didn't expect that Lu Suanhe could actually defeat the 4 minor realms and fight Lin Yu, who was in the 9th level of Yuan Shen. Lu Suanhe's sword energy roared all over his body, it was extremely cold, cutting through the void, and it was extremely domineering. The meaning of the sword is vast, infinite, and endless. Lin Yu's 5 elements of power merged and interacted with each other, which was extremely mysterious, and the 5-color light covered the sky and the earth. The sword energy crisscrossed, the 5 elements of light flickered, and the entire battlefield was in chaos. Chapter 43. Is this all your strength? Lin Yu shouted. As everyone looked on in astonishment, he roared, and his energy suddenly increased. In an instant, colorful lights bloomed like fireworks, becoming more and more dazzling and almost impossible to look directly at. As time went on, his attacks became more and more violent. Murderous intent filled the sky and earth, as if it was going to tear the world apart. And the 5 elements rules are no longer just a vague existence, but are fully manifested and clearly visible. The sharpness of metal, the vitality of wood, the flexibility of water, the heat of fire, and the thickness of earth, the 5 rules each show their powerful and unparalleled characteristics and complement each other. A series of terrifying attacks that could destroy the world rushed towards Lu Suanhe. For a moment, Lu Suanhe was suppressed. Is Lu Suanhe going to lose? The Zhang family disciples couldn't help but feel worried when they saw this. If it weren't for Lu Suanhe, they would have been robbed by Lin Yu long ago. The disciples of Xuanyin school were filled with excitement and could not help cheering. Brother Lin is so powerful, he defeated Lu Suanhe. Not long ago, Lu Suanhe killed 5 of them in a row, and even Ma Lang was no match for him. Invisibly, it brought them tremendous pressure. Now, Lin Yu took action to suppress Liu Xuanhe's momentum, which gave them great encouragement. Only the disciples of Dao Ji Sect and Zhang Wuchen had expressionless faces, and did not seem to be worried about Liu Xuanhe. Zhang Wuchen was at least at the 8th level of the soul realm. He could see that although Liu Xuanhe was at a disadvantage, he did not have many injuries. Zhao Fan was even calmer. He possessed the 9 Sun Divine Eyes and could observe more carefully than Zhang Wuchen. He could see that Liu Xuanhe's breath was steadier than Lin Yu's, and he was at ease, dodging Lin Yu's fatal moves every time. If this is all your strength, then you should pay for the life of my junior brother from the Hunyuanxing II school today. Boom! Lin Yu was bathed in the 5-colored divine light, becoming more and more courageous, and knocked Liu Xuanhe away again. Liu Xuanhe's eyes were calm. He was afraid of ending the battle all at once, so he only used 65% of his strength. Lin Yu, who possessed the 5 elements mysterious body, did not disappoint him. After a battle, he was able to suppress him with the power of the 5 elements mysterious body. So he raised his aura again. His eyes were like a heavenly sword, his sword intent was awe-inspiring, and his momentum instantly surpassed Lin Yu. He kept swinging his sword, and streams of sword energy burst out. For a time, Lin Yu was defeated step by step. Boom! Huge noises continued to be heard. In a short moment, Lin Yu had several terrible wounds on his body. Lin Yu had a gloomy expression and cold eyes, and said in a stern voice, "You really gave me a big surprise." Liu Xuanhe. At this point, he had to admit that Liu Xuanhe had the strength of the 9th level of the spiritual realm. Liu Xuanhe's strength was beyond his expectations. If Liu Xuanhe's aura was not only at the 5th level of the soul realm, he would really suspect whether Liu Xuanhe used a secret treasure to hide his aura and deliberately pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. He had never seen such a rebellious person. But he still has one last trump card. Has he used all his strength yet? 5 elements mysterious body. Lin Yu's momentum increased again, and a powerful pressure filled the world. He formed seals with his hands, and his body emitted a 5-colored light that pierced through the space, breaking it inch by inch. The heaven and earth seemed to be shaking. So strong! Zhang Wuchen's face changed. Lin Yu's complete outburst made him feel extremely pressured. Now he was a little worried about Liu Xuanhe. There was a divine flame in Zhao Fan's eyes. Facing Lin Yu's overwhelming pressure, a fighting spirit rose in his heart. I wish I could go up and fight Lin Yu myself. Feeling this powerful energy, Liu Xuanhe's eyes flashed with unparalleled sword intent. Not bad. It's worth my full strength attack. The calm tone reveals an invincible belief. Haha. I just can't stand your face that's even more arrogant than mine. Lin Yu laughed in anger. An endless 5-colored divine light came in an instant with the terrifying power of tearing through space. Liu Xuanhe refined his energy and spirit to the extreme, and exuded an extremely powerful aura. A terrifying aura swept out from his body, and the sword intent surrounding his body became even more terrifying and fierce. These ethereal sword intentions became more solid, as if they had entities, rising into the sky and piercing the clouds. Dense sword energy swept towards Lin Yu like an overwhelming force. Each sword energy flashed with a heart-pounding cold light, as if it could tear through the void and cut off everything in the world. Wherever it passed, dark cracks were created in the space. Even the ground could not withstand such tremendous pressure and broke apart, with rubble and dust flying everywhere. Boom! In an instant, the two attacks collided. The brilliant light shines, like a scorching sun exploding on the earth. The terrifying wave spread out in a circular shape in all directions with the impact point as the center. The nearby trees were uprooted in an instant, and sand and rocks flew everywhere, blocking out the sky and the sun. Zhang Wuchen and others had to use their internal energy to resist the oncoming impact. Under the attack of the unparalleled sword energy, the 5-colored divine light broke into pieces. Not good. Lin Yu's pupils shook, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. The five-colored divine light became more and more intense, illuminating the world. But it still doesn't help. Finally, there was a bang. The five-colored divine light was completely broken, and the sword energy went straight to Huang Long. At this time, Lin Yu had very little spiritual power left and was seriously injured. A powerful murderous intent locked onto him. It seemed that there was no way for him to escape and he could only wait to die. The sword energy rushed over like lightning, and in the next moment Lin Yu was about to be cut down by the sword. Brother Lin! The Xuanyin II school's disciples' faces suddenly changed and they exclaimed. The situation changed drastically in an instant. Lin Yu, who had just had the upper hand, was about to be killed by Lu Xuanhe. At the critical moment, Lin Yu suddenly raised his head. His expression was ferocious and his facial features were distorted. The red eyes stared at Lu Xuanhe not far away, and the dark pupils emitted a cold light. Lin Yu reached into his arms without hesitation and quickly took out a green talisman. Then, he muttered something and injected the remaining spiritual power in his body into the talisman. In an instant, the light on the talisman became brighter, as if it would illuminate the entire world. In the blink of an eye, the light faded and Lin Yu's figure disappeared. Lu Xuanhe, just wait. I won't let you walk out of the Yuan Beast secret realm alive. The voice filled with murderous intent and resentment kept echoing in the air, making people shudder and shudder. Bang! The sword energy blasted a big hole at Lin Yu's original position. Chapter 44. Sky-breaking talisman. Lu Xuanhe frowned slightly, then relaxed. He is just a defeated general, how much trouble can he cause? The next time we meet, the gap between us will only be bigger. The disciples of Xuanyin II school were stunned and stood there in a daze. In their hearts, Lin Yu is an outstanding figure in the Xuanyin II school. Not only has his cultivation reached the 9th level of the spiritual realm, he also possesses a special physique, the five elements mysterious body. Originally, this trial in the Yuan Beast secret realm should have been easy under Lin Yu's leadership. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by someone at the 5th level of the Yuan Shen realm? Not only that, Lin Yu also had to use the sky-breaking talisman and flee in a panic to save his life. Lin Yu's defeat and escape made it impossible for the remaining people to accept this cruel reality for a while. Their mouths opened wide, but no sound came out. Only the look of disbelief was clearly visible on their faces. Some of them even stood there in a daze, their once lively eyes becoming empty and lifeless, as if they had lost their souls. Senior brother Lin actually lost. One of them suddenly exclaimed. The sound was not loud, but it echoed throughout the venue. The other disciples who were standing there in shock finally recovered from the exclamation. Along with this cry of surprise, all the disciples of Xuanyin II school turned pale as paper, without any blood at all. Now Lin Yu fled, leaving them where they were. It is still unknown how Lu Xuanhe will deal with them. Zhang Wuchen and other Zhang family disciples also came to their senses. Brother Lu is very powerful and talented. I really admire him. A loud shout was heard, and Zhang Wuchen was holding his fists with an extremely serious expression. His eyes were fixed on Lu Xuanhe in front of him, his face full of admiration. At this time, Lu Xuanhe's posture was as straight as a pine tree, and his white robe fluttered in the wind, making him look more elegant and extraordinary. It was completely different from the domineering and indifferent attitude during battle. Brother Zhang, thank you for your compliment. After hearing Zhang Wuchen's praise, he just smiled slightly, revealing a faint smile. His expression was as calm as water, without any ripples, and he did not reveal the slightest bit of pride or complacency. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wuchen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Brother Lu is worthy of being the pride of Dao Ji Sect. He defeated the 9th level of Yuan Shen with the 5th level of Yuan Shen and was able to maintain such a humble and calm temperament. It is truly admirable. Thinking of this, Zhang Wuchen looked at Lu Xuanhe with a little more respect and admiration in his eyes. Brother, you are too strong. Uncle Lu is so awesome. Thank you, Uncle Lu, for standing up for us. At this time, Zhao Fan and other disciples of Dao Ji Sect swarmed over. They surrounded Lu Xian, their faces full of admiration and gratitude. At this time, the remaining disciples of Xuanying II school discussed for a while and then stepped forward. Brother Lu, please don't kill us. We can give you all the points. A slightly fat young man in black stood up and lowered his head, and we can also earn points for you. The four of us brothers have the cultivation of the 6th or 7th heaven of the Yuan Shen. We can deal with the Yuan Shen in the middle area. Beast is easy. This person spoke sincerely and had a genuine expression, and seemed to have truly submitted to Lu Xuanhe. The three people behind him also nodded, indicating their willingness to surrender. But deep in this person's eyes, there was a hint of murderous intent and hatred. After secretly discussing with his other fellow disciples, he decided to pretend to be friendly with Lu Xian and seek his forgiveness for the time being. Then he used the token to get in touch with Lin Yu, find a way to meet him, hunt down the Yuan beast and help Lin Yu break through. As long as Lin Yu succeeds in breaking through, this person will be dead. By killing this man, you can avenge your dead fellow disciples. Especially senior brother Ma, he is the only grandson of the fourth elder. Only by killing him to avenge Mr. Ma can the anger of Elder Ma be alleviated. The fat boy in black waited for a long time, not even imagining Lu Xuanhe's words of forgiveness. He looked up and saw an intriguing smile on Lu Xuanhe's lips. His eyes were sharp, as if he could see through his heart. When the young man in black saw Lu Xuanhe's expression, his expression suddenly changed and he was about to speak. Suddenly, everyone saw a dazzling light flashing through. Whoosh! A blast of sword energy slit his throat, and he covered his throat with both hands, but blood still spurted out from his fingers. Hey, hey! He wanted to speak, but couldn't say anything. His eyes slowly lost their luster, and finally he fell to the ground and died. Lu Xuanhe, you murderer! We have obviously surrendered to you, why do you still want to kill senior brother Qian? A disciple of the Xuanying II sect was furious and shouted. Lu Xuanhe looked indifferent and said calmly, I really thought I couldn't see the killing intent in his eyes. You are the same, you have evil intentions. Lu Xuanhe said no more, raised his hand and waved his sword, and another sword light cut through the void. The remaining disciples felt that the crisis was approaching and wanted to crush the token in their hands. Then, Lu Xuanhe's sword was incredibly fast. In a moment, the remaining disciples were all dead on the spot. Lu Xuanhe put away his sword and collected the tokens of all Xuanying II sect disciples except Lin Yu. Then he took out his token, crossed the token in his hand, and took all their points. Outside the secret realm of Yuan Beast, Ma Mo's face was as gloomy as water, like a ferocious beast, choosing people to devour. Not long after Ma Long's token of vitality was shattered, the tokens of 3 more disciples were shattered. He frowned and his eyes were cold. What happened in the secret realm of Yuan Beast? In previous trials, there has never been such a tragic situation. Within less than a day after entering, 5 disciples died. At this moment, Ma Mo's expression changed. He took out the life token and saw that among the remaining 5 tokens, except for Lin Yu, the rest were all broken. At this time, Ma Mo felt a little confused for a moment. He didn't know what happened in the secret realm of Yuan Beast. Why did all the disciples except Lin Yu, who was in the 9th level of Yuan Shen, die? Tai Chi Gate? No, even the Tai Chi sect couldn't kill almost all of their Xuanying II sect team, leaving only one Lin Yu to escape. And at this time, I don't know what Lin Yu's condition is, or whether Lin Yu can survive. Unless the Tai Chi sect joins forces with other sects to target the Xuanying II sect. But what did Lin Yu do? Cause Tai Chi sect to join forces with other sects to target the Xuanying II sect? Is it because Lin Yu robbed other sects? Impossible. Even if the three top forces join forces to defeat Lin Yu and the others, it is impossible to kill them. After all, with the same strength, they have enough time to crush the token. Look! Dao Ji Sect has already reached second place. Someone exclaimed. Ma Mo suddenly raised his head and looked at the light screen. I saw that Dao Ji Sect suddenly increased by 2,265 points and ranked second only to Taiji Sect. His Xuanyin Immortal Sect lost 2,265 points, but even so, it still had more than 3,000 points, which was a little lower than Dao Ji Sect and ranked behind Dao Ji Sect. Mo. Tian. Nan. Chapter 45. Ma Mo's momentum exploded, and he shouted angrily, "You Dao Ji Sect are so bold that you dare to kill my Xuanyin Immortal Sect's disciples." Endless Tongtian realm pressure surged towards Mo Tianese, with an unfriendly tone. Ma Mo, what are you crazy about? Mo Tianese's 5th level Tongtian cultivation also exploded, offsetting Ma Wanchen's pressure. His eyes shone, and he snorted coldly, "What makes you say that my Dao Ji Sect's disciples killed your Xuanyin Immortal Sect's disciples? The evidence is right here, and you still want to quibble? Explain to me why the points I sent out for Xuanyin Immortal happened to be the points of your Dao Ji Sect leader, and why they were carried out at the same time." Ma Mo glared and stared at Mo Tianese. He wanted to see how Mo Tianese would answer this question. "It's easy." Mo Tianese's expression was calm as water, and he said calmly, "Why can't it be you? Lin Yu from the Xuanyin Immortal school relied on his strong strength to lead people to hunt Yuan Shen 9 Heaven's Yuan beast, but the whole army was wiped out, and only Lin Yu was panicked. He escaped. Later, he was discovered by my Dao Ji Sect disciples and took advantage of the opportunity." Humph! Mo Tianese, no one will believe what you say. Ma Wanchen's eyes were blazing with fire. Although Lin Yu is a little arrogant, he is sensible and not reckless. Believe it or not. Besides, even if they killed him, so what? Mo Tianese sneered, "If a dignified 9th level Yuan Shen cannot beat a 5th level Yuan Shen, how can you still have the face to practice? You?" Ma Wanchen's face turned pale in an instant and he was speechless. He really wanted to break into the Yuan Beast secret realm right now. However, once someone of his strength breaks in, he will be killed by the mysterious rules of the entrance. When this secret realm was first discovered, an elder from his Xuanyin Immortal school wanted to force his way into the Yuan Beast secret realm. As a result, as soon as the elder touched the entrance, a terrifying light flashed at the entrance in an instant. The light was so swift and powerful that it instantly turned the elder into dust, frightening everyone at that time. However, there is definitely something fishy about this matter. We cannot enter the Yuan Beast secret realm now, so we can only wait for Lin Yu to come out and ask in detail. In the secret realm of Yuan Beast. Somewhere in the central area. At this moment, Lin Yu was like a lost dog, and he escaped into a dense forest with the power of the sky-breaking talisman. His hair was disheveled, his face was covered in blood, his expression was hideous and distorted, and his eyes revealed a cold and cruel light, like an evil ghost in the underworld, which was creepy. A pair of scarlet eyes contained endless murderous intent, as if they wanted to devour the entire world. The chill emanating from his body makes people shudder. Lu Suan He, I, Lin Yu, swear that I will trample you hard under my feet and make you suffer all kinds of torture to wash away the great shame and humiliation I have suffered today. Lin Yu roared with gritted teeth. At this moment, he suddenly reached into his arms and took out a mysterious token. The front of the token was flashing with a strange light, but when he turned it over to look at the map on the back of the token, he found that all the white dots on it had disappeared, leaving only a red dot representing his own location. The dot stayed there alone. Ah! Seeing this scene, Lin Yu's face instantly became even more gloomy and terrifying. He could no longer suppress the anger and despair in his heart. He looked up at the sky and let out a long, earth-shaking roar. Suddenly, the momentum of the 9th level of the soul swept out. The terrifying aura instantly alarmed the many yuan beasts lurking in the nearby mountains and forests. This group of yuan beasts originally wanted to surround and kill Lin Yu, but Lin Yu roared, and his momentum frightened them so much that they fled in all directions. Call out! A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a 5-colored divine light suddenly appeared and rushed towards those yuan beasts. Bang! 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 Under the impact of the 5-colored divine light, the yuan beasts of the 7th level of the yuan spirit exploded one after another, leaving behind a pile of yuan spirit beads. Lin Yu collected all the yuan shen beads, then found a safe place, sat cross-legged, and refined these yuan shen beads. He wants to improve his strength, he wants to break through to the first level of self-reflection. Only in this way can we have a chance to trample Lu Xuanyi under our feet. Entrance to the central area. The Zhang family and others have already rested. Zhang Wuchen stepped forward, clasped his fists and saluted, saying loudly, "Thank you, Brother Lu, for your help this time." Lu Xuanyi turned around with a smile on his face, "Brother Zhang, you are too polite. It's just a piece of cake. Besides, the Xuanyin sect has a grudge against my Dao Ji Sect. Even if Brother Zhang wasn't here, I would still help. Anyway, I still want to thank Brother Lu. Here are 500 points and 10 yuan shen beads of the 6th level of yuan shen. Please accept them, Brother Lu." Lu Xuanyi accepted it calmly. He would not refuse any reward offered by others. He looked towards the central area and said, "The central area is full of dangers. Brother Zhang needs to be careful." Zhang Wuchen smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Lu. I will go ahead now." After saying that, he led everyone to the central area. After a while, he disappeared from the sight of Lu Xuanyi and others. At this time, Zhao Fan said, "Brother, what should we do next?" Lu Xuanyi did not answer, but lowered his head in thought. Before participating in the Yuan Beast Secret Realm trial, his master Qin Tianyang gave him and Zhao Fan an order, requiring them to take first place in this Yuan Beast Secret Realm trial. In the central area there are demonic beasts of the 7th to 9th levels of the spiritual realm, which are undoubtedly more dangerous. However, with the strength of him and Zhao Fan, they are not too afraid, and after killing it, they will get more points. Therefore, he must go to the central area, but Lu Xuanyi looked up at Fang Jun, Song Ji, and the others and said, "I plan to help junior brother Song hunt some Yuan Shen level 6 Yuan Shen beasts to help them raise their cultivation to another level." Although Zhang Wuchen gave some soul beads, it was still far from enough. And he is confident that he can break through to the 6th level of the soul. As he enters the 6th level of the Yuan Shen realm, he will not find any rivals in the Yuan Shen secret realm. After hearing these words, Fang Jun and others felt a warm current in their hearts and their eyes instantly became moist. Uncle Lu is so kind to them. But Fang Jun suddenly looked at Song Ji, and then looked at the other disciples. He saw that every disciple who looked at him nodded. So he walked to Lu Xuanyi, took a deep breath, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Uncle Lu, but we believe in our own strength, and we want to gain strength by our own strength. Uncle Lu, please don't worry about us. Uncle Lu and Uncle Zhao, please feel free to go to the central area." Fang Jun straightened his body, spoke in a decisive tone, and his expression was firm and resolute. Lu Xuanyi slowly shifted his gaze away from Fang Jun and turned to other people. They all looked serious and nodded heavily, with fearless courage revealed in their firm eyes. So he nodded with satisfaction, "Since you are determined, then give it a try. But if you encounter danger, don't be brave." However, considering Lin Yu's existence, Lu Xuanyi lowered his head and thought. Lin Yu is in the central area at the moment and most likely will not return to the inner area. Besides, he hates me the most right now, so he shouldn't be targeting anyone else. But, just in case. This is a defensive jade pendant. If the Jade Pendant detects an attack from the 9th level of the Yuan Shen realm or above, it will automatically activate to resist the attack for 3 breaths. Remember, crush the token within 3 breaths and leave the Yuan Shen secret realm. Liu Xuanhe took out a jade pendant and handed it to Fang Jun, then looked at everyone with a serious expression. Understood. Uncle Liu. Everyone said in unison. After Liu Xuanhe handed the Yuan Shen pearl given by Zhang Wuchen to everyone, he went to the central area with Zhao Fan. Chapter 46. Central Area. Somewhere in the forest. At this time, there was less than an hour left until the end of the first day. A bonfire illuminated the dark woods nearby. Brothers Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan were sitting by the campfire, refining the Yuan Shen pearl. Since parting with Fang Jun, Song Ji, and others at the entrance of the central area, the two have been moving forward. During this period, they rarely encountered Yuan beasts, and the two brothers even took the initiative to look for Yuan beasts and hunt them. The reason is simple: the central area is too large. In fact, the structure of the Yuan beast secret realm goes against common sense. Under normal circumstances, the central area usually occupies the smallest area. For example, the deepest part of the East Wasteland Mountains only accounts for less than 10% of the entire East Wasteland Mountains. However, the Yuan Beast Secret Realm is just the opposite. The central area of the Yuan Beast Secret Realm accounts for 70% of the entire Yuan Beast Secret Realm, and the inner area accounts for 20%. As for the outer area, it only accounts for 10% of the Yuan Beast Secret Realm. As the last bit of pure energy refined from the Yuan Shen Pearl was absorbed, Liu Xuanhe slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, all the sword intent surrounding his body was retracted into his body, and the whistling wind around him came to an abrupt end. Liu Xuanhe stood up and stretched his muscles. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from his body and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He clearly felt that his spiritual power was stronger than before, and the soul in his sea of consciousness was also obviously much stronger than before. As expected, these are the soul beads formed by the soul of the 7th level. Just a dozen of them have greatly improved his strength. If he could refine dozens of 7th level soul beads, he would definitely be able to advance to the 6th level of soul. Senior brother, I feel like I'm about to reach a bottleneck. Zhao Fan opened his eyes, looked at Liu Xuanhe, and said excitedly. He felt that he only needed to go through a few more battles, and with the help of the Soul Pearl, he would soon be able to break through to the 4th level of the soul. It's just that this central area is too large. Although the number of Yuan beasts is greater than that in the outer and inner areas, they are too sparsely distributed. Zhao Fan's expression changed from excitement to helplessness. Liu Xuanhe patted his shoulder and said, "We have to hurry. In the central area, the further in, the more Yuan beasts there are." The words haven't finished yet. At this moment, a low roar came from a distance. The sound echoed in the mountains and forests, making people feel cold. The two of them looked excited. They had just said that they couldn't encounter any Yuan beasts, but now one was delivered to their doorstep. A mile away from the two of them, a group of Yuan beasts were approaching. The leading Yuan beast was actually at the 8th level of Yuan Spirit Realm, and behind him followed 8 Yuan beasts at the 7th level of Yuan Spirit Realm. "Junior brother, I'll leave the Yuan Shen 8th Heaven Yuan Shen beast to you. Are you sure about the rest?" The sword light cuts through the void. Liu Xuanhe took the lead and rushed towards the leading Yuan beast. One person and one song fought together. With his current strength, he could actually kill this Yuan beast of the 8th level of Yuan Shen with just one sword. He just held back because he was afraid that those Yuan beasts would run away after seeing Liu Xuanhe's strength. "Don't worry, senior brother. 8 Yuan Shen 7th level Yuan Shen beasts are no problem." Zhao Fan's eyes turned faintly golden, and there were 2 golden divine flames in his pupils. At the same time, a fighting spirit rose from him, and his cultivation of the 3rd level of his soul was fully unfolded. He roared and rushed towards the 8 Yuan beasts with a mirror in his hand. Use the pressure of one person to resist the pressure of 8 beasts. Boom! Earth-shaking noises continued to come from Zhao Fan's side. After all, Zhao Fan was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual realm, and a simple collision left him with multiple injuries. However, the stimulation of blood made his fighting spirit even stronger. Kill! Zhao Fan's hair was flying and his eyes were blazing with divine flames. The 9 Sun Divine Eyes were fully manifested, and an extremely strong and yang aura swept out. His golden eyes were like those of a god and could not be looked directly at. He clenched his right fist, held the mirror in his left hand, and attacked the 8 Yuan beasts again. The 8 Yuan beasts felt the powerful aura of Zhao Fan and did not dare to underestimate him. They surrounded Zhao Fan, waving their sharp claws, and the black horns on their heads occasionally emitted a mysterious light to attack Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan was on guard against the attack from his soul while taking the initiative to attack. At a certain moment, he seized the opportunity, the mirror in his hand shone brightly, and a divine flame burst out, killing a Yuan beast. However, because he killed the Yuan beast, he was forced to bear the light, his soul was damaged, and his body shook constantly. Zhao Fan steadied himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and attacked even more fiercely. Boom! There were constant noises from Zhao Fan's side, and gradually he took the opportunity to kill the 2nd Yuan beast, followed by the 3rd and the 4th. Although the number of Yuan beasts decreased, his injuries became more serious. On the other side, He was dealing with the Yuan beast of the 8th level of Yuan Shen, but his consciousness was always paying attention to Zhao Fan. During this period, Zhao Fan encountered fatal crises several times. He wanted to take action, but Zhao Fan gave him a reassuring look. In addition, Zhao Fan also had similar talents as him, so he chose to believe him and resisted the urge to take action. The void was extremely hot, and the heaven and earth were filled with the most masculine aura, which seemed to be able to melt everything. At this time, Zhao Fan had already killed 6 Yuan beasts, and he was covered in blood and his breath was weak. Only a fighting spirit grew stronger and stronger, rising into the sky and piercing through the sky. Kill! Zhao Fan practiced his skills, and his aura surged again. 9 Suns Brahma Art. He seemed like the incarnation of the sun, emitting an extremely strong and masculine aura. A punch was thrown, carrying with it the fiery yang energy. Wherever the fist wind whistled past, the air seemed to be ignited, bursting into crackling sounds. Bang! The 2 Yuan beasts had no time to fight back and were blown to pieces by this punch. The flesh and blood all over the air were evaporated by the high temperature, leaving only the Yuan Shen pearl lying quietly on the ground. Roar! Seeing that all his subordinates were killed, this Yuan beast of the 8th level of Yuan Shen became anxious. It roared angrily, and with its powerful aura, it pounced towards He. Game over. Facing the Yuan beast that was coming with endless pressure, He gently swung his sword. In an instant, the sword light easily broke through the body of the Yuan beast and split it in half. Thank you, senior brother. Zhao Fan staggered over, and although his face was covered in blood, it couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Good. He's eyes were full of admiration. He raised his hand and placed it on Zhao Fan's shoulder, inputting spiritual power into his body to help him stabilize his injuries temporarily. Zhao Fan felt much better and signaled He that he didn't need to input any more spiritual energy. He immediately sat down cross-legged to digest his insights from the battle, then took out the Yuan Shen pearl and prepared to refine it again. An hour later, Zhao Fan opened his eyes, his injuries had fully recovered and his strength had improved again. Brother, let's go. He nodded, and the two of them turned into streams of light and flew deeper into the central area. Chapter 47. At this time, the sky was dawning and a ray of sunlight was shining on the earth. The first day of the Yuan Beast secret realm has passed. There is not much time left for the major sects. All parties are desperately hunting yuan beasts to accumulate points, and at the same time collecting yuan shenzi to improve their strength. In a certain forest, it feels like purgatory. Countless corpses of yuan beasts lay on the ground, and the wounds on these corpses were lingering with a faint aura of the 5 elements. Even though they were dead, these corpses still exuded a terrifying aura. The lowest level is the 7th level of the soul realm, and most of them are at the 8th level of the soul realm. The most shocking thing is that the remaining aura of one of the largest yuan beasts actually reached the 9th level of yuan shen. Boom! A young man with the 5 elements rules manifested and surrounded by him was fighting with a yuan beast of the 9th level of yuan shen. This person was Lin Yu. An hour ago, he raided a group of yuan beasts here. However, just when he killed the yuan shen 9th level yuan shen beast, in a flash, a yuan beast from the 9th heaven's soul suddenly appeared, followed by several yuan beasts from the 8th heaven's soul. The only air-breaking talisman had been used, and Lin Yu had no choice but to be forced to fight. After fighting for half an hour, only the yuan beast of the 9th heaven's yuan shen was left. At this time, both the man and the beast had been wounded in many places, but the two sides were still fighting fiercely. Lin Yu formed seals with his hands, mobilizing all his spiritual power, and fully activated his 5 elements body. Carrying endless power of the 5 elements, Lin Yu rushed straight towards the yuan beast. The yuan beast also rushed forward with a roar. Bang! The yuan beast exploded, flesh and blood flew all over the sky, and a yuan shen pearl several times larger than an ordinary elixir was left in its place. Afterwards, Lin Yu collected all the soul beads. Come to a safer place to refine the yuan shen beads obtained this time. With the continuous input of spiritual power, these yuan shen beads gradually transformed into pure energy, which was completely absorbed by Lin Yu. After a long time, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. These eyes were like the eyes of a ghost, cold and violent, making people shudder. Not enough. I really need more yuan shen beads. Lin Yu muttered to himself, his voice was hoarse and eerie. He stood up, feeling the surging power in his body. But he was still not satisfied. He could only say that he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the soul. He estimated that his current fighting power was only comparable to Liu Xuanyi's previous fighting power. But this is far from enough. Liu Xuanyi will also improve his strength. He needs to become even stronger before he can crush Liu Xuanyi under his feet. Only if he completely breaks out of the realm of yuan shen and establishes himself in the realm of questioning the heart, his strength will undergo a qualitative change. This is not an improvement in realm, but a leap from one realm to another, which brings a huge improvement in combat power. He didn't believe that he would not be able to defeat Liu Xuanyi by then. Lin Yu's figure flashed and flew towards the mountains and forests farther away. He needs to hunt more yuan beasts and obtain more yuan shen beads. At the same time, a very deep area in the central region. There is absolutely no trace of the 7th level yuan shen yuan beast in this area. Only the yuan beasts of the 8th and 9th levels of the yuan shen appear. At this time, in the territory of a yuan beast at the 9th level of the yuan shen realm, a young man holding a black spear, faintly emitting a yin and yang aura, stood in the air. Opposite him was a yuan beast of the 9th heaven's yuan shen. However, the beast's breath was unstable and it had many wounds on its body, in some of which one could even see the white bones. Near this man and this beast, 4 people at the 8th level of the soul realm led 5 people at the 7th level of the soul realm to besiege more than 10 beasts at the 8th level of the soul realm. Obviously, this is a disciple of Tai Chi. The young man holding the black gun is Qin Tianyang from Tai Chi school. Die! Qin Tianyang shook his right hand, an array of light surrounded by yin and yang energies shot out from the black spear. With unrivaled momentum, he rushed towards the yuan beast of the 9th heaven's yuan spirit. As if sensing the danger of Qin Tianyang's attack, the yuan beast raised its head and roared to the sky. A powerful spiritual power surged around its body, and it tried to resist with its body. The light instantly penetrated the Yuan beast's head defense and passed through its body. Boom! The huge body of the Yuan beast trembled violently, and it fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, under the siege led by the 4 8th level Yuan Shen masters, more than 10 8th level Yuan Shen beasts suffered heavy casualties. Although they were slightly fewer in number, they worked together well and gradually killed more than a dozen Yuan beasts. An hour later, Chen Tian and his group finished refining the Yuan Shen pearl. No. It still feels a little off. I need more Yuan Shen beads. Chen Tian opened his eyes flickering. Continue hunting the Yuan beasts. Chen Tian gave orders and led everyone to continue searching for the Yuan beast. Boom! Somewhere in the forest, the sound of fighting continued to be heard. The people from the Divine Sword Sect and the Gi Sword Sect actually started to cooperate. Both sides are hunting a group of Yuan beasts. Gu Xiu, the team leader disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, and Li Chongqing, the team leader disciple of the Gi Sword Sect, led 2 disciples who had just advanced to the 8th level of the Soul Realm to fight against the 6 8th level Soul Realm Yuan beasts. The rest of the disciples from the 2 sects surrounded and killed the remaining dozen or so Yuan beasts of the 7th level of the Yuan spirit. The sword lights and the knife lights were constantly intertwined, and the disciples of the 2 sects cooperated quite well. But this group of Yuan beasts were also extremely ferocious, and it was difficult to determine the winner for a while. Song Chuan and others from the Shengzia sect were on high alert at this time, but their eyes were alert and sweat broke out on their foreheads. A group of Yuan beasts surrounded them. 10 Yuan beasts of the 7th level of the Yuan Shen were watching covetously. Not only that, there were also 4 Yuan beasts of the 8th level of the Yuan Shen. After entering the central area, Song Chuan and others experienced nearly a day of training, and 1 more disciple was promoted to the 8th level of the soul. However, during several hunts for Yuan beasts, 2 disciples were in danger and had to crush the tokens to save their lives. Now there are only 8 of them, 2 of them are at the 8th level of the spiritual realm, 1 of them has just entered the 8th level, and the rest of the disciples are at the 7th level. They are no match for this group of Yuan beasts in front of them. Just when Song Chuan was about to explode to buy time for the other disciples to crush the token, Zhang Wuchen and others suddenly appeared not far away. Wow! Several figures appeared out of nowhere. Their faces were covered in blood and they looked terrified. When he saw that he and others had successfully escaped and left the Yuan beast secret realm, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Their elders quickly walked over and took out healing elixirs to heal their wounds. This situation is not uncommon. As the day passed, the competition in the Yuan beast secret realm became more and more fierce. From the initial 500 people who entered the Yuan beast secret realm, up to now, about 300 people have left the Yuan beast secret realm early. This does not include those who died in the Yuan beast secret realm before they had time to use the token. The battle on the last day will only be more intense. On the light screen, Tai Chi Gate ranked first with 7,225 points. The second is Hunyuan Xing School, with 5,631 points. Following closely behind is the Dao Ji Sect. The total score is 5,463 points. Guo Tianyuan looked calm and composed, confident of victory. Mo Tianese sat cross-legged, meditating on the spot with his eyes closed. He just wants Liu Suanhe and Zhao Fan to improve and his disciples to be safe. He doesn't care about the points or ranking. Even though the ranking of each Yuan beast secret realm is related to the division of some resources. As long as Liu Suanhe and Zhao Fan can grow smoothly, they will definitely become free and easy saints in the future. Even for the Emperor, it seems possible, this is his intuition. As for Ma Mo, he had a blank expression on his face, showing no signs of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. The death of his grandson Ma Lang dealt him a heavy blow, and he no longer cared about points. Lin Yu takes as much as he can. Now he just wants to know who killed Ma Lang. Chapter 48. Over the dense forest. Boom! The deafening roar was like rolling thunder, continuously transmitting towards the distant sky. Zhao Fan was fighting with two yuan beasts that were emitting a terrifying aura. His eyes were like the eyes of a god, bright and dazzling, just like two blazing suns, emitting a heart-pounding light. With an angry shout, "Kill!" Zhao Fan concentrated his spiritual power on his right hand, and then slapped it hard. In an instant, a huge hand that covered the sky and the sun appeared out of thin air, surrounded by blazing flames. The scorching heat caused the air to become distorted, and a powerful aura of the highest yang emanated from the giant hand. Open! Immediately afterwards, the giant palm slapped down from the air with the force of thunder. Roar! The two yuan beasts showed no sign of weakness. After roaring, they turned into two lightning-like figures and rushed straight towards the giant palm. Bang! When the giant palm collided with the yuan beast, time seemed to freeze. The two huge yuan beasts were instantly smashed into countless pieces under the terrifying power of the giant palm. The flying flesh and blood was completely evaporated by the terrifying high temperature on the giant palm and disappeared without a trace. In the end, only two soul beads shining with mysterious light fell weakly to the ground. Zhao Fan landed lightly on the ground, stretched out his right hand, and a force of attraction burst out from his palm, grabbing the two soul beads. Looking at the two soul beads in his palms, even though he was slightly injured and looked a little tired, he could not hide the excitement on his young face. After the last battle with 8 Yuan Shen 7th level Yuan Shen beasts, he felt that his bottleneck had loosened a lot. Afterwards, he followed Lu Xuanyi deep into the central area, constantly searching for Yuan beasts and fighting with them. Under the dual effects of the Yuan Shen Pearl and the training of life and death, he finally stepped into the 4th level of Yuan Shen as he wished half an hour ago. After his strength increased again, he couldn't wait to find a group of Yuan beasts to test his strength after the breakthrough. The last time he dealt with 8 Yuan beasts of the 7th level of Yuan Shen, it was very difficult for him. It took him a lot of effort to kill them. After this breakthrough, he easily killed 2 Yuan beasts of the 8th level of Yuan Shen at the cost of minor injuries. Junior brother. Lu Xuanyi's figure flashed and came to Zhao Fan's side. Zhao Fan's ability to have a safe training environment is inseparable from Lu Xuanyi's efforts. This time, Lu Xuanyi also used his powerful strength to restrain a Yuan beast of the 9th level of the soul and several Yuan beasts of the 8th level of the soul. Seeing that Zhao Fan had resolved the battle, Lu Xuanyi no longer held back. Swinging the immortal slaying sword, a huge sword energy easily killed those Yuan beasts. Brother! Zhao Fan responded to Lu Xuanyi excitedly. Suddenly, he slapped his head and seemed to have thought of something. Senior brother, please take these 2 Yuan Shen beads. Zhao Fan handed the 2 Yuan Shen beads to Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi took the Yuan Shen pearl hesitantly. Junior brother, are you? It's just what you think, brother. Zhao Fan nodded and answered affirmatively. Lu Xuanyi understood. Before entering the Yuan Beast secret realm, the 4th Elder Mo Tianyang also mentioned an important point, that is, the effect of the Yuan Shen Pearl is not unlimited. Generally speaking, the lower the realm, the greater the effect of the Yuan Shen Pearl, and the higher the realm, the smaller the effect of the Yuan Shen Pearl. In the Yuan Shen realm, it is not a problem for cultivators at a lower level to advance 3 or 4 small realms. As for the cultivators above the 7th level, they can at most rely on the Yuan Shen Pearl to improve 2 small realms. In addition, the refining and absorption effect of the Yuan Shen Pearl is also related to the cultivator's own innate physique. The stronger a person's talent or physique, the greater the need for Yuan Shenzu to advance to a smaller realm. For example, Zhao Fan's advancement from the 2nd level of the soul to the 4th level of the soul is almost the limit. Now, the Yuan Shen Pearl is of almost no use to the growth of his Yuan Shen. Therefore, Zhao Fan planned to give all the Yuan Shen beads to Lu Xuanyi. Only if Lu Xuanyi breaks through can they secure first place. After several hours of hunting Yuan beasts, Lu Xuanhe had refined a large number of Yuan Shen beads with quality above 7th level. This time, I was even more lucky and met a group of Yuan beasts headed by a Yuan beast from the 9th level of Yuan Shen. He concluded that after refining this batch of Yuan Shen pearls, he should be able to successfully break through to the 6th level of Yuan Shen. Without further ado, Lu Xuanhe immediately sat down cross-legged to refine the Yuan Shen pearl. This place is the territory of the 9th level Yuan Shen Yuan beast that was just killed. No other Yuan beast will pass by, and Zhao Fan is there to protect it. More than a dozen Yuan Shen beads floated in front of Lu Xian's body, among which a Yuan Shen bead the size of a baby's fist caught the most attention. This is the Yuan Shen pearl left behind after the death of the Yuan Shen 9th level Yuan beast. As Lu Xuanhe continued to output spiritual power for refining, these soul beads gradually transformed into streams of pure energy. Lu Xuanhe's Yuan Shen body opened his mouth and inhaled, and streams of pure energy were swallowed by the Yuan Shen body. Then the Yuan Shen body sat cross-legged in the sea of consciousness to refine these pure energies. As time goes by, Lu Xuanhe's Yuan Shen body becomes stronger and stronger, and the light of Yuan Shen becomes brighter and brighter. At the same time, the spiritual power in the body is constantly impacting the shackles. One time. Twice. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed quietly. Suddenly, the soul body that had been sitting cross-legged in the sea of consciousness shone brightly, and the light of the soul illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. At the same time, Lu Xuanhe's aura began to surge at a crazy speed. There were constant dull roars coming from his body. After a while, everything calmed down. Lu Xuanhe opened his eyes, his gaze piercing the sky like a heavenly sword. He stood up slowly and felt an incomparable force flowing through his limbs. Pointing them together as swords, a sword energy roared out, and a small hill in the distance was instantly flattened. I finally broke through to the 6th level of Yuan Shen. Lu Xuanhe was filled with joy. When Zhao Fan saw this, his face was full of joy. "Congratulations, senior brother, on your successful breakthrough." Lu Xuanhe nodded, and then took out the token, which showed that there were still 6 hours left before the Yuan Beast secret realm was closed. So he said, "Junior brother, we have to hurry up and hunt down the beasts and get points." Immediately, the two set out together to search for the Yuan Beast. The location of Tai Chi Sect disciples. An aura belonging to the Wen Xin state soared into the sky and swept around, shocking the mountains and forests in all directions. Senior brother Chen has finally made a breakthrough. Now he should be invincible in the Yuan mysterious realm. Don't forget Lin Yu from the Xuanyin Divine Sect. Humph! How can Lin Yu compare to our senior brother Chen? Even if he breaks through, he is still on the same level as senior brother Chen. If he fails to break through, he will be even worse than senior brother Chen. Tai Chi Sect disciples felt the coercion emanating from Wen Xinjing and couldn't help but retreat. Chen Tian opened his eyes and exhaled a thick breath. He restrained his pressure and felt the majestic power surging within his body. Finally a breakthrough. The corners of Chen Tian's mouth turned up, and his eyes revealed excitement. Having broken through to the first level of questioning, he felt that he was terrifyingly strong at this moment. Congratulations to senior brother Chen for his successful breakthrough. Other Tai Chi Sect disciples came over to congratulate Chen Tian. Chen Tian's face looked a little proud, and he was in a good mood now. Junior brothers, hunt the Yuan Beast. Chen Tian led the Tai Chi Sect disciples to fly into the distance. At this time, if you observe from above the Yuan Beast secret realm, you will find that Lu Xuanhe and others are in the direction of Chen Tian and others. Chapter 49. In the valley. More than a dozen Yuan Beast corpses lay quietly in a pool of blood, with Yuan Shen beads scattered all over the ground. Lu Xuanhe collected the soul beads and then took out a token. There are 3 numbers on the token, namely 9410, 2 and 6625. The first number represents the overall points earned by Dao Ji Sect, and the second number represents the ranking of Dao Ji Sect. The third number is the points Liu Xuanhe personally earned. Brother, it seems that Lin Yu is still powerful. It was not until we hunted down this wave of Yuan beasts that we surpassed his Xuanyuanzing II school. Zhao Fan walked over with his token, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Liu Xuanhe's eyes flashed with thought. His strength is still not bad, especially since he has the 5 elements mysterious body. Lin Yu is already at the 9th level of the Yuan Shen realm. As his strength increases, it will become easier and easier for him to kill the Yuan Shen beasts at the 9th level of the Yuan Shen realm. And maybe he used the sky-breaking talisman to escape to an area where Yuan beasts are densely distributed, so finding Yuan beasts would be easy. Unlike him and his junior fellow apprentice Zhao Fan, when they first entered the central area, it often took them more than half an hour to find a group of Yuan beasts. However, we have 9,410 points overall, and we are still ranked second. How many points did the Tai Chi sect members get? Zhao Fan complained, then looked at Liu Xuanhe. Brother, we need to speed up, we don't have much time left. Hearing this, Liu Xuanhe nodded slightly. The two of them immediately left the place and continued to search for the Yuan beast. But after walking more than 10 miles, Liu Xuanhe suddenly looked forward. I saw a group of young men with strong aura appearing not far away, heading towards where Liu Xuanhe and the others were. Among this group of people, the weakest one has the strength of the 7th level of the soul. In addition, there are 4 souls in the 8th level and 1 soul in the 9th level. The leading young man has even surpassed the 9th level of the soul realm and has entered the 1st level of the mind. There is no doubt that the visitors are the Tai Chi people led by Qin Tianyang. Interesting. Qin Tianyang raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. He remembered that these two were disciples of Dao Ji Sect, and the elder of Xuanyuanzing II school had even mocked them. At that time, only Liu Xuanhe was at the 5th level of the soul realm, and Zhao Fan was even lower, at the 2nd level of the soul realm. When he learned about the situation of the people in Dao Ji Sect, he was a little surprised. Among the disciples sent by Dao Ji Sect, which is a holy place like his Taiji sect, the highest cultivation level is only the 5th level of Yuan Shen. Even though Liu Xuanhe has now been promoted to the 6th level of the soul, Zhao Fan has entered the 4th level of the soul. Facing the people from Tai Chi sect who suddenly appeared, Zhao Fan looked at Qin Tianyang and the disciple of the 9th level of the Yuan Shen with vigilance. In fact, for Zhao Fan, the 9th heaven Yuan Shen did not attract his attention. In a life and death fight, he can guarantee that the opponent will be the one to die, but he himself will probably be seriously injured. In contrast, he focused more on Qin Tianyang. Just the sight gave him a very dangerous feeling, like a thorn in his back, which made him feel fearful. Liu Xuanhe looked calm and composed. Not only did he not care about Qin Tianyang's gaze, but he took the initiative to look Qin Tianyang up and down. Now Qin Tianyang became even more curious. Liu Xuanhe, who was only at the 6th level of the Yuan Shen realm, not only ignored his gaze and the invisible pressure from him, but also looked him up and down. Why does it feel like Liu Xuanhe is at the 1st level of self-reflection, while Qin Tianyang is at the 6th level of soul-searching? It is no wonder that a 6th level Yuan Shen and a 4th level Yuan Shen have the courage to come to this central area. Perhaps they have some strength. But he thought that no matter how powerful Liu Xuanhe was, he could not defeat the 1st level of heaven. Qin Tianyang was the first to speak and break the silence. Brothers, you two are both very skilled and courageous. You dare to venture into such a dangerous central area with such skills. I admire you. Liu Xuanhe responded calmly, Brother Chen, thank you for your praise. It's just luck. After the pleasantries, Liu Xuanhe turned around and prepared to take Zhao Fan to another direction. Wait. Qin Tianyang suddenly spoke, and the atmosphere on the field suddenly became a little tense. Liu Xuanhe turned around slowly, his eyes calm and said, Anything else, Brother Chen? I have something that is in short supply. I wonder if Brother Lu is willing to give it up. Qin Tianyang said with a smile. Since these two people hunted yuan beasts in the central area, they must have some points. Although Taiji School is currently in first place, Lin Yu should not be underestimated. Perhaps the points of Hunyuanxing II School are very close. Lu Xuanyi's strength at best is at the 9th level of the Soul Realm, so let's just say he can rival someone at the peak of the 9th level of the Soul Realm. But so what? He has reached the first level of self-reflection, so it would be easy for him to deal with these two people. No matter what, the number of people on both sides is 10 to 2, and the advantage is on me. Oh? Brother Chen wants points, right? Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but sneer in his heart, with a half-smile on his face. He had not originally thought about snatching points from Tai Chi sect, but he did not expect that the other party would instead set their sights on their fellow disciples. Qin Tianyang looked lazy and said casually, "It's good that I understand. Just hand over half of the points." It's not that he is kind, but there are only about 4.5 hours left before the Yuan Beast secret realm is closed. If you push too hard and ask for all the points, the other party might decisively use the token to leave the Yuan Beast secret realm. In this way, you will get nothing. He believed that as long as Lu Xuanyi had a little bit of intelligence, he should know what to do. I have an idea, I wonder if Brother Chen is willing to listen. Lu Xuanyi said calmly. Qin Tianyang heard this, a trace of doubt appeared on his face, and asked curiously, "What's the proposal?" Lu Xuanyi's eyes were sharp, and he said slowly, "Give me all your points." Brother Lu is so polite. How can we take all your points? Our Taiji sect keeps its word. If we say we will take half, then we will. He stopped talking halfway. Qin Tianyang was a little surprised, suspecting that he had heard wrongly, and asked tentatively, "Brother Lu, did you say it the other way around?" "No." Qin Tianyang's eyes turned cold instantly. "Just because you killed a few Yuanshen 9th level Yuanshen beasts, you think you can walk sideways in this Yuanshen secret realm, right? Since you won't hand over the points, I'll take them myself." Qin Tianyang burst out with momentum, holding a gun in his right hand. The black spear was extremely sharp and cut through the void. Lu Xuanyi easily blocked Qin Tianyang's attack with his sword, and both sides retreated. "You come too." Then he slashed at Wang Zhen, the Tai Chi disciple who was at the 9th level of the Yuanshen realm, with the sword, and pulled Wang Zhen into the battle. Boom! A terrifying burning sensation came from the side. Zhao Fan opened his 9 Sun Divine eyes to their full potential, and his eyes were like the sun, extremely strong and masculine. He held a mirror in his right hand, and his aura enveloped the Tai Chi disciples, led by the 4 Yuanshen 8th heaven. 2 brothers, 2 against 10. Chapter 50. Rumble. Huge collision sounds continued to come from the 2 battlefields. Bang! After another collision, Qin Tianyang stood in the sky with an indifferent expression, surrounded by yin and yang auras, blending with each other. Lu Xuanyi's condition was a little worse, he was panting and his breath was slightly unstable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a monster like you existed in the world. Qin Tianyang looked surprised and couldn't help but speak. A 6th level soul can actually compete with a 1st level soul and a 9th level soul at the same time. Stop talking nonsense and hand over your points if you're afraid. Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath and refined his energy and spirit again. In an instant, a powerful sword intent spurted out from his body, as if it was about to tear the world apart. He held the immortal killing sword, and with a flash of his body, he took the initiative to kill him. "Hey! I just tested your strength. Junior brother, let's go together." Qin Tianyang sneered and waved the black spear violently, causing a sharp whistling sound. The tip of the spear passed through the void, and the yin and yang qi intertwined with each other, causing the void to tremble and create ripples. He didn't know how to engage in one-on-one duels. The lion fought the rabbit with all his strength, not to mention that it was Liu Xuanhe who took the initiative to fight against him and Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen made seals with both hands and followed Chen Tian to kill Liu Xuanhe. Rumble. The terrifying wave spread in all directions from the moment the two sides collided, alarming people and animals within 100 miles. Several nearby Yuan Shen 9th level Yuan beasts fled one after another. Such terrifying fluctuations made them feel that their lives were in danger. 80 miles southeast of here, the Zhang family and Chengxia Zhongzhang looked for Yuan beast to hunt together. When Song Chuan and others of the Shengxia sect were besieged by a group of Yuan beasts from the 7th and 8th levels of the Yuan Shen realm, the Zhang family suddenly appeared. Zhang Wuchen didn't want to get involved and was about to leave. Song Chuan asked for help and promised to give some points and soul beads as reward. After Zhang Wuchen thought about it, he agreed to the matter and helped. So the disciples from the two families came together to practice. When the terrifying collision wave came, everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the wave. After some discussion, the two leading disciples, Zhang Wuchen and Song Chuan, decided to go and have a look, maybe they could find something missing. In the void, the light of swords and swords intersect. Under the siege of the Divine Sword Sect and the Gi Sword Sect, one after another the Yuan beasts died. After the last Yuan beast fell to the ground, a terrifying wave suddenly came. Gu Xiu and Li Chongqing looked at each other, and then ordered to go and investigate together. Somewhere in a valley, corpses of Yuan beasts were scattered everywhere. There is still a little breath of the 5 elements left in the void. Lin Yu has just broken through to the first level of Wengzhen and is consolidating his realm. He suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the fluctuation, his eyes slightly condensed. The battle between the 9 heavens of Yuan Shen cannot produce such fluctuations. The warring parties can only produce such fluctuations if they are above the 9th level of Yuan Shen, or at least the cultivation strength of the first level of Wengzhen. Liu Xuanhe and Chen Tian of Tai Chi Sect. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with thoughts. The two warring parties must be the two of them. It seems that God is still on my side. The snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman wins. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could not only kill Liu Xuanhe, but also eliminate the threat of Tai Chi Sect. I am the final winner. Lin Yu's expression was gloomy, his eyes were cold and piercing, his figure flashed, and he galloped towards where Liu Xian, Chen Tian and the others were. A figure flew backwards, and Liu Xuanhe spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. Liu Xuanhe, I advise you to hand over your points, so as not to get hurt and affect your future hunting of Yuan beasts. You are only at the 6th level of the Yuan Shen realm, but you can fight with my 2 brothers to this extent. I am really astonished. Chen Tian was in an amazing position, holding a black spear with a look of contempt. Liu Xuanhe was unmoved and said calmly, I still say that, if you want my points, you have to defeat me first. You won't cry until you see the coffin, right? Chen Tian's eyes were cold and he let out a long roar. The yin and yang aura was overwhelming and endless pressure rolled towards Liu Xuanhe. Brother! Zhao Fan on another battlefield noticed Liu Xuanhe's situation, looked worried, and exclaimed. You should worry about yourself. With a fierce attack, 4 Tai Chi disciples at the 8th level of the Soul Realm led the rest of the people to kill Zhao Fan. He's in the way. Zhao Fan's aura suddenly exploded, divine flames surrounded his golden eyes, and his gaze pierced through the void. Kill! His eyes were cold, and the 9-light divine mirror burst into brilliant light, emitting sharp rays of divine light. The two sides collided fiercely again. 2/4 of an hour passed. Although Liu Xuanhe was still resisting stubbornly. At this time, he was wounded in many places, his face was pale, and his breathing was very unstable, as if he was about to fall to the ground at the next moment. I'll see how long you can hold on. Chen Tian frowned, Liu Xuanhe was indeed difficult to deal with. At this point in the battle, even though he had reached the first level of self-reflection, he had suffered considerable injuries from Liu Xuanhe's attack. He felt a little uneasy and worried in his heart, as he had wasted too much time. If Lin Yu led the disciples of Hunyuanxing II school to suddenly attack, in his current state, it would be unlikely that he could stop Lin Yu. Unless Lin Yu is still at the 9th level of the soul realm. He didn't want to get entangled with this person anymore, but he was reluctant to waste his time. Don't resist any longer, hand over your points immediately, and I promise to give you two brothers a chance to survive. Chen Tian waved the black spear again, threatening Lu Suanhe, hoping that he would know better. Lu Suanhe remained silent, resisting Chen Tian and Wang Zhen while his eyes flickered constantly, as if he was thinking about something. 2 miles away from here. People from the Divine Sword Sect and the Gi Sword Sect had already arrived here. When they saw Lu Suanhe who was at the 6th level of the Soul Realm and Zhao Fan who was at the 4th level of the Soul Realm, their eyes almost popped out. The highest level of cultivation of these two people is only the 6th level of Yuanshen, and they can actually compete with the people of Dao Ji Sect. Evildoer. The disciples of the two sects sighed in their hearts at the same time. Another place in a similar direction. The ideas of the Shengzia sect disciples are exactly the same as those of the Gi Sword sect. Especially when Song Chuan heard about Lu Suanhe's previous battle record, he became even more silent. However, Zhang Wuchen frowned at this moment, a little worried about Lu Suanhe. Suddenly, another aura of a higher level of conscience appeared between heaven and earth, overwhelming the entire place. Everyone's face changed, as if they were on edge. 2 5-colored divine lights emitting terrifying fluctuations suddenly appeared and killed Lu Suanhe and Chen Tian respectively. Not good. Chen Tian was horrified and hurriedly resisted with his gun. But it was of no avail. Lin Yu was also at the 1st level of the self-reflection realm, and he attacked suddenly. Bang! Chen Tian's body flew out heavily like a kite with a broken string. On the other side. Finally, I've waited for you. A loud shout resounded throughout the venue, with a hint of excitement in it. Lu Suanhe's momentum suddenly surged, and an extremely strong sword intent rose into the sky from his sea of consciousness. His eyes were like swords, and his energy and spirit had reached their peak, completely different from his weak and exhausted state just now. Chapter 51. Sword Guard. Lu Suanhe shouted softly, and countless sword energies blocked in front of him, easily resisting the 5-colored divine light. What? At this moment, except Zhao Fan. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Whether it is Chen Tian or other Tai Chi disciples. Whether it is the 4 top forces or Lin Yu. It was clear that Lu Suanhe was about to be defeated by Chen Tian and vomiting blood the previous moment, but in the next moment he suddenly broke out and easily blocked Lin Yu's surprise attack. This was in stark contrast to Chen Tian's embarrassment. Have you been waiting for me to arrive? Lin Yu looked extremely unhappy, he gritted his teeth, and there seemed to be flames in his eyes. He was actually fooled by Lu Suanhe. In fact, he arrived earlier than the people from the other 4 major forces, but in order to make the sneak attack successful, he chose to conceal his own aura and lurk in the dark. He was very patient. During this period, Lu Suanhe almost lost many times, but he resisted the urge to take action. Until just now, he thought he had a 99% chance of succeeding the sneak attack, so he chose to act decisively. But who could have thought that Lu Suanhe was actually using himself as bait to lure him out? That's right. A smile appeared on Lu Xian's lips. He was originally planning to give up and decided to just snatch Chen Tian away and then make plans. Thanks to you showing up, I can hardly continue acting. Zhao Fan's figure flashed and came to Lu Suanhe's side, smiling contemptuously at Lin Yu. Because Chen Tian was ambushed by Lin Yu, the disciples of Tai Chi sect had no time to care about Zhao Fan and all went to care about Chen Tian. So your injury is also fake? Lin Yu expressed his biggest doubts and asked through gritted teeth. This is also what other people present are concerned about. No, I am indeed injured. How can I let you take the bait without getting hurt? Lu Suanhe coughed up a mouthful of blood and nodded to acknowledge the fact that he was injured. His breathing was indeed a little unstable and his face was a little pale. But his body wasn't shaky yet. Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed slightly, and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. Aren't you afraid that you can't deal with me if you play too big? His aura spread out, the 5 elements rules emerged, surrounding his body, and endless pressure swept out from his body. Zhao Fan and everyone from Tai Chi sect moved away. If Lu Suanhe was not injured, he would be in excellent condition. Lin Yu walked away without saying anything. But if it was Lu Suanhe who was injured, why couldn't he give it a try? Today is the day you die. His eyes were grim, and he made a seal in his hand, heading straight for Lu Suanhe. Boom! Countless 5-colored divine lights rushed towards Lu Suanhe, the space was exploding, and the heaven and earth seemed to be shaking. Kill! Suddenly, countless fierce sword intentions emerged, filling the entire world. Lu Suanhe held the immortal slaying sword and swung out sword energy. The sword energy collides with the 5-colored divine light. Lu Suanhe and Lin Yu collide violently. The terrifying wave spread instantly. Boom! Huge noises continued to be heard. The two figures flashed in the void, and murderous intent filled the world. Deadly moves were exchanged, and both sides wanted to kill the other. After a bombardment, puff! Lu Suanhe's face became even paler, and his white robe was stained red by the blood flowing from the wound. Lin Yu was not much better off. He had been injured in the battle for a long time, but his condition was much better than Lu Suanhe's. He. Things don't seem to have turned out the way you expected. Are you regretting your own overconfidence now? Lin Yu said sternly. He looked arrogant and laughed wildly. He kept making seals with his hands, and rays of 5-colored divine light were like thousands of arrows shot out at the same time, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire place. Facing the heavy attacks, Lu Suanhe said calmly, "You will die today." Swish, swish, swish. The boundless sword light filled the sky and earth, and extremely sharp sword energy burst out, forming a dense sword net to meet the thousands of divine lights that were attacking. Boom! The explosions continued and the bystanders kept backing away. Seeing this, Lin Yu no longer held back. He was seen muttering something, making seals with his hands, and his aura increased again. The 5 elements mysterious body was fully activated, and the body emitted countless layers of 5-colored light, and the 5 elements rules began to manifest in the void. At this moment, Lin Yu seemed like the lord of the 5 elements. He had an indifferent expression, his eyes were extremely cold, and a cold light flashed in his dark pupils. Die! Lin Yu pointed his finger, and a 5-colored divine light as long as his finger shot out. The size of this divine light is far smaller than before, but the aura fluctuations it emits are several times more terrifying than before. Except for Lu Suanhe, everyone present had a changed expression and their pupils trembled. If they were faced with this attack, there would be only one outcome, and that would be death. I don't know how Lu Suanhe will respond. Kill! Lu Suanhe's black hair was flying, his eyes were like a heavenly sword, and his body was filled with sword intent and murderous intent, which was extremely fierce. He tightly grasped the immortal slaying sword in his right hand, and the runes on it flickered, bursting out with brilliant light. The forbidden sword body is fully activated. At this moment, thousands of swords rang out. The people of Qi Sword Sect, who were several miles away, felt the agitation of their own swords and all of them changed color. One sword splits the mountains and seas. Lu Suanhe shouted softly and swung the immortal sword violently. Groan! The clear sound of a sword resounded throughout the world. A sword light suddenly appeared, shining brightly, illuminating the sky and the earth. Boom! The sword light was so powerful that it cut through the 5-colored divine light, and then rushed towards Lin Yu with unstoppable force. Not good! Lin Yu's face changed drastically, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his hair stood on end. He wanted to dodge the attack, but a supreme sword intent and murderous intent locked him. In a panic, he wanted to take out the token, crush it and run away. But, the next moment, bang! The sword light pierced through the center of his eyebrows. Lin Yu's eyes revealed fear. He opened his mouth but could not say anything. As Lin Yu fell, the whole place was in dead silence. Only Zhao Fan looked excited and cheered, "Congratulations, senior brother, for successfully killing Lin Yu." A scream woke up the shocked crowd. This person is too terrifying. He actually killed Lin Yu, who was at the first level of the Soul Realm, with his 6th level of Yuan Shen cultivation. It seems that what he said was right. He hid his strength when fighting against Qin Tianyang from Dao Ji Sect. This person is really brave. He actually used his own injury as bait to lure Lin Yu out. Isn't he afraid of accidents? Outside the secret realm of Yuan Beast. Crack! Ma Mo had a blank expression on his face, and Lin Yu's vitality token in his hand was shattered. He slowly raised his head and looked at the light curtain in the void. Sure enough, Dao Ji Sect's score increased by another 8,265 points, jumping straight to first place and squeezing out Dao Ji Sect. His Hunyuanxing II school score was directly reset to 0, and he dropped to last place. The air in the valley seemed to be frozen, and those people of medium power did not dare to breathe. Although Ma Mo did not explode, an invisible pressure filled the entire valley. Mo Tianese was secretly on guard, ready to fight. At the same time, looking towards somewhere in the void, he couldn't help but relax a little, but he didn't dare to be careless. However, the pressure disappeared after a moment. Ma Mo left the Yuan Beast Mountains without saying a word. Chapter 52. In the secret realm of Yuan Beast. People from the 4 top forces left one after another, hoping to gain some more points in the remaining 4 hours. Before leaving, Zhang Wuchen and Eldest looked at each other from a distance, nodded in greeting, and left. Only Eldest and the others as well as the people from Dao Ji Sect were left here. Chen Tian's face was pale and his breath was weak. Lin Yu's sudden attack almost left him seriously injured. He slowly walked to Eldest and after a moment of silence, he said, "Did you plan for me from the beginning?" "Of course not. My brother and I are not gods, so how could we know that we would meet you?" Before Eldest could speak, Zhao Fan interrupted with a smile. The master's mission was finally accomplished. After taking away Lin Yu's points, their Dao Ji Sect was already in first place. Moreover, the Dao Ji Sect, which poses the greatest threat to them, is right in front of them. When you had evil intentions towards me and my junior brother, this idea came into my mind at that moment. Eldest said lightly. There would be no loss in this way. If Lin Yu didn't come out, he would grab the points from Dao Ji Sect and then make plans. If Lin Yu shows up, he will easily deal with Lin Yu and then snatch the points from Dao Ji Sect. Chen Tian's face was full of bitterness. He originally thought that with his strength at the first level of self-reflection, he could easily control Eldest But unexpectedly, he was the tiger eaten by the pig. Half. Eldest suddenly spoke, his eyes sharp, giving people a sense of invisible pressure. Chen Tian looked up suddenly, with some disbelief in his eyes. Perhaps noticing the disbelief in Chen Tian's eyes, Eldest spoke again, "I only want half." No matter what, Chen Tian was still helpful to Lin Yu's appearance, so just take half of it. Today, Dao Ji Sect's points have reached more than 17,000. If it can get half of Dao Ji Sect's points, then Dao Ji Sect can almost secure first place. Chen Tian looked ecstatic, and without saying a word, he passed half of his sect's points to Eldest He originally thought that Eldest would ask for all the points, and he had secretly made preparations to teleport out of the Yuan Beast secret realm instantly. Unexpectedly, Eldest only needed half the points, which was undoubtedly a huge surprise. 4 hours passed quickly. During these 4 hours, He and his companions found and successfully hunted down 8 Yuan beasts of the 9th level of the Yuan Shen heaven, as well as several Yuan beasts of the 8th level of the Yuan Shen heaven. He looked at the token in his hand, which showed that Dao Ji Sect had obtained 32,024 points, ranking first. After the last breath passed, the token in his hand glowed, covering He and Zhao Fan, and then took the 2 away from the Yuan Beast secret realm. Dao Ji Sect. Dayang Peak, Back Mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, Ancient Bodhi Tea Tree. Accompanied by a mechanical voice sounding in my mind. Qin Tianyang, lying on the recliner, opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the void. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, and he looked relieved. The 2 little guys were very hard-working and did not disappoint his expectations. Then he took out the Bodhi tree rewarded by the system and planted it next to the recliner. The ancient Bodhi tea tree is ancient and majestic, full of the breath of the Great Way. The trunk is thick and shaped like a coiled dragon, and there are mysterious lines on the dark brown bark, which is unfathomable. The branches are winding and stretching out in all directions, and green leaves are hanging on each branch. Some branches even had fruits as big as fists, which seemed to have great appeal to the monks and made them salivate. The breeze blew, and the branches swayed, making a rustling sound. Qin Tianyang took out a set of exquisitely carved tea sets, then picked a few green leaves, and took out some Yuehua Lingchuan that he had signed in to receive before. Soon, a refreshing aroma emanated from the Bodhi tea and quickly spread in the surrounding air. The fragrance seems to have a magical power that makes people feel relaxed and happy, and their spirits are lifted. Qin Tianyang picked up the teacup, sniffed the tea fragrance first, then slightly opened his lips and took a sip of the Bodhi tea in the cup. Well, not bad. His eyes lit up. Just taking a sip increased his understanding of the myriad ways, although not much. Then, Qin Tianyang picked a ripe, golden Bodhi fruit. Then he lay down leisurely, taking a sip of Bodhi tea and a bite of Bodhi fruit. Outside the secret realm of Yuan Beast, disciples from various factions who persisted to the end showed up one after another. 500 people entered the Yuan Beast secret realm trial, but in the end only less than 100 people persisted to the end. Of course, this does not mean that all the other 400 people died. Some of them crushed the tokens to save their lives and left the Yuan Beast secret realm. On the light curtain, Dao Ji Sect topped the list and ranked first. When He and his companions came out, the elders from all the major forces present were amazed. Before the trial, they all thought that Dao Ji Zong's results this time might not be ideal. However, the facts before them slapped them in the face. With the cultivation level of the 6th level of Yuan Shen, he won the first place in this trial. Everyone was deeply impressed. The Holy Land is indeed a holy land, with great strength and profound heritage. The following are Dao Ji Sect. Tai Chi, 15,813 points. Zhang Family, 7,825 points. The Divine Sword Sect and the Gi Sword Sect, 7,631 points. Shengzia Sect, 7,499 points. Hunyuanxing II School, 0 points. Gu Xiu, why don't you kill one more Yuan beast? Even just one more will do. Chongqing, when we get back, I will give you special training. The results of your team this time are on par with those of the Divine Sword Sect. After the final results came out, Gu Dashan and Zhou Dehi were somewhat dissatisfied with the fact that their scores were the same. Gu Xiu and Li Chongqing looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and their expressions revealed helplessness. Their master has been fighting like this for half his life, and neither of them will admit defeat. Moreover, the relationship between the two is actually quite good, otherwise they would not dare to cooperate in the Yuan Beast secret realm. Chen Tian told Guo Tianyuan what happened last in the Yuan Beast secret realm. After listening, Guo Tianyuan was silent for a while, then said, this boy is really talented. If you compete with him and lose, it's not your fault. At the same time, Zhang Yuan, who had been prepared, was still shocked after hearing about Liu Xuanhe's deeds in the Yuan Beast secret realm. He sighed inwardly, thinking that Dao Ji Sect was going to dominate the eastern wilderness this time. He walked forward and congratulated Mo Tianyang. Congratulations, brother Mo, congratulations to your sect for winning first place this time. Mo Tianyang smiled and responded, Brother Zhang, your Zhang family did not perform badly this time, ranking third. Zhang Yuan laughed a few times. This time, his Zhang family disciples did perform well. However, he thought of Ma Mo and reminded him, Brother Mo, be careful of Ma Mo's attack from behind. In this trial, all the disciples of Xuanyin Immortal school were annihilated, and his grandson Ma Lang was among them. He will definitely not let this go. Especially Lin Yu, he is the new disciple of the master of Xuanyin Immortal Sect. There is no guarantee what Xuanyin Immortal Sect will do. Hearing this, Mo Tianyang snorted coldly, Junior brother Liu told me everything. It was the Xuanyin Immortal Sect that took action first. His Dao Ji Sect is not afraid of the Xuanyin Immortal school. They are all holy places. If you have the courage, just give it a try. Afterwards, Mo Tianyang said goodbye to Zhang Yuan and returned to Dao Ji Sect with his disciples. Chapter 53. In the boundless void, a warship as huge as a mountain was speeding like lightning. On the warship, Mo Tianyang couldn't hide his smile, which remained on his face. This time, their Dao Ji Sect had gained a huge harvest. The worst disciples have been promoted to the 4th level of the soul, and Fang Jun and Song Jia have entered the 6th level of the soul. As for Zhao Fan, even though he is only at the 4th level of the soul, his combat power is no worse than those who have just entered the 9th level of the soul. Not to mention Liu Xuanhe, especially he and Zhao Fan, who had been frantically hunting Yuan beasts in the last 4 hours and absorbed dozens of Yuan Shen beads. It was not until he was a little distance away from the peak of the 6th level of Yuan Shen that the Yuan Shen pearl became completely useless. Senior brother, do you think Ma Mo will come to seek revenge? Zhao Fan suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, the other disciples' expressions changed slightly, their eyes filled with worry. They were not worried about themselves, but about Liu Xuanhe's life. Liu Xuanhe killed Ma Lang in order to avenge them. After leaving the Yuan Beast secret realm, I heard from Elder Mo that Ma Lang was actually the grandson of Ma Mo, the 4th elder of the Xuanyin Immortal school. The only grandson. It's likely to come. Liu Xuanhe said, didn't Elder Mo say that Ma Mo left the Yuan Beast mountain range early after Lin Yu died? He should have gone there to make preparations in advance. Ah? Then let's quickly notify the sect for help. Yes, we can't let Uncle Liu fall into their hands. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. If I really can't stop the revenge of Xuanyin Immortal Sect, I am willing to take Uncle Liu's place. A disciple who was no more than 16 years old suddenly spoke, his eyes were firm and his expression was resolute. Me too. If it weren't for Uncle Liu, I would have been eliminated long ago. Another girl echoed, and others followed suit. Liu Xuanhe was deeply moved when he heard this. Afterwards, he gave everyone a reassuring smile and said gently, My fellow apprentices, have you forgotten Uncle He? Uncle Liu's black uncle? Everyone was stunned at first, and then they remembered the black elder who had aroused the vigilance of the sect master and the elders in the hall. Yes, how could we forget about Elder He? He is at the 9th level of the Tongtian realm. The Black Elder is much more powerful than the Mo Elder. With the Black Elder protecting Uncle Liu, it should be fine. Thinking of Haida's existence, the boys and girls couldn't help but get excited. When Dao Ji Sect Master learned that Haida was a puppet left behind by Qin Tianyang, he asked everyone to call him Elder He. Don't worry, young master. Haida will definitely protect you and the second young master. A dark voice sounded in Lu Suanhe's ears and he nodded slightly. Ever since the Dao Ji Sect arrived at the Yuan Beast Mountain Range, Haida Bian has been hiding in the dark and has not shown up, serving as one of their hidden backup plans. The existences at the 9th level of Tongtian realm are all sect master level existences in the Holy Land. To deal with them, either several strong men of the same level are dispatched, or a free and easy saint who has just started to come into contact with the great Dao is called upon. This is also the reason why Mo Tianyang has always been at ease. Half an hour later, the Dao Ji Sect's warship was traveling through the void, when suddenly the surrounding space twisted, and a mysterious formation that covered the sky and the sun enveloped the Dao Ji Sect's warship and the surrounding space. Bang! Then, the warship suddenly accelerated, trying to break through the mysterious formation. After the loud bang, the mysterious formation was intact and the warship was still trapped in the formation. Mo Tianyang, stop struggling. Hand over Lu Suanhe and Zhao Fan, and I will spare your lives. A black figure flashed out, it was Ma Mo. He looked arrogant and glared at Lu Suanhe. It was this person who killed his grandson, his only grandson. He just went into the Yuan Beast secret realm to train, but was killed. Now that the opportunity for revenge is right in front of him, Ma Mo is very excited. Ma Mo, do you want to start a war between the two sects? How dare you ambush my Dao Ji Sect? Mo Tianyang flashed and came to the bow, confronting Ma Mo. Ma Mo said, you should know what Lu Suanhe of your Dao Ji Sect has done. This person is bloodthirsty and kills innocent people indiscriminately. If you don't get rid of him, I'm afraid he will stray into the devil's way in the future. Bullshit! Mo Tianyang shouted angrily, it was obviously your grandson Ma Lang who first plotted to harm my Dao Ji Sect disciples, and that's why junior brother Lu fought back. In response to Ma Mo's slander, Lu Suanhe's expression was as calm as a pool of still water, without the slightest fluctuation. Upon hearing this, the other Dao Ji Sect disciples all became furious. This old guy is really good at confusing right and wrong. Well, don't blame me for being rude. Ma Mo clapped his hands, and 4 figures appeared behind him. They were actually the law enforcement elders of the Xuanyin II school. All of them have the cultivation level of the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. What? Mo Tianyang was shocked that Ma Mo actually brought 4 reverends of the 9th heaven. Ma Mo laughed and said, besides you, who else can resist these 4 people? When Lin Yu's vitality token shattered, Ma Mo knew that he was in big trouble. Lin Yu was the sect master's new disciple, and he died in the Yuan Beast secret realm. So he hurried back to the sect to plead guilty to the sect leader, expressing his willingness to make amends for his crime. He applied to lead the 4 law enforcement elders to get rid of Lu Suanhe. Boom! A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Mo Tianyang's eyes, and he attacked without hesitation. His body was as fast as lightning, and the wind from his palms was whistling. He rushed straight towards the 4 law enforcement elders of the Xuanyin II school with an overwhelming momentum. It was obvious that he wanted to kill them and then deal with Ma Mo. However, a dark shadow flashed in front of Mo Tianyang like a ghost. It was Ma Mo. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile. Mo Tianyang. Let's fight first. After saying that, Ma Mo's aura suddenly surged, and his powerful cultivation of the 5th level of Tongtian realm was fully displayed without reservation. The 4 of you quickly get rid of Lu Suanhe. The 4 law enforcement elders of Xuanyin II sect unleashed their full strength. In an instant, lights of various colors shone dazzlingly, and the 4 of them simultaneously displayed extremely fierce moves, attacking the Dao Ji Sect warship fiercely. Buzz! I saw the formation patterns on the hull flashing, and formation lights appeared on the warship. Several defensive formations appeared from the hull, blocking the attacks of the 4 people. Haha! Ma Mo, you must have forgotten that this warship of our Dao Ji Sect is a holy weapon. Mo Tianyang's laughter came from the void. Haha, you are too happy too early. Do you really think I am not fully prepared? The 4 law enforcement elders of the Xuanyin II school took out a weapon one by one. Wow! The 4 weapons burst out with astonishing power, competing with the Dao Ji Sect's warships. What? 4 holy vessels? Mo Tianyang lost his voice. Chapter 54. Among the great emperor's Taoist soldiers, the holy weapon is the strongest. Moreover, the Daoist soldiers of the great emperor are too scarce and can only be possessed by Holy Land level forces. Moreover, as the Holy Land's last trump card, the emperor's Taoist soldiers would not be used easily. Therefore, the most powerful weapon used by the Holy Land forces is the holy weapon. For example, the Dao Ji Sect's warship is a primary holy weapon. But it is a flying holy weapon. Attack is not its strong point. Defense and speed are its advantages. But at this moment, the 4 elders of the Xuanyin II sect actually took out 4 offensive sacred weapons. Even though Mo Tianyang was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the Xuanyin II sect's generosity. Ha ha ha! Mo Tianyang, how can your worship withstand the joint attack of our sect's 4 sacred weapons? Ma Mo looked proud and laughed wildly. At that time, in the Xuanyin Hall, the sect leader allowed him to accept his crime and perform meritorious service. To be on the safe side, he sent 4 law enforcement elders from the 9 heavens to him, and then gave him 4 primary holy weapons, the purpose of which was the holy worship of the Dao Ji Sect. Mo Tianyang's expression changed uncertainly. Ma Mo, today you led people to attack and kill members of our Dao Ji Sect, aren't you afraid that the news will be leaked? I am the 4th elder of the Dao Ji Sect. Some of these disciples are the direct disciples of my Dao Ji Sect lineage master, and there are even direct disciples of the sect leader. If you kill us, aren't you afraid of causing a war between the Holy Lands? When Ma Mo heard this, his expression turned ferocious and his eyes were cold and cold. Then what about the death of my grandson? How about the death of Lin Yu? He is also a direct disciple of our Xuanyin II sect leader. Are you Xuanyin II sect crazy? There is an unwritten rule among the major sects. When the younger generation of disciples fight, the older generation cannot interfere. Mo Tianyang scolded. Ma Mo sneered. Mo Tianyang. You are still playing tricks with me, do you want to delay time? Have you seen the news about you getting out? When Mo Tianyang heard this, he took out the message token, but his expression suddenly changed. You don't really think that I would be stupid enough to come and kill you in a big way? Seeing Mo Tianyang's face look so ugly, Ma Mo felt very happy. To tell you the truth, I also brought a set of traps this time, just to prevent you from escaping and the news from leaking. In this case, even if you Dao Ji Sect people doubt us, there is no evidence to prove that we did it. Ma Mo was very proud that the sect leader was thoughtful. Before leaving at that time, the sect leader specially handed him a set of peerless formations in the sect. The Absolute Spirit Sealing Formation. This formation has only 2 functions. One is to isolate the secrets of heaven. The outside world cannot know what is going on in the formation, and the people inside the formation cannot pass on the news. The second is to trap the enemy. The inside of the formation is extremely hard and cannot be broken by strong men below the 9th level of Tongtian realm. There have been countless enemies of the Xuanyin II sect who were trapped by this formation. With no way to escape, those enemies eventually died tragically under the siege of the powerful Xuanyin II sect. If you want to escape, either the 9th level of Tongtian realm and the powerful Saint Xiaoao will take action, or the person who opened the formation will use the formation disc to close the formation. So, is this all you have? Mo Tianyang changed his previous gloomy look. Now his face was as calm as water, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, and he smiled. Ma Mo frowned and said, "What do you mean? What tricks do you want to play?" Although he didn't know why Mo Tianyang was suddenly so calm, he didn't want anything to go wrong in his plan. So he immediately issued an order, ordering the 4 law enforcement elders to immediately attack the Dao Ji worship and kill all the Dao Ji Sect disciples. As for Mo Tianyang, he was responsible for the entanglement. I saw the 4 law enforcement elders of the Xuanyin sect forming seals with their hands. In an instant, the 4 sacred weapons, sword, knife, spear, and staff, shone brightly. The lights of swords and knives intertwined, and the shadows of guns and sticks flashed. Seeing that the attack was about to fall, Mo Tianyang looked calm and not worried at all, as if the people in the worship were not disciples of Dao Ji Sect. Playing tricks? Mo snorted coldly. At the critical moment, a hand as huge as a mountain appeared out of nowhere without any warning, easily blocking the terrifying attacks of the 4 holy weapons. As the giant palm appeared, the surrounding space fluctuated and ripples appeared slightly. A tall and burly man appeared, standing there like an unshakable mountain. This person is Haida, who has been protecting everyone in secret. The Black Elder has finally taken action. The Black Elder is very powerful. He can easily fight against 4 holy weapons. When they saw Haida appear, everyone on the warship was delighted. Meet the eldest and second young masters. Haida first saluted Xuanyin and Zhao Fan. Uncle He. Xuanyin nodded slightly and responded to Haida. Zhao Fan was excited and said, Uncle He, beat them up. Mo was completely unprepared for the sudden appearance of Haida. This person was hiding in the dark, but he didn't notice it at all. He spoke cautiously, Who are you? When did Dao Ji Sect have a figure like you? Facing Mo's question, Haida seemed to have heard nothing and did not bother to make any response. Boom! He attacked boldly, and a huge black palm that covered the sky and the sun suddenly appeared, and slapped the 4 law enforcement elders with great power. The 4 law enforcement elders of the Xuanyin school looked terrified and wanted to use their sacred weapons to fight back. Bang! 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 As a series of explosions sounded, the 4 law enforcement elders didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into balls of scarlet blood mist that flew all over the sky. The bloody smell instantly spread, and the whole scene became horrific. The 4 primary holy artifacts were also taken into Haida's possession. Mo's heart was shocked, his eyes widened, and his face was full of astonishment. This person is so murderous that he doesn't give me any chance to communicate. No, I have to leave quickly and go back to the sect to ask the sect leader for help. The next moment, Mo's figure flashed and he wanted to leave the formation. Seeing this, Mo Tianyang hurriedly said, Hey Elder, he wants to escape. Haida raised his hand calmly and the space around Mo seemed to freeze in an instant. Damn it! There is such a terrifying person in Dao Ji Sect, and my Xuanyin sect has no news about him at all. Mo looked terrified and wanted to struggle, but he felt like he was trapped in a swamp and couldn't move. Haida slowly raised his hand, and terrifying power gathered in his palm. Seeing the giant palm coming down, Mo had already given up resisting. Just as the giant palm was about to hit Mo's body hard, suddenly, a cold and ruthless voice with boundless majesty exploded in this space like thunder. What a bunch of losers! In the end, I have to do it myself. Chapter 55. The figure of a middle-aged man condensed in front of Mo. Zhou Yang was wearing a green robe with cloud patterns, and his eyes were like cold stars under the deep night sky, flashing with endless majesty that made people dare not look directly at him. He just stood there, like an insurmountable mountain, giving everyone great pressure. Zhou Yang stretched out his right palm and collided with the huge black palm slapped out by Haida. Boom! After a loud bang that shook the earth, the giant black palm disappeared. Zhou Yang stood there motionless, and Mo behind him seemed to be frightened silly. Zhou Yang! Mo Tianyang's face changed and he lost his voice. Zhou Yang, the contemporary leader of the Xuanyin school, is as famous as the Dao Ji leader. Both of them have reached the 9th level of Tongtian realm and have begun to come into contact with the great Dao of heaven and earth. They are just one step away from breaking into Xiaoao realm. Master! You are here! Ma Mo, who was originally in despair, immediately cheered up after seeing Zhou Feiyang appear. Although he couldn't figure out why the master came here, he was extremely happy at the moment because he had escaped from a desperate situation. If he could survive, who would want to die? Fortunately, this sect master left a spiritual body in you to prevent any accidents, otherwise you would all be buried here. Zhou Feiyang glanced at Ma Mo lightly, then shifted his gaze to Mo Tianese. Mo Tianese was on full alert as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He shifted his gaze to Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan. These two people had already caught his attention. After he showed up, the other Dao Ji Sect disciples were all under tremendous pressure and were barely able to hold on. Although these two people couldn't completely ignore his pressure, they were much more relaxed than others. Not only that, he even looked at him in return. Interesting. Zhou Feiyang's eyes flashed. These two people should be Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan mentioned by Ma Mo. As expected of someone who can fight against enemies across a great realm, this demeanor alone is enough to make Lin Yu far behind. No wonder Lin Yu died in his hands. If he could accept such a talented disciple, the Hunyuanxing II school would rise in his hands. One day, the Hunyuanxing II school will completely surpass the other two holy places and dominate the eastern wilderness. What a pity, these two people are disciples of Dao Ji Sect. In the future, he will become the ultimate enemy of his Hunyuanxing II school. For the sake of the sect's future, he had no choice but to get rid of these two people. That was why he allowed Ma Mo to make amends for his crime and assigned him 4 law enforcement elders and 4 holy artifacts. He even gave him the absolute heaven sealing soul formation, with the purpose of preventing this matter from being made public. This matter had to be done in secret. I heard that the continent has been very unstable recently, and there is a mysterious force that is trying to capture extremely talented geniuses. If Dao Ji Zong finally pressed the issue, they could just as well pin the blame on that mysterious force. However, another problem must be solved first. Thinking of this, Zhou Feiyang finally moved his gaze to Heide. He raised his eyebrows slightly. He had the cultivation level of the 9th level of Tongtian realm, but he had never heard of such a person in Dao Ji Sect. Who are you? Zhou Feiyang asked. At this time, Mo Tianese had already informed Haida of Zhou Feiyang's identity. Haida had no reaction when he heard about Zhou Feiyang's identity. What's so great about being the leader of Hunyuanxing II sect? His master is Rong Dao Emperor. Moreover, this person also came for the eldest and second sons, so he would not give them a good face. So he said, I am your black grandfather. After these words were spoken, Zhou Feiyang's smile froze. Mo Tianese was also slightly stunned. Elder He had quite a personality. How dare you speak to the leader of my Hunyuanxing II sect like that? Ma Mo suddenly shouted loudly. With Zhou Feiyang beside him, he became crazy again. Boom! Haida suddenly attacked and threw a punch straight at Ma Mo, scaring Ma Mo so much that his expression changed drastically. However, this punch was still blocked by Zhou Feiyang, with a hint of anger burning in his eyes. Very good, it has been a long time since anyone spoke to him like this. It has also been a long time since anyone acted so presumptuous in front of him. Zhou Feiyang's eyes were sharp and he acted decisively. He fully deployed his 9th level of Tongtian realm cultivation and charged towards Haida with overwhelming murderous intent. Haida showed no sign of weakness, snorted coldly, and went straight forward. Boom! The sounds of a fierce battle continued to be heard as the two men unleashed deadly moves one after another. You actually have such strength. Zhou Feiyang was suddenly surprised. At this moment, his body was covered with a lot of blood. He didn't expect that Haida's strength was not much worse than his original body. He is now just a body condensed from spiritual energy and can be regarded as a clone at most. Damn it! Zhou Fiyang cursed in his heart, he had miscalculated. Who could have thought that Dao Ji Sect would actually send out a person at the peak of the 9th level of Tongtian realm? Such people are only one step away from the free and easy state. They usually concentrate on comprehending the great Dao in the sect's forbidden area in order to enter the free and easy state. After reaching the free and easy realm, every free and easy saint in each sect is seeking enlightenment, and generally they will not come out into the world unless the sect is facing the crisis of extinction. Bang! Zhou Fiyang was caught off guard and was knocked away by He Da's punch, his face becoming even paler. Haida did not give up, his attacks became more and more fierce. Zhou Fiyang's injuries became more and more serious, and it became increasingly difficult for him to resist Haida. Gradually, cracks began to appear all over his body, and his spiritual body could no longer hold on. Boom! In the end, Haida delivered a powerful punch, blasting Zhou Fiyang's spirit body apart. Metropolitan. Seeing this, Ma Mo couldn't help but cry out in grief. Who is this person and why does he possess such terrifying strength? Ma Mo was in complete despair. Even the spirit body of the sect leader was defeated and dissipated. Bang! Haida slapped him to death with one palm, then found the formation plate and closed the Juishan Fengling formation. Mo Tianyang came to Haida's side and said respectfully, "Thank you, Elder He." Haida waved his hand. His mission was to protect Xuanyin and the other two. Then disappeared into the void. The crisis was finally resolved, and Mo Tianyang drove the warship back to Dao Ji Sect with all his strength. Xuanying II School. Somewhere in a magnificent hall with carved beams and painted buildings. Zhou Fiyang suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face immediately turned slightly pale and his breathing became unstable. Damn it! What on earth happened? Why did even his spirit body that possessed Ma Mo disappear? The Juishan Fengling formation was originally intended to prevent the Dao Ji Sect's people from escaping and passing on messages. Unexpectedly, it would eventually become an obstacle that prevented my spiritual body from delivering the message. Now he had no idea what was going on. Shooting oneself in the foot. Not only that, the sect also lost 4 holy weapons, a set of formations, 4 9th-level Venerable Realm Law Enforcement Elders, and 1 5th-level Tongtian Realm Elder, Ma Mo. With such a huge loss, even as the sect leader, he could not avoid being criticized by others. Some people might take this opportunity to cause trouble, and I'm afraid the ancestor will also ask about this matter. Thinking of this, Zhou Fiyang's face became as gloomy as water. Chapter 56. Dao Ji Sect. In the Dao Ji Grand Hall, Dao Ji Sect Master sat in the main seat, with other sect leaders and elders beside him. They had already known the news that Mo Tianyang and his men had successfully killed Zhou Fiyang's spirit body, Ma Mo, and others. A moment later, Mo Tianyang led Xuanyin and others into the hall. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Black and Elder 4. This Yuan Beast Secret Realm trial is possible thanks to you. Dao Ji Sect Master stood up, paused, and continued, Elder He, this is the token of our sect's forbidden land, the Cliff of Enlightenment. With this token, you have 3 chances to enter the Cliff of Enlightenment and comprehend the Great Dao. Then he handed a token to Haida. Haida took the token with no expression on his face. He just nodded calmly to express his gratitude. Elder Mo, this is a top-grade magic weapon. I see that it is very compatible with your practice, so I'm taking this opportunity to give it to you as a reward. Sect Master Dao Ji took out a long sword. As soon as the sword came out, the temperature in the entire hall dropped sharply. The blade is about 3 feet long, shiny black all over, and exudes a biting chill. Hearing this, Mo Tianyang turned his gaze towards the knife, and a hint of heat flashed in his eyes. The weapon he used was nothing more than a top-grade magic weapon, although it was only 1 level lower than a top-grade magic weapon. But the power of the two cannot be compared. Moreover, top-grade magic weapons have a certain chance of being promoted to holy weapons. In the Xuanchen Continent, weapons are divided into the following levels from high to low: Great Emperor Dao weapons, holy weapons, magical weapons, spiritual weapons, heaven-level weapons, earth-level weapons, mysterious-level weapons, and yellow-level weapons. He stretched out his hand to take the long sword, and in an instant, a powerful force flowed into his body along his arm. His robes moved without wind, and his martial arts skills operated autonomously. Nice knife. Mo Tianyang put away his sword and stood up, bowing respectfully to the sect master. Thank you for the reward, sect master. Then, sect master Dao Ji looked at Lu Xuanyi and others, with his gaze lingering on Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Fan the most. He smiled gently and said, Junior brother Lu and junior brother Zhao, you have made great contributions to our Dao Ji Sect's achievement of first place this time. This is a token exclusive to the trial peak. You have 10 chances every month to enter one of the trial sites for free to take the trial. The leader of Dao Ji Sect took out 2 tokens and gave them to Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Fan. You need to pay a certain amount of merit points to enter the major trial sites in the trial peak. Only new disciples who join the sect are given 3 free chances to enter the trial ground. How much time do they have to spend on the trial peak every month? In this way, the trial peak is almost always free for them to enter. A trace of excitement flashed in the eyes of the 2 men, and they said in unison, Thank you, sect master. Afterwards, Dao Ji Sect master rewarded Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Fan with 5 dragon and tiger pills and 50,000 high-quality spirit stones each. Fang Jun, Song Ji, and others each have 3 chances per month to enter the trial peak for free, and each receives a dragon tiger pill and 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. After the rewards were given, the disciples left one after another. Haida led Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Fan out of the hall and headed for Dayang Peak. At this time, the atmosphere in the hall was no longer relaxed, but began to become serious. Dao Ji Sect master's eyes were cold, and he said in a deep voice, Zhou Yang, a 9th level Tongtian realm existence, actually sent his spirit body to ambush and kill our Dao Ji Sect disciples. If it weren't for Elder He who defeated Zhou Yang's spirit body, the consequences would be disastrous. Brother Daoji, we can't just let this go. If the older generations of the major forces attack the younger generations, it will be cause of grudges. How can this be tolerated? From now on, which force will dare to allow disciples to go out and train? Dao Yuanzi said angrily. Yes, senior brother Dao Yuan is right. Dao Huangzi's face was full of anger. If they don't give an explanation for this matter, then they will pray that their disciples will not encounter any accidents when they come out to train. Dao Huangzi, who always argued with Dao Yuanzi, agreed with this matter wholeheartedly. I support that, too. A cold voice sounded, and Dao Lingzi echoed. Her brows were tightly knitted together, and a hint of anger appeared on her originally cold face. Originally, it was Ma Lang who harmed her disciple Song Jia and other disciples first. Junior brother Lu only took action for revenge, but it actually caused the leader and elders of the Xuanyuanzing II school to take action personally. But, it seems that the Xuanyuanzing II school is the one that suffered the loss. Dao Xuanzi, who had been silent the whole time, hesitated. Zhou Yang's spiritual body was destroyed, and the 4th elder Ma Mo and the 4 law enforcement elders died. The most important thing is that they still lost 4 sacred artifacts and a set of peerless trap formations. Junior brother Daoxuan, what do you mean? If Elder He hadn't been here, Elder Mo and the others would have been in trouble long ago. Da Yuanzi glared at Daoxuanzi. Brother Da Yuan, you misunderstood me. Dao Xuanzi smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I'm afraid they will take the initiative to come to us. Dao Huangzi was furious. How dare they? I don't believe they are right. At the same time, Dayang Peak. Haida brought Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Fan to the back mountain. Qin Tianyang was still lying on the bamboo lounge chair, but there was a big tree next to him. Master, Master, Lu Xuanhe and the other two bowed. Qin Tianyang opened his eyes, and there seemed to be thousands of evolutions in his eyes, and the origin of the heavens was rotating. Not bad. You didn't embarrass me. He looked at Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan. Both of them had made great improvements after the trial in the Yuan Beast Secret Realm. It's what a disciple should do. I am fortunate to live up to the cultivation of our master. Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan responded respectfully. Master, when we returned to Dao Ji Sect this time, someone attacked and killed the eldest and second sons. As soon as these words came out, the air seemed to freeze instantly. Qin Tianyang frowned, then slowly relaxed. His divine consciousness would only be triggered when Haida was in life or death crisis, and it was usually dormant. Since his divine thought was not triggered, it means that Haida can handle it on his own. Who is it? The spirit body of Zhou Yang, the leader of Xuanyin Immortal Sect, Ma Mo, the fourth elder of Xuanyin Immortal Sect, and the 4 law enforcement elders. They also brought 4 holy artifacts and a set of peerless trap formations. General He took out the 4 holy artifacts and the formation plate of the Zhuishan Fengling formation. Qin Tianyang put away the formation plate and looked at the 4 holy artifacts in front of him, pondering slightly. Then he raised his hand slightly and the 4 holy artifacts floated in the air. He stretched out his right hand, and a terrifying divine flame shot out from his fingertips, surrounding the 4 holy artifacts. Master, are you going to refine a weapon? Lu Xuanhe and the other two were puzzled. As the temperature of the divine flame grew higher and higher, the 4 holy vessels gradually began to melt, and finally melted into a ball of liquid metal. Then, as if controlled by a pair of huge hands, the liquid slowly formed a round holy vessel embryo. The embryo began to glow, and the light became brighter and brighter. Lu Xuanhe and the other two couldn't help but close their eyes. A quarter of an hour later, the light dissipated, and the original holy weapon embryo turned into a pair of boxing gloves that exuded powerful pressure. The aura of this pair of boxing gloves far exceeds that of the previous holy weapon. Qin Tianyang looked at the boxing gloves floating in front of him with satisfaction. Yes, the grade has reached the top grade holy weapon. These gloves are given to you. The pair of gloves floated in front of Haida. Haida took one look and fell in love with them. He likes to fight with real punches, so this pair of gloves can be said to be tailor-made for him. Thank you, Master, for the treasure. Haida knelt on one knee, looking excited and happy. Master, this is the token given by Dao Ji Sect Master. It is said that with this token, you can enter the Enlightenment Cliff 3 times. Haida took out the Wuodao Cliff token and handed it to Qin Tianyang. Qin Tianyang took a look at the token, then returned it to Haida. Since it's given to you, just keep it. Puppets like Haida not only have their own consciousness, but can also practice. Then, Qin Tianyang suddenly became serious, looked at Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan, and said, your attack is not over yet. Wait for the master to completely kill Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang led people to attack and kill his disciples, but the death of their spiritual bodies alone would not quell his anger. Qin Tianyang tore through the space, stepped into it and disappeared. Chapter 57. Xuanyin Immortal School, one of the 3 holy places in Donghuang, is located in the southeast of Donghuang and occupies the Xuanyin Mountains, which has the most spiritual energy in the southeast. The Xuanyin Mountains are vast and boundless, covering an area of more than 10,000 miles. From afar, you can see several towering peaks piercing straight into the clouds, as if connecting with the sky, making it difficult to glimpse their complete appearance. Along the mountain, one after another magnificent palaces with carved railings and jade walls were built against the mountains. One of the peaks looks like a giant sword piercing the sky, and clouds and mist linger around the mountainside all year round, like a white ribbon tied around the mountain. This is Xuanyin Peak, the main peak of the Xuanyin mountain range, and Xuanyin Hall, the main hall of the Xuanyin Immortal School, is located on it. At this time, in the Hunyuan Hall, Zhou Feiyang sat alone in the main seat. His face looked extremely ugly, with a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. At the conference just now, the huge losses suffered by the Hunyuan Xing'ai school were discussed. The first elder and the third elder launched a fierce attack on him, not giving the sect leader any respect in their words. This incident was indeed caused by his lack of consideration, but he also had good intentions. He wanted to ensure that the attack on Lu Xuanhe and others was foolproof, and he was doing it for the sake of the sect. There was a hint of sternness in Zhou Feiyang's eyes. The great elder's purpose was not to avoid the losses in this incident, but to shake his position as the sect leader. When the great elder competed with him for the position of sect leader, he won by a narrow margin and succeeded as the new sect leader of Hunyuan Xing'ai sect. The Grand Elder took over the position of the previous Grand Elder and became the Grand Elder of the Hunyuan Xing'ai school. But the Great Elder was still unwilling to give in. Zhou Feiyang also knew that the Great Elder had been enduring in secret, looking for an opportunity. "Fei Yang, I already know about this." An old voice echoed throughout the hall. A thin old man with white hair and beard appeared in the hall. Zhou Feiyang stood up, and the unhappiness in his eyes disappeared temporarily. He walked up to the old man, bowed and said, "Master, you have come out of seclusion." This person is Zhou Feiyang's master and one of the ancestors of the Hunyuan Xing'ai school. He has been in seclusion in a forbidden area for many years. His cultivation has reached the third level of the free and easy realm. Zhou Gan frowned slightly. "Fei Yang, you were indeed reckless this time. Whether it's for revenge for your disciple or to get rid of those two evildoers of Dao Ji Sect, you should always take a long-term view and take things step by step." Zhou Feiyang lowered his head and remained silent. It was indeed a good time. He not only sent 4 law enforcement elders and 4 holy artifacts to Ma Mo. He was also given the Juishan Fengling formation, which could trap cultivators below the 9th level of the Tongtian realm. He even felt unsafe, so he possessed Ma Mo's body with his own spirit. With such a lineup, unless someone from the 9th level of Tongtian realm takes action, and is an extremely powerful existence in the 9th level of Tongtian realm, otherwise it won't fail at all. Zhou Feiyang looked up at his master. "Master, I underestimated the power of Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan. I didn't expect that the Dao Ji Sect master would personally protect them. Due to the isolation of the Juishan Fengling formation, Zhou Feiyang still doesn't know the specific situation and thought that it was the Dao Ji Sect master who took action against his spiritual body. Now there are 2 problems to be solved. One is how to recover the losses, the other is how to deal with Dao Ji Sect." Zhou Gan sighed slightly. After these words were spoken, both the master and the disciple fell silent. But, the next moment, a cold voice filled with endless majesty suddenly resounded throughout the hall. "You are Zhou Feiyang, right?" In the Hunyuan Hall, a crack suddenly appeared in space. Qin Tianyang put his hands behind his back and walked out. He turned his gaze to Zhou Feiyang. This person is consistent with the portrait in He Da's memory, and has reached the 9th level of Tongtian realm. It should be Zhou Feiyang, the leader of Hunyuan Xing'ai school without a doubt. "Who are you?" Zhou Gan and Zhou Feiyang were very wary of Qin Tianyang's sudden appearance. Zhou Feiyang had a look of shock, and his cultivation of the 9th level of Tongtian realm was fully unleashed. He couldn't see through this person's true colors at all. This person didn't have any aura and looked like an ordinary person. Could it be the free and easy saint? Zhou Gan next to him was even more shocked, and his pupils contracted violently. This person's strength is only higher than his. Zhou Gan said, "I don't know why you came here, senior. It's not appropriate to barge into my Hunyuan Xing'ai school." Although Qin Tianyang came with bad intentions, this is the Hunyuan Xing'ai school. As one of the 3 holy places in the eastern wasteland, we are not afraid of anyone except the great emperor. I came for him. Qin Tianyang pointed at Zhou Feiyang. "Me?" Zhou Feiyang looked confused. Zhou Gan was also confused. He didn't know why Zhou Feiyang would let this person break into his Hunyuanxing II school. If you have the guts to attack and kill my disciples, you must be prepared to die. What? Master and disciple Zhou Gan and Zhou Feiyang were shocked. They didn't expect that this person was actually the master of Liu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan. This person's cultivation level is at least above the 4th level of the free and easy realm, but Zhou Gan has never heard of the existence of such a person in the Dao Ji Sect. Could it be that he is a genius that Dao Ji Sect has hidden away in the past years? Qin Tianyang said no more and took action the next moment. He just pointed his finger out, without any fluctuation or breath. Bang! Zhou Feiyang exploded into a ball of blood mist. Zhou Gan was stunned until the blood mist in the air fell on his face. The warm feeling brought him back to his senses. Enemy attack, a powerful enemy is invading. Activate defense. Zhou Gan disappeared from the spot in an instant, and his powerful spiritual power spread the sound to the entire Hunyuanxing II school, and even many ancestors in the forbidden area were awakened. Following Zhou Gan's shout, the Hunyuanxing II school's layers of formations were activated. Qin Tianyang appeared above the Hunyuan Hall, and saw a terrifying formation suddenly formed and enveloped him. The light on the formation flickered, runes flowed, and the terrifying power exuded a strong murderous intent, locking Qin Tianyang firmly. Many disciples were terrified and fled everywhere looking for a safe place. Since joining the Hunyuanxing II school, they had never experienced such a big event and their eyes were full of fear. After all, who would attack a holy place? 5 ancestors of the Hunyuanxing II school descended one after another, and a terrifying aura filled the world. One of the ancestors shouted angrily, "You Dao Ji Sect people are so bold and presumptuous. How dare you break into my Hunyuanxing II sect and kill my sect leader? Are you trying to stir up a dispute between the two sects?" Just now, Zhou Gan had told them everything. The pressure from the ancestors of Hunyuanxing II school and the Great Formation had no effect on Qin Tianyang. Hearing this, he sneered, "Then the leader of your Hunyuanxing II sect personally attacked and killed my disciples, aren't you afraid of provoking disputes? If you can't beat your peers, you send the older generation to attack and kill, right?" The old ancestor was speechless. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and argued, "But your disciples are unharmed, while my sect suffered heavy losses, including the loss of 4 sacred artifacts, a set of formations, and the death of an elder. You even came to kill my clan leader. We are lucky enough that we didn't come to settle accounts with your Dao Ji Sect, but you actually dared to come and kill our sect master. You will stay in my Hunyuanxing II sect today." He shouted loudly, his figure flashed, and he controlled the formation, gathered the offensive, took the initiative to attack, and killed Qin Tianyang. Chapter 58. I saw a terrifying beam of light condensed from the formation. Swish! The beam of light suddenly rushed towards Qin Tianyang. Qin Tianyang did not dodge and let the beam of light hit him. The old man who was controlling the formation had a fierce look in his eyes. Is he scared silly? The other 4 ancestors also sneered. However, when the dust settled, Qin Tianyang was standing there intact. What? I underestimated you. The old ancestor was slightly startled, then regained his composure and prepared to continue controlling the formation to attack Qin Tianyang. Boring. Qin Tianyang slowly raised his hand, and a mysterious light suddenly flashed in his palm. The dim light seemed faint, but it spread out in an instant, transforming into rune chains that flew towards various parts of the formation at lightning speed. The rune chain seemed to have its own consciousness, and in the blink of an eye it was wrapped around the key parts of the formation. The formation began to tremble violently. After a while, the battle calmed down. What did you do? You actually managed to seize control of the formation. The old ancestor who was controlling the formation shouted in panic, as if he had seen a ghost. That's going to be fun. Qin Tianyang smiled slightly, and then he made a magic seal. The great formation began to operate rapidly, and countless beams of light formed in the void, which seemed to be able to tear the space apart. You should experience it too. Those terrifying beams of light blasted towards the ancestor who was controlling the formation. Among the remaining 4 people, a slightly fat old man's face changed and he warned, "Old Ma, be careful." The old man who controlled the formation to attack Qin Tianyang was the old man called Lao Ma. It turned out that he was Ma Mo's great-uncle and the most powerful person in the Ma family, one of the factions of the Xuanyin school. No wonder he had such strong murderous intent towards Qin Tianyang. Old Ancestor Ma was terrified and sent out several palm shadows in an attempt to block Qin Tianyang's attack. However, the power of the formation controlled by Qin Tianyang was too strong. The light beam instantly defeated the palm shadow like a whirlwind, and then killed Malazu. "Old Ma," the remaining 4 ancestors said angrily. Boom! The 4 of them attacked together, and the aura of the 4 free and easy 6th level masters was fully unleashed. They summoned their weapons one after another and made seals in their hands. A tremendous murderous intent erupted, surging towards Qin Tianyang endlessly, completely submerging him. Kill! The 4 holy artifacts burst out with holy power, and a faint aura of the great Dao surrounded them. This person must be very young, to be able to get 4 ancestors to join forces. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He must be an old monster who has a secret to keep his youth. The combined aura of the 4 ancestors is too terrifying. Even if they are targeting this person, the residual power is so terrifying that it still makes me feel extremely pressured. This person should be executed. Outside the battlefield, countless disciples of the Xuanyin school were discussing the matter, and many elders were on high alert. At that moment, the 4 holy weapons rushed towards Qin Tianyang with murderous intent. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Qin Tianyang looked indifferent and his eyes were calm. He slowly raised his right hand, and spiritual energy gathered from the void to form an incomparably huge palm. What does he want to do? I don't believe he is above the 7th level of the free and easy realm. The 7th level of the free and easy realm is a hurdle. How can it be so easy to reach? Death is imminent, yet you are still pretending. The 4 ancestors of the Xuanyin school saw that Qin Tianyang had a calm face and had a bad feeling in their hearts, but they did not dare to believe it. The giant spiritual palm slapped down quickly and actually grasped the 4 holy weapons directly. The 4 of them were horrified and tried desperately to mobilize their spiritual power to break free. Qin Tianyang curled up the corner of his mouth into a mocking smile and exerted a little force on his hands. Click! The 4 holy weapons exploded like fragile porcelain. The 4 of them immediately suffered backlash and vomited blood. Immediately, Qin Tianyang grasped the void. An invisible force enveloped the 4 ancestors, and their bodies seemed to be under 1,000-pound weight. Stop! A voice suddenly resounded throughout the world. But Qin Tianyang turned a deaf ear to it. Bang! 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 The 4 ancestors exploded and died. There was dead silence on the battlefield, and everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief. An old man in grey appeared opposite Qin Tianyang. He was furious and stared at Qin Tianyang. You are too arrogant to kill several ancestors of my Xuanyin school one after another. The old man in grey was very angry. He didn't expect that someone would label the Xuanyin school. If someone hadn't awakened him from the deepest level of retreat, he would not have known the seriousness of the matter. They wanted to kill me, so I fought back and had to kill them. Qin Tianyang spoke in a flat tone, looking at the grey-clothed old man indifferently. The grey-robed old man glared and said, if you hadn't suddenly attacked our Xuanyin sect, how could they have attacked you? Su Xiu, this is what happened. Zhou Gan came to the old man in grey, whom he called Su Xiu, and saw that he was confused, so he told him what happened. But he was also very honest, and he did not even miss the incident in which Zhou Feiyang attacked and killed a disciple of Dao Ji Sect. He must be afraid that if he conceals the truth, things will only get worse. Su Ziyu had just been awakened from seclusion and didn't know what exactly had happened. As soon as he woke up, he sensed that Qin Tianyang was attacking the ancestors of his Xuanyin II school. After listening to Zhou Gan's words, his eyes flickered and he remained silent. After a moment, he looked up at Qin Tianyang and said, "Zhou Fei Yang, as the leader of a holy land, attacked and killed your Dao Ji Sect's disciples. This is indeed wrong of him. You can make any request, and our Xuanyin II school can compensate you. But you shouldn't have killed him, and you shouldn't have killed several ancestors who tried to stop you from leaving after killing him." Qin Tianyang smiled when he heard this. "You are a person who can distinguish right from wrong. But there is a price to pay for doing wrong, and the price I paid him." He paused, his eyes suddenly sharp and full of majesty. "It is death. As for what you said about me killing your ancestors, what would you do if someone tried to kill you?" Su Ziyu couldn't help but frown when he heard this. "I didn't expect that this person is so domineering." He stopped talking, his cultivation unfolded, and the aura of the 9th level of the free and easy realm was revealed, overwhelming the heaven and earth. Be prepared to suppress this person by force. But when Su Ziyu looked at Qin Tianyang, he found that he seemed unaffected at all. Qin Tianyang smiled at him. It was this smile that made Su Ziyu's scalp tingle. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Suddenly, Su Ziyu froze, as if someone was speaking to him. Then his pupils suddenly shrank and he quickly retracted his momentum. When he looked at Qin Tianyang again, there was a hint of fear and respect in his eyes. "It was our fault for attacking and killing your disciples. It was also their own fault for attacking and killing you and causing their own deaths. I hope your majesty will calm down. You don't want to do anything to me? Do you want to try?" Qin Tianyang said with a smile. Su Ziyu smiled bitterly. "You are joking, my excellency. I am the one who did not recognize the great man and offended you." Qin Tianyang glanced towards a certain place in the forbidden area of Xuanyin II sect and chuckled. He immediately retracted his gaze and looked at Su Ziyu. "Thanks to him, you saved your life." Afterwards, Qin Tianyang disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 59. After Qin Tianyang left, Su Ziyu stood there, silent for a long time. "It's him. I remember now, it was Su Ziyu himself who showed up." An elder who was watching pondered for a long time, then suddenly exclaimed, his eyes full of excitement. "Elder, which ancestor is Su Ziyu? We have never heard of him." A young disciple nearby asked curiously, and the others followed suit. The elder looked at the disciples around him and replied, "How many years have you been in the sect? How would you know about Patriarch Su? Old Master Su has already reached the 9th level of the free and easy realm. He has been in seclusion in the forbidden area for many years, concentrating on enlightenment, just to become a great emperor. Because of the long time, except for a few very senior ancestors, basically no one knows the real name of Su Ziyu, so he is called Su Ziyu. Elder, I also met Su Ziyu once by chance 1,000 years ago. If that person hadn't made such a fuss this time, I'm afraid Su Ziyu wouldn't have shown up." A certain disciple was surprised and asked, "Su Ziyu has such strength, why did he let that person go?" The elder hesitated for a moment and said, "Perhaps the other party is at the same realm as Su Ziyu. The only person who can make a strong man of the 9th level of the free and easy realm give in, apart from someone of the same realm, is the emperor." He believed that Qin Tianyang was at most at the peak of the 9th level of the free and easy realm and could never be an emperor. After all, the Emperor of Enlightenment will trigger a terrifying heavenly calamity, and this is something that the entire continent will know. The conversation between Qin Tianyang and Su Ziyu was only transmitted between the two of them and did not reach the ears of others. Otherwise, if this elder heard how Su Ziyu addressed Qin Tianyang, he would probably be shocked. After Su Ziyu calmed down a bit, he looked at the people below and said, "No one is allowed to leak what happened today. Anyone who violates this order will be expelled from the sect. Zhou Feiyang and the fourth elder Ma Mo attacked and killed his sect's juniors without authorization. They deserve no pity to die. But the position of the suzerain cannot be vacant. At this point, Su Xiu's eyes flickered, and after some thought, he quickly made a decision. He turned his gaze to the great elder of Xuanyin Ii sect, Wu Dong. You will take over the position of the leader of my Xuanyin Ii sect. As for the vacant positions of the great elder and the fourth elder, you can decide for yourselves. I will follow the orders of Su Xiu. Everyone below said in unison. Although the great elder Wu Dong looked serious, the excitement in his eyes revealed his inner thoughts. The position of sect leader eventually fell into his hands. In the deepest part of the Xuanyin Ii school's forbidden area, in front of a beautiful valley, Su Xiu stood at the entrance of the valley with a respectful look. Ancestor, that person has left. I have ordered that this matter cannot be leaked to anyone. With Su Xiu's cultivation level and seniority, there are actually people he calls ancestor. If this gets out, it will probably cause an uproar in the outside world. After a moment, a voice that sounded extremely vicissitudes and full of endless majesty was heard. Well done. That person is not someone we can mess with. Never mess with Dao Ji Zong in the future. The ancestor is really. It's just what you think. Hiss. Su Xiu took a deep breath, then bowed respectfully and stepped back. His face quickly turned pale and his body couldn't help shaking. At this time, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. If the ancestor hadn't sent him a message just now, he might have been on his way to be reincarnated. In the valley, next to a beautiful stream, there is a quaint wooden house with a small courtyard in front of it. An old man in plain clothes and looking frail was weeding leisurely. But from his weathered and turbid eyes, one can see his inner unrest. He had just woken up from a deep sleep when suddenly a gaze penetrated through layers of space and projected into the small valley. Afterwards, he felt a terrifying aura locking onto him, as if he would die immediately if he made the slightest movement. You know, given his strength, the only thing that can scare him is. It can only be the great emperor. The old man in plain clothes was full of thoughts. Thinking of this, his brows furrowed even more. If someone attains the status of a great emperor, then his actions will definitely not be hidden from others. After all, the catastrophe brought about by Emperor Cheng was so terrifying that it covered the sky for tens of millions of miles. If it is said that Qin Tianyang is the one who successfully achieved the status of an emperor in the past, then there is also a problem. Anyone who has achieved the status of an emperor or queen will not stay in Xuanchen Continent. Because the power of the great Dao of heaven and earth is extremely scarce in the Xuanchen Continent, if the emperor wants to make progress, he can only go to the starry sky and go to places where the power of the great Dao is strong. At the same time, this is also the reason why it takes tens of thousands of years for a great emperor to appear on the Xuanchen Continent. Because of this, Qin Tianyang is unlikely to be an outsider. Which emperor would stay in a place where the power of the great Dao is scarce? The old man in plain clothes shook his head. It didn't matter if he couldn't figure it out. The grudge was settled and that person probably wouldn't cause trouble for his Xuanyin Ii school anymore. After Qin Tianyang left Xuanyin Ii school, an imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. The person from Xuanyin Ii school turned out to be at the Candao realm. The so-called Candao realm is a special realm located between the 9th level of Xiaoao realm and Ming Dao realm, Emperor. Very few people know about this realm. This type of people are those who failed to break through to the Emperor but survived by chance. The power of the great Dao that they mastered had undergone a qualitative change, but it was not a complete change. Such people are stronger than those at the 9th level of the free and easy realm. A Candao realm cultivator can easily deal with several cultivators at the 9th level of the free and easy realm. But it is far lower than that of a normal emperor. If a crippled person fights against an emperor, even if this emperor has just broken through to the emperor realm, The probability of Kandao realm winning is less than 10%. Therefore, the ancients defined a new realm for this type of people. The remnant realm. The Dao that he has mastered is the Dao of disability. If he does not have a chance to defy fate, he will basically remain in the special realm of the disabled Dao for his entire life. The emperor can cross tens of millions of miles in one step. The next moment, Qin Tianyang appeared on a recliner in the back mountain. For Lu Xuanyi and the other two, Qin Tianyang's trip took less than a quarter of an hour. But they knew that Qin Tianyang kept his word. Sure enough, Qin Tianyang looked at Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Fan. Zhou Feiyang, the leader of Xuanyin Immortal Sect who attacked you, is dead. Since Zhou Feiyang is bullying the weak, he can also use his strength as a mid-stage emperor to bully Zhou Feiyang and directly send Zhou Feiyang to reincarnation. Thank you, Master. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Fan said gratefully. At this time, Qin Tianyang seemed to sense something. Your third junior brother just came out of retreat. I asked him to come to the back mountain to get to know you guys. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Fan showed curiosity on their faces. Since this third junior brother could be accepted as a disciple by the master, his talent must be no worse than theirs. Chapter 60. Not long after, a figure fell from the sky. Disciple greets master. Ao Jushan saluted Qin Tianyang respectfully. Yes, the realm is stable. Emperor Qin Tianyang swept his mind and completely understood Ao Jushan's situation. His cultivation in the fourth level of Yuan Shen was very solid. Ao Jushan spent 2 days honing his cultivation, and not only did his realm become completely stable, but he was only a step away from a breakthrough. Let me introduce you to your 2 senior brothers. This is your senior brother, Lu Xuanyi. Qin Tianyang pointed at Lu Xuanyi. Meet big brother. Qin Tianyang turned his gaze towards Zhao Fan and said to Ao Jushan, this is your second senior brother. Meet second brother. Qin Tianyang then pointed at Ao Jushan and said to Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Fan, this is your third junior brother, Ao Jushan. Meet third junior brother. Lu Xuanyi and the other man returned the gift. Your third junior brother is indeed a demon. Seeing that the two were a little confused, Qin Tianyang added a sentence. After hearing this, Lu Xuanyi and the other two looked as if they had suddenly understood something. No wonder third junior brother has a faint aura of a demon beast. Ao Jushan was also secretly observing Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Fan at this time. He felt that although senior brother Lu Xuanyi looked very gentle, there was a kind of unfathomable sense of oppression. Especially the temperament of the eldest senior brother, which made him feel that the person standing in front of him was not a human being, but a sword, an extremely sharp sword that could cut through everything. His second brother Zhao Fan gave him a feeling of extreme strength and masculinity, as if he was the nemesis of all the weird and evil things in the world. Especially those eyes, which flashed divine flames from time to time, like 2 suns, just like the eyes of a god, full of oppression. Ao Jushan secretly marveled at this. Both of his 2 senior brothers were very strong, so he couldn't let down his guard and waste his bloodline talent. Finally, Qin Tianyang pointed to Haida who had been silent at the side and said to Ao Jushan, he is my puppet, Haida, with the cultivation level of the 9th level of Tongtian realm. You can just call him Uncle He. Haida looked serious and bowed, saying, greetings, third young master. Uncle He, you're welcome. Ao Jushan was very surprised that Uncle He was actually a puppet. This was the first time he saw a puppet with self-awareness, and its strength was terrifying. At this time, Ao Jushan suddenly asked, Master, what kind of ancient tree is this? The scent it exudes makes my mind feel clearer after just a few sniffs. Lu Xuanyi and the other two couldn't help but look at Qin Tianyang. After they came to the back mountain, they had already noticed this ancient tree that they had never seen before. Due to some trivial matters before this, I haven't had time to ask. Qin Tianyang smiled and said, it's just an ancient Bodhi tea tree. His tone was very calm, as if he was talking about ordinary things. The three disciples were slightly shocked, but soon recovered. After seeing Qin Tianyang's strength, they would not be too surprised at all the magical things around their master. I wonder if anyone in Xuanchen Continent has ever heard of a puppet with consciousness. After saying that, Qin Tianyang took out 4 exquisite teacups, then picked a few pieces of ancient Bodhi tea leaves from the void, and poured in some moonlight spirit spring. Bang! He snapped his fingers, and terrifying divine flames emerged, and began to make tea. After a while, everyone felt a fresh air rushing into their bodies, making them feel comfortable all over. 4 teacups were lifted up by an invisible force and brought to the 4 people. Try it. The tea made from the ancient Bodhi tea tree is called Bodhi tea. For you 3 brothers, Bodhi tea can temporarily bring you into the realm of enlightenment and increase your understanding of the realm. For people like Haida who are starting to get in touch with the Dao, Bodhi tea can help you better contact, observe, and understand the Dao. Ao Jushin picked up the teacup and took a sip. He felt as if his soul had been cleansed, and the originally obscure cultivation insights suddenly became clear. Lu Suanhe and Zhao Fan also showed expressions of surprise. Even Haida, who was in the 9th level of Tongtian realm, felt that his puppet body seemed to have a sense of agility, as if he was about to break through some kind of shackles. Not long after, the 3 brothers began to sit cross-legged and practice. Even Haida began to close his eyes and comprehend the great avenue of heaven and earth. Half an hour later, Ao Jushin took the lead in breaking through. A slight dragon roar came from his body, and the majesty of the Emperor Dragon filled the air. When Qin Tianyang saw this, he pointed it out to prevent Ao Jushin from affecting other people. Ao Jushin was very excited, but he had only been in Dao Ji Sect for 2 days, and he had already promoted a total of 5 minor realms and entered the 6th level of the Yuan Shen realm. Suddenly, a burning sensation of the sun emanated from Zhao Fan's body. At the same time, the sharp sword intent suddenly appeared and surrounded Lu Suanhe. Qin Tianyang also isolated the visions of Lu Suanhe and Zhao Fan. The 2 of them opened their eyes one after another, with excitement in their eyes. In the last few hours of the Yuan Beast secret realm, the 2 of them searched for the Yuan Beast everywhere, fought crazily with the Yuan Beast, and constantly challenged their limits. After drinking Bodhi tea this time, coupled with the efficacy of Bodhi tea, the 2 of them broke through 2 small realms and stepped into the 8th and 6th heavens of Yuan Shen respectively. Just when Qin Tianyang was very satisfied, he suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly. He discovered that people from the Xuanyin sect had actually arrived at the gate of Dao Ji Sect. Emperor Zun's spiritual mind probed out and found that the visitor did not have any hostility. So he no longer cared about this matter. After all, the ancient ancestor of the Xuanyin sect knew his strength and would not do anything stupid. Dao Ji is in the Great Hall. The Dao Ji sect master has just completed discussions with several pulse masters, and is planning to wake up several ancestors in retreat and go to the Xuanyin sect to ask for an explanation. Suddenly, the gatekeeper disciple came to report that someone from the Xuanyin sect came to visit. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became chilly. Junior brother Daoxuan was right. This Xuanyin sect is really shameless and came to our door. Dao Yuan's eyes were cold, revealing an astonishing chill. I'm going to take action later, no one can stop me. Dao Ling's eyebrows were raised, and his beautiful eyes were full of anger. Okay. 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 The Xuanyin sect has gone too far to bully others. Junior brothers, please follow me to meet the enemy. The leader of the Dao Ji sect was so angry that he laughed back and said 3 good things in a row. He was obviously very angry at the behavior of the Xuanyin sect. Several people flashed and disappeared into the hall. Outside the mountain gate, Wudong and several elders are waiting here. After that terrifying being left, Su Zia gave him an order, requiring him to come to his door in person to apologize. Therefore, he came to visit with several elders and abundant cultivation resources selected by himself. Damn Zhou Feiyang for causing so much trouble to the sect. Wudong cursed Zhou Feiyang secretly in his heart and only hoped that Dao Ji Zone would be willing to accept compensation. Whoa! 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 Several figures suddenly arrived. Seeing that someone had arrived, Wudong was about to speak. Dao Huang's eyes widened with anger, and he shouted angrily, Wudong, you Xuanyin Immortal sect has a holy place, are you so shameless? How dare you come to your door to ask for sacred weapons and formations? Our Dao Ji Sect hasn't even come to you to ask for an explanation. Chapter 61. Wudong was startled by Dao Huangzi and said quickly, Master Dao Huang, you misunderstood. We are not here to ask for sacred weapons and formations. He was not afraid of Dao Huangzi and others, what he was afraid of was that the being would hear these words. It would be troublesome if that being misunderstood the purpose of their trip. Dao Lingzi didn't believe it, his expression was cold, and he snorted coldly, Isn't this why you came here? Then what are you doing? We are here to apologize to your section. You also said you are not here to apologize. Hey? Apologize? Dao Yuanzi was stunned. Did he hear wrongly? Others were also slightly shocked. Would the Xuanyin Immortal sect be so proactive? Dao Ji Sect Master was the first to come back to his senses, glanced at Wudong and others, his eyes were slightly cold, since this is an apology, what about Zhou Feiyang? Let him come out to see me. The majestic lord of the Holy Land unexpectedly attacked a junior disciple of my sect. Are you afraid to come? Or do you have no face to come? Don't think that sending you, the great elder of the Xuanyin Immortal sect, will be of any use. Wudong and others were stunned. Dao Ji Sect Master and several other Pulse Masters did not know about this matter. Since the being didn't say anything, and Su Ziu also ordered not to publicize the matter, Wudong had an idea in his mind. His eyes seemed to burst out with anger, and he said angrily, Master Daoji doesn't know something, Zhou Feiyang is narrow-minded, insists on his own way and attacks and kills disciples of your sect without permission. Not only did they kill 5 elders of my Xuanyin Immortal sect, but they also caused heavy losses to our sect. When the ancestors of our sect learned about this, they were furious. Such a shameless scum unexpectedly appeared in the Holy Land. In anger, the ancestor walked out of the forbidden area, removed Zhou Feiyang from his position as sect leader, and personally imprisoned him in the Daoju Valley. He will not be able to come out until 2000 years later. Hearing this, Dao Ji Sect Master's eyes moved slightly and he was a little surprised. Daoju Valley. The Daoju Valley of the Xuanyin Immortal sect is famous for being a desperate place. In this valley, the power of the avenue is even thinner than in the outside world. It can be said that there is almost no power of the avenue. Moreover, some enemies of the Xuanyin Immortal sect in the past years will also be imprisoned in this valley. Because these people were trapped in it and were not allowed to get out, the resentment after death filled the entire valley. If those who enter it are not careful, their minds will be affected. Zhou Feiyang and he were both at the 9th level of Tongtian realm and had about 3000 years of life. The two are about the same age, more than 800 years old and less than 900 years old. If Zhou Feiyang is really imprisoned in the Daoju Valley, even if he can persist in the Daoju Valley for 2000 years, he will only have more than 100 years to live after he comes out. But the ancestor still feels guilty. Wudong continued, so the ancestor appointed me as the new sect leader of the Xuanyin Immortal sect, and led the elders to come to compensate your section. These are 50,000 top-quality spiritual stones and 1,000 elixirs. 100 Xuanyin spirit gathering pills that only our sect can refine. And 10 kilograms of wind and thunder black iron. After speaking, Wudong clapped his hands, and several elders stepped forward and opened the space ring. A large amount of resources instantly appeared in front of the Dao Ji Sect Master and others. I'm really here to apologize. Dao Suanzi muttered. Dao Ji Sect Master looked at the mountains of resources in front of him, and when his eyes stopped at the Xuanyin Spirit Gathering Pill and Wind and Thunder Black Iron, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although the number of spiritual stones and spiritual medicines is indeed not small, they are not relatively scarce in Dao Ji Sect. In comparison, the Xuanyin Juling Pill and the Fen Glai Suan Tai made him see the sincerity of the Xuanyin Xing school. Xuanyin Juling Pill is a pill developed exclusively by Xuanyin Xing school. After taking it, it can speed up the absorption of spiritual energy and greatly improve the efficiency of spiritual energy conversion. As far as Dao Ji Sect Master knows, the number of these pills that flow out of the Xuanyin Xing school every year is only about 100. I didn't expect Wudong to be so generous and give me 100 at once. As for the Wind and Thunder Black Iron, it is a special material for refining equipment. When refining a weapon, adding a little Wind and Thunder Black Iron can increase the speed of the weapon and make the weapon's attack have the power of thunder and lightning. Wudong clapped his hands again, and the elders behind him took the resources back into the ring. He then handed the ring to Sect Master Dao Ji. Dao Ji Sect Master accepted the ring, sent out his spiritual sense, checked it, and after confirming that it was correct, he laughed. Brother Wu came to visit sincerely, and we actually let Brother Wu stand outside the mountain gate. It is really rude. Brother Wu and everyone else, please follow me into the sect for a chat. At this moment, Sect Master Dao Ji seemed to have met an old friend whom he had not seen for many years, and was very cordial and enthusiastic. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Since the Xuanyin Xing school has offered compensation, he can't continue to get angry. The same was true for the several vain masters behind him. Their expressions changed very quickly, and they all smiled happily. Master Daoji is too polite. We are here to apologize on the orders of our ancestor. After the mission is accomplished, we will return to the sect to report to the ancestor. I won't stay long. Wudong and his companions looked strange. He remembered that when they first met, they were very aggressive and wanted to kill them. Now after receiving the compensation, they all put on smiling faces and became extremely friendly. Brother Wu, take care. After Wudong and the others were completely out of sight, Dao Ji Sect leader and the others withdrew their gazes, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. It's not that they really care about Wudong and others. The behavior of Xuanyin Xing school this time seemed very strange to them, so they had to be on guard. After suffering huge losses, the Xuanyin Xing school actually took the initiative to come forward to pay compensation. But the compensation was indeed real, and there was no danger, and Wudong and his companions did not make any unusual movements. Brother, is this still the extremely domineering Xuanyin Xing school? Dao Suanzi said, the things are real, I believe them for now, but I don't believe that they locked Zhou Fiyang up in Daoju Valley. I also don't believe that the ancestor of Xuanyin Xing school would lock up a person at the 9th level of Tongtian realm in a desperate situation. Dao Lingzi also questioned. Dao Ji Sect Master shook his head. He did not believe a single word Wudong said. Then, he looked in the direction where Wudong left, his eyes deep. No matter what, we do have these cultivation resources in our hands. After a few breaths, everyone turned around and entered the mountain gate, preparing to return to their respective peaks. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly rose up from the top of Dayang Peak. Then it spread wildly in all directions. At the same time, the originally clear and cloudless sky suddenly became gloomy, and thick disaster clouds covered the sky. Some people in Dao Ji Sect suddenly felt that the light around them suddenly dimmed. They looked up in astonishment, only to see a huge calamity cloud gathering above their heads. The calamity clouds weighed heavily on their hearts, and occasional flashes of lightning appeared as they rolled and surged. It makes people feel an indescribable depression and fear. Chapter 62. Dao Ji Sect is hundreds of miles away. Wudong and his group were rushing back to Xuanyin Xing school. Suddenly, several people stopped and looked back at Dao Ji Zone. What a terrifying power! This should be the calamity of becoming a saint. Back then, the momentum when our sect's ancestor Zogan broke through the free and easy realm was similar to this time. I wonder which fellow Daoist from Dao Ji Sect has made the breakthrough. Several elders of Xuanyin II school stared at the catastrophe in the distance and were very shocked. Dao Ji Sect had gained another free and easy saint. Keep on going and return to the clan to report. Wudong looked back and then looked away. He had a feeling that it might be related to that existence. Dao Ji Sect has been very unusual recently. First, 2 disciples with extraordinary talents appeared. Next, the master of the 2 men, that terrifying senior, vented his anger for his disciples and went straight to attack the Xuanyin II sect. He killed Zhou Feiyang on the spot, and then mercilessly killed the 5 Xiaoao realm ancestors. Even when Su Ziyu stepped in, he was unable to stop this man. Finally, after the senior left, Su Ziyu immediately ordered him to come again to apologize in person. And just now, someone in Dao Ji Sect triggered the calamity of becoming a saint, and he was not surprised at all. Dayang Peak, Back Mountain. A few breaths ago. After drinking the Bodhi tea, Heide, who was quietly meditating on the great Dao, suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura. This immediately alarmed Qin Tianyang and his 3 disciples. Qin Tianyang protected his 3 disciples to prevent them from being hit by this terrifying momentum. Master, is Uncle He about to break through? Ao Jushan looked at the black cloud that was rushing towards the sky above Dayang Peak. Qin Tianyang nodded, yes, Haida is already at the peak of the 9th level of Tongtian realm. Bodhi tea allowed him to face the avenue for a short period of time, and to take this opportunity to comprehend the avenue of heaven and earth. There are more and more dark clouds above my head, and the dark aura is getting stronger and stronger. In the Dao Ji Sect's ancestral land, many ancestors were awakened by this momentum. The ancestors opened their eyes one after another, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the ancestral land. The aura of the sainthood tribulation. Which youngster in the sect is about to become a saint? God bless my Daoji, and add another free and easy saint. When the ancestors turned their eyes to Dayang Peak, the source of the aura of the catastrophe, they were all dumbfounded. Who is this person? Is there such a person in the Dayang lineage? From what I see, this person doesn't look like a human being. He seems a bit like a puppet. An old ancestor was very surprised at the Haida he had never seen before. Master, who is the one who is transcending the tribulation? Another ancestor discovered that sect master Daoji and others were looking at the Dayang Peak not far away. Above Dayang Peak, a terrifying heavenly calamity has already formed, and terrifying lightning flashes from the calamity clouds from time to time. The black dragon was suspended in the air above Dayang Peak, his expression as calm as water, showing no fear of the heavenly calamity at all. There was a faint aura of Dao power surrounding his body, which was a sign that he was about to break through the free and easy realm. Facing the horrific calamity that was about to fall, Haida showed no fear at all. He slowly raised his hands as if to welcome this test. Boom! The first thunderbolt snaked down like a silver snake at an astonishing speed. He looked up with a determined look in his eyes, without any fear. He swung his right fist, and a black light shot up into the sky, colliding head-on with the thunder. After a loud bang, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. The first thunderbolt was the weakest, and Haida passed it easily. Immediately afterwards, the second thunderbolt came, which was even stronger than the previous one. But he still crushed it with one punch. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from the calamity cloud. The third thunderbolt suddenly appeared and headed straight for Haida, its power even greater than the previous two. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his breath increased again. Spiritual power gathered on the right fist, and the huge fist shadow rushed towards the thunder. The terrifying waves caused by the collision between the two spread out in all directions. After a while, Haida showed up, panting, with several wounds on his body. Without giving him a chance to breathe, the heavenly tribulation generated a fourth thunderbolt that struck him violently. Haida's eyes were determined and fearless, and he attacked again. Tear apart the fourth thunderbolt. Then, the fifth and sixth thunderbolts came. Until the eighth thunder ended. Haida was seriously injured at this time, but his aura was even stronger and his momentum was even greater than before. The ninth thunderbolt had been brewing in the calamity clouds for a long time, and the entire sky seemed to be distorted by its power. There was a flash of light in the clouds, and even the color changed from white to purple. The space began to break apart bit by bit, and black space cracks spread out like a spider web. In the ancestral land of Dao Ji Sect, the faces of several old ancestors all changed. When they were undergoing the calamity of becoming a saint, the ninth calamity thunder was not as terrifying as the black one. An old ancestor seemed to have thought of something and hesitated. Is it because he is a special creature? Very likely. Another ancestor nodded in approval. Not long ago, several people had learned the true identity of Haida from the leader of Dao Ji Sect. Not far away, Dao Ji Sect master and others frowned at the same time. The pressure from the purple thunder made the five of them feel extremely stressed. This heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. De Yuanmei master couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Sect master Dao Ji nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, "Indeed, we have watched several ancestors in the sect transcend tribulation many times, but we have never seen such a terrifying tribulation appear." The back mountain of Dayang Peak. Feeling the terrifying power of the ninth thunder, Lu Suanhe and the other two looked a little worried. Ao Jushan's eyes were solemn. "I feel that this ninth thunderbolt is very terrifying, completely different from the previous 8 thunderbolts." "Master, Uncle He will be okay, right?" Zhao Fan said worriedly. "As a special creature, your Uncle He's sainthood must be different from that of ordinary creatures. Besides, your master is here, and Haida will be fine." Qin Tianyang was not worried at all. With his level of cultivation, it would be easy for him to break through the heavenly calamity and save Haida. An extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from Haida's body, rushing straight to the sky like a volcanic eruption, and instantly reached its peak. Kill! Along with this deafening roar, Haida actually took the initiative to charge towards the depths of the heavenly tribulation. The voice was filled with endless indomitable spirit and determination. Even in the face of the devastating disaster brought about by this natural calamity, there was absolutely no intention of retreating. And the heavenly calamity seemed to have sensed the provocation from Haida, and immediately let out a huge, earth-shaking roar. The ninth calamity thunder that was in the making finally completed its final condensation, and the purple calamity light was thousands of feet long, illuminating the dark sky. The purple thunder carried a terrifying force that could destroy the world and struck Haida with the force of thunder. Boom! At that moment, the purple light and the black light collided violently. The moment the two collided, the light was so bright that it made it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. A huge noise resounded throughout the sky, and terrifying waves suddenly spread from the center to the surroundings. Chapter 63. The disciples and elders from all over Dao Ji Sect stared intently at the sky above Dao Yang Peak. Especially I have met Haida's disciples such as Fang Jun and Song Jie. Haida saved their lives, and they prayed that Haida would survive this disaster. Sect Master Dao Ji and others looked solemn and a little worried. The terrifying wave isolated everything and they had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, the most powerful Dao Ji Sect master sensed something and slowly smiled. In the ancestral land of Dao Ji Sect. Good. The ancestors withdrew their gazes and nodded with satisfaction. With their strength, they already know the outcome of this black tribulation. So they no longer pay attention to the outside world and continue to retreat or sleep. Did Uncle He succeed? The calamity has begun to dissipate. Uncle He should have survived it. Seeing the worried looks of the 3 disciples, Qin Tianyang took a bite of the Bodhi fruit and said, "Don't worry, Haida has successfully broken through." Above Dayang Peak. After a long time, the heavenly calamity completely dissipated, and Haida was weakly suspended in the air, but his aura was several times more terrifying than before. His figure flashed, and the next moment he appeared in Dayang Hall. Meet the master. Haida lived up to the master's expectations and successfully advanced. Not bad. Qin Tianyang's eyes were full of admiration. He thought that Haida would use the pair of holy boxing gloves to withstand the last thunderbolt. Unexpectedly, Haida could actually withstand the purple thunder with his physical body. Suddenly a voice came from outside the hall. Uncle Junior Master, my nephew is here to visit you. The Dao Ji Sect Master appeared outside the Dayang Hall. Come in. Dao Ji Zong entered the hall, came to Qin Tianyang, saluted and said, Greetings, Junior Master Uncle. Then he looked at Haida again, his eyes full of admiration. Congratulations to Elder He for successfully breaking through the free and easy realm. He had previously rewarded Haida with 3 opportunities to enter the Enlightenment Cliff because he wanted Haida to try to comprehend the great Dao of heaven and earth and increase his foundation for breaking through the free and easy realm. However, Haida is now a free and easy saint. Haida replied, Thank you for your congratulations, Master. Then, he looked at Qin Tianyang again and said, Master, Haida will take his leave first. Qin Tianyang nodded in agreement. Haida had just made a breakthrough and needed to consolidate his realm immediately. Haida turned into a stream of black light and disappeared in the hall. Only Qin Tianyang, his 3 disciples and the Dao Ji Sect Master were left in the hall. Greetings, brother sect leader. Xuanyin and the other 2 bowed. No need to be polite, fellow apprentices. Dao Ji Sect Master waved his hand and turned his gaze to Ao Jushan. He is my 3rd disciple whom I accepted a few days ago. His name is Ao Jushan. Qin Tianyang saw this and explained. On the Xuanchen Continent, the human race and the demon race have always kept to themselves. There is no deep hatred between the 2 tribes, and some forces even have close ties with the demon tribe. Sect Master Dao Ji is not a prejudiced person, so naturally he would not hate Ao Jushan. I was just a little surprised in my heart that this junior brother Ao's aura was a little unusual. Not only had he never met one before, but he also felt that its bloodline was much stronger than any other demon he had ever seen. Dao Ji Sect Master did not forget the purpose of this trip. He took out 2 rings. Uncle Junior Master, the Xuanyin II sect came to our house not long ago to compensate us for some cultivation resources. Qin Tianyang understood the purpose of Sect Master Dao Ji's visit. Therefore, he signaled Xuanyin and Zhao Fan to come forward and take the ring. Thank you, brother sect leader. The 2 of them thanked him. 2 junior brothers, this is what you deserve. The Dao Ji Sect Master smiled, then flashed away and left Dao Yang Peak. All of you go down and consolidate your realm. Yes, Master. The 3 of them left the hall. Soon, Qin Tianyang's figure disappeared, and the next moment he appeared on a recliner in the back mountain. Close your eyes, the Origin Dao solution will automatically start to work, and your whole body will be wrapped in thousands of Daos. 3 days later. On the fighting arena on Dayang Peak, 2 forces collided fiercely. One of them is extremely strong and masculine, burning everything. The other one was filled with dragon power and a strong sense of blood pressure. Zhao Fan was confronting Ao Jushan. Xuanyin watched the fight silently under the ring. During these 3 days, the 3 of them were in seclusion to consolidate their cultivation to avoid any hidden dangers. After coming out of seclusion, Ao Jushan proposed to have a battle with his 2nd senior brother Zhao Fan, who was at the same level. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan readily agreed. On the ring, the 2 men had been facing each other for a long time, their eyes fixed on each other. Suddenly, Zhao Fan shouted softly, flames flowed in his eyes, and his figure disappeared on the spot. At the same time, Ao Jushan also took action. A slight dragon roar resounded throughout the arena, and he fought with Zhao Fan, who was coming towards him. Boom! After the violent collision, the two men moved apart. This attack was just a test, and there was basically no harm to either side. Zhao Fan spoke first, sighing, "Third junior brother is really strong. I'm afraid that ordinary saint ground disciples at the first level of the questioning conscience realm will not be able to withstand this attack. Second brother, you are too modest. Your divine flame is equally terrifying. Come again." Zhao Fan shouted. War. Ao Jushin also had great fighting spirit. Zhao Fan formed seals with his hands, and a flame rose from the 9 yang divine eyes, pouncing towards Ao Jushin like a fire snake. Ao Jushin was not in a hurry. Dragon scales appeared on his arms, and then he put his arms in front of him. The fire snake hit the dragon scales, splashing sparks. The next moment, Ao Jushin took advantage of the situation to counterattack, and his hands turned into dragon claws. With a sharp cold light, his figure turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan changed his steps, dodged sideways, and then punched out with a whistling sound. Boom! The two sides exchanged thousands of moves, and huge noises continued to be heard from the arena. The extremely strong and masculine spirit as well as the mighty power of the Imperial Dragon filled the world. He stared at the two people on the ring with his eyes, and he could see all their movements clearly. Bang! After another collision, the two men moved apart. At this moment, both sides looked a little embarrassed. The two men were panting, their clothes were torn, their hair was disheveled, and they were no longer as elegant as before. Third junior brother, don't hold back. Let second junior brother see your true strength. Zhao Fan laughed twice, his voice full of heroism. Ao Jushin's fighting spirit soared to the sky, as second senior brother wishes, I also hope that second senior brother will not hold back. After saying this, two golden rays of light shot out from Ao Ju's eyes. His aura increased instantly, and the shadow of a golden imperial dragon appeared behind him. Roar! A dragon roar resounded throughout the arena, and the majesty of the golden emperor dragon swept out from Ao Jushin's body. Zhao Fan felt a strong sense of oppression, but an even stronger fighting spirit surged in his heart. Well done! He took a deep breath, and the 9 Sun Divine Eyes were fully activated. His eyes shone brightly, and his whole body seemed to be burning. At this moment, Zhao Fan was like the incarnation of the sun. The extremely strong and masculine aura filled the entire arena, competing with Ao Jushin. 9 Suns Burning Heaven Art. True Dragon Emperor Technique. On the stage, the sun and the real dragon collided violently. Boom! A light shield rose from the arena to prevent the aftermath of the battle from spreading to the surrounding areas. Lu Xuanyi's eyes were as sharp as a sword in the sky, staring closely at the situation on the stage. Chapter 64. On the ring, the two fell to the ground, their chests heaving and gasping for air. After a long time, he slowly stood up with his body supported. Lu Xuanyi came to the ring and handed each of his 2 junior brothers a healing elixir. The two took it immediately, and after a long time, they opened their eyes and looked at each other. Zhao Fan smiled and said, the third junior brother has a strong bloodline, and every move is accompanied by the terrifying dragon power. Senior brother admires him. Second senior brother, don't be humble. The 9 Yang God's eyes are as strong as the sun, vast and bright, and the divine flames burn all things. A smile flashed in Ao Jushin's eyes, if it weren't for my bloodline being quite strong, I wouldn't be able to withstand senior brother's attack. The two were at the same level and had similar talents, so they ended up in a draw. You guys are just competing, why are you in such a mess? Lu Xuanyi looked helpless and speechless. Zhao Fandao, since it is a competition, naturally we must do our best to give our opponents the greatest respect. Ao Jushin also spoke, I believe that senior brother will be the same. When Lu Xuanyi heard this, he was slightly startled, and then nodded in agreement. If he competes with his opponent, he will definitely use all his strength to fight with his opponent. The mysterious mountains in western Zhongzhou. In a luxurious palace. The yin-yang old man sat cross-legged on a huge futon in the center of the palace, surrounded by a thick and strange black mist. Endless black mist poured into the sea of consciousness and was swallowed by the soul emitting black light. As the black mist continued to be swallowed up, the yin-yang old man's spirit gradually stabilized, and like his body, emitted a strange aura, and a strange black light filled the sea of consciousness. Blood sky. A cold voice sounded in the hall, awakening Xuanchen from his retreat for healing. But he didn't have any dissatisfaction. Instead, he looked a little frightened and his eyes were full of fear. A figure of a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. Xuanchen walked forward quickly, lowered his head, and said humbly and respectfully, "My subordinate Xuanchen respectfully welcomes Master Zhou." However, the middle-aged man put his hands behind his back and said nothing, just looked at him coldly. In the empty hall, Xuanchen's voice echoed, and finally gradually dissipated. The atmosphere in the hall gradually became oppressive and heavy. Xuanchen felt as if there was a big mountain pressing on his chest, making him feel very suffocated. The middle-aged man's eyes were sharp, like an ice knife, piercing the bloody sky, his eyes full of disappointment and displeasure. Xuanchen's body became lower and lower, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. His eyes were fixed on the ground, not daring to look at him at all. After a long time, the middle-aged man snorted coldly, and this cold snort hit Xuanchen's heart like a heavy hammer. "Waste! You can't handle even a small thing." The middle-aged man finally spoke, his voice cold and emotionless, without any emotion. Xuanchen stooped and said hurriedly and tremblingly, "Lord Zhou, please forgive me. My subordinates have joined forces with the Dark Protector and the Underworld Protector to send people to deal with this matter." As he said that, he secretly raised his eyes and glanced at the middle-aged man. He saw that the middle-aged man seemed very dissatisfied and his brows furrowed even more tightly. Seeing this, Xuanchen's face became paler and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to breathe out. "Humph! Even your soul is gone, what do you think your subordinates are of use to? If we delay the important matters of the sect master, neither you nor I will be able to survive." The middle-aged man shouted angrily, and the third level of Qiao realm exploded. Xuanchen was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, sweat sliding down his face. Yes, my lord taught me a lesson. This subordinate will go and deal with this matter personally. I promise not to disappoint you." After hearing this, the middle-aged man's brows widened and his face softened a little. "I hope you will do what you say, otherwise, you will stop being a protector. You also know that there are countless people in the sect who covet the position of this protector." When Xuanchen heard this, a stern look flashed in his eyes. Of course, this was not aimed at the middle-aged man, but at those who had always coveted his position as the guardian. "Call Yu and Minjai as well, and the three of you will do it yourself." The middle-aged man seemed to feel that it was not safe enough, so he asked him to act together with the other two bodyguards. Xuanchen quickly responded, "Yes, sir, I understand." The middle-aged man's expression softened and he nodded slightly, but he still warned seriously, "Remember, you must act in secret and never expose our presence." "Farewell, Lord Zhou." Xuanchen nodded repeatedly and answered yes until the middle-aged man disappeared. Then he straightened his body and let out a long breath, with fear still in his eyes. He did not dare to delay and immediately sent a message to Yu and Minjai. At the junction of Zhongzhou and Donghuanjiu, above a small mountain range, a group of men in black appeared here, and it seemed that they were heading from Zhongzhou to the eastern wilderness. It took several days to finally reach the border between Zhongzhou and the eastern wasteland from the western part of Zhongzhou. Among the three leading men, a fat man in black stopped and sighed. Seeing this, the other men in black stopped one after another. One of the three leaders glanced at the fat man and said, "Shuai, don't stay too long. The East Wasteland Mountains are at the easternmost part of the East Wasteland. It will take us at least several days to get there. Yi is right. This incident is extremely serious. The three guardians ordered us to rush to the East Wasteland Mountains to jointly investigate and thoroughly find out the reason why Blood 7 failed. And, if the situation permits, bring back the target of Blood 7's original action. An extremely burly man in black said. When the fat man in black, who was called Blood 1, thought of Blood 7, anger flashed in his eyes. Xueqi, that good for nothing, is more of a hindrance than a help. He messed things up and made the adults so angry. This forced him to travel nearly 1,000,000 miles from the western part of Zhongzhou to the East Desert Mountains. Let's go, Minji, Yi. Xueyi burst out his cultivation and prepared to continue on his journey. At this moment, he suddenly took out a token, and after checking it, his face changed drastically. At the same time, the woman called Yi and the burly man called Minji also took out their tokens to check the information. The three of them looked up and looked at each other, they were very shocked. Their adults actually want to take action themselves. He will arrive soon, so everyone can wait here. 5 days later. Dayang Peak, on the martial arts competition arena. Lu Suanhe and Ao Jushin were fighting fiercely. Since that competition, in the past few days, Zhao Fan and Ao Jushin have often challenged each other to battle and engage in full-scale fighting. Even Lu Suanhe joined in, considering that his cultivation level was higher than that of his two junior brothers. If he didn't suppress his realm, the sparring might not be effective, so he suppressed his cultivation level to the 6th level of Yuan Shen. Boom! After an all-out fight, smoke and dust rose up on the stage. When the dust settled, Lu Suanhe knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, holding the sword in his right hand to support his shaky body, but he seemed to have some strength left. But Ao Jushin was even more miserable. He was lying completely on the ground, staring at the sky, completely exhausted. Zhao Fan walked onto the stage, squatted beside Ao Jushin, and waved his hand in front of him. "Third junior brother, can you fight again?" Ao Jushin didn't say anything. After a few breaths, he slowly raised his hands and waved them left and right, indicating that he would not fight anymore. So Zhao Fan pulled him up. Just as Ao Jushin was preparing to heal his wounds, he suddenly waved his right hand and took out an exquisite sound transmission token. He injected his mental power into it, and after a while, he frowned and his face changed slightly, becoming a little gloomy. Chapter 65. In the void, He Dachun was leading Ao Jushin forward rapidly. Half a quarter of an hour ago, Ao Jushin suddenly received a message from his father Ao Xin, saying that a powerful enemy was on the doorstep. So he quickly told Qin Tianyang about this. After hearing this, Qin Tianyang first pointed with one finger to heal Ao Jushin's injuries. Afterwards, he ordered Heide, who had already come out of seclusion, to bring Ao Jushin back to the Xianjiao clan. Donghuang Mountains, the Black Dragon clan. At this time, Ao Xin was walking back and forth in the hall, and the elders of the Xianjiao tribe on both sides also had solemn expressions. Let's go back to yesterday afternoon. A group of uninvited guests suddenly came to the door. The visitors turned out to be from the Lieshan Violent Bear clan, which was adjacent to the Xianjiao clan's territory. Its clan leader Xiong Bassian led several powerful members of the clan to pay a visit. Xiong Bassian got straight to the point and stated his purpose directly. First, his sky-splitting Violent Bear clan wanted to take 80% of a certain spirit stone mine that was jointly mined by the two clans. Second, the Xianjiao clan needs to obey the Lieshan Violent Bear clan. Naturally, Ao Xin couldn't agree to it. He cursed Xiong Bassian in his heart for being wishful thinking and refused on the spot. The two tribes are of similar strength, and the strongest of the two tribes are the tribe leaders, both of whom have reached the 7th level of the law. Why should he let the Xianjiao clan give up 30% of the spirit stone mines? Judging from the actions of the Lieshan Violent Bear clan, it is wishful thinking. So Aoxin ordered them to leave on the spot, but when Xiong Basian showed his cultivation level of the 8th level of the law, everyone was dumbfounded. Not only did Xiong Basian reveal his cultivation level, but even the great elder of the Lietian Violent Bear clan, Xiong Pashan, also revealed his cultivation level of the 7th level of the law. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene was tense. Aoxin's face was heavy. He never expected that Xiong Basian had made a breakthrough, and even Xiong Pashan had reached the same level as him. Now the balance between the two sides has been broken. However, the Xianjiao clan cannot be easily controlled. Aoxin immediately reminded Xiong Basian that the Xianjiao clan's protective formation was not to be trifled with. He was very confident in the clan protection formation. On the day when Ao Jushin was in trouble, Aoxin gathered the strength of the entire clan and cooperated with the clan protection formation to block a 9th level law master and several 8th level law masters. It lasted nearly 3 hours before it was finally broken. Now the enemies are only one person at the 8th level of the law, one person at the 7th level of the law, and several people at the 6th level of the law and below. Xiong Basian's face changed immediately. He didn't expect Aoxin to be so decisive. But he didn't want to give up easily. The two sides were in a stalemate for a long time. An elder of the sky-splitting Violent Bear tribe stood up and proposed that the two tribes each send out their juniors to fight. Whichever tribe wins 10 games first will win. After both parties agreed to the bet, the fight officially began. Although the top leaders of the sky-splitting Violent Bear clan are stronger than those of the Black Dragon clan, the younger generation of the Black Dragon clan is stronger than those of the sky-splitting Violent Bear clan. After a day of fighting, the Xianjiao clan has won 9 games so far, and they will win the bet with one more victory. But Xiong Basian suddenly stopped the fight and said that his eldest son Xiong Chuan was practicing in Qin Sect. He wanted to wait for his eldest son to return home before starting the competition. Although it wasted some time, Xiong Basian did not violate any rules, so Aoxin and others agreed. But today, the person who appeared was not Xiong Chuan, but a young human. Aoxin questioned Xiong Basian's violation on the spot, but Xiong Basian began to quibble. He said that the bet did not stipulate that the person had to be a younger member of the family, so there was no problem. Aoxin was helpless and could only blame himself for letting his guard down and failing to find the loophole in the bet. I had no choice but to agree to let the young human go into battle. This person has been winning since he went into battle. But Aoxin was not too worried, because Ao Feng, the strongest of the younger generation in the clan, had already reached the peak of the 3rd level of self-reflection. However, this young human being is only at the 2nd level of conscience. This is also the reason why he finally agreed to let this person fight. But when Ao Feng came on the field, he was easily defeated by the young human within a quarter of an hour. Aoxin and others were very frightened. In desperation, they thought of Ao Jushin, who was practicing in Dao Ji Sect. Of course, they didn't think of relying on Ao Jushin to win. Ao Jushin was only at the 1st level of Yuan Shen 10 days ago. What they wanted was for Ao Jushin to invite a senior brother over, and the Xianjiao clan was willing to pay a high price to ask someone to take action once. Chief, it's all my fault. My cultivation is obviously higher than that person's, but I was easily defeated by him. Ao Feng said, feeling extremely guilty, with self-blame in his eyes. Aoxin consoled him, that man is a disciple of the top-level Shengzia sect. The skills he practices are far beyond our reach. It's not your fault that you lost to him. He paused, and continued, you can only blame me, the leader of the Xiong Ba Tian Tang clan, for playing word games in the bet, and I didn't notice it. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the hall. The visitors were none other than Haida and Ao Jushin. Jushin, you're back. Aoxin was very excited to see Ao Jushin coming, and the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. But when Aoxin found that there was no one beside Haida except Ao Jushin, he looked puzzled. Jushin, are there only you and this senior? That's right, father. When I received your message, master immediately sent Uncle He to bring me back. But the man invited by the sky-splitting violent bear clan has reached the second level of the questioning heart realm. Even your brother Ao Feng is no match for him. How can you? Aoxin sighed, but when he sensed Ao Jushin's realm, he was stunned. The sixth level of the Yuan Shen realm. He suspected that he had sensed wrongly, and sent out his spiritual sense again. It is indeed the sixth level of the Yuan Shen realm. Aoxin was in disbelief and could not speak. Jushin, you. The other Xianjiao clan members present were also in extreme shock. Ao Jushin's eyes were filled with respect and admiration, and he said, Master helped me fully awaken my bloodline, and then gave me weapons and inheritance, as well as the Bodhi tea that can help me attain enlightenment. These words shocked everyone in the Xianjiao clan again. And Bodhi tea? That's the legendary sacred tree. But thinking that Qin Tianyang was an extremely powerful emperor, Aoxin understood the changes in Ao Jushin. After all, it takes tens of thousands of years for a great emperor to appear in Xuanchen Continent, and he is the most powerful being. However, Aoxin's realm was too low. He did not know the division of the three realms of the Dao realm and thought that Qin Tianyang was just a great emperor, Ming Dao realm. However, after a burst of joy, Aoxin was still very melancholy. Even though Ao Jushin advanced 5 small realms in just 10 days. But the person on the other side was at the second level of the questioning heart realm, and the gap in their cultivation was too great. Aoxin was in a dilemma. Should he ask Master Jushin for help in the end? Although Ao Jushin became a disciple of Dayang Patriarch to practice cultivation, he did not want to trouble Jushin's master. If you can avoid trouble, then avoid it. After all, it was only Ao Jushin who joined Dao Ji Sect, not the entire Xianjiao clan. So he didn't want to act arbitrarily and bully others under the name of Ao Jushin. If one causes displeasure to Master Ao Jushin, the one who will be most affected will be Ao Jushin. This time, the sky-splitting violent bear clan came with great momentum. If the other party had not cheated in the bet, he would not have disturbed Ao Jushin who was practicing in Dao Ji Sect. Father, don't you believe in my ability? How about this, I will just compete with brother Ao Feng. Ao Jushin noticed his father's expression and spoke confidently. At this moment, his eyes were bright and he was full of vigor and vitality. Chapter 66. Ao Feng was slightly stunned, opened his mouth, and said, Cousin Jushin, are you sure? Sure. Ao Jushin nodded confidently. Then I'll take action. Ao Feng no longer hesitated and acted decisively. He stretched out his right hand, concentrated his spiritual power in his palm, and launched an attack. However, he retained 70% of his strength and only used 30%. Seeing the attack coming, Ao Jushin also launched an attack to block Ao Feng's attack. Brother Ao Feng, don't underestimate me. Try my punch. Ao Jushin smiled, then punched out with his right hand. The fist whistled and rushed towards Ao Feng with powerful spiritual power fluctuations. Feeling the power of this punch, Ao Feng's eyes narrowed and he was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Ao Jushin's punch was almost equivalent to 70% of his strength. He quickly stepped back and formed seals with his hands. At the same time, he chanted some incantations, and a spiritual power shield was formed, blocking Ao Feng 3 feet in front of him. The moment the fist touched the shield, there was a loud bang. But the shield was intact and the punch was blocked. Not bad. Jushin, you have such strength at the 6th level of your spiritual power. Ao Feng exclaimed. Aoxin and other Xianjiao elders nodded slightly. Ao Jushin was indeed outstanding for having such strength at the 6th level of Yuan Shen realm. But he was still not good enough to face the disciple from Shengzia sect. Oh? Really? Brother Ao Feng, be careful next time. Ao Jushan said in a clear voice. His momentum increased greatly, and the pressure from his bloodline could no longer be concealed. Roar, followed by a low dragon roar. Dense cracks began to appear on the shield. Not good. Ao Feng's pupils shrank sharply, his aura suddenly became extremely terrifying, and his clothes rustled. The cultivation level at the peak of the third level of the Heaven of Integrity was displayed without reservation. He shouted loudly, and the spiritual power in his body circulated wildly and gathered on his right fist. When the punch was thrown, the wind from the fist turned into a materialized giant dragon that roared out. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp explosion. The moment the shield was broken, the two fists collided with each other. Boom! There was a loud noise in the hall. Aoxin waved his hands urgently, and a breath of air blocked out the sounds of the battle. After a few breaths, Ao Feng was blown away like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. He looked extremely miserable and his breathing was disordered. Ao Jushan stood quietly there, in perfect condition. Except for Haida, everyone else was stunned, their eyes blank, and they stood there in a daze. Ahem! Ao Feng stood up, walked in front of Ao Jushan, and said with a wry smile, Jushan, I am defeated. He could feel that Ao Jushan stopped at the last moment. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so lucky to just cough up some blood from the corner of his mouth. Ao Jushan saw the blood on the corner of Ao Feng's mouth, and felt a little guilty. He said, I'm sorry, brother Ao Feng, I still hurt you. Nothing, there is no such thing as not getting hurt in battle. Ao Feng waved his hand, then looked at Aoxin who was still in shock. Chief, I can guarantee that Jushan can definitely defeat that man, and his bloodline is too strong. Even if he is not from the demon clan, I am afraid he will be defeated. There will be tremendous pressure. Good. 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 Well done, Jushan. Aoxin recovered and said 4 good words in a row, which was enough to show his happiness and relief. The other members of the Xianjiao tribe were also excited. With the young patriarch personally participating in the battle, winning the bet will not be a problem. When Xiang Baxian received the news from the Xianjiao clan, he was still a little confused. Less than half an hour had passed, what kind of external aid could the Xianjiao clan invite? Don't worry, Dad. Senior brother Wang is the proud son of Shengzia sect. No matter what kind of foreign aid the Xianjiao clan invites, they will be defeated by senior brother Wang. A very tall and sturdy young man spoke, this person was Xiang Chuan. Beside him was a young man with proud eyes. When Wang Qiang heard this, he raised his head arrogantly and said, That's right, Uncle Xiang, don't worry, I will win casually. He, Wang Qiang, ranks 5th among the inner disciples of the Shengzia sect, and the inner disciples above him are the major direct disciples. Half an hour later, Xiang Baxian led people to a temporary arena at the junction of the two races. It happened that Aoxin also came with people at this time. Xiang Baxian asked, Aoxin, where is the foreign aid you invited? Scanning his consciousness, he did not find the stranger asking about his state of mind. My clan does not need foreign aid, I will fight this battle. At the same time, Ao Jushan took a step forward and stood up. Seeing that Xiang Baxian was a little confused, an elder from the sky-splitting bear clan came to him to help him clear up his doubts. Are you Aoxin's son? It's really amazing to have the cultivation of the 6th level of Yuan Shen at such a young age. It's a good thing to have the desire to share the family's worries, but it's still far from being able to defeat Wang Xiaowu. Xiang Baxian shook his head. Wang Qiang took a step forward with an arrogant expression, are the Xianjiao clan planning to admit defeat? They actually sent a person from the Yuan Shen realm. Stop talking nonsense and come up for a fight. Ao Jushan jumped onto the ring, his posture as tall as a pine tree, his eyes bright and full of endless fighting spirit. Wang Qiang flew onto the ring and sneered, since you want to lose, I will satisfy you. Then don't blame me for bullying the small. He circulated his spiritual power and shot out a ray of light, carrying terrifying power towards Ao Jushin. It's over. Xiong Bassian was happy in his heart, as if he had seen the prosperity and growth of his sky-splitting bear clan in the future. He does not think or believe that a 6th-level person in the Yuan Shen realm can defeat the 2nd-level person in the Wengzhen realm. The rays of light were as fast as lightning, approaching Ao Jushin in the blink of an eye. Ao Jushin chuckled and punched with his right hand. The shadow of the fist instantly destroyed the glow, and then continued to hit Wang Qiang without losing its power. Wang Qiang didn't panic, and then shot out several rays of light, blocking the shadow of the fist. Xiong Bassian was stunned for a moment when he saw this, but he was still full of confidence in Wang Qiang. With some strength, no wonder you dare to stand up. A flash of surprise flashed in Wang Qiang's eyes, and he said loudly, "That's all." "Really? Try my punch." Ao Jushin's voice fell, and his whole body's spiritual power surged, gathering on his right fist. With one punch, it seemed to have the potential to break through anything. Wang Qiang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt that Ao Jushin's punch was not simple. The momentum exploded, and several rays of light shot out, slamming into the oncoming punch. Boom! The shadow of the fist was firmly blocked by Xiag Wang. Not good. Just as Wang Qiang was about to laugh, his expression suddenly changed. I saw that the glow was broken inch by inch, and the shadow of the fist was as powerful as a broken bamboo. He dodged and quickly avoided the punch. Bang! A big crater exploded on the spot. Ao Ju looked calm and said calmly, "Some strength, but not much. I only used 60% of my strength, and you got carried away." Wang Qiang's voice was cold and his expression was gloomy. His cultivation completely exploded, his momentum surged, and the pressure of the 2nd level of Wen Xingjing suddenly pressed on Ao Jushin. Then he quickly formed seals with his hands and muttered words. I saw thousands of rays of light bursting out from Wang Qiang's whole body. Above the arena, the light was shining brightly and fiercely. Seeing Wang Qiang fully exploded, Xiong Bassian felt that he had completely won, and he couldn't help but show a proud look on his face. He looked at the people of the Xianjiao clan with contempt, but found that Aoxin and others were very calm, with no worry in their eyes. Xiong Bassian cursed in his heart, everyone is so calm. When the time comes, Wang Qiang will win. It depends on you. Roar! At this moment, a dragon roar resounded throughout the arena and spread in all directions. Chapter 67. A heart-pounding blood pressure burst out from Ao Jushin's body like a surging wave, oppressing every living being around him. What? What bloodline is this? The pupils of Xiong Bassian and other members of the sky-splitting violent bear clan contracted violently. After feeling the suppression of their blood, they were all horrified, and an irresistible fear surged in their hearts. It felt as if they were facing the supreme emperor among the demon race. The inherent majesty made them feel awe. Wang Qiang, who was on the stage, felt the impact even more strongly. Although he was a human, when facing this pressure, it was as if he had encountered an ancient mythical beast, which put him under tremendous pressure. Although the blood power displayed by the opponent was extremely powerful, Wang Qiang knew very well that it was just blood pressure, not real strength. Thinking of this, Wang Qiang gritted his teeth and was extremely decisive. Countless colorful and terrifying rays of light bombarded Ao Jushin with the power to destroy the world. Faced with such a fierce attack from Wang Qiang, Ao Jushin remained calm. True Dragon Emperor technique. Following a low shout, his whole body was shining with dazzling golden light, and his black hair was disheveled and fluttering in the wind. An extremely huge phantom of a real dragon slowly emerged behind him, exuding unparalleled domineering aura. Boom! A violent crash sound came from the center of the collision, and the space shook. The violent spiritual power fluctuations raged everywhere, raising a large amount of dust. Ah! accompanied by a scream, a figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily on the stage. What? When everyone looked closely, they saw that the man was none other than the arrogant Wang Qiang. At this moment, he was weak, his body was stained with blood, and he looked extremely miserable. Xiang Baxian stood up suddenly, his eyes fixed on the tall and majestic figure on the stage. His body trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Ao Jushan, with his cultivation level of the 6th level of the soul, actually defeated Wang Qiang, who was at the 2nd level of the mind. Who is Wang Qiang? A disciple from Shengzia sect, ranked 5th among the inner sect. A genius who can easily defeat a person in the 3rd level of the questioning heart realm. He was defeated so easily. This scene seemed familiar, as if it was the same when Wang Qiang defeated Ao Feng. On the other side, the members of the Xianjiao tribe surrounded Ao Jushan as he walked down the stage, their eyes full of excitement. Their Xianjiao clan actually produced an unparalleled genius, and their mouths were full of words of praise. Only Ao Xin was a little calmer. After Ao Jushan was accepted as a disciple by the great emperor, he knew that Ao Jushan was definitely very talented. Today's battle was indeed the case. To defeat Wang Qiang with a cultivation level 5 small realms lower than his, perhaps only the disciples of a holy land that is stronger than the top forces can do it. After calming down a little, Ao Xin walked straight towards the sky-splitting violent bear clan. By this time, Xiang Baxian had also recovered. He helped Wang Qiang up and transferred his spiritual power to him to heal his injuries. After all, he is a senior disciple of Shengzia sect and came here specifically to fight for him. These 2 points cannot be offended or neglected in any way. Ao Xin was about to speak. He. It's so lively today, everyone. Suddenly, a cold voice resounded through the sky. Xuetian, Yu, and Mingye appeared in the void with their respective subordinates. The pressure from Tongtian realm was released without reservation, oppressing everyone below. At the same time, a large formation suddenly appeared, isolating all movement and noise inside to prevent outsiders from discovering it. After a day of investigation, Xuetian and his team finally discovered that the matter was related to the Xianjiao clan. The realm of the Venerable? No, this is the all-powerful one. Xiang Baxian suddenly screamed in surprise. There were actually 3 Tongtian realm masters here, and the 30 people behind them also had a terrifying aura. The lowest is the low realm, and the rest are all at the Venerable realm. And these people don't look friendly. As for the people of the Xianjiao clan, they were not that afraid. Even a little angry. It seems that this group of people in black are in the same group as the last group. The last time they attacked, if it weren't for Ao Jushan's master's intervention, the Xianjiao clan would probably have ceased to exist long ago. Especially Ao Xin, as soon as he saw these people, his face instantly turned gloomy and his eyes were filled with anger. This group of men in black are probably still here for his son. However, this time Ao Xin was not too worried about the safety of Ao Jushan and his clansmen. He could feel that the black elder who escorted his son back to the tribe was much more terrifying than these 3 people. Furthermore, Ao Jushan's master is a great emperor and he would never let anything happen to Ao Jushan. Xuetian was holding a jade plate in his hand, which was flashing wildly at this moment. Several people turned their gazes to Ao Jushan, excitement flashing in their eyes. The goal of Master Zhou. Not only that, there was an unexpected surprise. Wang Qiang, who was recovering from his injuries, also caused a significant reaction from the jade plate. Lord Zhou will definitely be overjoyed if we bring these 2 back this time. But there is still business to be done. Little thing, who not only saved you last time, but also killed all our people. Xuetian took a step forward, and endless pressure surged towards Ao Jushan. This time the 3 of them went out in person to investigate the incident in which their entire army was annihilated last time. Unless a strong person at the 9th level of Tongtian realm or above appears, this mission will not fail. Ao Jushan sneered a few times and said nothing, as if he didn't feel the pressure from Tongtian realm. Xuanchen, why are you so rude? Be gentle to my little brother. Little brother, as long as you give up the person behind you, I promise to let you enjoy the bliss and experience happiness you have never experienced before. Seeing that Ao Jushan had a unique temperament and was extraordinary and heroic, Yu revealed an extremely charming smile. Her eyes seemed to contain endless charm that made people fall for her. His voice seemed to carry an indescribable magic that could easily arouse the fire of desire hidden deep in the hearts of everyone present. Hiss! Xuanchen and Minjai suppressed their desires. They knew the methods of Yu, a woman who could really suck people dry. Old woman. St. Ao Jushan suddenly spoke up, with a disgusting look on his face and disdain in his eyes. You flirted in front of your master, dirtying my eyes and making me vomit. The smile on Yu's face froze instantly, and turned into a ferocious one. Little thing, you are looking for death. A powerful cold aura burst out from her body, and the temperature around her dropped drastically. Damn you little BD! No one has ever insulted her like this before. Seeing Yu's attack coming, Ao Jushan was not at all panicked, but just gently called out Uncle Hey. Boom! An incomparably huge aura, more powerful than that of Xuanchen and the other two, suddenly descended. This aura swept the entire place, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Chapter 68. Xuanchen and others were horrified. A tall and mighty figure like an iron tower suddenly appeared in front of Ao Jushan. His shoulders as broad as mountains and arms as thick as pythons give people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Haida had a cold expression and sharp eyes. Facing the aggressive Yu, he just raised his hand lightly to block Yu's attack. Then use a little force with your right hand. Bang! The sound of explosion was heard, and a graceful figure flew backwards. The elder from Dao Ji Sect. An elder of the Xianjiao tribe exclaimed. Hearing this, Xiang Bassian suddenly raised his head and stared at the elder. What did you say? Is this senior an elder of Dao Ji Sect? That's right. Then your young clan leader. As you thought, our young clan leader has joined the Dao Ji Sect. The elder nodded, then raised his head proudly, as if he had joined the Dao Ji Sect. Wang Qiang, who was recovering from his injuries, widened his eyes upon hearing this. It turned out that the man who defeated him was a disciple of Dao Ji Sect. No wonder he was able to defeat him after going through 5 small realms. I should have thought of this earlier. Wang Qiang thought again of the Yuan Beast Secret Realm trial that happened more than 10 days ago. Junior brother Song Chuan, who had participated in the trial, returned to the sect and said that 2 monsters appeared in Ji Sect. One was named Lu Xuanhe and the other was named Zhao Fan. Especially that Lu Xuanhe, who used his cultivation level of the 6th level of Yuan Shen realm to forcefully kill Lin Yu, who was at the 1st level of Wengzhen realm. Lin Yu is also a genius who came from the Holy Land and possesses the 5 elements mysterious body. I wonder what the relationship is between Ao Jushan and these 2 people? Ahem. Yu, who was knocked flying, stood up with difficulty. A woman among the group of people in black quickly flashed to her side and supported her. She looked at the devil-like figure in front of her in horror. From time to time, black light flashed on the surface of the dark black body, making it look like a cold and ruthless killing machine. Dao Ji Zone. You are from Dao Ji Zone. Yu said in panic. He no longer had the playful attitude he had when he teased Ao Jushan before. She also heard the conversation between Xiang Bassian and the elders of the Xianjiao tribe. Xuanchen and Mingye drove over quickly, their eyes alert, with a hint of fear occasionally flashing in their eyes. This is really the worst news. With their strength, as long as they don't encounter a Holy Land level force, they can be said to be able to run rampant and come and go freely. In fact, even if you meet someone from the Holy Land, it is not impossible to fight. Xuanchen is at the 6th level of Tongtian realm, and Yu is at the 7th level of Tongtian realm. And Mingye is the strongest among the 3 of them, with the cultivation level reaching the 8th level of Tongtian realm. In the Holy Land, this level of cultivation is on par with the great elders, vein masters, peak masters, and the like, except for the leaders of a sect. But the visitor came with bad intentions. Yu, who was at the 7th level of Tongtian realm, was easily beaten and seriously injured. That elder of the Xianjiao clan said that this person is an elder of the Dao Ji Sect. Bullshit. Which Holy Land's elder has the strength of the 9th level of Tongtian realm? In their opinion, Haida was at least at the 9th level of Tongtian realm, and it was not impossible for him to be at Xiaoao realm. Senior, we are wrong in this matter. Can you please give us a chance to live? Xuanchen forced an ugly smile onto his old face and spoke tentatively. Yes. 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 Senior, if you can let me leave this place, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Yu said hurriedly. Her beautiful face looked a little pale due to the injury, which seemed to arouse others' desire to protect her, and she looked pitiful. Because the black clothes were torn, the snow-white skin was exposed in many places on her delicate body, and the contrast between the two was even more vivid. Not only did she not cover up, but she pulled her clothes down to reveal a large area of plump white skin. But Haida remained unmoved, with a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Senior. Yu noticed Haida's expression, her face changed drastically, and an ominous premonition came to her mind. The next moment, with a loud boom, Yu disappeared completely, without even a trace left. Haida retracted his right fist. The pair of holy boxing gloves that Qin Tianyang made for him were now worn on his hands, flashing with mysterious light. Not only did he intend to murder the third young master, but he also tried to seduce me when he was dying. This is an even greater crime. Haida had an indifferent expression, no emotion in his eyes, and his tone was ice-cold. Xuanyin and Mingyi's pupils contracted violently, cold sweat ran down their backs, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. The two did not expect that Haida would be so decisive, cold-blooded, and ruthless. Senior, the two venerables in my sect have also reached the realm of free and easy saints, and the strength of the sect master is even more unpredictable. Yu is dead. It's her own fault. But if the senior continues to kill us, I'm afraid that with the strength of Dao Ji Sect, they don't want to make enemies with Xiaoao Saint. Xuanyin carried out the two venerables and the sect leader, hoping that Haida would be cautious. Xiang Bassian below was completely dumbfounded, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. What sin has he committed? Isn't he just taking advantage of his own improvement in strength to gain more benefits for the clan? He was actually involved in a fight between two Holy Land level forces. At this time, the people of the Xianjiao clan also changed their expressions slightly. I didn't expect that the other party had such a powerful background, and there was even a free and easy saint behind him. Only Aoxin looked calm and composed, not worried at all. Qin Tianyang is a great emperor, would he be afraid of a few mere free and easy saints? However, Aoxin did not tell his tribesmen about this. Haida looked disdainful, smiled contemptuously, and then took decisive action. A huge fist smashed towards the two of them. The expressions of the two men changed drastically, and they suddenly muttered something. Ah! Sir, you! All the men in black behind the two men suddenly fell to the ground, their faces twisted and ferocious, as if they were suffering from great pain. The sky was filled with blood, and a strange aura filled the world. The realms of the two people were briefly promoted in an instant, reaching the peak of the 8th and 9th levels of Tongtian realm respectively. Kill. Afterwards, Xuanyin and Mingyi attacked together. Boom! A huge wave was transmitted. The people of the Black Dragon clan and the sky-splitting Violent Bear clan quickly evacuated this place. I saw Haida standing there, motionless as a mountain, with a majestic power like a prison. Xuanyin and Mingyi kept coughing up blood from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were as pale as paper. However, Minjai's condition is better than Xuanchen's. His eyes flickered for a moment, and then he said in a deep voice, Xuanchen, I have a way that may help us escape. What's the solution? Tell me now. Xuanchen had originally fallen into despair, but when he heard Ming Ye say that there was a way to escape, he was overjoyed and his spirits were lifted. Ming Ye's eyes were extremely cold, and a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes, that is. Suddenly, a muffled groan was heard. Everyone was shocked to find that Ming Ye stretched out his right hand without any warning and inserted it into Xuanchen's body with lightning speed. Lend me your strength. Minjai's voice echoed in the void, but it was so cold that people couldn't help but feel a chill running down their spines and into their heads, making their hair stand on end. Chapter 69. At this moment, the entire space seemed to freeze and time seemed to have stopped flowing. Everyone stared with eyes wide open, looking at the scene happening before their eyes in disbelief. Even Haida was stunned for a moment, looking puzzled. He had never expected that Ming Ye would actually launch a sneak attack on Xuanchen. You. Xuanchen turned his head with difficulty, his eyes were extremely complicated, a mixture of disbelief, shock, and anger. Ming Ye's eyes were cold, and he spoke in a cold voice, since you are also seriously injured, why not make good use of your waste and give me all your strength? In this way, I may have a chance of survival. Soon, all of Xuanchen's essence and cultivation were absorbed by Ming Ye. The method used by the previous two people to absorb their subordinates is no different. Puchi. Ming Ye suddenly pulled back his right hand. Xuanchen then fell straight to the ground, his face full of resentment. Boom! The demonic energy in the dark night was overwhelming, as if the devil had descended from heaven. The evil energy emanating from his body was like a materialized black fog, constantly twisting and swirling, faintly forming various hideous demonic shadows, as if ready to devour anyone. Far below, the Black Dragon clan and the sky-splitting Violent Bear clan were unable to escape from this place due to the large formation set up by Ming Ye and others. They could only hide at the farthest edge of the formation to avoid being affected by the aftermath of the battle. The two tribes felt Ming Ye's momentum and their hair stood on end. Not only did this person's strength increase again, but he also seemed to no longer be like a human. Just looking at it from a distance, I felt extremely scared. Haida's eyes condensed slightly, and Minjai's aura at this moment was almost on par with the first level of Xiao Ao. However, since it has not touched the Great Dao, it is slightly weaker than the general free and easy first level. Kill. The demonic energy around Ming Ye surged and rolled endlessly. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and his figure flashed and he rushed towards Haida quickly. At the same time, he swung out several strands of demonic energy from his hands, hitting Haida's face directly. Facing Minjai's fierce attack, Haida said coldly, "You still overestimate your own abilities." The holy weapon boxing glove on his right hand shone brightly, and then he punched out, bringing up a powerful gust of wind. An extremely huge fist shadow suddenly appeared in the void, and smashed towards Minjai with lightning speed. Wherever the fist shadow passed, the surrounding space cracked apart inch by inch, and hideous black cracks appeared, which continued to spread in all directions. Boom! There was a loud bang, deafening. The terrifying wave suddenly erupted and spread, if it weren't for the large formation isolating it. The momentum of the battle between the two was enough to attract the attention of all living beings in the East Desert Mountains. I saw a black figure flying backwards rapidly, but instead of stopping, the figure's speed increased. Although Ming Ye was more seriously injured and extremely pale at this time, he had a triumphant smile on his face. He knew that even if he absorbed Xuanchen's origin and cultivation, he still could not defeat Haida, but Haida might not be able to stop him either. So he planned everything secretly. It seemed that he was attacking actively and seeking his own death, but in fact he wanted to use Haida's power to escape from this place. Seeing this, Haida wanted to chase after him, but suddenly stopped with a hint of respect in his eyes. Ming Ye looked back and became even more proud when he saw this, thinking that Haida had given up the pursuit. Suddenly, his figure, which was rapidly traveling through space, seemed to fall into a swamp and could not move. Ming Ye turned his head and saw a figure as tall and straight as a pine tree standing in front of him. This man has black hair and deep eyes. His eyes seem to contain all the laws of heaven and earth, and the cycle of life and death evolves in them. Where do you want to run to? Qin Tianyang had a faint smile on his handsome face, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. This group of people exuding evil aura actually dared to cause trouble for his disciples. Who are you? Ming Ye looked terrified and kept screaming. This person did not leak any aura. Under his divine sense, he seemed like an ordinary person with no cultivation. Ao Jushan's figure flashed and came to Qin Tianyang, bowing and saying, Master. Owner. At the same time, Haida also came to Qin Tianyang with a respectful look. Qin Tianyang nodded in response. Then, he looked at the imprisoned Ming Ye. His eyes were like substance, piercing straight into the depths of Ming Ye's soul. Under Qin Tianyang's gaze, Ming Ye's body couldn't help but tremble, and he was extremely frightened in his heart, as if his entire body was exposed to Qin Tianyang's sight without any omissions. It's you. It turned out that it was you who forced Xuetian's soul to self-destruct. Ming Ye was horrified, and at the same time secretly cursed the dead Xuetian in his heart. I actually provoked such a terrifying guy. Suddenly, a hint of decisiveness flashed in his eyes, and the demonic energy around him suddenly surged, and the spiritual power in his body began to boil and surge. The whole person's aura suddenly increased and became stronger and stronger. You are not qualified enough to blow yourself up in front of me. Qin Tianyang chuckled and pointed with his right hand. Ming Ye only felt that he was enveloped by a breath, and then, his surging magic power seemed to have met its nemesis, and it decreased instead of increasing. The power that was originally rising wildly and about to explode gradually subsided. How is this possible? Ming Ye widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Qin Tianyang ignored Minjai, his eyes penetrated through many obstacles, and the essence of Minjai's soul was fully revealed before him. He discovered that this person was indeed similar to the split soul he had encountered before, but the essence of his soul had changed greatly and could only be considered half-human. Tell me, who are you guys? Ming Ye sneered and said nothing. Seeing this, Qin Tianyang was too lazy to talk nonsense. Direct soul search. As soon as he had a thought, an incomparably powerful spiritual will pierced into the depths of Minjai's sea of consciousness with lightning speed. Ah! 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 In an instant, Minjai felt a sudden burst of heart-wrenching pain, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart and it was unbearable. His entire body began to tremble violently and involuntarily, and cracks began to appear on the soul body in his sea of consciousness, like porcelain about to break. However, facing such a horrific soul invasion, Minjai tried his best to resist, but all his struggles seemed so pale and futile. Below. Hearing Minjai's terrifying scream, Xiong Bassian was frightened silly, his eyes full of fear. Originally, when Haida appeared and the name of Dao Ji Sect was mentioned, he was already shocked to the point of being speechless. And now, Qin Tianyang's appearance and Ming Ye's tragic screams made his face even paler. Chief Ao, the sky-splitting violent bear clan, will give you all the spiritual stone mines. I don't want even a tenth of them. I only ask that you spare my sky-splitting violent bear clan's life. Xiong Bassian acted decisively, flashed in front of Aoxin, and spoke in horror. He was completely numb. Aoxin's son had joined the Dao Ji Sect and had such a terrifying master, but he didn't tell him earlier. Otherwise, he would never dare to set his sights on the Xianjiao clan. Aoxin was slightly stunned when he heard this, and looked thoughtful. Seeing this, Xiong Bassian gritted his teeth and said, My sky-splitting violent bear clan is willing to submit to the Black Dragon clan and obey the orders of clan leader Ao completely. Anyway, the Xianjiao clan has the Dao Ji Sect as its backer, so it doesn't seem to be a loss for his Lieshan Baoxian clan to join the Xianjiao clan. Moreover, the young patriarch Ao Jushan is extremely talented, and his future achievements will surely be extremely terrifying. Chapter 70. After some thought, Aoxin agreed to this matter. Xiong Basian breathed a sigh of relief, and there was even some relief in his eyes. The tribesmen behind him had no dissatisfaction with Xiong Basian's actions and were even a little excited. After a few breaths, the soul search ended. Minjai was like a puddle of mud, his eyes were lifeless, his face was extremely pale, and his breath was extremely weak. At this moment, Qin Tianyang's eyes were as cold as an abyss. He just stood there quietly without any movement, but the low pressure emanating from his body made it almost hard for the people present to breathe. Ao Jushan and Haida felt a tremendous pressure, even though the pressure was not directed at them. The two looked at each other. Master is angry. This anger is not as violent and hot as a volcanic eruption, but like a river surging under the ice. It seems calm but actually hides great power. Looking at Mingye, who was like a dead dog in front of him, a hint of anger flashed in Qin Tianyang's eyes, and Mingye disappeared silently. Through Minjai's memory, he learned some information about this strange force. It turns out that Minjai came from an organization called the Demonic Sect, and they called themselves the Holy Sect. The organizational structure of the Demon Sect is composed of the Sect Master, the Left and Right Venerables, the 4 Dharma Protectors of Ghost, Nether, Ghost and Blood, the Law Enforcement Elders and a number of law enforcement personnel. Mingye is the second-ranked Dark Protector. The skills learned by everyone in this sect are all from the Master of the Demon Sect. Practicing this method can quickly improve your cultivation, but it requires the life essence of a large number of living beings. Therefore, they secretly killed ordinary people or monsters in secret to help them practice this method. Mingye joined the Demon Sect 30 years ago, and at that time he was only at the 9th level of the Law Realm. After modifying the skills given by the Sect Master and being transformed by the Sect Master's magic energy, in just 30 years, he climbed from the 9th level of the Law Realm to the 8th level of the Heavenly Transcendence Realm. The leader of this evil sect is extremely mysterious, and usually appears nowhere to be seen. As for the leader of the Demon Sect, they only knew that this person existed, but knew nothing about his true identity or cultivation level. However, Mingye and several other guardians had secretly guessed that the leader of the Demon Sect was at least at the 7th level of the Free and Easy Realm. Because the 2 venerables on the left and right are in the 4th level of the Free and Easy Realm. Only these 2 people are qualified to receive orders from the sect leader. Even as one of the 4 Dharma Protectors, he had only met the Sect Master once, which was the day when the 4 Dharma Protectors, including him, were transformed by the Sect Master. Moreover, when the sect leader appeared that time, his figure was blurry, he was wearing a mask on his face, and his whole body was shrouded in demonic energy, making him very mysterious. After joining the Demon Sect, everyone has only 2 tasks, to practice and to secretly find various qualified talents for the Sect Master, both human and demon. And it just so happens that Ao Jushan is one of their targets. As for why the sect leader wants these geniuses, no one knows the reason. Qin Tianyang understood everything and disappeared from the spot. In the western part of Zhongzhou, Yuanling Mountains. Qin Tianyang appeared here, and he learned the location of the Demon Sect from Minjai's memory. On the surface, the Yuanling Mountains do appear to be quiet and peaceful, with no human habitation. But no one could have imagined that there was a mysterious force hidden in this mountain range. Qin Tianyang took a look, his eyes penetrating everything. As he watched, a large formation emerged from the deepest part of the Yuanling Mountains. The formation patterns of the Great Formation were extremely complex, with a cold light flickering on the patterns. This formation was so powerful that it could completely hide an entire force. In Minjai's memory, their people used specific tokens to enter and exit when they went out on missions. If someone breaks in without a token, the formation will be activated, attacking the enemy autonomously and alerting the people inside the formation. Through the formation, Qin Tianyang saw the vast palace complex. Many men in black were coming in and out, and some were escorting a large group of ordinary people into one of the palaces. And in every palace there are many bones. Both human and monster bones. Many of these creatures were being forced to extract their life force, howling in pain. Qin Tianyang's eyes became colder and murderous intent filled the air. These beasts actually murdered ordinary people at will. He took a step forward, came to the front of the formation, and pointed his finger at it. Boom! The great formation shattered with a loud bang, and countless rays of light flew everywhere. This sudden change shocked everyone in the formation and they were at a loss for a moment. What's going on? What exactly happened? Someone shouted in panic. Oh no, it must be an enemy attack. Be careful everyone. Another voice sounded immediately afterwards, full of panic and tension. Go and inform the protector. Quickly, another person shouted anxiously. From the buildings in the distance, figures quickly appeared like ghosts. These people all looked terrified. Could it be that they were discovered by the Holy Land outside? Most of them have cultivation base at the Cave Heaven Law realm, and only a small number of them possess the strength of the Venerable realm. In Qin Tianyang's opinion, this so-called demon sect does not seem like a sect, but rather like an organization. A cruel, brutal organization. Who are you? A person who looked like a child of 8 or 9 years old suddenly appeared and looked at Qin Tianyang vigilantly. This person is none other than the Ghost Guardian, the leader of the 4 Dharma Guardians. He had just come out of retreat, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of Tongtian realm. He only needed an opportunity to gain enlightenment, and perhaps he could enter the Xiaoao realm. I was originally planning to discuss important matters with the Venerable Master in the sect, but I didn't expect the protective formation to suddenly collapse. However, Qin Tianyang ignored this man. He just waved his arms casually. His movements were very gentle and there was no breath fluctuation. With this wave of his hand, the black-clad men in the demon sect disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Thank you, Master Monk, for saving my life. Those ordinary people who were rescued knelt on the ground and kowtowed, each of them was ecstatic, thinking that they and their families were going to die. Qin Tianyang nodded slightly and waved again, and these ordinary people were sent away by him. You're looking for death. How dare you ignore this guardian? I saw Gisha's cultivation exploded. His cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of Tongtian realm made him inflated, and the devilish energy surged out of his body, terrifying. Go to hell! Gisha rushed towards Qin Tianyang with endless demonic energy. Killing ordinary people is inhumane and deserves death. Qin Tianyang's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. He raised his right palm and pushed it forward. Gisha, who was filled with demonic energy, suddenly felt extremely uneasy. The next moment, Gisha disappeared as if he had been wiped out. Not even a trace of blood rain was left. The 2 venerables on the left and right who were hiding in the darkness felt their hair stand on end and their pupils shrink when they saw this. Not long ago, they suddenly discovered that Xuetian and his group who went to investigate the incident in Donghuang Mountains had suddenly died. This surprised them greatly, and the 2 of them met urgently, thinking that Xuetian and his men had definitely provoked a holy land. When he was trying to find a way to contact the leader of the demon sect, someone suddenly broke through the formation and forced his way in. They wanted to observe secretly and look for opportunities to launch a surprise attack. However, he did not expect that Gisha, who was at the peak of the 9th level of Tongtian realm, was killed by this man with 1 palm, and no breath was leaked at all. No, I have to run away quickly. This person is so scary. The 2 venerables on the left and right were about to leave quietly. Suddenly, the 2 of them couldn't stop shaking and cold sweat ran down their foreheads.